Chapter 1. Correctness System. In the campus area of Nanjiang University, a large group of people were gathered around. A teenager's face was white, his eyes contained tears, looking at a beautiful girl across the street, choking. Why, Lin Song, I don't have anything to do with you, and I've never taken you as my boyfriend. Now I already have a boyfriend. Please don't pester me in the future. After Gu Hanmei finished her words, she looked deeply at Lin Song, turned around, came to a BMW car, and said in a soft voice, "Wait a moment, I'll come back to the dormitory to pick up some things." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Qi Xiangming smiled warmly, then turned his head to look at Lin Song, whose eyes were red, and said lightly, "Don't look at me so angrily. Just now Hanmei has already said that I am his boyfriend, and you have never had a relationship with her. Oh, there are some things that you don't deserve in this lifetime. I advise you to be awake." Nima. Lin Song was instantly enraged and directly punched at Qi Xiangming. Bang! A leg directly kicked Lin Song, flying 2 or 3 meters, and the owner of this leg was the suited youth who had been standing beside Qi Xiangming. Alas, kid, this society is divided into classes. Some classes are the ones that you can't touch if you put your life on the line. I advise you to wake up. Qi Xiangming looked at Lin Song, who struggled to climb up, coldly snorted and no longer cared about him. Lin Song forced his trembling body, looked deeply at Qi Xiangming and turned to leave. Hey, I heard that Lin Song and Gu Hanmei are from the same place, sort of childhood friends. How is it okay? Cut. Is still not a dog blood bridge. Rich family big young money attack. Forcibly take the poor boy's lover chant. Qi Xiangming is our school famous young man. Lin Song this buddy is also unlucky enough. Alas, they have no money. Girlfriend is also so beautiful. Can look at the strange. Now this ing world. A burst of chatter gradually faded away. Lin Song covered his still lightly churning stomach and walked towards the outside of the school. The air after the rain was fresh, but Lin Song felt it was difficult to breathe. Walking aimlessly on a remote road, suddenly, there was a roar of a car behind him. Lin Song subconsciously twisted to look, only to see a blue BMW X5 speeding by. The wheels of the car pressed through the standing water, stirring up a large curtain of water that directly covered Lin Song. Lin Song subconsciously dodged to the side, but crashed headlong into a streetlight. The water splash stirred up electric sparks. Blue light flashed. Lin Song shook his body a few times. His consciousness gradually blurred. Ding dong. Correct rate system binding in 10%. 30%. Ding dong. Correct rate system binding complete. Host has 10 chances to verify correct rate every day. A familiar beautiful face poked out of the car window. Gu Hanmei's eyes were cold, and her voice was even colder. Do you have a car? Do you have a room? Do you have money to buy me designer bags? Nothing. You wake up. The BMW car bizarrely turned its head and rushed towards Lin Song, only to see Qi Xiangming's eyes icy cold and said, "Kid, dare to grab a woman with the old man. Looking for death." The car whistled, but Lin Song's body couldn't move. His eyes looked at the crashing car in horror, his heart cold. Lin Song woke up from his hospital bed holding his head, his eyes red and confused. Young man, had a nightmare? Come, eat an apple to suppress the shock. An old man in the hospital bed next to him handed over a peeled apple. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Song looked at the old man whose hair and beard were both half white, and his mind struggled to recall how he came to the hospital. The old man looked at Lin Song holding his head tied with gauze, frowning and thinking hard, smiled and patted Lin Song's shoulder, laughing. Your head was injured. It's best to use your brain less now, and recuperating at ease is the most important thing. Oh, thank you, Grandpa. Lin Song nodded his head and smiled. His heart began to recall again. I was splashed by the standing water from Qi Xiangming's car, causing me to crash headfirst into a streetlight, and then I was electrocuted by a leaking power line to the point of unconsciousness. Suddenly, Lin Song instantly stopped reminiscing, as he realized that the words he had silently recited in his mind had actually strangely formed light characters in front of his eyes, clear as day. Ding dong, host's statement, 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song only felt his body's cold hairs explode, and turned his head to look at the old man beside him with some horror, only to realize that the old man didn't seem to have seen the 2 lines of light words that were very clear in front of his eyes. Young man, I see you still have some palpitations. Hurry to lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Lu helped him lie down. Yes, master. A middle-aged man promised and was about to help Lin Song lie down. Thank you, Grandpa, for your concern. I'm already fine. After Lin Song was shocked, his heart was ecstatic. He actually got the system. This was a news that one couldn't help but be overjoyed. But there were outsiders. Lin Song had to restrain his emotions again and didn't dare to show them too much. Only the depression in his heart was swept away, and he talked to the old man with a big smile. The more they talked, the more they got along with each other. Some of the meaning of forgetfulness. From the early morning until noon. Bang. the door of the room was vigorously pushed open, and a slightly chubby boy pushed the door in. Lin Song, you woke up? Su Deji with a face of surprise placed the 2 large bags in his hands on the small table next to the bed, smiled and pointed a finger at the old man, said, Lin Song, you have to thank Grandpa Xiao. If it wasn't for Grandpa Xiao taking you in last night, you wouldn't have had a bed to be hospitalized. He. I even saved a bed fee. Oh, it's like that. Kid thanks Grandpa Xiao. Lin Song sniffed before realizing that it was all Grandpa Xiao's help that he was able to stay in the middle of this 2-person ward, and hurriedly nodded formally to the old man to say thank you. Xiao Song, you're welcome. I have a destiny with you. You can live in here and still be a companion to me. I also have to thank you for accompanying me as an old man, chatting and relieving boredom. Grandpa Xiao smiled back. After both sides were polite, Su Deji said to Lin Song, I paid the hospitalization fee for you, and also bought you 2 bags of food. I still have to work at noon and night, so I won't have time to accompany you. Well, you busy you, don't need to care about me. How much money to spend? You leave a bottom. I turned back to pay you back, Lin Song said with a serious face. Hi, what money? Not money. Our buddy, don't mention that thing. Hurt feelings. Su Deji smiled and waved his hand, then his face was correct, sighed and advised. Lin Song, look away. Watery woman, you can't stay sooner or later. Got it. Lin Song frowned and gently nodded. Alright, I'm running out of time. I have to go. Call me if there's anything. Su Deji dropped a sentence and left in a flurry of wind. Little Pine, although this friend of yours has a somewhat hairy personality, he is not a true friend. The old man smiled as he looked at the back of Su Deji, who didn't even close the door inside. Yeah, he is my only friend. Little Lu, how did you do your job? Actually letting Grandpa stay in a double room? Before Lin Song could finish his words, he was interrupted by a stern voice coming from the doorway. Chapter 2. The arrogant Xiao Xue Man. Lin Song heard the sound and looked towards the door, only to feel a stunning figure breaking into his eyes. A long blue dress, fair skin, delicate features, especially a pair of beautiful big eyes, making it difficult to avert one's gaze. Xiao Man, how are you talking to your Uncle Lu? The old man was first pleased to see the girl, then he sank his face and chided. How did I speak? Doing something wrong and still not letting people talk about it? Grandpa, you're also really come to see me? You should have called me in advance. Xiao Xue Man frowned and walked to the bedside of his grandfather and said, Grandpa, you're not well. If you miss me, just give me a call and I'll go back to see you. You tossed all the way here to make a trip, but also hospitalized. All how to do things? Saying this, Xiao Xue Man also glared at Xiao Lu. His gaze was full of dissatisfaction. I'm not by the way over to see you. This is an old problem for me, so I can't blame the others. The old man knew that his granddaughter was heartbroken, so he stopped sulking. You've been hospitalized, and you didn't know to tell me earlier, and you didn't know to stay in the intensive care ward? Actually staying in a double ward? Saying this, Xiao Xue Man swept Lin Song a glance with an unhappy face and added, what if there's some kind of infectious disease? Grandpa, you wait, I'll go and do the transfer procedures for you. How can you get well in this Thai hospital? Xiao Man, how are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to Lin Song. Grandpa Xiao's face sank again. His tone had become somewhat stern. On what grounds? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Xue Man still wanted to argue, turning his head to see his grandfather's face. He instantly frowned fiercely, turned his head and swept a quick glance at Lin Song, coldly saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Man. Grandpa Xiao was a little dissatisfied when he heard his granddaughter's apologizing attitude. It's okay, Grandpa Xiao. Your granddaughter is also concerned about you. I can understand, Lin Song said with a smile. Ha ha, if Xiao Song can have such a temperament, he will become a great man in the future. Grandpa Xiao laughed and sort of dissolved the awkwardness. Only, Xiao Xue Man turned his head and glared hatefully at Lin Song, and in his heart, he didn't feel half as good about this brat who pretended to have a great atmosphere. Of course, if this was Lin Song before, being disliked like this, he would have already packed up and left. Only, now that he had the system, he had even considered the usage of the system, and he had a bottom line of not being submissive. Seeing Xiao Xue Man sitting on the edge of the bed and talking with his grandfather, Lin Song began to speculate in his mind. Grandpa Xiao's disease is very difficult to cure. He won't live long. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Lin Song had been chatting with Grandpa Xiao all morning and already had a guess about his condition, but after getting the system to confirm it, his heart still sank. May I ask the system where Grandpa Xiao's illness can be cured? Ding dong. I'm sorry, host. This system does not have the ability to answer questions for the time being. Although he got the guest answer, Lin Song was not disappointed in his heart, because the system said the word temporary. It meant that this system might be with upgrades, and it might be possible that it could answer questions in the future. Grandpa Xiao's disease can be cured in China? Ding dong, The host's statement is 100% correct. Hearing the system's answer, Lin Song's heart rejoiced. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured in the south. Ding dong. I'm sorry, host. Your statement is too general. Please clarify the boundaries. Lin Song sniffed. He was first stunned. Then he thought about it and understood that the north and south were too general. Then he silently recited again. Grandpa Zhao's illness can be cured south of the Yangtze River. Ding dong. Host's statement. 0% correct. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured north of the Yellow River. Ding dong. The host's statement. 0% correct. In an instant, Lin Song frowned. North of the Yangtze River and south of the Yellow River, there didn't seem to be a few provinces left. Grandpa Zhao's illness can be cured east of Hunan province. Ding dong. Host's statement. 0% correct. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured west of Hunan province. Ding dong. The host's statement. 100% correct. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured in Shanxi province. Ding dong. The host's statement. 100% correct. At the sound of the voice, Lin Song's heart was happy. His heart silently recalled. He actually used up 8 chances to verify the correctness rate, and sighed in his heart. A little bit of reasoning to try to verify, but also truly exhausting, and I do not know when, can be upgraded to the question and answer style function. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured in the southern part of Shanxi province. Ding dong. Host's statement. 0% correct. Grandpa Zhao's disease can be cured in the northern part of Shanxi province. Ding dong. The host's statement is 100% correct. Get this, all 10 chances were used up, and it was finally locked in the northern city of Shanxi. But thinking about it is also drunk. All have the system of people. Figure out a thing is also really laborious. It seems that in the future really need to think about it. Exclude the way, so as to save the correctness verification opportunity to waste. However, on second thought, Lin Song instantly felt better. Although he used 10 chances to verify, but at least he knew where Grandpa Xiao could save his life. And this was something that even he himself didn't know yet. Grandpa, I think it's better for you to be transferred to a hospital. The conditions here are so bad. It's not conducive for you to get well. Xiao Xue Man shook his grandfather's arm and spoke in a petulant manner. Xiao Man, I know about my body. It's the same wherever I'm recuperating. I'm chatting with Xiao Song. It's good to stay here. Grandpa Xiao spoke and looked at Lin Song and nodded his head with a smile. When Xiao Xue Man heard this, he turned his head with an unbelievable face and swept a glance at Lin Song, and said in surprise, He? How old is he? What do you have to talk to him about? Xiao Man, how can you judge someone so rashly? What's wrong with being young? Xiao Song may not look young, but he is very knowledgeable and insightful, especially in his study of history and metaphysical magicians. I've benefited a lot from talking to him as well. Grandpa Xiao spoke highly of Lin Song. Grandpa Xiao is flattering. I only know a little about metaphysical magicians. Lin Song returned with a smile on his face. Hey, you're still panting after complimenting you for being fat? Read a few broken books and you think you can tell fortunes? Say, are you from Nanjiang University? Approaching my grandfather, what exactly is your purpose? Xiao Xue Man's gaze was like a torch, scanning back and forth over Lin Song, his heart filled with wariness. In fact, when Grandpa Xiao called out with the name Xiao Man, Lin Song remembered Xiao Xue Man's identity. She was none other than the first of the 4 school flowers of Nanjiang University, the cold pride fairy Xiao Xue Man. Seeing Xiao Xue Man's stern gaze, Lin Song didn't even look at it, but smiled and said to Grandpa Xiao, the kid is just a rough acquaintance with metaphysical arts. I shouldn't be abrupt, but Grandpa Xiao is kind to me, so the kid will dare to point out a way for you to live today. Get out! Xiao Xue Man immediately exploded when he saw Lin Song with a godly smile, cheating people to the head of himself and his grandfather. He really didn't know how to die. Chapter 3, The Gods Stick on the Line. Xiao Man, don't be rude. Grandpa Xiao reprimanded and turned his head to look deeply at Lin Song. After a morning of talking to each other, he felt that Lin Song was not a credulous person. Moreover, the fact that Lin Song had revealed his incurable disease in a single word also made him pay attention in his heart. Little Song, how did you know that I have an incurable disease? Do you really know how to tell fortunes? Upon hearing this, Lin Song smiled faintly and said, Grandpa Xiao, your condition, through chatting with you, and Xiao Man's words, it's not hard to guess. Who are you calling Xiao Man? Xiao Man is also what you called? Xiao Xue Man's phoenix eyes rounded, very angry. Lin Song didn't even pay attention to the puffed-up beauty and continued. I shouldn't have easily utilized a metaphysical magician because leaking heavenly secrets is harmful to the body, but Grandpa Xiao is kind to me, so I'll make an exception and count it once. Saying that, Lin Song sat down on his knees, his eyes closed tightly, half raised his fingers and kept pinching them. Not to mention, Lin Song's demeanor was really a bit of a finger-telling gesture. Ouch! Pretending to be a magician to this lady's head? Uncle Lu, coax him out of me. Xiao Xue Man was so angry that he wanted to call Xiao Lu to drive people away. but he was stopped by his grandfather. Grandpa Xiao's real name is Xiao Lai. The family industry tens of billions of dollars. Since the terminal disease, the domestic in foreign countries almost all over the world. But the condition has not turned around. He did not hold any hope, and thought that he would live in peace for only 2 years. However, when he heard Lin Song say that he was still saved, although he knew that it was very likely to be false, he could not help but listen to what kind of path Lin Song could point out to him. The room sank into silence, with only the sound of Lin Song's grunting, and his constantly changing fingers. A long time. Lin Song slowly opened his eyes and faintly said, "Congratulations Grandpa Xiao, your illness is saved." Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiao Xue Man's mouth twitched, itching to slap this godly man to death. Grandpa's disease had been sentenced to death by famous doctors both at home and abroad. And you say that it's saved? This is not an obvious lie. Xiao Lai, on the other hand, did not move and asked, "Then you projected in the central land of Huaxia, there is someone you saved your life from?" Lin Song said with slightly narrowed eyes. "Misty City?" Xiao Lai asked after a brief moment of thought. Lin Song gently shook his head at his words, with the demeanor of a hidden master. "Shangxi?" Upon hearing this, Lin Song's heart jumped. He did not expect Xiao Lai to guess the answer so quickly. Then Lin Song nodded slightly and added, "The northern part of this province is the blessed place for you to live. That's all I can say. Please forgive me, Grandpa Xiao, saying a random place, and you dare to say it's the place to save your life. Your deception skills aren't very skillful either." Xiao Xue Man snorted coldly, turned his head to his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, don't believe his believing words. I have contacted the doctor from Archibald. He is a world-renowned expert. In a few days, I will accompany you to go abroad." Xiao Lai, however, didn't say anything for half a day and suddenly spoke. "Xiao Lu, check if that Chinese medicine township is in northern Shaanxi. Back to your lordship. I've checked the information before. Yulin is in northern Shaanxi and has a reputation as the hometown of traditional Chinese medicine." Xiao Lu immediately said back, "Oh, so the original fooling around for half a day is to come up with a hometown of traditional Chinese medicine as a place to save lives? Ah, please, can you read a few more books before you come out to cheat people?" Xiao Xue Man heard the township of traditional Chinese medicine, almost did not be hit nose to the crooked. This Lin Song obviously knows the way of the charlatan. The township of traditional Chinese medicine, surely a lot of good Chinese medicine, have a disease to see the right, if not cured, that can only say that you did not find the right doctor, and cannot say that he Lin Song said there is a mistake. Xiao Man, shall not be rude. Xiao Lu, send someone to check. They're well-known doctors. In 2 days I go to see. Xiao Lai learned that it was the hometown of traditional Chinese medicine. Although his heart was a little disappointed, he still instructed Xiao Lu to send someone to check out the famous traditional Chinese medicine doctors in the area. Lin Song said it so solemnly, although he knew that there was not much hope. He also wanted to go and try his luck. "Grandpa, how many famous Chinese doctors have you looked for in Yanjing before, but not all have no way? You'd better go abroad with me to see Dr. Archibald." Xiao Xue Man spoke with dissatisfaction and glared at Lin Song once again. However, Xiao Lai's attitude was resolute, clearly believing in Lin Song's evil, infuriating Xiao Xue Man so much that she slammed the door. "Big liar, when it's proven that you're lying, this lady will smack your dog's mouth." "Xiao Song, don't be offended. Xiao Man has been spoiled since childhood." Xiao Lai apologized to Lin Song once again. "It's fine, I still have a few moments of confidence in my skills." Lin Song talked with a smile. "Oh, you're so sure?" Xiao Lai sucked in a mouthful of cold air, then asked with a solemn face, "Then can you give some more specific guidelines? You know, there are a large number of doctors in the township of traditional Chinese medicine. If I were to see them all one by one, my body and bones wouldn't be able to withstand the torture." Upon hearing this, Lin Song's heart jumped. He was thinking of repaying Xiao Lai's favor, but as a result, the opportunity to verify the correctness rate was used up. So what can he do if he wants more detailed information? Alas. Well, Grandpa shall wait for tomorrow. I'll help you project some more. Today's power consumption is too much. I need to rest first. Lin Song can only temporarily shirk a bit. Wait for another 10 chances tomorrow. Then fortune telling it. "Well, if this matter comes to fruition, I will be grateful," Xiao Lai said solemnly. "Grandpa Xiao, it's not like I'm helping you for your thanks. It's just to return the favor." Lin Song refused to accept Xiao Lai's thanks. Xiao Lai sniffed and nodded without saying any more words of thanks, but instead chatted with Lin Song about something else. An old man and a young man got along very well, and in the evening, Lin Song went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Song finished breakfast with Xiao Lai and offered to do some more projections for him. After a moment of pinching his fingers, Lin Song faintly said, "This person is in downtown Yulin, over 90 years old. I really can't project anymore. Grandpa Xiao, forgive me." "Fine. Hard work, Xiao Song." Xiao Lai got such information. He was already very contented. He hurriedly instructed Xiao Lu to send someone to check again. The scope was locked in the downtown area, and the age was locked in above 90. It was already too much better to find. Before noon, Xiao Lu received a message that the person has been found. This person is called Li Mingli, 96 years old, because it is a family heirloom medical skills, and did not go to the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine to learn, has been rejected by the Academy of People, so the reputation is not obvious, but there is a person. Moreover, his medical reputation was limited to the outskirts of the city and the surrounding villages. Xiao Lai was shocked when he heard the detailed report. How did Lin Song learn about the information that his own people had used countless contacts to find out? Moreover, his encounter with Lin Song was fortuitous. If he hadn't been moved to compassion, it would have been impossible for him to share a room with him, and it must have been impossible for him to prepare beforehand. Then, this could only mean that this matter really must have been projected by him. In an instant, Xiao Lai's heart lit up with infinite hope, and after bidding farewell to Lin Song, he hurriedly rushed off to save the doctor. Chapter 4, Scratch. Lin Song originally planned that he would be discharged from the hospital that afternoon. When the nurse changed the medicine, Lin Song realized that he had no other injuries at all except for a little redness and swelling on his forehead. As a result, he was stopped by the nurse, saying that he needed to observe another night for a mild concussion. Lin Song thought, anyway, the day's chance to verify the correctness, in order to calculate the detailed information for Xiao Lai used up, might as well lie in bed, think about what the future road should be. The next morning, Lin Song's forehead injury was almost invisible, so he directly checked out of the hospital, back to the school dormitory to take a shower, changed to clean clothes, with the excitement out of the door. Although Lin Song was already 99% sure in his heart that his system was real, he still couldn't help but jog all the way, and soon rushed to the lottery station closest to the school, and just as soon as he pushed the door, he shouted, "Boss, does have scratch-offs? Yes, how much do you want to buy one?" "All here." A middle-aged uncle reached out and pointed to the glass counter. Smiling back, Lin Song saw scratch-offs of different colors all over the counter, and meditated excitedly in his heart. There are more than 100,000 price tickets in these scratch-off tickets. Ding dong! The host's statement is correct by 0%. Lin Song was really a bit disappointed in his heart after hearing the reply, but on second thought he was relieved. Although there are big prizes in scratch-offs, the chances of running into them after picking only one lottery station are not very high. Anyway, today is mainly to confirm whether the system works or not. Lowering the requirement of the winning amount is nothing. There is a prize ticket of more than $1,000 in a $20 denomination scratchers. Ding dong! The host's statement is 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's heart beat wildly, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He pointed at the counter, the only 20 yuan denomination scratch off, and asked, "Boss, how much is a dozen of these?" Regardless of the denomination size, a dozen of new scratchers is 600 yuan. You can buy the whole dozen, or you can scratch it first and give it back when you make up 100. The boss replied with a smile on his face. "Oh, then you take it out. I'll take a look first." Lin Song's mind originally thought, he is a person with a system, but still can't accurately figure out which one is the grand prize. More or less a little bit unwilling, intends to take a dozen of scratchers in his hands, and then accurately verify. Anyway, there are still 8 chances to verify the correctness of the rate of old Zhang. I'll take all of them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a dry, thin figure took the scratchers from the owner's hands. In an instant, Lin Song's heart thumped, itching to slap himself. A man with glasses next to him swept a glance at Lin Song and said to the black and thin man with a smile, "Wu Sainer, you are playing the idea of intercepting the money, right? Ha ha. You still think that back and forth you can run into students who have good dreams where you say this? I am that kind of person. I won the Fast 3 today. Good luck. Buy some scratchers to try my luck. What's wrong with that?" Wu San's face showed a displeased color and explained. The boss heard some helplessness. Wu San is belonged to the old colorful people who often live in his house. It is not good to say too much. Can only smile and open the mouth. Third brother, it is this little brother first want to buy. A dozen you can not scrape. First let this little brother to choose it. No need. Let him scratch first. I'm just passing by to casually try my luck. Lin Song's face was calm as he spoke out, causing everyone to be stunned. Old Zhang. Look, he said so I'll scratch first. With those words, Wu San walked to the doorway with the scratch off, held it up in mid-air, and squinted at the sunlight, carefully sizing it up. Seeing Lin Song's calm face, the man with the glasses couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Little brother, did you have any good dreams last night?" Seeing the anxious look you just had, it's the same as the student who won $2,000 2 days ago. He said he dreamed of hair water the first night, then bought a dozen. and didn't scrape a few before he won the prize. Lin Song was a little surprised when he heard that, thinking that only these old lottery players who always mix in the lottery station are so superstitious. Seeing that Lin Song didn't answer himself, the man with glasses and the boss looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. And then they both looked at Wu San, who was sitting in the sofa and getting busy. The reason why Lin Song was so calm was all because of the two lines of light characters that had just surfaced in front of his eyes. Wu San scratchers can win a jackpot of over $1,000. Ding dong, host's statement. 0% correct. Having obtained the confirmation from the system, Lin Song of course relaxed. In fact, this was also a way to verify the accuracy of the system in disguise. And anyway, only with a prize of more than $1,000. It wasn't much money. With the system, wouldn't it be easy to earn money? And scraped flying. Old Zhang. This broken table has to be replaced. Wu San dismantled the whole dozen scratchers, selected a few, and the first one that was scraped with coins. One didn't hold down and flew out. The table has a pit. Your brain has a pit too? You don't know to scratch somewhere else? The man with glasses laughed and scolded. Off to the side. Dead glasses. What's the matter with you? Zhang San huffed and started scraping the next one. Brother San, this kind of scratching away might be a prize. You're not going to take it? The boss said with a smile. Wu San turned his head and gave the boss a blank look. You've got to get over it. In your mouth. Your family scratching all the prizes. All the damn fell under the sofa. I'm not going to help you pick up. Saying this, Zhang San suddenly stopped moving and laughed. Look, today the god of fortune blessed me. I won $100. Ha ha. It seems that the god of fortune is letting me save $20 which. Lin Song saw that black-faced Wu San really won $100. His heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous again. He swept a glance at the scratchers that fell under the sofa and muttered in his mind. The scratch card on top of the table has a jackpot of over $1,000. Ding dong, host's statement. 0% correct. In an instant, Lin Song nervously swallowed a mouthful of smears and forced his eyes away from the couch. The fact that the scratchers on the table didn't have a jackpot of $1,000 or more meant that the one under the couch was a jackpot. Although the system made it clear that Wu San wouldn't win that jackpot, Lin Song's heart still beat faster indisputably. Ha ha, kid, come over and scratch. I'm not playing. Wu San raised his head to Lin Song in a very proud manner, then took that prize ticket and handed it to the boss. Wu San, Wu San, why do you dismantle my scratchers every time? How do you want me to sell them? The boss said with a helpless face. Hey, brother, this is called technology. From 30 sheets to choose the biggest prize, this is called the ability. The other end did not scratch, and not broken. How can not sell? Hurry to give money. Wu San said with a smile on his face. The boss shook his head again, took out $80 and handed it to Wu San, looked up at Lin Song, who picked up the scratchers from under the sofa and smiled. Thank you, little brother. Chapter 5. Really dare to place a bet. Lin Song smiled at the boss and sat down in the sofa, quietly picking up the coin and scratching it. Wu San and the man with glasses both gathered around with curious faces. This one was just scraped away by Wu San, and they all wanted to know if there was a prize or not. Suddenly, Wu San's wail exploded into mid-air, like a wounded beast. Ha ha ha. Wu San, this time you still say that the god of fortune can't protect you? $5,000 grand prize just flew out from under your hand. Ha ha, the glasses laughed so hard. Usually he was not used to seeing Wu San's style. Lin Song, once he saw that the prize was $5,000, although his heart was also a little happy, but on his face, on the contrary, he was calm. All are the masters who own the system. $5,000. It's not so much excitement. Boss, can you cash in this? Lin Song twisted his head and asked. Yes it can, but I don't have $5,000 in cash here. You'll have to wait for me to go to the bank for you. The boss was also a bit shocked in his heart. This kid had scraped out $5,000 in one sheet. His luck was really good. Wu San sniffed, immediately scurried over, called, little brother, you today's fortune. Why don't you buy some fast 3? I'll tell you, I see the number can be accurate. This must be out of the right child. You, as long as you dare to place a heavy bet, guaranteed to be able to win. You quickly stop it. Wu San, just now $5,000 flew from your hands. You still want to win today? The man with glasses immediately disliked him. Dead glasses. How many years have I been reading the numbers? This one is bound to come out with the right number. Do you believe me? Wu San shouted with glaring eyes. I don't believe it. If this one is right, I'll eat the lottery ticket. If it doesn't come out right, you eat the lottery ticket. The glasses turned on the mode of the barbarian. Lin Song was amused as he watched two men in their 40s, like cockfighters, standing there glaring at each other and puffing up, and he couldn't help but be amused. He was just about to get up to cash in his prize when he was interrupted by the shouts of the two men. Right, not the right one. With a clatter of sound effects coming from the wall-mounted LCD screen, only 3 dice appeared on the screen, spinning. When it stopped, the number 5 was on all 3 dice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A leopard is out. Once they saw the appearance of 3 5s, Wu-san and Glasses complained almost simultaneously, and both slammed the lottery tickets in their hands, fiercely to the ground. Although Lin Song didn't know anything about this Fast 3, once he saw the two of them complaining, he could also guess that this should be a not-so-small prize. The Fast 3 game is a fast-draw computerized welfare lottery with a prize return rate of 59% every 10 minutes. Fast 3 game according to the different single betting way to set the prize, our fixed prize. The prize stipulation is as follows. 3 different numbers, the prize for a single bet is fixed at $40. 2 same number single choice, single bet prize is fixed at 80 yuan. 3 same number single choice, single bet prize is fixed at 240 yuan. Lin Song saw the wall of the hanging Fast 3 rules, found the 3 same number of the bonus amount. The heartsome disappointment, only 240 yuan reward. These two people, how to call so miserable it. However, Lin Song still cannot help but say in his heart, Fast 3 next put also out 3 same number. Ding dong, host's statement, 100% correct. The moment he heard the sound, Lin Song was a jolt and almost jumped up. Seeing the 3 5s, Lin Song had no difficulty in guessing that the leopard in Wu San's two people's mouths was the triple same number. And if it still came out in the next hand, it would be 120 times the prize money. And if $5,000 bought all of them, how much money would that be? Lin Song heart silently counted. Just used a total of 5 times to verify the correctness of the opportunity. There are still 5 times, and 3 the same number, a total of 6 bets. Just enough. Fast 3 next put out 3 1s. The host states 0% correct. Fast 3 next put out 3 2s. Lin Song verified the 3 same numbers 5 times in a row, and all the answers he got were 0% correct. It was completely certain that the number that would come out in the next period of Fast 3 would be 3 6s. Getting the confirmation from the system, Lin Song was really a bit excited this time, licking his lips and walking over to the boss, not knowing how to open his mouth for a while. Little brother, do you want to cash in your prize? But you'll have to wait a little while. I'll give my wife a call. She'll be able to pick up the money and send it over right away. The boss smiled and explained. No need. This money, you help me play Fast 3. All 3 6s, Lin Song said indifferently. What? The boss subconsciously went to output the lottery numbers, but instantly raised his head sharply again and shouted in shock, all hit? $5,000 all hit 666? Yes. Anyway, I only spent $20. On you. Lin Song spoke and handed over $20 in cash. The boss's hand that received the money was a little trembling. He opened his mouth to persuade Lin Song, but then said nothing. After scanning the scratch-off winnings into the lottery machine, he outputted the number 666, and then looked up to confirm. Really play 2? 500 times 666? Hit. Lin Song's tone was resolute. Young man, are you crazy? Fast 3 where there are 2 leopards in a row? The glasses man came around and called out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, do you think you can buy whatever you want when you win 5,000? Do you know what is called Fast 3? 3 brother, I play Fast 3 years. Just once have not encountered. You listen to me. This quasi out of the right child. You press the right child. Even if it is a double selection. I bet you can also win 15 yuan it. Wu San was as angry as anything. Rushed over to discourage. I believe in myself. Boss, hit it. Lin Song was afraid that the betting time had passed and hurriedly urged. Hey, why don't you kids listen to advice? Even out of the leopard is simply impossible. You have to play? $5,000 is not money where? Really rich to burn. Wu San was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet. This $5,000 of prize money should have belonged to him. But as a result, Lin Song won the prize and actually played with water. The man with glasses also frowned and asked, Little brother, tell me the truth. Did you have any good dreams last night? Seeing that the boss had started playing the lottery, Lin Song had a smile on his face and casually replied, Well, I dreamed of sending out water last night, and I also dreamed of fish. Hey, I told you, water and fish are both wealth. As he spoke, the man with the glasses hemmed and hawed and added, However, although the chances of even getting a leopard theoretically exists, the chances are too small. You really dare to place a bet? Lin Song smiled and didn't say anything, quietly waiting for the boss to play the lottery. Because the highest multiplier for a single Fast 3 ticket was 99x, the 2500x had to be played in parts. Luckily the boss was skillful in his business and his fingers flew. Soon after, 25 tickets with 99 times and 1 ticket with 25 times were handed over to Lin Song. At this point, Lin Song was relieved. His heart was nervous and excited. He felt his scalp was a bit numb, and a never-before-seen sense of excitement was rising. Chapter 6. Winning $600,000. Lin Song sat in the sofa waiting for the lottery. Wu San, on the other hand, stood in front of the chart disc, pointed to the chart disc with one hand, twisted his head to look at Lin Song, and rattled off. What hot and cold number? What missing value? What single and double? What end value? Professional terminology a whole lot. Lin Song simply cannot understand a sentence, but Wu San that face hate expression. He can feel it. To put it bluntly, it was just laying out the facts and reasoning, telling Lin Song that the act of buying 666 was simply bubbling with stupidity. The boss sat behind the lottery machine, lightly shaking his head with a smile on his face, not knowing whether he was helpless at Wu San's mouthy words or shaking his head at Lin Song's behavior of risking his stupidity. The man with glasses, on the other hand, came over to Lin Song's side and asked with a smile, "Little brother, just how big was the water you dreamed of last night? How big fish ah?" Lin Song's heart is actually quite nervous. Hearing the inquiry, his eyes are still staring at the countdown of the lottery on the screen, and he thoughtlessly replied, "What I dreamed of last night was a tsunami, and a big shark. Asterisk 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 really?" The man with glasses was clearly shocked by Lin Song's words. Lin Song stared tightly at the screen that was about to be drawn in 10 seconds, and casually replied back, "1,000 times true. Hey, old Zhang, hurry up, give me a bet of 3 sixes too," shouted the man with the glasses, turning his head. "There's no hurry. What did you think of earlier? What's wrong with the glasses? Hearing the tsunami, you want to call the bet? This is simply impossible. What are you doing?" The boss laughed and scolded. "Wow." The dice in the screen on the wall began to spin. The glasses smiled and scratched his head, saying to Lin Song, "Little brother, good luck with the lottery ha." Although they were words of blessing, Lin Song knew that this one was also obviously not optimistic about coming out with 666, but he was staring at the screen at this moment. Even his breathing had stopped. "Yay! 666 ah! Ha 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 ha!" The moment the screen's dice stopped, Lin Song directly jumped up, excitedly waving his fist straight. In an instant, the other 3 people in the room were like petrified, as if they were separated from Lin Song in 2 worlds. After a long time, the man with the glasses only let out a wail. Asterisk 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 ah. Really ing 666 ah. Oops, I should have called the bet earlier. All dreamed of a tsunami shark. I still don't believe it. I'm really a. Wu San stared blankly at the blinding 666 on the screen for a long time. Black face, actually raised a burst of red. You dare to believe? Thereupon, Wu San turned around and silently walked to the front door, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with some trembling, as if he was ashamed of having just orally educated Lin Song. "Boss, can this prize be cashed in with you?" Lin Song asked with a smile on his face. Little brother, don't joke. I don't have so much money here to cash it to you. You take a taxi to go to the lottery center in the city to cash it." "Oh yeah, congratulations on winning the jackpot ah." The boss's smile is a little stiff. Opened a lottery station for some years, has never encountered such a bizarre winning. The shock in his heart has not calmed down yet. "Got it. Thanks boss." Lin Song turned around and left, only leaving a dashing back to a few people. The man with glasses looked at Lin Song's disappearing back. With envy in his eyes, he turned to the boss and said, "Old Zhang, you said that you too. Just now your hands were faster. Did you just hit a bet for me? You can pull back, if you really good. People play, you also with 500 times ah. You are not also followed in the 600. 000? The boss was in a bad mood and admonished. Alas, the glasses man let out a long sigh, a face of remorse. "Right, glasses, hurry to help me buy a firecracker to go. Come back to me and then give you money. I'll get a big red paper, the jackpot of 600,000 written on our lottery station out of such a big prize. I have to publicize publicity," the boss said, a little happy again. The lottery station won 600,000 yuan jackpot. For him, is a happy event. The man with glasses promised to go out, and when he reached the door, he didn't forget to flirt with Wu San. "Brother San, this reading number level is so high. Help buddy see the next period can still come out the leopard knot?" Wu San sniffed. His face was almost green, hated the cigarette to the ground, twisted his head and left. "Doji, hurry up and come out. Accompany me to look at the house at noon. Haven't you always thought of renting a house to live outside?" At the entrance of the lottery center, Lin Song spoke into the phone with a smile on his face. A prize of 600,000 was genuinely quite a lot for an ordinary person, but here at the lottery center, all that was needed was to hand in an ID card, confirm some information, and directly transfer the account and be done with it. "Lin Song, is your condition serious again? Wait, I'll go to the hospital to see you right away." Su Diji's voice was filled with surprise. "I was discharged from the hospital this morning. What are you looking at? I'm asking you to come out and accompany me to look at a house. Let's rent a 2-room apartment. Just the two of us, Lin Song explained with a smile. Discharged from the hospital. You're still talking nonsense? The rent in Nanjiang is expensive as hell. And you're still renting a house? Are you kidding me? I still have to go work at noon. I don't have the time to bull asterisk with you, Su Dizhi complained and directly hung up the phone. Lin Song laughed a little helplessly, and pulled up the cell phone transfer information again, counted the zeros on it, and hemmed and hawed and giggled, feeling a little unreal himself. It was no wonder Su Dizhi didn't believe his words. Chapter 7. New Home. Holy, Lin Song, did you win the lottery? This house is also too beautiful. How much money did you have to spend to rent it? In an exquisitely decorated and open apartment, Su Dizhi stood at the door and exclaimed, "This is an apartment in the Fuhua Home District in downtown Nanjiang, which Lin Song rented with an afternoon plus half of the night. Newly decorated, fully furnished, turnkey kind of thing." Lin Song heard his friend's exclamation of surprise. His face showed a smile, faintly returned, "Not much money, just 2,800 a month. I go, 2,800 a month. A year is more than 30,000 and also just? Lin Song, are you crazy? What the hell is going on here?" Su Dizhi just got off the night shift. Then Lin Song was forced to pull over. See, such a luxurious apartment. The whole person is confused. It's nothing, just now you guessed right. I really won the lottery. Here is our little home later. Lin Song finished his words and took the lead to walk into the room. Not you really won the lottery? 5 million? Su Dizhi asked hesitantly. Lin Song smiled and said, "Ha ha, not that much, just 600,000. With those words, Lin Song pulled up the cell phone transfer information interface and handed it to Su Dizhi to see. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000. My ass, you really won 600,000 which? Su Dizhi exclaimed. Hey, not right Lin Song, you this 300,000, what is going on? You so spend method. 600,000 is not enough for you to hobo a few days. Su Dizhi suddenly saw that Lin Song's second transfer message was actually a message to transfer 300,000, instantly worrying about his friend's big spending. In the face of Su Dizhi's reprimand, Lin Song just smiled without saying anything, quietly looking at him. Suddenly, Su Dizhi seemed to remember something, directly took out his cell phone, a rummage, and finally stopped on the interface of the 300,000 transferred into the message, his arm trembling. Lin Song, you this is, Doji, Auntie's surgery cannot be delayed, immediately the holidays. You go home and take Auntie to do the surgery. Lin Song patted back Su Dizhi's shoulder and said. In an instant, Su Dizhi's eyes reddened, stared at Lin Song for half a day, and said with some choking, I'll remember this favor. I'll return the money to you in the future. Hi, you didn't tell me. We buddies talk about money hurt feelings. You help me pay the hospitalization fee. I return you? Lin Song smiled back. That's not the same. The same, go. Let's go out to celebrate. You're too hard these 2 years. Also should take a good rest. Lin Song pulled Su Dizhi toward the door. Lin Song, Su Dizhi's eyes were glistening with tears, and his emotions were a bit agitated. Don't you mean me? You are a northeastern man. Can you man up? Lin Song fiercely patted Su Dizhi's back, and added, I remember. You were deployed here, unlike me, since childhood. I like history. Your dream is not to learn computers? There is still 1 year left. You work hard, get a double bachelor's degree by then. How awesome. Saying this, the two of them disappeared into the elevator. The next morning, in a large ladder classroom at Nanjiang University, everyone was sitting here ready to listen to the public lecture. Lin Song sat in the classroom, his head lowered as he thought about his mind. Originally, Lin Song wanted to skip class to go to the dormitory to pack up his things and move back to his new home, but he ended up catching the roll call for today's public training class, so he came over. As for Su Dizhi, he was anxious to help his mom with her surgery, and took the bus back home early in the morning. Hey, isn't this Duke Lin? I heard that your girlfriend ran away with someone? Oh no, Gu Hanmei never had anything to do with you, right? Ha ha ha. A piercing sound came. Lin Song didn't even need to look up to see. He knew that it was Lu Xicheng the bastard barking. Lu Xicheng had also pursued Gu Hanmei after passing through, but at that time, Gu Hanmei had used Lin Song as a shield, and as a result, Lu Xicheng had hated Lin Song. 2 days ago, he learned that Lin Song had been hit in the face in public, and had been holding his breath, waiting to taunt him. When Lin Song heard this, he frowned and ignored him. If this matter had been placed in the past, Lin Song would have walked away in shame and anger, but now that he had the system, he had the strength to be bashful. Hey, what's wrong? Being struck silly? Words will not say? Ha ha ha. Childhood friend. So powerful I thought that you two can be two people? The result is still not let someone dumped? Ha ha. Lu Xicheng laughed indulgently. As if in the process of striking Lin Song, he was able to smooth out the pain of his initial rejection by Gu Hanmei. Lin Song saw this goods, have endless style, directly get up and walk to the back of the classroom to sit down. For this kind of goods like rabid dog, ignore is the best choice. Lu Shiqing didn't come after him, but loudly told Lin Song's predicament that day, adding more fuel to the fire, immediately causing countless laughter and a look of derision towards Lin Song. A young male teacher walked into the classroom and started the lesson, and only then did the students quiet down. Hey, Lin Song, is that pretty girl at the back looking for you? A classmate beside Lin Song called out to Lin Song with eyes full of excitement. Chapter 8. The sensation caused by the school flower. Lin Song was suddenly awakened by the voices of his classmates around him, and subconsciously turned his head towards the back door of the classroom. He only saw Xiao Xue Man, who was dressed in a beautiful long dress, standing at the doorway, waving to himself with an expressionless face. Wow, cold pride fairy Xiao Xue Man? Why is she here? Gosh, she's waving, is she looking for me? I'll go. Who got lucky and got to be summoned by fairy cold pride where? The students at the back of the classroom had already started whispering. Lin Song pointed a finger at himself with a confused face, and after seeing Xiao Xue Man nodding, he helplessly got up and walked out. Once Lin Song went, the male students who saw the scene instantly turned green-eyed, each with all kinds of jealousy in their gazes. You're looking for me? Lin Song asked suspiciously. Well, this card is what Grandpa asked me to give to you. Xiao Xue Man coldly swept Lin Song a glance and handed over a bank card. What card? What's going on? Lin Song was even more confused at the sight. My grandfather found the Chinese doctor. This is a thank you. Xiao Xue Man's tone was icy cold, without any trace of gratitude. To be honest, in Xiao Xue Man's eyes, Lin Song was a charlatan only, and as a result, her grandfather had to thank him, which was a result she couldn't accept, so her attitude was naturally no better. There's no need. I'm helping Grandpa Xiao just to repay his favor. Lin Song swept a glance at the bank card, didn't even pick it up, turned around and walked towards the classroom. Hey, you don't go. Xiao Xue Man never expected Lin Song actually refused so dryly. In a hurry, went to pull Lin Song's arm, but the result was that his feet were unsteady, and he was brought into the classroom at once, and his body even crashed into Lin Song's body. Lin Song only felt the weight with elasticity pressed on his arm, subconsciously reached out to help. As a result, the posture of the two instantly became an ambiguous position of half embrace, half hug. With a coaxing sound, the entire classroom clamored. Mom, so explosive? Showing love to the classroom? Who is it stimulating? Didn't you say that Lin Song just got dumped by his girlfriend? Who can tell me what's going on? Oh my god, so Lin Song is a scum, obviously stepping on two boats. In an instant, some people even whistled. This rare scene caused the students to cheer. Xiao Xue Man has always been cold and proud, which experienced this kind of scene, instantly cheeks red, swept a glance at the surrounding students. The bank card, forced into Lin Song's hand, turned around to go. As a result, Lin Song pulled her back, ready to force the bank card to her again, but Xiao Xue Man refused, and the two of them pushed back and forth. Xiao Xue Man had been ordered by her grandfather to give the bank card to Lin Song to express his gratitude, and then he would personally come to the door to thank him. As a result, today this scene happened too suddenly, so many words did not come to say. Xiao Xue Man was just thinking, give the card to Lin Song, so forcefully blocked the movement of Lin Song. Lin Song naturally does not want this card. The process of pushing back has caused the students to exclaim, in the heat of the moment, directly threw the card to Xiao Xue Man's body. As a result, the card slipped down Xiao Xue Man's neckline. In an instant, Xiao Xue Man's face was as red as blood, shy and angry, and she drank. Lin Song, don't you even want $5 million? Don't want it if you said you don't want it. Hurry up and get out. Don't delay my class. Lin Song was also embarrassed as hell, dropped a sentence, turned around and rushed back to his seat as if he was fleeing. Lin Song, you rascal, you jerk. Xiao Xue Man cursed angrily in anger, turned around and slammed the door and disappeared. In an instant, the entire classroom collectively lost their voices. The noise that was just like a food market instantly disappeared without a trace. Give 5 million don't want. The 4 school flowers of the first cold proud fairy initiative to show affection, but also be rejected. A scene of explosive images, amazing news, making everyone difficult to digest for a moment. After a short period of silence, the classroom erupted into a burst of exclamations, and various gasps rang out. There was even a large group of students, who didn't care that they were in class, gathered around Lin Song, ready to ask what was going on, causing Lin Song to be somewhat overwhelmed. Lin Song, are you and Xiao Xue Man breaking up? Lin Song, is Xiao Xue Man trying to use $5 million to keep your heart? Lin Song, do you usually keep such a low profile? Do you mind having another girlfriend? Just before the class, Lu Shicheng's mockery had made Lin Song the laughingstock of everyone. But at this moment, he had become a star-like figure in everyone's eyes. The master who could say no to $5 million in one sentence. How rich did he have to be? When all the female classmates looked at Lin Song again, their eyes had flashed. Subconsciously, they fantasized about Lin Song as a low-profile rich kid, and their expectations rose geometrically. As for Lu Shicheng, who had just mercilessly mocked Lin Song, at this moment, he was hiding in an unoccupied corner, with his head lowered, not daring to look at anyone. He had just said nothing about others, and then the head of the 4 major school beauties came to have a big scene with Lin Song. This face hit. It hurt a little bit. The young male teacher repeatedly reprimanded. The enthusiasm of the students did not decrease. Lin Song saw the situation, can only hurry to escape, also like to leave the classroom. Chapter 9. Antique Street. Lin Song's people were gone, but the sensation he left behind spread more and more. Just in time for Lin Song to move away from the dormitory. As if to further confirm the speculation of the students in general, this is a low-profile young man. Was recognized identity? Panic fleeing from the collective dormitory. Soon, the school's forum is full of topics about Lin Song. Lin Song instantly jumped to become, and more female students in the heart of the Diamond Bachelor, the best boyfriend candidate. Of course, Lin Song also quickly became the public enemy of the male students, and publicly made Fairy Cold AO angry. How can this be? Having caused such consequences, Lin Song did not expect it. Well, he had moved out of the dormitory to his new home, and he did not go to his afternoon classes, and after having dinner, he took a taxi to the antique street, getting the system and verifying it over. Lin Song felt that if he continuously bought a lottery ticket to win, it would arouse suspicion, not to mention, 10 chances to verify the correctness of the rate of the $5 million jackpot can be verified. Just the need for ID cards when cashing in the prize. Lin Song did not dare to let himself win again. On the contrary, the matter of going to the antique street to pick up leaks was definitely in line with the attributes of the system. Today, I can pick up leaks in the antique street and earn more than $1 million. Ding dong, the host's statement. 100% correct. Having received the confirmation from the system, Lin Song was in an extremely good mood, and with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the middle of the antique street. The stall on the left can pick up leaks and earn over $1 million. Ding dong, host's statement. 100% correct. Lin Song looked at the long line of stalls and fretted in his heart. There were only 8 chances left to verify the correctness rate. How can he determine which is the big leaky antique among so many stalls? The stalls on the east side can pick up a leak and earn more than $1 million. Ding dong, host's statement. 100% correct. Lin Song stood at the interruption of the antique street and sighed slightly. Although he had narrowed it down once again, there were still dozens of stalls to be ruled out, which was obviously a no-brainer. Ben thought that he was studying history, and was prepared to find out for himself, and with his more or less knowledge of cultural relics, he should be able to narrow it down again. However, Lin Song strolled a round trip, but dismally realized that the reality was too cruel. Thousands of pieces of antiques look over. See is dazzling. See which are like real antiques, and see which are not like real. Headache to death. In desperation, Lin Song once again used the chance to verify the correctness rate 3 times, finally narrowing it down to among the 3 stalls. Looking at the hundreds of items still left, Lin Song only felt that one head was 2 sizes too big. The stall in the middle can pick up a leak and make over $1 million. Ding dong, host's statement. 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's spirit was lifted, but as soon as he saw that there were still dozens of objects on a middle-aged uncle's stall, he frowned again. There were still 3 more chances to verify. How could he pick that big leak from all these objects? Boss, if we round up this stall of yours, how much in total? Lin Song asked tentatively. If the money wasn't too much, then it would be better to buy them all and slowly verify which one was the real antique when he got home. However, yo, little brother, you're looking at which thing, right? If you really want to buy all of them, a total of 1.68 million, you give a whole 1.6 million on it. The middle-aged uncle returned with a smile on his face. In an instant, Lin Song's heart had 10,000 beasts rushing past. On this piece of, worth 1.6 million? Uncle, are you kidding? Come on. The plan fell through. Lin Song could only crouch on the ground, sweeping over the entire stall, the old way, divide all the events into big categories, then sort and filter them. Right, boss, how much is this? Suddenly, a female voice that made Lin Song startled rang in his ears. Yo, this beauty really has good eyesight. This penholder is the treasure of my stall here. 1.3 million. The middle-aged uncle smiled with both eyes narrowed. The 2 beauties on the opposite side were well dressed, obviously from rich families, and if they were lucky today, they were probably going to make a lot of money. And Lin Song peeked out. The person who was talking was none other than Xiao Xue Man. Subconsciously he wanted to turn around and leave, but he had just made sure that the big leak was right here, so how could he be willing to leave just like that? So, Lin Song lowered his head even lower, thinking that Xiao Xue Man would leave here in a while, and then he would slowly select himself. Sister Xue Man, it's best not to buy anything here. I'll take you to the store to choose. Uncle Kong has quite a few real things right there. A pretty girl with a round face reminded Xiao Xue Man with a double entendre. AI, little girl, it's wrong for you to talk like that. What do you mean there are real things in the store? We don't have real things in our stall? The middle-aged uncle instantly sank his face at those words. Xiang Ling, this pen holder is a fake? I was hoping to pick up a leak. Xiao Xue Man put the brush holder back on the stall with a disappointed face. Fu Shangling shook her head helplessly and pushed Xiao Xue Man away, saying with her mouth, I can't look at this brush holder. Hey, whose stuff is fake? How to talk? The middle-aged uncle instantly exploded. Xiao Xue Man was so focused on turning back to the boss that she didn't see Lin Song, who was crouching on the ground and bumped into him, instantly falling on her butt and sitting on the side. Chapter 10. The Big Green Brick. Sister Xue Man, are you alright? Fu Shangling rushed over with a nervous face and helped up Xiao Xue Man. You don't have eyes? Xiao Xue Man looked over with a face of hatred, suddenly widened her eyes, and then drank chastely full of anger. So it's you bastard. Say, did you do it on purpose? In the face of Diao Banan's drinking, Lin Song only felt a toothache. Lousy squatting properly. You bumped over by yourself. Who is to blame? I've been here to see things. Earlier than you came. It's you who bumped into me, okay? Oops. You deliberately caused me to fall. And you dared to bite back? Xiao Xue Man climbed up, pointing at Lin Song with an angry grunt and shouted. And bite back? I'm a human being, not you. You're kind that bites. Lin Song was also infuriated. Of course he didn't have a good tone. You. Xiao Xue Man was infuriated with a red face, twisted his head and swept around, and as a result, he manipulated a large green brick on the stall and ruthlessly smashed it towards Lin Song. There was a muffled bang. Lin Song's shoulder was smashed by the green brick, and then the big green brick rolled down to the ground. Why are you hitting people just because you say so? Do you still have some education? Lin Song was so angry. If the other party wasn't a girl, he could have gone up and punched someone. Xiao Xue Man's face reddened, looking at a lot of people surrounded. Eyeballs a turn, shouted, this young lady is wearing a skirt. You squatting in my legs so half a day. What are you looking at? You when I do not know you are allowed to be a hooligan, but you are not allowed to do it to this young lady? In an instant, the onlookers were pointing at Lin Song. The picture described by Xiao Xue Man was too easy for people to misunderstand. A typical pervert. Humph. Next time you dare to be like this young lady will directly call the police. Xiao Xue Man dropped a sentence, pulling her little friend to strut away. Lin Song was angry, faces black. This Xiao Xue Man is really a demon girl witch. A few words, to their own to the target, want to explain are not from the mouth. Originally wanted to come over to pick up leaks. Encountered this kind of thing. Lin Song also do not want to stay here. Turn around and want to go. Suddenly, the stall owner pulled Lin Song's arm and called out, Hey, don't go away. You've broken all my antiques. You have to buy them. At that, Lin Song was directly dumbfounded, only to see that middle-aged uncle holding a large green brick in his hand, handing it to his front. A corner of the brick seemed to have just landed on the ground and knocked off a corner. Your grandma! Lin Song heart straight cursed. How come once encountered Xiao Xue Man this demon girl is not good? The green brick was obviously brought by her to smash herself, and as a result, she still has to pay for it. Is there anything more infuriating than this? How much? Lin Song couldn't stand the pointing of the people around him and thought about spending some money and running away. 500. As soon as the middle-aged uncle saw Lin Song asking for the price, he quickly swept Lin Song's dress and quoted the price. What tie-brick witch? A piece worth 500? Lin Song instantly rounded his eyes. This boss was obviously hacking himself. Hey, what is called broken brick? This is the Qin dynasty period of repair of the Great Wall with the green brick. Meng Jiangnu cried down that the Great Wall. How many years of history? To you 500. Absolutely conscience price. The middle-aged uncle narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. Lin Song thought to himself, if it is really the ancient bricks of the Qin dynasty, I'm afraid it has to be the price of heaven. 500 can still be sold? Although it was obvious that he was being blackmailed, but under this scene, there was no way. You let go. I give you 500. Can scan the code, right? Lin Song asked with a black face. The middle-aged uncle seemed to be afraid that Lin Song ran away. Pulling his arm of the hand does not let go. Will be in the hands of the big green brick casually thrown to the ground. Will be the stall on the two-dimensional code sign to take over. Nima? Say good Qin dynasty ancient bricks good? UING just casually throw it on the ground? Lin Song was angry toothache, but also can only admit, quickly sweep the code, turn around and go. Hey, little brother, take the ancient bricks with, only pay money not to take things. Do not know also thought that my old Lu business is not authenticate. The middle-aged uncle pulled Lin Song again. Lin Song was really pissed off. It was obvious that the boss had blackmailed himself, and as a result, he acted as if he was much more disciplined. Turning around and walking back, Lin Song picked up the big green brick and didn't walk away, but stared straight at this boss's stall. The boss had just said that the entire stall was worth a total of $1.6 million, and that porcelain brush holder was $1.3 million. That is to say, as long as the pen container is not antique, their chance to pick up the remaining 300,000 objects in the side. They then bargain. As long as within 270,000, they will be able to buy it all. Waiting to go back to confirm the real antique, must get this black-hearted boss in front of, while angry at him. This stall, in addition to the pen holder, among other objects, can pick up a leak and earn more than $1 million. Ding dong, the host's statement. 0% correct. Hearing the reply, Lin Song was instantly confused. That pen container was called the treasure of the stall by the black-hearted boss. If it was really an antique, he would definitely find an expert to appraise it. There was no way that there was still a difference of more than $1 million in the price he sold it for. Could it be? Lin Song looked down at the big green brick he had been kicked hard to himself by the black-hearted boss, and his heart began to beat faster. Chapter 11. Ancient Inkstone. Lin Song repeatedly examined the large green brick in his hand, which was much larger and thicker than ordinary red bricks, with an overall dark green color. Suddenly, Lin Song found a crack in the brick, which didn't seem to be green inside. There are antiques in the green bricks, worth more than $1 million. Ding dong, host's statement. 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's hands began to tremble with excitement. Grandma, this bad breath, don't have to wait for a few days to come out, it will come out on the spot. Dang. Lin Song grabbed the big green brick with both hands and knocked on the ground. The surrounding people hadn't dispersed much, and once they saw Lin Song with a little cutie, like he was smashing the green brick, one by one they gathered back. What is this kid doing? Ugh, he was obviously hacked. And then he was so angry that he smashed the bricks on the spot to vent his anger. What can't you think of? Just as tuition. Antique line on this rule. Other people's objects once touched and broken, regardless of the authenticity, you have to buy it. A group of people with either indifference or pity eyes, continue to look lively. Hey, kid, you want to smash the brick to go to the side to smash to go. In my smash are delayed my business. The middle-aged uncle drove Lin Song away with an obscure face. This brick is his previous to go to the countryside to collect objects when the hitchhiker, but also to find people who know how to look at it. Nothing valuable. Today can be hard to black out 500 yuan. Would have been a happy thing, but this kid cannot be angry. If in front of their own stalls, come to a green brick to slap the head and so on, it is not good. When, suddenly, the big green brick directly disintegrated on the spot under an impact, and a black thing fell out from inside the brick. Agoo, there is something inside the green brick. It won't be a real antique, right? Which is which? I look at it. If this can also pick up leaks, good luck can go to heaven. Lin Song carefully brick crumbs and the black object out. Into the hand is very heavy. The outer black seems to be a tarpaulin general things. As Lin Song layer by layer to the shell to unravel, a piece of the color of some of the green inkstone appeared in the tattered tarpaulin package. My god, this is the ancient inkstone witch. Young man, this has picked up a big leak. My mom. $500 to buy a piece of ancient inkstone? This hiding method, this is obviously a big open door of the ancient inkstone well. There is no green brick. I also wanna buy. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted a voice. A large group of people instantly reacted, directly dispersed in all directions. Have to go to buy a large green brick to go. Lin Song was in a good mood at this time, looking at the black-hearted boss, squeezed into a ball. Some green face said, "Yo, uncle, you are really a good person. I said I don't buy you favor to let me buy. I said I don't want it, you favor to let me take it. Now actually out of a piece of ancient inkstone. Thank you The black-hearted boss smiled, covered his chest, and sat on his butt. His face was covered with black lines, and his heart was repentant. Just don't mention it. Brother, do you intend to sell this ancient inkstone? If you have the intention to sell it, make a bid. I'm very interested in it. A middle-aged man in a suit walked over and asked with a smiling face. I don't intend to sell it. I don't know what price to pay for this thing. Lin Song subconsciously said back, although he knew in his heart that this inkstone was definitely higher than 1 million, but exactly how much higher, he was not sure. How could he bid at will? I'll offer 100,000. Brother, think about it? Oh yes, my name is Xiao Yi. I really like this thing. As a friend, if the price is not satisfied, I can add again. Xiao Yi stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Ancient inkstone of more than $1 million. This one offered 100,000. Lin Song ignored him, picked up the inkstone and turned around. Brother, I offer $500,000. The middle-aged man trotted after him. I won't sell it even if you offer $1 million. Lin Song said without looking back. Okay, I'll offer $1.5 million. Brother, my sincerity is enough. Think about it, right? Xiao Yi pulled Lin Song and said. As soon as Lin Song heard $1.5 million, his heart suddenly jumped a few times, frowning and stopping his steps. In his heart, he silently consulted the opportunity to use the correctness verification and found that there was still one opportunity left. The price of this ancient inkstone is above $2 million. Ding dong, the host's statement. 100% correct rate. Ding dong, the correctness verification was used 30 times. The system is upgraded. The query function is opened. Limited to one opportunity per day. Lin Song was instantly surrounded by surprise. Before he could figure out what the query function actually meant, he heard a familiar voice ring out. Sell this ancient inkstone of yours to me. The price I offer is guaranteed to be higher than him. Xiao Xue Man did not know when, but appeared beside Lin Song. Truth be told, someone had picked up a big leak in the antique street, and the news spread like wings, in no time at all. In the Xianjai look at the antique Xiao Xue Man and Fu Xiangling also heard, out to see exactly. A careful inquiry. Finally clear. That pick up the leaks of the guy is Lin Song, and pick up the leaks of the process, but also let the popularity of the knot. It is Xiao Xue Man used to hit the people in the large brick, out of a side of an ancient inkstone. Xiao Xue Man's face was green. If this is in the usual, she dares to do the character, will certainly appear to buy that piece of green brick. The results at that time, she bit back Lin Song a bite, not too good to stay in place, which is cheaper than the bastard Lin Song. However, as soon as she heard that it was an ancient inkstone and wanted to buy it, she had to endure her unhappiness and rushed over. Chapter 12, Shi Yen. Mo Xianjai is located in the middle of the antique street. The store has an area of dozens of square meters. The shelves are mostly placed in the cultural room for treasures and other antiques. Very cultural atmosphere. Lin Song, Xiao Yi and two big beauties came here together. Lin Song's ancient inkstone. Originally only Xiao Yi wanted to buy, but after the addition of Xiao Xue Man, it made the situation complicated. In the street, each cannot get on the hands to observe the ancient inkstone, which is very unfavorable to the value of the grasp. In the end, Fu Xiangling proposed to find the boss of Heishuanjai, Kong Mashuan, to give an appraisal. Moreover, there is a place where it is convenient for buyers to get their hands on it, isn't it? Uncle Kong, please help look at this ancient inkstone. My friend wants to buy it. Fu Xiangling pulled a thin half-hundred-old man and said. This person was none other than the owner of this store, Kong Mashuan. Kong Mashuan smiled and nodded his head and agreed. Beckoning his head to see Xiao Yi, he immediately revealed a meaningful smile and said, This is not Boss Xiao. Today this is again planning to pick up leaks? Kong Boss joking. I am just interested in this ancient inkstone. Xiao Yi laughed dryly and said back, Ancient inkstone? Ha ha ha, with Boss Xiao's eyesight. I'm afraid that you can see this inkstone from 3 feet away, right? Kong Mashuan laughed in a mocking tone. Kong Boss really will joke. I just feel like the inkstone. Have not been on the hands, not very sure. Xiao Yi's smile was a bit awkward. Xiao Yi is the same antique street shopkeeper, has a wealth of experience in treasure identification. Lin Song hand in the ancient inkstone appeared. He can determine is a party Shi Yen, and this party Shi Yen actually hidden in the brick. Almost no need to distinguish between true and false. So, only then he chased Lin Song to buy Shi Yen thing. Of course, if it really is the inkstone, then its value is much higher than 1.5 million yuan. Because Xiao Yi usually always act improperly, like to hoodwink people who do not know the trade, to buy real antiques at a low price, to earn a huge difference in price. To put it bluntly, this can also be called picking up the leakage, but this is in the other side clearly know the object is an antique case. Use the information difference, a moment of promise of heavy profit to get the picking up the leakage, more or less let a person character to generate criticism. Kong Mashuan smiled, did not speak again, but sat down in front of the table, put on the white gloves, the green inkstone in the hands, carefully inspect up. Xiangling, how to identify the inkstone? Do you understand? If it's real then how much is it worth? Xiao Xue Man on one side, asked in a low voice. Specifically how much money is worth I'm not too clear, but about the identification of the Shi Yen inkstone, I did listen to Grandpa said. Shi Yen full name Shizhou inkstone, one of China's 4 famous inkstones, and Gansu Tao inkstone, Guangdong Duan inkstone. The Yellow River Qingyi inkstone is the same name. Fu Xiangling on the side with Xiao Xue Man whispered to explain. Did not expect Lin Song but perked up his ears in eavesdropping. The pattern structure of the Shi Yen stone is very prominent, divided into caviar pattern, rosette, golden halo pattern, eyebrow pattern, brush silk pattern and other types. Because of its fine mineral grain size, particulate quartz distribution is uniform, so there is hair ink benefit hair. Slippery does not refuse the pen. Astringent does not lag the effect of the pen. Praised by successive generations of calligraphers. Modeling simple. Relief, shallow relief, semicircular carving and other techniques are the craft style and characteristics of the Xian inkstone. Fu Xiangling introduced the theoretical knowledge she had learned with Xiao Xue Man. Xiangling, you really have a family history. I also did my homework before I came here. Xi inkstone has been praised by literati throughout the ages. Li Yu, the later lord of the southern Tang dynasty, said, Xi inkstone a world. Su Dampa commented on its astringent does not stay pen. Slippery does not refuse ink. Melon skin and grain gauze. Gold sound and jade virtue. Mi Fu said, Venus song inkstone. The quality of its firm and beautiful. He gas born of clouds. Storage water does not dry up. Hey, Sister Xue Man, you know quite a lot too. Fu Xiangling followed Xiao Xue Man with a smile on her face as she continued to talk in a whisper. That's right. I'm going to buy a culturally rich antique for Grandpa. I've done my homework on the 4 treasures of the literary house. Xiao Xue Man, obviously in a good mood, and said, Xi inkstone began in the Han dynasty, but famous in the Tang dynasty, to the Song dynasty, Xi inkstone into the Great Development period. This time the Xi inkstone carving lines clean and bright, the overall generous and thick. Carved figures are mostly single line carving. There are also carved lines and half relief combination. At the same time appeared to highlight the stone on the starry-eyed pattern color, and to its skillful work. Saying this, Xiao Xue Man sighed and said, it's good to memorize the theoretical stuff, but I don't know how to identify it specifically. Fu Xiangling heard, covered his mouth straight music, laughed, these theories I have personally listened to my grandfather said it, but unfortunately I will not be able to distinguish. Identify antiques is not to understand the theory on the line, but also know the reason why, to see more learning, more accumulation, more comparison. This is my grandfather's original words. Specific I do not quite understand. Giggle. In an instant, the 2 women forced laughter, lowered their heads, pulling hands, very intimate look. Good Xian witch, good Xian. Kang Moshwan looked at it for half a day and nodded his head in praise. At this time, a half-white hair old man in his 60s, from the doorway, the crowd of onlookers came in the middle of the air called out, ha ha ha, good inkstone? Where is the inkstone? I come to see. Chapter 13. Fu Lao's learning examination. Yo, Fu Lao. Kang Moshwan as soon as he saw the visitor, immediately stood up, respectfully greeted, and then pointed to the table on the Xian inkstone, laughed, since the Fu old man personally too, I do not dare to show off. Fu old please on the eye. Well, I'll be polite. Fu Lao's eyes didn't even leave the Xian, and directly sat over. Grandpa, you came really fast. Fu Xiangling smiled and went forward to greet him. Good day Grandpa Fu. I'm Xiangling's friend, called Xiao Xue Man. I accompanied Grandpa to visit you last time. Xiao Xue Man also enthusiastically went forward to greet him. Alright, girls, no need to say polite words. I'll take a look at the stuff first. Fu Lao skillfully brought up white gloves, put his glasses on, and picked up the Xian to look at it carefully. Fine witch, good side of the inkstone witch. Fu old sighed to see and sigh. Obviously, he also recognized that this is a real ancient Xian. Grandpa Fu, this is which dynasty of Xian witch? You help estimate a price. I want to buy it for my grandfather as a birthday gift. Xiao Xue Man saw that Fu Lao quickly made an evaluation, and hurriedly asked the most concerned question. Fragrant girl, didn't you say that this is your friend Xian? Fu Lao looked at Fu Xiangling suspiciously. Grandpa, in front of outsiders, would you call me by my first name? Fu Xiangling's small face flushed, said in a petulant tone. This Xian is mine. Lin Song said, walked up and saluted. Hello Fu Lao, my name is Lin Song. I'm a student of the history department of Nanjiang University. I once had the honor of listening to your class, and I've admired your knowledge for a long time. The kid is polite. Oh, you are a student of the history department of Nanjiang University? Well, not bad. Since this is your thing, you say something about this Xian inkstone. Fu Lao mistakenly thought that Lin Song was also Fu Xiangling's friend, and with his long eyebrows and eyes, he looked very smooth, so he had the intention of examining and teaching. Since Elder Fu was asking, the kid will make an offering. Lin Song is very polite, a clasped fist, eloquent. Xi inkstone full name Shizhou inkstone, one of China's 4 famous inkstones, and Gansu Tao inkstone, Guangdong Duan inkstone. The Yellow River Qingyi inkstone is the same name. Xi inkstone pattern structure is very prominent, divided into caviar pattern, rosette, gold halo pattern, eyebrow pattern, brush silk pattern and other types. Because of its fine mineral grain size, particulate quartz distribution is uniform, so there is hair ink benefit hair. Slippery does not refuse the pen. Astringent does not lag the effect of the pen. Praised by successive generations of calligraphers. Modeling simple. Relief, shallow relief, half-round carving and other techniques is the craft style and characteristics of the Xian inkstone. Fu old man while listening to nod. Casually asked, since you know that successive generations of calligraphers have praised the Xian inkstone, then you know specifically who have praised it? Kid know a little. The southern Tang dynasty after the Lord Liu said, Xi inkstone a world, Su Dampa commented on its astringent does not stay pen. Slippery does not refuse ink. Melon skin and grain. Gold sound and jade virtue, Mifu said, the Venus Song inkstone. Its quality is firm, and firm. Venus Song inkstone. Its quality is firm and beautiful. Gas clouds. Water storage does not dry up. Lin Song's voice is calm. Quite a bit of the temperament of the literati. When Fu Lao heard this, his favorable impression of Lin Song increased greatly, nodding his head in praising. At such a young age, you actually have such an accumulation of knowledge, a talent that can be made. After Xiao Xue Man heard Lin Song's narration, she was immediately furious and couldn't help but shout, Lin Song, you're also too shameless. What you said was obviously what Xiang Ling and I had just said. You guys said that? Did you? Lin Song looked at Xiao Xue Man with a surprised face who was furious with her little red face, then shook her head and laughed, saying, the knowledge of antiques can be known by everyone, but to only know what it is and not know what it is the big taboo of identifying antiques. Girl, to learn to identify antiques, we need to see more, learn more, accumulate more, and compare more. Once Xiao Xue Man saw that Lin Song actually used what Fu Shangling had said in an old-fashioned manner to teach himself a lesson, he was instantly infuriated and his face darkened. Grandpa Fu, all these words of his are what Shangling said to me just now. Xiao Xue Man was furious and hurriedly complained to Fu Lao. Xiao family girl, what's going on? Fu Lao asked with a puzzled expression. Fu Shangling and Xiao Xue Man came up, one sentence from you and one sentence from me, and said what the two of them had just whispered. When Fu Lao heard this, he laughed, then looked up at Lin Song and asked, since these two girls said that your words were overheard, how about you tell us about the age of this Xian inkstone? Lin Song heard, bashfully smiled and said, Fu old man in front, the kid would not dare to make a mistake, but since you asked, the kid can only make a fool of himself. Lin Song on the surface, although not moving, but in fact the heart began to curse. These two girls really want a pro-life. They are to find people to identify the Xi inkstone, and now become their own to identify. Really drunk. Query, the identification of this ancient inkstone in front of me. Ding dong, information loading. In just an instant, Lin Song saw a large light character in front of him, and his nervousness finally sort of calmed down. The reason why Lin Song cared a lot about Fu Lao's opinion of himself was because Fu Lao was a great god in the South River antique world. Fu Lao is not only knowledgeable, is a visiting professor in Nanjiang Dejiang, but also has a very high reputation in the ancient treasure appraisal industry. If you make good friends with him, the antiques in your hands in the future, whether it is identification or valuation, will definitely be convenient and authoritative. Chapter 14, 12 million. Hey, Lin Song, do you understand or not? If you don't understand, just say so, less pretending to understand here. Xiao Xue Man saw Lin Song staring down at the Xian on the table, half a day without saying anything, directly dissatisfied with the drink. Grandma, the old man in front of the light word a large area. Always have to familiarize yourself with it first, or read the stumbling can be okay? Xi inkstone began in the Han dynasty, but famous in the Tang dynasty, to the Song dynasty, Xi inkstone into a period of great development. At this time the Xi inkstone carving lines clean and bright, the overall generous thick. Carved figures are mostly single line carving. There are also carved lines and half-relief combination. At the same time appeared to highlight the color of the starry-eyed pattern on the stone, and to the skill of its ingenuity. Hey, Lin Song, you're running out of steam. Aren't these still what I just said? Xiao Xue Man immediately interrupted Lin Song's words as soon as she heard this. Lin Song faintly swept Xiao Xue Man a glance, then pointed to the table of the Xian inkstone said, General Xian inkstone viewing 7 methods, observation method, wipe water method, knocking bullet method, then hard method, caressing method, weighing method, grinding ink method, and this side of the Xian inkstone can only use the observation method. This inkstone has a deep luster, warm and delicate, with a clear texture and a prominent star halo, especially on its semi-relief carving picture. Knife method old-fashioned, exquisite, distant mountains and pavilions borrowed the color of the star pattern, wonderful to the pinnacle of the near mountain pines and cypresses under the old man to help the Qin statue, but also vivid, such a fine product, very in line with the characteristics of the Song dynasty Xian inkstone great development period. The production material of the Xian is known as the Xian stone or Xian stone. generally need 51 billion years of geological changes to form, which is most suitable for the production of inkstone is a mild thousand rock slate. Its main mineral composition for cerussite, quartz, pyrite, magnetic pyrite, limonite, charcoal, etc. Particle size 0.0010, 0.005 mm, specific gravity 2.81 the main inkstone for the flaky inkstone. The pattern structure of the Xian stone is very prominent and is divided into the types of caviar pattern, rosette pattern, golden halo pattern, eyebrow pattern and brush silk pattern. Therefore, I conclude that this ancient inkstone is a Song dynasty Xian inkstone. Good. Fu Lao listened, high-fived. His appreciation of Lin Song was overflowing. Lin Song, today's young people, there are not many who can sink their hearts into their studies as you do. If you don't mind my old man's nagging, you can go to my place when you have time to look for me. I have a lot of books in this area. You may be interested in them. Thank you for Fu Lao's misplaced love. Student Lin Song pays his respects. Lin Song sniffed. How could he not understand Fu Lao's meaning? Hurriedly bowed 90 degrees, thanking Fu Lao for his regard. Fu old man hold beard smile is not happy. Xiao Xue Man was angry not light. Lin Song this kid obviously understand this knowledge. Just now also intentionally, word for word repeat their own and Fu Xiangling's conversation. It is obvious that deliberately angry people. It's really detestable. Teacher, Xiao girl and Xiao boss is interested in buying this inkstone. Please give you old to estimate a price. This aspect of the student has no experience. Get. Lin Song unceremoniously on the student referred to, although once again Xiao Xue Man gave angry enough, but Master Fu smilingly nodded. Xiao Xue Man is not good to say anything. Song dynasty calligrapher Kai Jun Mo praised, jade quality pure pale reason defined, sharpness are all ink without sound. Xiangru heard the road still hold go, willing to Qin people 15 city. The poem will be comparable to the Xian inkstone and Bianhe Jade, that Xian stone value. I remember the year before last, at the Hongnian auction, there was a party of Xian inkstone that fetched a high price of $4.6 million. Fu old man said words, a slight beat and said, Lin Song's this side of the Xian. Beautiful shape, whether it is modeling or knife, are the upper tier of the work, to be a little better than the auction that piece, the price well, to be 4 or 5 layers higher again. Many thanks for the teacher's valuation. Lin Song thanked, turned his head and asked, Boss Xiao, do you still want to buy? A thought. Just this goods out to 1.5 million price. Lin Song is a little uncomfortable. This goods is mixed in the antique street store owner. For the price of Xian I'm afraid that the door is clear. Obviously want to pitch yourself a well. Xiao Yi sniffed, gritted his teeth and called, I'm out of 8 million. I'm out of 9 million. Xiao Xue Man immediately interface. Xiao Yi once again stared at Xian, hesitated for a moment, shouted, I offer 10 million. I offer $12 million. Xiao Xue Man glared at Xiao Yi and shouted fiercely, if not for the presence of Xiao Yi today, I am afraid that I could buy the inkstone for $8 or $9 million, and I certainly do not have a good feeling about this Xiao Yi in my heart. Xiao Yi heard, shook his head with a bitter smile, to Fu old man and Kong Mashwan a clasped fist, apologize, turned to leave. At this moment, the onlookers at the entrance burst into a clamor. My mama, this kid's luck is going against the heavens witch. This big leak picked up a lifetime of not worrying about food and drink. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 500 by big green brick sold out 12 million? You quickly pull down. I still have half of the big green brick. You out of 12,000 I will sell to you. The onlookers said anything. There are a lot of people holding the smashed bricks, but unfortunately no one from the bricks to find the ancient inkstone. The snap, slap sound. A middle-aged uncle covered his face and walked away. This person is not someone else. It is forced to sell to Lin Song big green bricks of the black-hearted boss. At this time he is estimated to intestines are repenting green. Chapter 15. Lost earring. Lin Song, don't you treat money like dirt? If you don't want it when you say you don't want $5 million, I thought you didn't want the $12 million. Xiao Xue Man finished transferring Lin Song's account and looked at his face with a cheap smile. Her heart was angry and she couldn't help but dislike him. How can that be the same? I have said, I help Grandpa Xiao is to repay the favor. That 5 million I certainly cannot want. But, if you feel that this party Xiangstone bid low, add another 5 million. I definitely want. Lin Song said the words, but also stretched out the palm of his hand, to be more angry people. Xiao Xue Man was really Lin Song angry to vomit blood. Just she want to turn to Lin Song more 5 million. He hard not. And now this kind of words. This is to want to die of anger who? When Fu Lao saw the two of them staring at each other like fighting chicks, he couldn't help but guffaw and turned his head. Fragrant girl. In a moment, you write down Lin Song's contact information. I'll leave first. Grandpa, would you call me Xiaoling? Fu Xiangling sniffed and rolled her eyes, pouting. What's wrong with calling fragrant girl? You've been fragrant since you were a child. Ha ha. Xiao Song, remember to come find me when you turn around. Fu Lao smiled and instructed Lin Song. It seemed that he really had a good feeling about Lin Song. Okay, teacher, I will definitely pay a visit, Lin Song promised with a smile. Xiao Xue Man saw that Fu Lao was going to leave. She didn't care about fighting with Lin Song. She hurriedly went forward and smiled sweetly. Grandpa Fu, don't be in a hurry to leave. This square inkstone I see you quite like. Why don't you take it back to play with it for a while? And by the way, help to clean it up a bit. Can you do that? Fu Old Man heard the words immediately cried and laughed, with a finger pointing Xiao Xue Man. Training, you this girl, obviously want me to help you clean up the inkstone. Words but said good. Alas, really ghostly elf. To be honest, the inkstone in the worn-out tarpaulin bag stored for a long time. The surface of the dirt quite a lot. If you can clean up a bit, certainly will be more beautiful. In the end, Fu Lao still let Kong Mashwan get a beautiful box, took away the inkstone. Since it is the granddaughter of Xiao Lai's old friend and his granddaughter's best friend, how can this favor be helped? Lin Song 12 million to the account. Naturally will not stay more. Directly out of the antique street, came to the curio street outside. Lin Song suddenly stopped, staring at a string of numbers on the cell phone, counting. He giggle. To tell you the truth, just now when Xiao Xue Man and Xiao Yu were bidding, Lin Song's little heart almost jumped out of his throat, and that nervous excitement couldn't be described at all. The two of you a sentence I sentence. Their own inkstone directly sold 4 million more. Antique money really do not too good to earn which. Lin Song heart also at the same time sighed. Xiao Xue Man this rich people really luxury which. When he thought of Xiao Xue Man, Lin Song couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. According to reason, although Xiao Xue Man is a bit high and cold, but such a beautiful big beauty, he shouldn't fight with her everywhere. But, every time he sees her, he can't help but fight with her in a very weird way. Maybe I'm just not used to seeing her being overbearing. Lin Song found an excuse for his behavior in his mind. Suddenly, the cell phone rang with a beep. Lin Song switched the interface to see that it was actually a prompt for Fu Shangling to add her WeChat. Just now he left his phone number to her and left, but he didn't expect that she actually took the initiative to add her own WeChat, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. To know, Fu Shangling is also one of the 4 school flowers of Nanjiang University. Known as the tender white sweetheart, the suitors are like the crushing carp in the river. Suddenly, Lin Song's hand stopped on his cell phone, and then quickly deleted all the words entered in the dialog box. Although Fu Shangling took the initiative to add microblogging is a rare opportunity, but he is now also a multi-million-dollar value. How to be more calm? Hurriedly roaring to lick a beautiful woman. It seems to be inconsistent with the awesome persona of the person who owns the system. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Song directly took a taxi and left. Within just a few days of owning the system, he had a $10 million value, and there would be many more exciting days in the future. At midnight, Lin Song was sleeping beautifully on his bed, when he was suddenly awakened by a WeChat special friend tone. Ma got a chicken. In the middle of the night, who is it? Lin Song muttered, and in a daze, he grabbed his cell phone to see that it was Fu Shangling who had sent him a message. Lin Song, Sister Xue Man lost one of her earrings. Can you come out and help look for it? In an instant, Lin Song sat up, wanting to reply immediately, but then put down his phone and dashed into the bathroom to start washing up. Although Lin Song didn't want to show too much initiative towards Fu Shangling, the specially set special friend alert tone had already exposed his heart. In the face of the sweet-looking, soft-spoken Fu Shangling, if Lin Song's heart didn't have thoughts, it would be absolutely false. Lin Song carefully cleaned up and put on his clothes before picking up his cell phone and replied, I was just reading a book. I didn't see the message. Lost the earring? Lost where? It should be in the antique street. Sister Xue Man and I are looking for it here. Fu Shangling's message returned quickly. Alas, she's such a confused egg. But, seeing your face, I'll do this favor. Lin Song finished sending the message, handsomely put the cell phone away, and dashed out of the room. Chapter 16, The Tough Xiao Xue Man. Sitting in the cab to Antique Street, Lin Song frowned and thought, it was reasonable to say that with Xiao Xue Man's worth, losing an earring wouldn't be enough to run out in the middle of the night to look for it. Could it be that this earring was ridiculously expensive? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Song shook his head and smiled, secretly saying, this Xiao Xue Man's misdemeanor is a real headache. An earring is estimated to cost millions, otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that it's almost 12 o'clock, and he's still coming out to look for it. Antique Street lights dim, the street stalls have long disappeared, the street stores, occasionally the second floor is lit with a faint light. Sister Xue Man, you slow down. Fu Shangling seems to be a little afraid, closely following behind Xiao Xue Man, the flashlight light on the cell phone, sweeping around from time to time. This is an old neighborhood, although there are streetlights, but the visibility is not high. In this kind of dim environment, It gives people a kind of hairy feeling in their hearts. If you're scared you can go back first. Xiao Xue Man's tone was a bit hard, vaguely carrying urgency. I called out to someone. A little while later more people may not be able to find it. Fu Xiangling explained. Who did you call out? Lin Song. Ah, what are you shouting at him for? Don't you know I get angry when I see him? Really capable of adding to the chaos. Xiao Xue Man's tone rose an octave when she heard it was Lin Song. I'm not trying to do you a favor, Fu Xiangling weakly explained. Tell him to get lost. This young lady doesn't need to let him help. Xiao Xue Man said with an angry grunt, raised her head and pointed to the alley in front of her, and added, Go, there is a garbage bin over there. Let's go look for it. Fu Xiangling sniffed his cover forehead. Haul 2 big school flowers. In the middle of the night to go around to rummage through the garbage bins. The heart is broken. Okay? Moreover, there is not even a street light in the alley. It is even darker and scary. Sister Xue Man, are these earrings the pair your mom left you? Fu Xiangling chased into the hut with a nervous face, talking to bolster herself as she did so. Alas, is that pair? I should have known not to bring it out. Xiao Xue Man's speech with remorse, but the action is not slow, has begun to rummage in the dumpster to open. Fu Xiangling looked straight wrinkled nose, but still have to endure the discomfort, accompanied in place. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the hut. Sister Xue Man, you listen to what sound? Fu Xiangling's nervous speech was trembling. Xiao Xue Man stopped her hand movements at the sound of her words and listened intently, then frowned and said, It should be footsteps. Could it be Lin Song coming? Fu Xiangling shouted in surprise. No, the footsteps are disorganized. It should be several people. Xiao Xue Man looked toward the entrance of the alleyway in doubt. Suddenly, at the light of the hut entrance, several black shadows sprang out. Seeing the two of them they first gave a start, then darted over. Don't scream out if you don't want to die, or else master will take your little lives. The 5 people running head-on, unable to see their faces. A low, hoarse voice was audible to send chills to the bottom of one's heart. You, what are you guys going to do? What are you doing? Fu Xiangling was so scared that she stumbled. Humph, what else? You, running here in the middle of the night to steal something? Brothers, give me a beating. A voice droned. Holy, Fu Xiangling let out a scream, holding her head and retreating. Xiao Xue Man directly protected in front of her body, coldly drank, dared to hit people in the street. Not afraid of me to call the police? Yo, also quite tough. Hit is you. Lousy, see how you call the police? A few people hammed and hawed and sneered and surrounded them. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Song's figure scurried into the alley, pointing at the 5 people shouted. What is the ability of a few big men bullying 2 girls in broad daylight? Cough. Have the guts to charge me. Yeah, it's Lin Song coming. Fu Xiangling was surprised to see Lin Song arrive. Old 5. Waste him. The leading big man let out a low shout, only to see a figure darting towards Lin Song. Bang! With just one leg, Lin Song was kicked back several steps and finally his body hit the wall of the alley. Although Lin Song quickly raised his arms and blocked in front of his chest, he was still kicked backward by the force of the leg, and under this collision, the breath in his chest rolled over, as if he was short of breath. Raising his eyes, Lin Song's entire body was confused. On weekdays, Lin Song was considered to be a regular athlete with a robust body. How could he not even be able to dodge a leg from the other party? This is not scientific. What happened to the persona that said he would be awesome after having the system? Did it just fall apart like that? Shame on you. Xiao Xue Man was directly angered by Lin Song when he saw this. His hand broke his fist and made a snapping sound. Not waiting for the opposite crowd to react, he rushed out with an arrow step. Since there is no alarm, I'll give the old lady to die. Bang bang bang, kicked 3 people in succession. This group of people only reacted, rushed to meet a thunderbolt Jiaohua. This beautiful woman's kung fu is excellent. Xiao Xue Man is obviously practiced, and kung fu is also quite smart. Long legs in the air flying non-stop. Leg work is very beautiful. Among the 5 people also called the old 5 can fight with her a few rounds. The others are a kick to climb down the goods cannot get up. The first time I saw the woman, I was so happy to see her, but she was so happy to see me. The old 5 finally was Xiao Xue Man kicked to spit out blood and flew backwards. The 5 people see the situation have fled. 100 useless as a scholar. Humph. Xiao Xue Man looked at the embarrassed Lin Song, coldly snorted. Hey, how are you talking? I'm here to do you a favor, okay? No need. Hey, Xiao Xue Man, do you believe that if you don't come and beg me, you won't be able to find your earrings at all? Lin Song suddenly raised his neck and shouted triumphantly. Chapter 17. Fragrant sweet Fu Xiangling. Humph. Make me beg you? Don't dream about it, okay? Xiao Xue Man said back disdainfully. Don't believe me? Then don't blame me. I can tell you responsibly. Even if you rummage through the trash garbage cans on Antique Street, you won't be able to find that earring. Lin Song said in a firm tone. How dare you be so sure? You think you're a god? Xiao Xue Man glared at Lin Song with an exasperated face. I don't dare to be a fairy, but have you forgotten? I can really tell fortunes. I'm barely a half immortal. Lin Song squinted his eyes and smiled with an old-fashioned expression on his face. At those words, Xiao Xue Man suddenly froze. To be honest, Xiao Xue Man was adamantly unbelieving that Lin Song could tell fortunes at first, but Grandpa, according to Lin Song's guidance, really found a miracle doctor, and his illness had taken off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned to give Lin Song $5 million to thank him. Moreover, today, Lin Song actually got out of the big green brick at inkstone. This kind of leakage method, an antique appraisal level and so on, not much relationship at all. The first thing you need to do is to get a large brick and then smash it, and then take out the inkstone from it, which is definitely a matter of great luck. But it is such a small probability of events for Lin Song to encounter. To say that he's simply good luck, it is difficult to explain. And to say that he can tell fortunes, it can really be explained. Thinking of this, Xiao Xue Man's heart cannot calm down. Lost earrings are very significant to her, but now if you believe in Lin Song's evil, ask him to help tell a fortune. Xiao Xue Man is absolutely unable to speak, seemingly seeing her best friend's difficulty. Fu Xiangling smiled and interjected. Lin Song, that earring is very important to Sister Xue Man. Just help tell a fortune, okay? It's not that I don't give you face, but fortune telling is going to damage your life and depreciate it. Who am I to help her? Lin Song stared at Xiao Xue Man. The anger in his heart was not favorable. Brother Song. Fu Xiangling spoke with delicacy, directly took up one of Lin Song's arms and begged. Will you just help? I owe you a favor, okay? It's a scholar who has no use for 100 things. She's so detrimental to me, and I still want to help her? Ask her to beg me. It wasn't that Lin Song's temperament was small. It was really that Xiao Xue Man was too infuriating just now. Although, when Lin Song intended to save the beauty, he overestimated his own force value. But, how to say that there is also the heart of seeing justice, right? How can I say that I am also anxious about your safety? You have beaten people away, even if it is well, but also turned around and mocked a sentence. It is too much. Fu Xiangling saw Lin Song's firm tone, so she said to Xiao Xue Man, Sister Xue Man, Lin Song just came to save us with good intentions. Your words are a bit too much. Apologize to him, okay? Sorry. Xiao Xue Man probably really cared about the lost earrings, actually bizarrely bowed and apologized to Lin Song. That attitude really don't be too sincere, so that Lin Song couldn't even pick a fault. Brother Song, Sister Xue Man has apologized, so be a big man and help her once, okay? Even if I beg you, okay? Fu Xiangling started shaking Lin Song's arm again. To tell the truth, Lin Song had never been in such close contact with a girl when he grew up. A gust of fragrance came between his nose, causing him to breathe a little sharply. The aroma is very light, very good smell, but definitely not the flavor of cosmetics, with the most appropriate description of the breath as orchids, coupled with the occasional warm and elastic body contact. Lin Song, even if it was a stone heart, was also melted. Okay, Xiangling, I'm only helping her this time for your sake. Lin Song once again emphasized his position. With that, Lin Song directly narrowed his eyes and pinched his fingers. Seeing this, Fu Xiangling drew her hand away, and when she turned to face Xiao Xue Man, she smiled sweetly, raised her scissor hands, blinked her big eyes, and whispered, done. Xiao Xue Man was also amused by Fu Xiangling's lovely appearance, and then immediately boarded up her face, half lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Song for fear of any dissatisfaction on his part. In fact, Lin Song dared to conclude that the earring Xiao Xue Man lost was not in the antique street because he had verified it on the way here. Now that it was past 12 o'clock, Lin Song's 10 chances to verify had been refreshed again, and this was where Lin Song dared to come out to help. Xiao Xue Man's lost earrings are on the east side of Antique Street. Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 0%. Xiao Xue Man's lost earrings, on the south side of Curio Street. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Suddenly, Lin Song snapped his eyes open and said, the earring is on the south side of the Antique Street. Let's take a cab over there and take a look. I'll extrapolate. Yikes, you figured it out so quickly? No need to take a taxi. Sister Xue Man drove. It's right outside. Fu Xiangling said, then pulled Lin Song towards the outside of the Antique Street. A sky blue Audi Q5 was traveling on the road. Lin Song half squinted his eyes, raised his palms and pinched his fingers as he sat in the passenger's chair. From the back seat, Fu Xiangling poked her brain low, occasionally asking after the details of Lin Song's fortune-telling. On the other hand, Xiao Xue Man had a sullen face and drove the car. Originally, Xiao Xue Man had a few expectations for Lin Song's fortune-telling, but as a result, this journey had been almost out of the city, which made her heart less and less confident in Lin Song's projections. How can a small earring fly out of the city like it has wings? The garbage dump was not in this direction either. Xiao Xue Man's heart became more and more anxious. Chapter 18. Earring Trail. The sky blue Audi Q5 gradually drove out of the city. Fu Shangling in the backseat had fallen silent as she realized that Lin Song's face wasn't looking too good either, so she wisely kept her mouth shut. Lin Song, do you know where the earrings are or not? Xiao Xue Man's face was grim as she twisted her head to ask, clearly in a very bad mood. Along the way, Lin Song had been asked several times in a row, and as a result, this half-immortal always said always open, making Xiao Xue Man's heart burn. Is this your attitude of begging? I spent all my effort to do you a favor, and this is your attitude? Who gave you this bad habit? A college student. What's wrong with wearing an earring to be pretty? You deserve to lose it. Lin Song's gas is obviously not too smooth. A total of 8 times on the way to verify the opportunity, which are open out of the city, has not yet found the exact location. His heart is also straight fire. To be honest, if the 10 correct verification opportunities are used to pick up antiques, it may be possible to earn a few $1,000,000, but as a result, it is used to help people for free, and it is also disliked by Xiao Xue Man. It is strange that Lin Song is not angry. The car had a sharp brake and stopped on the side of the road. Roll down. Xiao Xue Man stared at Lin Song with reddened eyes, looking like she wanted to hit someone. Lin Song sniffed and looked at Xiao Xue Man, was so angry that he couldn't speak, and finally helplessly let out a bitter laugh. I'm also really cheap. Lousy. Counting a hexagram at least has to be worth 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, and today free to help you still ing messed up a knot? I've got a chicken. Bang! With those words, Lin Song unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the car door to get out of the car. Sister Xue Man. Seeing this, Fu Shangling called out in complaint and hurriedly chased after him out of the car. A small run caught up with Lin Song, who was walking away in anger. A pull on his arm, called out, Brother Song, don't be angry. Xue Man's sister is also anxious mother's relics. I apologize to you for her, okay? No more searching. Old man, take a taxi home. Lin Song grimaced and drank. Brother Song, don't want it. Don't go, okay? Fu Shangling tightly pulled Lin Song, pleadingly explained. Xue Man's sister 8 years old when her mother got sick and died. The only thing left to her is a pair of earrings, also instructed her to wear every day. Usually in school she did not have time to wear. Today out on the wear, but the result is lost. Brother Pine. Under Fu Shangling even said with shaking, Lin Song finally stopped. Brother Song, you just look at my face. Help people to the end, okay? Count me as begging you, okay? As soon as Fu Shangling saw Lin Song stopping his steps, his voice was once again gentle and sweet for a few points, and there were already a few points of intimacy. Fragrance once again dazzling in the nose. Lin Song also some headache. There are still 2 verification opportunities. How can find the exact location of the earrings? Raising his eyes, he suddenly realized that there was an abandoned residential area in front of him, which was dark, as if it was going to be demolished. Xiao Xue Man's lost earring is in this residential area. Ding dong. Host's statement, 100% correct. At the sound of the voice, Lin Song's spirit was revitalized. Originally, he was holding the attitude of trying to verify, did not think that luck was very good. That earring, really in front of the eyes of a large area of bungalows. Brother Song, Xue Man's sister just now is not intentional, just you so say her. She a time in the heart is difficult. Well, you have a large amount of adults. Help, okay? Fu Shangling saw Lin Song half a day did not squeak, then once again shook his arm and begged. Don't move, don't make any noise. Lin Song got the confirmation of the system. No to the earring is in the middle of the roadside cottage area, but the specific location is unknown, and the verification opportunity is only 1 time left. Cannot dare to use randomly, so he had to close his eyes and think about it. After Xiao Xue Man's earring was lost, it must have been picked up by someone, and then this person lived within this residential area. It should be a homeless person or something like that. That's why he lived here. This would also explain why a small earring actually flew out of the city like it had wings. Lin Song carefully reasoned in his mind about the possibility of the earring's weird appearance here. The number of verification opportunities was limited. Lin Song gradually began to know how to use simple reasoning to rule out some possibilities outside of common sense, in order to reduce the waste of the number of correct rate verification. Of course, now Lin Song has been able to familiarize himself with the use of the system. As long as he doesn't gaze at the inexplicable connection with the system in his brain, if he reasoned in his own mind, he wouldn't be automatically verified by the system. After Xiao Xue Man scolded Lin Song out of the car, she had some regrets in her heart. Fortunately, her best friend pulled Lin Song out of the car. Otherwise, she couldn't pull her face to apologize and beg again. Carefully out of the car, Xiao Xue Man walked to the side of Lin Song. 2 people, through the moonlight, found Lin Song closed his eyes, do not know what to do, and Fu Xiangling is tightly pasted on the side of Lin Song, motionless. The 2 posture, as if a couple to enjoy the romance of the breeze. In an instant, Xiao Xue Man only felt that her chest seemed to be pressing something. It was very uncomfortable. This feeling came suddenly and inexplicably. Even she herself was not clear about why this was in the end. Seeing Xiao Xue Man arrive, Fu Xiangling made a hush gesture. Seeing this, Xiao Xue Man curiously looked at Lin Song again. Under the moonlight, Lin Song's face was angular and three-dimensional, as if there was a kind of inexplicable attraction in general, so that Xiao Xue Man could not move his eyes. Froze and looked. Chapter 19. The creepy middle-aged man. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed that the entire world had gone quiet. In Xiao Xue Man's eyes, the entire world seemed to be left with only Lin Song's side face in general. Suddenly, the corner of Lin Song's mouth cocked a confident arc, as if a flash of lightning had flared up in the calm world, causing Xiao Xue Man's heart to jump. Earring, it's in the residential area in front. A confident and certain voice rang out. How is that possible? Xiao Xue Man was shocked to see Lin Song open his eyes, and without reason. He felt a bit weak, hurriedly turning his head to look at the residential area in front of him. Frowning, this place was to be demolished a few years ago. No one has lived here for a long time. How could the earrings be here? Humph. How can the wisdom of mortals peer into the heavens? Lin Song said arrogantly and took the lead to walk towards the residential area. Lin Song had just been too focused, forgetting that Fu Xiangling was still tightly pulling his arm, lifting his foot and taking a step out, directly bringing Fu Xiangling to a stumble, directly crashing into his side. Yeah, right, sorry. Fu Xiangling jumped away like a frightened bunny. It turned out that Xiao Xue Man was not the only one who had just looked dumbfounded. She also looked at Lin Song's side face and lost her mind. The hard bump with elasticity made Lin Song's little heart jump up quickly, and in order to avoid embarrassment, he hurriedly lowered his head and walked forward. I'll go look first. Lin Song hurriedly escaped from the ambiguous place that made people blush and walked forward quickly. The residential area was full of bungalow buildings that had obviously been abandoned for a long time, and weeds over half a meter high grew everywhere. Seeing such a scene, Lin Song couldn't help but frown. Would anyone really live here? Although his heart was skeptical, he still had to trust the system, didn't he? Lin Song walked in with a stiff upper lip. Although it was already late at night, the moon was bright and visibility was not bad. After walking along the path in the middle of the bungalow for a few minutes and turning around a small intersection, lights actually came from the distance of the right intersection. Xiao Xue Man's lost earrings are in that lighted room. Ding dong. Host's statement is 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song was as if he had shot chicken blood. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Such a hard-to-find earring. He actually found it with only 10 verification opportunities. How awesome is that? Brother Song, why did you stop? Is there something you found? Behind Lin Song, Fu Xiangling and Xiao Xue Man chased after him hand in hand. Lin Song turned back, the corner of his mouth flushed with a smile. His chin pointed in the direction of the light, and said faintly, the earrings are in that house. Where? Which house? Fu Xiangling asked in a curious baby-like manner, walking towards Lin Song, because the street intersection blocked the perspective, so Fu Xiangling and the two of them could not see the light. My goodness, Brother Song, you are also too godly. There are actually people living here? How do you know? You really know how to tell fortunes? Fu Xiangling was shocked to see the lights in the distance and exclaimed repeatedly. Lin Song almost didn't spit out blood when he heard this. The corner of his mouth twitched as he admonished, so you sweet girl didn't believe that I could tell fortunes before, did you? Giggle. No, Brother Song, you in my heart is the existence of God. How can I not believe that you will tell fortunes? You not only can calculate, but also calculate God accurate it. When Fu Xiangling saw Lin Song's angry appearance, she covered her mouth and was happy, and hurriedly explained before she could muddle through. Sister Xue Man, let's go. Let's find the earring. A small earring, actually being picked up in a place like this. It's really a ghost. Fu Xiangling happily pulled Xiao Xue Man forward. It's only inhabited. It's not certain if we can find the earrings. There are a lot of blind cats touching dead rats. Xiao Xue Man had a surprised smile on her face, but her mouth ghostly disliked Lin Song again. Upon hearing this, Lin Song's just beautiful mood was declared broken. Gritting his teeth, he silently followed behind the two women. He also wanted to see the picture of the earring being found in the end. That should be very fulfilling. Dang. Excuse me, is anyone there? Xiao Xue Man came to the lighted house and knocked on the door and asked, come in. A somewhat shrill voice came from the house, unable to distinguish his age. Creak. The shabby door of the house was opened and the three of them entered the house, only to see a dry and thin middle-aged man, sitting at a wooden square table, looking up at the three people quietly. This person had a white color, a somewhat slender face, a somewhat thieving look, an 8-pointed beard, and a short goatee under his jaw. 3 dolls dare to come to the door. Am I that easy to bully, big master? The dry and skinny man spoke. lifted the steaming cup and raised his head to drink. Slanting his eyes, he glanced at the three, his eyes filled with disdain. "Give me back my earrings." Xiao Xue Man's tone was unkind as she coldly drank. "Earring?" The dry and thin man frowned and thought for a moment, then pulled out an earring with a silver rim encrusted with light green jade from his bosom, and laughed. "So it's the earring finder. I thought that the enemy had sought the door. He. Give it back to me." Xiao Xue Man was anxious at the sight of the earring and reached out to grab it. "Hey, little girl, don't be anxious. You have to tell me first, how did you find it? The hand is quite tender." The dry and thin man easily dodged Xiao Xue Man's grabbing attack, and then reached out to her small hand to touch. Xiao Xue Man was startled at the sight, instantly retreated a step back and raised her leg to kick. "Stinking rascal, die for me." "Ah!" Xiao Xue Man's leg came out like the wind, but it turned out to be like an electric shock, quickly retracted, and fell to the ground on her butt, reaching out to cover her leg, and looked up at the other party with a horrified face. Chapter 20. Life hangs in the balance. From the time Xiao Xue Man kicked out her leg to the time she fell and sat back on the ground, although the time was short, it wasn't difficult to see the movements of that dry and thin middle-aged man. He only used 2 fingers of his right hand to poke at the center of Xiao Xue Man's kicking foot, and then he nudged Xiao Xue Man to the ground. This scene also shocked Lin Song and Fu Shangling as if they were petrified at the same time. To know, Xiao Xue Man's kung fu was not long ago witnessed. Unusual big man, 3 or 5 people cannot get close to her. So powerful. She was actually in front of this dry and thin middle-aged man, a finger point to the ground, lost the ability to fight. Can be imagined. This middle-aged man's kung fu was how terrible. Is this a martial arts movie? A single finger can waste a person? This is not scientific, okay? Lin Song heart shock like a tsunami general attack. Originally thought that Xiao Xue Man lost earrings as a tramp picked up. Never thought, here is not a tramp, but a big boss. This is going to kill me. This is the middle of nowhere, but a good place to kill people. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Lin Song wanted to force himself to calm down, but could not calm down. The situation in front of him is simply a dead end. The dry and skinny middle-aged man pointed a finger down Xiao Xue Man, as if he had done an insignificant trifle, and a contemptuous smile spread on his face as he said, "Learning a little triangular cat kung fu, you also dare to play in front of the master? Say, how did you find your way to the door?" In the face of the question, the 3 people are silent. The situation in front of them is the 3 people did not expect in their dreams. A time all in a daze. Do not say yes? Then all of them will stay for the grandpa today. The middle-aged man pointed in the direction of the doorway and gently waved his hand. Bang! The door of the room behind him closed itself without wind, which was very weird. The light in the room was already a bit dim, and then to be surprised by the scene of the room door automatically closing. It was really as creepy as it could be. Yikes! Fu Shangling let out a scream, shivering, holding her head and squatting down, obviously terrified. Lin Song was also scared to the point that his heart was beating wildly, but biting his tongue to keep himself awake, forcing himself to think. In the face of a high-ranking person, just like in a martial arts movie, the lives of the 3 of them were hanging in the balance between the thoughts of other people. How to break this deadlock? Elder, we only want to find the earrings. There is no malice towards you. As long as you are willing to hand back the earrings, I am willing to give you $10 million as a reward. Xiao Xue Man slowly opened his mouth as he sat on the ground. Less nonsense. My lord wants to know how you found your way to the door. If you don't say it again, I'll be impolite. 2 beautiful little girls fall into my lord's hands. Is it hard to imagine the consequences? The middle-aged man's voice became somewhat grim. Upon hearing this, Fu Shangling, who was the least courageous, was directly scared and trembled all over, as she hugged Lin Song's thighs and hid behind him. Fu Shangling's this hug, on the contrary, let Lin Song's heart rose a few points of bravado. 2 girls around, facing a life-and-death situation. The man himself should be at the front. I'm not interested in knowing your whereabouts. I just did a fortune-telling on the lost earrings, so I found my way here. Lin Song's voice was calm, fear to a certain extent, either an emotional breakdown under pressure or a steep increase in boldness. Lin Song was clearly the latter case. Oh, you know divination? The middle-aged man looked Lin Song up and down, and realized that his face was calm, and there was also a hint of arrogance, which puzzled him. Of course, Lin Song replied proudly. Then in that case, you also know the secret in this earring? The middle-aged man shook the earring, but his eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Song. Of course, Lin Song said with arrogance, but his heart was beating a drum. God knows what other secrets are in Xiao Xue Man's broken earring? Query, information about the person in front of you. Ding dong, information loading. To tell the truth, although Lin Song has the system, but at such a time, the only query function left is useless. Can only be a dead horse? At least know the other party's information. Know his temperament. More or less some way to cope with it. Your divination is so powerful. Which sect is it? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. You don't deserve to know yet, Lin Song coldly returned. At those words, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and his entire body suddenly disappeared from the edge of the table, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Song, eye to eye almost to Lin Song's face, and in his hand, a thin, silver, willow leaf-shaped knife was pressed against Lin Song's neck. Are all the heirs of the martial waiting sect so stinky? Do you believe that master is going to take your little life right now? Lin Song's expression did not react at all. In fact, he was not in a hurry to react. This middle-aged man seemed to have arrived in front of him as if in an instant. It was really scary. Where was the hurry to react? Lin Song resisted the urge to swallow saliva, said faintly, Marquis of the Arts is a small way, and my ability cannot be compared? To be honest, Lin Song's undershirt is also in a cold sweat right now, but at this kind of moment, he can only pretend to be tough, so that the other party will have some consideration and not dare to kill him. As long as he showed his cowardice, the three of them were guaranteed to hang at any time. However, the middle-aged man sniffed but sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and after his eyes rolled around for a while, he exclaimed, You're a heavenly chance pavilion heir? Impossible. Chapter 21, Situ Kong Kong. Humph, Situ Kong Kong. I advise you to better put away your willow leaf dart, or else I guarantee that I will definitely palm you to death before your small knife stabs my neck. Just as the middle-aged man was in a state of shock, Lin Song directly called out the other party's name. How do you know my name? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock at his words. Thief sect outcast, midnight flying eagle Situ empty sky, originally named Situ Tiger. 23 years ago, he worshipped Thief sect's Dong Sun as his teacher, and changed his name to Situ empty sky, to take the meaning of wonderful hands empty sky. 12 years ago, due to the suspected murder of Dong Sun, he broke with his fellow disciples and rebelled from the Thieves sect. His whole body's kung fu is in lightness, and he can fly in the air with the help of willow leaves, just like an eagle flying in the midnight sky, so he got the name of Midnight Flying Eagle. Fist and feet kung fu was ordinary, but also a hand of unique hidden weapons. Willow leaf dart barely worth mentioning just. Lin Song stared at the light word information in front of Situ empty, transformed into pretentious words. Set out. Do you believe that I will slit your throat with a single movement of my fingers? Situ Kwang Kong was obviously shocked, and his voice carried some tremors in it. Humph, slit my throat? With your current less than 3 layers of power? Lin Song asked indifferently. Whoosh! Situ Kong Kong looked as if he had seen a ghost. His body instantly bounced out, and from a long distance away, he looked at Lin Song with a shocked face and exclaimed, You, how did you know that? 3 years ago you were hit by the robbing in palm. Every time at midnight, the stone gate, Guan Yuan and Zhengyi 3 acupoints were so cold that it was hard to bear the cold, and the power was even more. 10 layers went to 7.5 layers. Every time you used the hot wine to suppress the yin cold, without knowing it, you had already pushed the poison of yin cold into the dantian and qi. In the long term, you will be completely wasted of your kung fu. Lin Song's tone had a great sense of reprimand, as if an elder reprimanding his juniors. Surprisingly, Situ Kong Kong's face changed several times when he heard this, and finally clasped his fists. Senior, since you know about the injuries on my body, I wonder if you have a way to save me. Of course. Lin Song put his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of a worldly superior. Situ Kong Kong heard this, his face showed a wild joy. The poison of the robbing in palm in his body has been tormenting him for 3 whole years. Today he heard that there is a way to save him. How can he not be excited? Plop! Situ Kong Kong directly kneeled on the ground. Then he raised a single palm and pointed to the sky, saying, I Situ Kong Kong here to swear. Senior, if you are willing to help, I will certainly for you to drive. Never betray. If I violate this oath, I will definitely be struck by 5 thunderbolts. My body will be shattered, and I will not be allowed to die. The senior, who was just so powerful that he exploded, actually knelt down in front of Lin Song at this moment. The reversal of the scene was so drastic that it caused both Xiao Xue Man and Fu Xiangling to be a little confused. When Fu Xiangling saw the high-ranking person kneeling, she got bold and hugged Lin Song's thighs and slowly stood up, looking towards Lin Song, who had a proud face. Her heart was shocked. Xiao Xue Man also looked up at Lin Song with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of shock. Is this still the godly man he knows? Not only did he tell fortunes accurately, and accurately found the lost earrings, but also in a few words, he was able to kill himself in seconds, and said that he knelt down and swore. This is also too unreal, right? It's just, also blame the snow girl, do not know what to do, put such a valuable earrings to wear out. I shouldn't have asked for the earrings that you took with your craftsmanship, but I have an old relationship with the snow girl's grandfather, so this matter will be treated as a payment for getting back the earrings. I'll promise you just that. Lin Song very pretentiously waved his hand at Situ Kwang Kong through the air. Get up and talk. Logically speaking, Situ Quankong should be overjoyed to hear Lin Song willing to save him, but to hear Lin Song say it so lightly, equating his life to a stolen earring, it's too hurtful to his self-esteem. Okay, Senior, Situ Quankong, have always honored my word, since Senior has promised this matter. Here, Junior thanks first. As Situ Quankong spoke, he truly bowed to Lin Song. Truth be told, Situ Quankong was also half believing Lin Song's words that he could save him, but when he thought about it, he was able to bizarrely find such a secret hiding place because of an earring, and he was also able to tell in a single word the origin of his identity and the symptoms of the poison of the robbing ink palm on his body. With all the wonders, it was impossible to help but to disbelieve him. Moreover, Lin Song had just been quite contemptuous of the Wuho sect, and in the entire hidden sect world, the only sect that dared to despise the Wuho sect when it came to arts was that legendary and most mysterious and unpredictable existence, the Heavenly Pavilion. As for Lin Song's claim of having an old relationship with Xiao Xue Man's grandfather, Situ Quankong naturally misunderstood it to mean that Lin Song's age was also well past his prime, although his appearance was too young. But with the mysterious background of the heir to the Tianji Pavilion, everything clearly made sense. After all, there were plenty of seniors and masters who were skilled in residing in the face. Facing a senior high-ranking person who was 20 to 30 years older than himself, Situ Quankong really didn't have the slightest heart obstacle when kneeling up. Besides, he could still save his own life. It was only right to pay homage. Alright, get up and talk. Lin Song saw Situ Quankong kneeling down to kowtow in front of himself. His heart was secretly happy, but he felt the dissatisfied gaze from Xiao Xue Man. Just now, he had called himself a snow girl in one mouthful, but it seemed that he had infuriated Xiao Xue Man to no end. Coughing lightly, Lin Song said to Situ Quankong, who stood up, "Are the earrings ready to be returned to the Snow Maiden?" Chapter 22, The World Outside the High Man Demeanor. Situ Quankong smiled heatedly and said, "This kind of small matter, why does Senior need to command? Although there is a trace of spiritual chi present in this earring, but it is not half useful to me. Just give it back to this girl. Consider it as an indemnity for me hurting her." Whoosh! Situ Quankong raised his hand, and the earring flew directly through the air, hanging directly on Xiao Xue Man's earlobe. Other not to mention, Situ empty single this hand kung fu was enough to shock people. This dump in contains a very clever concealed weapon techniques. Strength, accuracy, skill is indispensable. To know, the earring is not an ordinary concealed weapon, although the distance closer, but can just hang in the earlobe of Xiao Xue Man's ear hole, which is not ordinary people can do. Of course, Situ Quankong with a hand of willow leaf dart fame, concealed weapon techniques naturally have unique. The reason why he did so, but also to show Lin Song his strength. To put it bluntly, Situ Quankong had a small mind. That is, he wanted Lin Song to value himself more, so that he could save his own injuries. Xiao Xue Man touched the earrings on her ears and looked at Situ Quankong with shocked eyes, exclaiming, "You stole my earrings? Girl, don't speak so harshly, master, but took it in front of your face, just that you didn't realize it. Blame me?" Before Situ Quankong's words fell, his entire body disappeared again, instantly coming to Xiao Xue Man's side, stretching out his finger to make a point on her leg, and slowly walking back to his original position again. "This time I slowed down my speed to show you. See, girl?" Xiao Xue Man's legs that had been sore and numb for half a day, with Situ Quankong's finger, it was instantly fine, once again seeing his body method as if it was an instantaneous flash. The shock in Xiao Xue Man's heart was simply indescribable. Weekdays, but also always self-approval of their own kung fu was good. Dream cannot imagine. Someone can actually in front of their own face, picking their ears on the earring still do not know, really outside the sky, outside the people which, then, how come you don't take both earrings away? Xiao Xue Man finally swallowed back the word steal at the critical moment. Facing this bizarre body method of god thief, she did not have the bottom of arrogance. "Hey, girl, you don't know yourself? Your earrings only I take that only aura. The other earrings in my eyes is garbage. Why should I take?" Situ empty face Xiao Xue Man. That kind of disdainful energy came up again. "Then, what can that aura do?" Xiao Xue Man was shocked that there was actually aura in her earrings, and after standing up, she had the intention to ask for an understanding. Situ Quankong sighed and said, "Too profound, you don't need to know. The aura in that earring of yours, for ordinary people, has the effect of condensing the spirit and quieting the chi. After wearing it for a long time, it can also nourish the divine soul." "Thank you." Xiao Xue Man finally made it clear why her mother had instructed her to wear the earrings every day, so she thought that her mother should know something about it. "Girl, I advise you to put the earrings away and wear them when no one is around. Otherwise, if you run into a high-ranking person, you're just inviting trouble for yourself." Situ Quankong spoke, turned her head to look at Lin Song, and asked, "Senior, when will you my injury? I have your injury in my heart. I will contact you when I have dispensed the medicine back. Fragrant girl, leave my contact information with him. Lin Song turned his head and instructed Fu Xiangling. A high person should have the appearance of a high person. Some things which have to be done personally. Situ empty see Lin Song wanna go. Immediately some anxious. Said, Senior, I was hunted by the enemy to kill here. No money, life is difficult to continue. Why not temporarily follow the senior? Also good to serve in your left and right. You can't watch me go back to my old job again, right? At these words, Lin Song has some toothache. It seems to want to get rid of this guy is difficult. This is obviously afraid to run away. He's also serving him? This is spying on himself to treat his injuries, right? Hopefully, the system's query function would be able to find out a way to cure his injuries. Lin Song prayed in his heart. The moment he thought of bringing this Situ Kong Kong, who could take his life at any time, home to live. Lin Song's heart was a little hairy, but there was no way to do it. Today's pushes were too round, so he could only agree to it with a stiff upper lip, or else, if he made this good suspicious, it would still be a big trouble. Good, let's go together. Lin Song dropped a sentence, got up and walked out. Situ Kong Kong came to the door with a flash, automatically opened the door, with the appearance of a little brother who made himself known. Fu Xiangling was still a little scared, tightly pulling Lin Song's arm, hiding on the side away from Situ Kong Kong out of the door, still complaining in a low voice in Lin Song's ear, You really want to take him along? When Lin Song heard this, he suddenly stopped his steps, let go of Fu Xiangling's hand, and said with a deep face, Snow girl, Xiang girl, today's matter, the two of you must not disclose half a sentence to outsiders, or else I don't need to make a move. Situ Kong Kong will be able to take your little lives, remember? Remember. In the face of Lin Song's sudden such solemn instructions, Xiao Xue Man and Fu Xiangling both nodded their heads in a docile manner, automatically ignoring the intimate names of Xue Maiden and Xiang Maiden. In fact, in Lin Song's words, there was the meaning of reminding Xiao Xue Man and Fu Xiangling not to talk nonsense in a while. Situ Kong Kong had the strength to kill the three people in seconds. If these two girls accidentally revealed themselves, I'm afraid that the three people's little lives would be over. Chapter 23, Cold Aura Fairy Chasing Backwards? In the large classroom of Nanjiang University, Lin Song sat in the corner with a depressed face. Last night, when he brought Situ Kong Kong back home, he was really uncomfortable everywhere, as if he had a man-eating beast by his side, making Lin Song constantly on edge. Fortunately, Situ Kong Kong to Lin Song is quite respectful. Lin Song put up the frame of the world. A few sentences will be anxious to ask the 6 Situ Kong Kong cokes to go to sleep. However, Lin Song is like a man in the back, lying in bed tossing and turning cannot sleep at all. Early this morning, Lin Song with Situ Kong Kong again began to ask about the disease. The Lin Song too annoyed. The query function once a day. Last night after 12 o'clock on the exhaustion of this disease how to see? Under the helplessness, Lin Song directly excuses to go to school, forcing Situ Kong Kong not to follow. This only counts temporarily get rid of this goods. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the classroom, he was again surrounded by his classmates. The hostility of the boys was almost all written on their faces, and the enthusiasm of the girls was all turned into gentle words, making Lin Song in a terrible mess. Until the teacher entered the classroom, the students surrounding Lin Song only dispersed. To tell you the truth, if he didn't want to face Situ Kong Kong, Lin Song didn't want to enter the school. Originally, Lin Song wanted to find a place to spend some time, but the result was that Situ Kong Kong followed him like a tail. So Lin Song really had no choice but to hide in the classroom. Originally thought that this time can be able to stop for a while, but unfortunately things are not the same. This side just class. Beside the voice rang. Hey, Lin Song, Fairy Cold Aura is here to find you again. Lin Song sniffed and turned his head to look at the back door of the classroom, and immediately felt some toothache, only to see Xiao Xue Man waving her hand at him. Helplessly, Lin Song catapulted himself out. The reappearance of the cold pride fairy soon spread, and the classroom resounded with buzzing chatter. I'll go. Is Fairy Cold AO moving her mortal heart, and came to find Lin Song? This is too unbelievable. Didn't she call Lin Song a rascal last time? How come she's looking for him again? Humph. I've said it before, Lin Song must be the heir of that big rich family. Otherwise, how could Fairy Cold AO be, all the time, entangled with him? Lin Song came in front of Xiao Xue Man and asked in a flat tone, looking for me for what? Xiao Xue Man glanced at Lin Song and slowly said, that thing about the earring yesterday. Thank you. That earring is very important to my. Thank you for helping me find it back. There are $10 million in this card, which is considered a reward for you. Are you free today? No time. Lin Song didn't wait for Xiao Xue Man to finish and immediately interrupted her. Originally, hearing her personally come over to thank her, his heart was quite happy, but as a result, the second half of the sentence to give money once again made Lin Song revolted. I don't know what these rich young ladies are thinking. They don't move to smash money. They always show that they are superior? Seeing Lin Song turn around and go into the classroom, Xiao Xue Man, in a hurry, pulled his arm, his face slightly red. Lin Song, listen to me when I finish. Let go. Lin Song, as if he had been hurt by the $10 million that Xiao Xue Man had slammed out and hurt his pride. His tone was very angry. Xiao Xue Man wanted to say that she only wanted to ask Lin Song to have dinner to thank him, but unfortunately the words could not come out of her mouth, and her face turned red for a while. In fact, when Xiao Xue Man came here, she was also very entangled. Last night's incident, Lin Song not only helped her find the earrings, but also saved her life. She was really thanking Lin Song from the bottom of her heart. Only, Xiao Xue Man's values all along. Let her first idea is to give money, give a lot of money to express their gratitude. It just so happened that last night, Xiao Xue Man said to Situ Kong Kong, as long as he returned the earrings, Xiao Xue Man would give $10 million. Anyway, this earring is Lin Song helped to get back. This $10 million to Lin Song is also logical. And then invite Lin Song to have a meal, to thank him in person for saving his life, to save the life of this great kindness. In Xiao Xue Man's mind, not money can be expressed. That's why only took 10 million over. Otherwise it would be more. Unfortunately, everything imagined is quite beautiful. After seeing Lin Song, a sentence is not finished. Lin Song will directly turn around and walk away, which makes Xiao Xue Man very difficult to accept. I told you to let go, didn't you hear? Where? Lin Song angrily roared again. Lin Song, you come out with me for a moment. I have something to say to you. Xiao Xue Man tightly grasped Lin Song's sleeve. Her eyes contained tears, and there was a hint of supplication in her eyes. Don't want to hear it. Let go of me. Lin Song directly shook off Xiao Xue Man's pull and walked back to his seat without looking back. Lin Song's voice was not small, and had long since attracted the attention of the entire classroom of students. This big scene was too irritating, and in an instant, the classroom exploded. Ah. Lin Song really is a low-key great young man, even ignoring Fairy Han Ao's backward chase? You don't understand this, do you? What Lin Song is playing with is called lust and indulgence. What kind of character is Fairy Cold Ao? How many guys kneel and lick but don't take care of the goddess? Lin Song's trick is guaranteed to make her memorable and unable to stop. Pull yourself together. Fairy Cold Pride is as proud as an iceberg. Lin Song is humiliating her in public. It's good that she doesn't hit someone. Wow. Lin Song boy god is so handsome. That's what you should do to such an iceberg-like unemotional woman. Dislike her to death. Amidst the shouts and whistles of her classmates, Fairy Cold Ao once again burst into tears and directly disappeared in the doorway. Chapter 24, Romance in the Classroom. In the corridor of the school building, Fu Xiangling held her books, face with a smile, walking towards the large classroom. Originally, after last night's shock, Fu Xiangling wanted to take a rest today, but as a result of chatting with her classmates, she learned that Lin Song had actually gone to a big class. Almost instantly, Fu Xiangling decided to go to the big class, hurriedly rushed back to the dormitory, casually took 2 books, then rushed to the big classroom. When Fu Xiangling walked in through the back door, cat-like, the chatter in the classroom hadn't completely dispersed. I'm going, quick, look at this, the tender white sweetheart is here. My goodness, so pretty, my goddess has arrived. What's going on today? Is it the day the school's flower goddesses come out en masse? A few sharp-eyed male students immediately whispered again. Fu Xiangling took her eyes and swept through the classroom, and soon saw Lin Song, and immediately walked directly over with a smile in her eyes. Look, the tender white sweetheart actually sat next to Lin Song. What the hell is this? The 4 major school flowers occupy 2 of them. This Lin Song is really a scum. This one is a scumbag. It's over. My sweet goddess actually also suffered the poisonous hands of scum Lin Song. I told you, the cold aura fairy is ignoring it, so it's targeting my goddess. Whoops. Under the gaze of her classmates, Fu Xiangling's little face was a bit flushed, and when she sat in the seat next to Lin Song, she even spat out her little pink tongue, seemingly a bit embarrassed. You're here. Lin Song was shocked to see Fu Xiangling taking the initiative to sit beside him. He was also a little excited inwardly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Fu Xiangling twisted her head and quickly swept a glance at Lin Song, quickly lowered her head, and just when she wanted to say something to Lin Song, she heard the teacher's bellow. Can we still have class? Get out of here if you want to talk. The teacher in the lecture was green in the face. Several times he called for silence. The students all seemed to be deaf. It was really exasperating. In an instant, the classroom was quiet. Just now the 2 school flowers have been looking for Lin Song, giving them too much stimulation. A moment cannot help it. At this time the teacher was furious. One by one all honest down. Words cannot say. Change into cell phone chat. A time. A variety of WeChat group and campus forums lively. The topic of the too big school flower fell into the scum of Lin Song's handclouds, and so on the news. Lin Song has once again become the man of the hour at Nanjian University. When Fu Xiangling saw her teacher angry, she didn't dare to speak, so she took out her cell phone and sent a message before shaking her phone at Lin Song. Xiao Hua, brother Song. Thank you for yesterday. Zhou Xian, don't be so polite. As far as our relationship is concerned, shouldn't I protect you? As if the exchange in WeChat would make people let go of their shyness. Lin Song's words suddenly became bold. Fu Xiangling read the message. Her small face brushed red, covering her face with the back of her hand, not daring to look at Lin Song for a while. Xiao Hua, brother Song, can you really beat that bad guy from yesterday? He seemed to be quite afraid of you. You made him kneel down with a few words. You're truly divine. Zhou Xian, it's alright. I'm a relatively low-key person, and I had to reveal my identity yesterday because I was afraid that you were in some kind of danger. Lin Song was snapping words with his cell phone while feeling the aromatic scent emanating from Fu Xiangling's body, while stealing glances at her pink little face. A feeling he had never felt before was rising in his heart. The feeling was marvelous, yet indescribable. Xiao Hua, you exposed your identity? Will it be dangerous? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked for your help yesterday. Zhou Xian, for your sake, this is nothing. With me here, you don't have to fear any danger. In an instant, Fu Xiangling was on the verge of breaking her neck, her head almost stuck into the desk. When she heard that Lin Song was attending class in the large classroom, the first thought that came to Fu Xiangling's mind was to attend class with him, and then by the way to thank him for saving her life, and if she could chat for a few minutes, it would also be good. But the result is greatly unexpected. I did not expect usually talk less Lin Song. In WeChat talk so bold and direct, shy face hot, do not dare to look at him. Although the scene of sitting shoulder to shoulder in the classroom and chatting on a cell phone is very romantic, but this kind of fong heart is like a deer jumping around, and the situation of the little face is hot, so that Fu Xiangling feels that breathing has become difficult. Ziyue, brother Song, I want to treat you to a meal. Do you have time at noon? Evening is fine. Zhou Xian, a beautiful woman asking me out. Of course I'm willing. Why don't you treat me at noon and I'll treat you back at night? Seeing the reply on her cell phone, Fu Xiangling suddenly puffed, a sweetness rising in her heart. Ziyue, why is your name Zhou Xian? I wanted to ask when I first added you. Zhou Xian, it's something I casually came up with. It has the meaning of Zhou E Bagua, Xian E academic numerology. You know, I'm very interested in this aspect. Xiao Hua, I said how the background of your avatar is a taiji pattern. Original is this you which is interested in You're basically a divine calculator. I'm telling you, I didn't believe in these things at all before, but you really shocked me last night. It's too awesome. Worship. Zhou Xian, keep a low profile. In the future if you need any help in this area, just come to me. I'll be happy to help. Ziyue, I really have something to ask you. My brother seems to have hit an evil spirit in recent months. Will you help me look at it? It just so happens that I'm free today. Will you come home with me in a while? In an instant, Lin Song was dumbfounded. The number of validation times for today had been used up. He didn't know how to tell fortunes at all. How can he do it? Chapter 25. Public enemy of the whole school. Lin Song steals his eyes to his side. Fu Xiangling is blinking her big eyes looking at herself. The meaning of supplication in her eyes is very obvious. This is embarrassing. How to reject it? Zhou Xian, I consumed too much power yesterday. I'll promise you first about helping your brother, but it'll have to be some days. Ziyue, yeah, that's right. You're going to lose your life if you tell fortunes, so forget about it. Zhou Xian, it's fine. I'm willing to lose my life for you. In an instant, Fu Xiangling hands gripped the cell phone silence. Side lowered his head lightly biting his lips shy look. Let a person look straight to swallow saliva. But unfortunately Lin Song because of the angle of the relationship, did not see. Lin Song waited for half a day. Did not see Fu Xiangling back to the message. The heart secretly think, is not his words a little too fierce? Scared the beauty? I'm sorry, but I'm not in a hurry to catch up with a girl, so I'll take my time. Zhou Xian, sentimental moon shines dew between the flowers. Deciphering the language flower shakes the wind under the moon. The flower is a metaphor for a beautiful woman, and it really matches your temperament. By the way, that bunch of purple flowers in your avatar is lavender, isn't it? It's so pretty. Fu Xiangling heard the message from her cell phone and clicked on it. Then the corners of her mouth flooded with smiles. Deciphering flower, you even know this poem In fact, Zianhua also has the meaning of a talking flower. I can be fond of flowers and plants, so I took lavender as my avatar. And there are also small animals that I can also like. Zhou Xian, so you like small animals that's good to do. Wait for noon we go to the pet market. I buy a small cat and dog for you. Ziyue, I don't dare to raise. I'm afraid to watch them die. I can't stand this, so I haven't raised. Zhou Xian, so you are so sentimental witch. I thought you were a happy-go-lucky little princess. Lin Song changed his tactics. His words were no longer nakedly offensive, and the two of them chatted with each other. Without realizing it, the class was over. The two looked at each other and smiled. Lin Song sighed, time passes really fast. Just a moment's work. All classes are over. Yeah, time passes so quickly. Fu Shangling smiled and nodded. Her heart was sweet. She had never had this experience before. Romantic with sweetness. It was very comfortable. That time is also not early. Why don't we pack up and go for lunch? Lin Song and Fu Shangling were not in the same class. After the big class was over, they would have to separate. And in his heart, he did not want to separate. Good. I'll go back to the dormitory and send the books back. Fu Shangling agreed with alacrity, although it was still a bit early for lunch. I'll send you there. Lin Song and Fu Shangling left the classroom shoulder to shoulder. Behind them was a group of envious and jealous gazes. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Fu Shangling turned her head and said with a smile, "Wait for me. I'll be quick." Lin Song smiled and waved his hand with Fu Shangling. His heart was beautiful. He dreamed that he did not think that the progress with Fu Shangling was so fast, and he forced himself to resist the urge to yell, and waved his fist forcefully. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't have any ing eyes? Just as Lin Song was lost in thought, a person bumped into him and broke into a yell. Lin Song instantly frowned and looked over, only to see that 4 male students had come across the street at some point, all tall and strong, as if they were the school's sports students. Hey, you bumped into someone, don't you know how to apologize? A big man of over 1.80 meters, condescendingly asked. Lin Song turned to understand in an instant. This group of people must have come to pick a fight. He was actually bumped into when he was standing in place properly. This simply couldn't be explained if it wasn't intentional. Apologize? It was him who bumped into me, right? Don't you guys understand what is called reason? Lin Song heart, although there is gas, but with his force value, cannot dare to 1-on-4 open fight. Reason? You scum stepping on 2 boats. You still have the nerve to reason with us? Today you bumped into my brother. Either 1v1 with me or drill through my crotch and apologize. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. The tall man crossed his long legs like a round gauge and pointed with his finger, instantly causing a burst of laughter from his companions. After hearing this, Lin Song really understood that this group of people must be admirers who were secretly in love with Xiao Xue Man or one of Fu Xiangling, and he blamed himself for accidentally raising his profile again today. Gas cry a school flower, and another school flower table romance. This is considered to be the entire school. Male students are offended. This kind of thing intentionally in the future will not be less, but also really let a person's teeth ache. Opposite the 4 robust livestock, obviously not a good fight, may be practiced. 1-on-1 Lin Song are a little bottomless. 1-on-4, then, absolutely is the part of the violent beating. This gang of livestock will really find a place in front of the girls' dormitory building. If Lin Song was beaten miserably, then really have no face to stay in the University of Nanjiang again. However, today, this group of goods is estimated to be determined. Lin Song desperately thinking of ways to get out, but unfortunately in front of this is simply a dead end. What the hell? Who are we messing with? It's just a love affair, isn't it? Why did he become the public enemy of the whole school? Senior, let me help you get rid of these flies. While Lin Song was suffering from a splitting headache, the shrill voice of Situ Kongkong was heard in his ears. This voice was undoubtedly the sound of a fairy in the 9th heaven, with the midnight flying eagle here, not to mention 4 people on the opposite side. Even if 40 people came, they wouldn't be enough to stuff their teeth. Chapter 26, The Open Man. When Lin Song heard Situ Kongkong's voice, he was instantly energized and not in a hurry. Feigning anger, he roared, "You guys are a bit too bullying, aren't you? Can you be unreasonable just because there are more people? Ha ha, being outnumbered means you can be unreasonable. Besides, to deal with a rookie like you, I, Hu Tianming, am enough for one person. I can let you have a pair of hands. Dare to come?" The tall boy, Hu Tianming, bullishly clasped his hands in front of his chest and provoked Lin Song. A boy beside Hu Tianming laughed and interjected, "Lin Song, I might as well tell you, brother Tianming is a Taekwondo black belt master. Even if he lets you have a pair of hands, you're kind of goods that can be kicked over by someone. Wanting to win brother Tianming is just dreaming. Hurry up and crawl over to drill the crotch. I advise you to wake up." Ha ha ha. The 4 people once again laughed out loud. Lin Song actually hemmed and hawed when he saw this, and with his hand behind his back, he gently hooked his finger. "Young master, these 4 scumbags, are they broken arms and legs or are they crippled all over? Asterisk 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 and broken hands and feet? Are you drunk?" The 4 people laughed wildly, not even paying attention to Lin Song's side, when a man wearing a duck-tongued cap appeared. When a few people saw, low-pressure brimmed Situ Kongkong, they were all stunned, but as soon as they saw that he was dry and thin, and he was not tall, they immediately rose up in contempt. Hoo hoo hoo. Hu Tianming clasped his shoulders and kicked 3 legs into the air, then said in a very bullish manner, "The 2 of you can go up together. It's just one more sandbag." Lin Song was directly amused by the stinky Hu Tianming, helplessly shook his head, and commanded, "They only have a stinky mouth. Not so much as to break their arms and legs." Xiao Hu. One person smacked them a big slap. "Ha ha, little tiger? Why don't you raise a dog?" Snap. Before Hu Tianming finished his words, he was slapped hard on the face by a palm, and a bloody tooth flew out of his deformed mouth, and his head tugged his body in a deadly manner, and he tumbled in the air and flew out. Slap. 3 consecutive big mouths only breathing, respectively fanned on the face of the remaining 3 people. All sprayed teeth fell flying out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 4 flashes in a row. Use hang. A buddy is estimated to usually play the game to play too much. Fall on the ground. Cover the face slurred curses. Small partners of a scolding, but also let Hu Tianming from the shock of awakening, which is with flash which is simply shifting phantom. Light power is comparable to the light wingbat king Ah. Soberly recognize the reality. Hu Tianming heart and soul shocked. Surrounded by this kind of expert protection, Lin Song in the end what is the identity? When he looked at Lin Song again, Hu Tianming's eyes were already filled with fear. Sit to empty air fan fly 4 people. Flash back to Lin Song behind, as if did not move general. When Lin Song saw the scene in front of him, his heart couldn't be more refreshed. Although Situ Quankong staying by his side had a certain amount of danger, but when used correctly, he was really a capable fighter. Raising his foot and walking to Hu Tianming's body, Lin Song smiled faintly and slowly crouched down in Hu Tianming's horrified eyes. Hu Tianming, right? A black belt master, right? You're right. More people can be unreasonable, but sometimes less people can also be unreasonable. Understand? Lin Song said one sentence. Hu Tianming unconsciously nodded his head a little, and finally nodded his head repeatedly in shock, and replied obediently, "Understood. I understand, young master Lin Song, brother Song." Just as Lin Song was about to continue pretending, Fu Shangling rushed out from the dormitory's building entrance. The urgency and concern in her voice made Lin Song's heart sweet to hear. Lin Song retracted his gaze with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Hu Tianming again, and said faintly, "I want to keep a low profile, but I suddenly realized that low-profile people doing high-profile things will attract a bunch of flies who don't know what to do with their lives. So tell all the flies you know about what you're experiencing today. Got it? Understood. I understand." Hu Tianming even swallowed his saliva, already scared to death by Lin Song. Understood and still not rolling? I roll. Hu Tianming was like an amnesty, quickly climbed up, followed the 3 little friends, and flew away. "Senior, little tiger's name seems a bit inappropriate, right?" Situ Kong said with a bitter face. "Aren't you being chased by enemies? How can I call you big? Could it be that I call you Little Eagle?" Lin Song stifled a laugh and said, "Brother Song, why did you fight with someone? Where did you get hurt?" Fu Shangling looked up and down Lin Song's body with a concerned face. Fu Shangling was wearing a long yellow gauze dress. The dress was lined with a hidden pattern of snowdrops and flowers and leaves. Her temperament was clear and elegant, coupled with the long hair and a simple high ponytail at the back of her head. It added a few points of youthful loveliness. "Luckily you are not injured." Fu Shangling confirmed that Lin Song was not injured and let out a sigh of relief, then asked in doubt, "Who is called Xiaoing? Is he your friend?" "Get it?" Situ Quankong low-pressured the brim of his hat. Fu Shangling, this silly girl did not recognize him. At that, Lin Song directly laughed out loud. Yes, he is called Little Eagle. Little Eagle, there is no matter for you here. You go first. I am Eagle. Although Situ Kong had a problem with the name Little Eagle, he didn't quite dare to dislike Lin Song, and could only mutter fiercely as he walked away. Got it. Little Eagle. Lin Song laughed and answered. Upon hearing the new nickname, Situ Kong almost fell head over heels, covered his raw chest in exasperation, and disappeared. Chapter 27. Master of Love Languages. Little Eagle? He wouldn't be the one. Last night, Fu Shangling said, her face turning white, and she quickly leaned in beside Lin Song, grabbing his arm and looking at the back in front of her with a horrified look on her face. Lin Song gently patted Fu Shangling's small hand and comforted. "With me, you don't have to be afraid of anyone." Whoosh! As if she had been electrocuted, Fu Shangling quickly let go of Lin Song's arm and bounced to the side. Let's go eat." With those words, Fu Shangling blushed scarlet, lightly biting her lips, walking towards the school side first. Seeing this, Lin Song was a bit dumbfounded, thinking, could it be that my speech is too raw again? Recall, before Fu Shangling begged himself, always generously pick up his arm shake, voice also sweet and greasy to death. Now how so easy to shy? The girl's mind is really confusing. Alas, take your time. Lin Song once again reminded himself in his mind to be careful with his words and not to be in a hurry, and then quietly chased Fu Shangling to her side and walked quietly on the campus path, shoulder to shoulder with her. The two people who chatted hotly in WeChat, strangely didn't say anything to anyone along the way, although, walking like this all the time is also a different kind of romance. But Lin Song felt a little twisted, and all the time walked out of the school gate. Lin Song was compelled to ask out, what are we going to eat? Hot pot, right? Oh no, it's me treating you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Fu Shangling finally turned her head and looked at Lin Song. Hot pot it is then. I don't know where it's good. You choose the place. If it's far, let's take a taxi. Lin Song felt that Fu Shangling's state was a bit off and spoke carefully. Fu Shangling nodded at his words. Good, then go to taste residence. Time is still early. Let's walk. Good. Lin Song and Fu Shangling once again walked side by side on the road. Why did you fight just now? Fu Shangling finally took the initiative to open her mouth. To tell the truth, when Fu Shangling was just walking in the campus, she wanted to open her mouth several times to speak, but because her heart was beating too hard, several times the words came to her mouth and she swallowed them back. In fact, the feeling of walking side by side with Lin Song was very romantic, and it would be even better if she could chat freely again. In Fu Shangling's mind, she expected to chat with Lin Song easily, but she was a little afraid of the revealing words of love that suddenly popped out of him. That love words is like a sharp arrow straight through the heart, so that she instantly lost the ability to breathe, as if suffocating, and then, the heart is beating like a deer in the head, the body is sore and soft. This feeling is very difficult, at least Fu Shangling has never experienced before. In her cognition, she feels that this state is difficult, and a little afraid. Lin Song had long wanted to find a topic to communicate with Fu Shangling. Hearing her inquiry, he immediately interjected, "Oh, I don't know why. They should have deliberately come to pick a fight. Oh right, one of them called Hu Tianming. Do you recognize? Hu Tianming? That taekwondo club's Hu Tianming?" Fu Shangling twisted her face and opened her big eyes, looking at Lin Song and asked, seeing the exquisite face that was as tender and white as congealed fat. Lin Song's little heart accelerated again without reason. "Oh, he knows taekwondo. What are you looking at? It's because you fought. I didn't even come to put on my makeup in a hurry." Fu Shangling instantly blushed again when she saw Lin Song's eyes staring at her. Quickly taking out a small mirror from her small bag, she turned around and shone it at herself again and again. Where's your vegan face? Lin Song was really a bit shocked. Veiled face beautiful like this, really is the only thing he's seen in his life. Fu Shangling suddenly turned her head and glared fiercely at Lin Song, turned around and walked in the direction of the school. Hey, don't be angry. I don't mean anything else. I'm praising you for being pretty. Lin Song hurriedly chased after him. Get out of the way. I'm going back to the dormitory to fix my makeup. Fu Shangling's face was unpleasant, beaming her small mouth, obviously a little angry. Makeup? Are you kidding? If you smear makeup on your face, it would be a blasphemy to your stunning face. Listen to me. You are the most beautiful right now. Don't ever put on makeup. Lin Song finally understood why Fu Shangling was angry and hurriedly remedied the situation. Humph. Nasty. Which I have you say so beautiful? Oily mouth. Don't know how many girls have been coaxed. Fu Shangling hummed, no longer returning to the dormitory, turned around and continued to move forward. Lin Song pinched a cold sweat for himself in his heart. When he thought about it, in order to please Gu Hanmei, this kind of words to coax a girl to be happy, there was no less effort. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Song tried, Gu Hanmei was always nonchalant and wouldn't even allow a hand to be pulled. Of course, this kind of fine death and the big truth, Lin Song cannot dare to say out. He smile, said, I absolutely from the heart words. I dare to swear to heaven, if I have half a word of false words, let Fu Shangling become more beautiful. LOL. Hate. You are still talking more and more. Really, can't stand you. Fu Shangling's cheeks glowed with a haze, and she pursed her lips and laughed straight. Chapter 28. The old man meets again. Fu Shangling covered her small mouth and laughed for half a day. The pettiness that had just arisen had long since dissipated. The mood became extremely good. The corners of her mouth kept turning upwards. Even her footsteps were much lighter. Oh yes, why did that Hu Tianming deliberately pick a fight with you? Could it be that he has a grudge against you? How could it be? I didn't even know him before. Couldn't it be that he didn't come to fight with me because he likes you? Lin Song was also a bit puzzled. Fu Shangling's eyes widened at his words. How could he possibly like me? He's the man of the hour in the Taekwondo club. Not only is he a black belt, he's also the vice president. He's tall and handsome. There's a long line of girls chasing after him, and his girlfriend Ren Jiao, who's tall and pretty, is the school beauty. Lin Song heard Fu Shangling finish Hu Tianming's information as if she was counting. An idea popped up in his mind and blurted out. You know who Tian Ming so well? You won't like him, right? Where did I? Fu Shangling grunted in anger and shouted, accelerating her steps forward. Seeing this, Lin Song silently slapped his forehead, cursing his own mouth. Just coaxed a smile, not 2 minutes. How a sentence and angry. What kind of creature is a girl? Why is it so hard to guess what's in her mind? Taste Residence is located in the eastern part of Nanjiang City and belongs to the same district as Nanjiang University. To be honest, Nanjiang University is not close to here. Lin Song and Fu Shangling walked for nearly an hour under the sun before arriving at the place. Fortunately, Fu Shangling had a parasol with her, and only after her mood was coaxed by Lin Song did she let Lin Song share an umbrella with her, which was quite romantic. I'm sorry, sir. This store is full. If you don't mind, you can queue up with your number, the barman in the bar said politely to Lin Song. Oh, come on. Lin Song was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had to come for dinner early, but as a result, he got up early and caught up late. It was just noon. The store was full, so it was obvious how hot the business of this store was. Is there no room in the upstairs private room either? Lin Song asked undeterred. I'm sorry, sir. Other than those booked in advance, all the other private rooms are also full, the barman patiently explained. I have a membership card here. There are private rooms empty. Leave them for us. Fu Shangling took out a golden delicate card from her small bag and handed it over. I'm sorry, this beauty, the membership card. As soon as the barman saw the color of the membership card, she stopped talking, stood up and received the membership card with both hands, and said with a big smile, Beauty, your gold membership card can have the right of priority to dine. There just happens to be a private room upstairs that has just been checked out. But, you will have to wait for a few minutes. We have to clean up a bit. Is it okay? Can. Fu Shangling crisply agreed, turned her head and divinely hummed at Lin Song, saying, You wait here, I'll go to the bathroom. The fragrant wind swept up. Fu Shangling was like an elf, flashing past Lin Song's side, only leaving him with a marvelous back shadow. Lin Song looked at the beautiful back, helplessly shook his head. Sometimes, it's really not just money, like the gold membership card in Fu Shangling's hand. I'm afraid it's not something that can be obtained by spending money. Since he already had a private room, Lin Song was not in a hurry. Standing next to the bar, he surveyed the decoration of the store. The spacious hall was decorated luxuriously, and in the dozen or so card seats, it had already been filled with people, so it was obvious that the grade of this place was not low. Yo, who is this? Come here to work and study? Suddenly, from behind Lin Song came a piercing voice. Lin Song turned his head to take a look. Suddenly his heart jumped, his eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. The one who spoke was no one else but Qi Xiangming, and beside him, Gu Hanmei was holding his arm, looking at Lin Song with a stunned expression. Hey, asking you, staring at my girlfriend what to look at? Haven't seen a pretty woman witch? Qi Xiangming's sentence awakened the silence to look at Lin Song. Two people. This is Lin Song since the day Valley Hanmei public clear relationship between the two. The first time to see her. To be honest, from high school until the university of these 5 or 6 years, Lin Song has always liked the Valley Hanmei. To say that these days will be able to forget is simply bull asterisk. Therefore, when Lin Song saw Gu Hanmei for the first time, his mood was very complicated, and it was unavoidable that his heart was accompanied by a sour feeling, and for a while, it was normal that he was a bit stunned. Xiangming, let's go upstairs to eat. Gu Hanmei looked at Lin Song with some intolerance and pulled Qi Xiangming to go inside. What's the matter? Heartbroken? Qi Xiangming roughly shook off Gu Hanmei's arm and stared at Lin Song closely and asked, I've heard that you're a low-profile rich son. Not only did you cry in public at Xiao Xue Man, but you also had an ambiguous relationship with Fu Xiangling? You didn't spend a lot of money creating all this fake news, did you? Because Gu Hanmei and Lin Song are from the same county and study in the same high school, always in the same class. So Gu Hanmei knows everything about Lin Song's family situation. Therefore, when Qi Xiangming and Gu Hanmei were playing outside and saw the news about Lin Song on the campus forum, once they asked Gu Hanmei, they surmised that all of this, I'm afraid, was a fake news that Lin Song had intentionally made. The reason why Qi Xiangming is so angry, also because, the campus forum in the news, is to hold Lin Song and step on his Qi Xiangming, today encountered these fake news the originator. Qi Xiangming cannot be angry? Chapter 29, Angry Qi Xiangming. Lin Song was a bit enraged by Qi Xiangming's demeaning words, but the hint of intolerance in Gu Hanmei's eyes reminded him of his 6-year relationship, and his heart just ached. Qi Xiangming, Gu Hanmei and I are just classmates. Now she is your girlfriend. If you guys want to eat, please help yourselves. Gu, wimped out? Is it fun for you to spend money on all that fake news? Girlfriend was robbed. Not convinced? Qi Xiangming sneered, looked up and down at Lin Song's dress and added, I hate people like you who want to save face, spending so much money to get some fake news. You think you are a rich young man? Wake up. I advise you to wake up. Gu, isn't this the Qi family's great young man? Who messed with you? Getting so angry? Fu Shangling was far away and saw that Qi Xiangming seemed to be arguing with Lin Song and hurriedly shouted out. Qi Xiangming turned his head to look. His eyes surprised. Called out. Xiangling, you also come here to eat where? What a coincidence. As he said this, he also pulled his arm out of Gu Hanmei's arm without any trace. What's going on? Fu Shangling walked over with some curiosity. Hi, it's not because of that bastard who insulted your innocence. I've just helped you teach him a lesson. Qi Xiangming smiled and greeted him. I'm not that familiar with you. Don't call me Shangling. Fu Shangling instantly heard the meaning of Qi Xiangming's words. Obviously, he had just had a verbal altercation with Lin Song. Her face instantly sank, directly ignoring Qi Xiangming, who was full of smiles, and walked straight to Lin Song's side. To be honest, at first, Fu Shangling was not interested in Lin Song at all, even if Lin Song, in front of her face, picked up the leakage of the ancient inkstone, and won the grandfather's appreciation. Fu Shangling was only slightly favorable to him. However, when experienced last night after the event, Fu Shangling's heart has produced a huge change. She has always been timid. When the life is threatened, has been scared silly, only to hold Lin Song's thighs. There is a trace of security. Later on, Lin Song's bullish words will be bizarre master thief, said to kneel and kowtow. Fu Shangling's heart suddenly surged a strong sense of security, and even gave birth to a wonderful feeling, as if as long as standing next to Lin Song, the heart will be incomparable peace of mind. Early this morning, Fu Shangling will be crazy from the mouth of the small sisters to inquire about all the news about Lin Song, gossiped hard. So, it is clear that Lin Song and the big class, of course, also know at the same time, Lin Song and Qi Xiangming, Gu Hanmei three people's grudges. Therefore, Fu Shangling slightly pondered, can think clearly about the original cause of the matter? When seeing Lin Song some dark eyes, Fu Shangling's heart did not have a reason to pain, quickly stepped towards Lin Song. Brother Song, waiting anxiously, right? Fu Shangling said with a sweet voice, then naturally came to Lin Song's side, gently took his arm, with a happy-like smile, sizing up the girl opposite. Gu Hanmei just heard, have not seen. Fu Shangling of course have to take a good look at this Lin Song's ex-girlfriend. Qi Xiangming, who was shocked to see this scene, immediately seemed to be petrified. He, what's wrong? Qi Xiangming? I came out for a meal with Brother Song. Is it strange? Fu Shangling's small head tilted in the direction of Lin Song and asked with a sweet smile on her face. Not. This is impossible. Qi Xiangming as if he had seen a ghost, staring intently at the arms of the two holding together, then angrily shouted. Xiangling, he is not a rich son at all. Those messages on the campus forum are all fake. It's him who spends money to find someone to mess around with. He's just a ing farmer. How can you be cheated by him? I said, I'm not that familiar with you. Please don't call me Shangling. And, Brother Song is not a liar. I want you to apologize to him. Fu Shangling's face sank. Hi, I still don't believe this evil. Qi Xiangming was infuriated, looking at Lin Song and Fu Xiangling's arms that were tightly linked together. His eyes were on fire. Seeing this, Gu Hanmei hurriedly walked over to Qi Xiangming, hugged him and pushed him towards the store. Xiangming, let's go upstairs and eat. Zzz, you let go of me. Qi Xiangming was still struggling. As a result, Gu Hanmei made strength this time and directly pushed him out a long way. Hey, you haven't apologized yet. Fu Shangling grumbled in anger and pointed at Qi Xiangming. Forget it, let's go eat. Lin Song also pressed down Fu Shangling's arm and turned his head to ask the barman for information about the private room. The private room has been cleaned up. Please go upstairs to 208 to dine. The barman said the words, stood up again, holding the member's gold card with both hands, handing it to Fu Shangling, respectfully saying, beautiful lady, please accept the gold card. Have a nice meal. Originally, both sides have a person who pulls the fight. This matter is also counted in the past. As a result, Qi Xiangming, once he saw the bar clerk return the gold card to Fu Xiangling's hand, he seemed to have found a breakthrough and scolded. Lin Song, you're a big liar who eats soft rice. You still have to let the girl pay for a meal. Do you still want to be shameless? This sentence scolding is too unpleasant. Before Lin Song's sharp eyes, Fu Shangling rushed up, snapped, slapped Qi Xiangming a big mouth. In an instant, all the people in the store froze and became extremely quiet. Chapter 30, Waste him for me. Fu Xiangling, you hit me? Qi Xiangming because was held by Gu Hanmei. Fu Xiangling suddenly whipped to this slap, did not dodge, directly by the solid fan in the face, and then a face of incredulity screamed out. Qi Xiangming, you are too inhuman. Lin Song tens of millions of dollars of value. You call people a soft food? He earned $12 million in the antique street just 2 days ago. He's so much better than you. A parasite who relies on his father. Who are you to talk about him? Do you deserve it? Fu Xiangling was like a small wild cat that had exploded its fur, pointing at Qi Xiangming's nose and complaining. Fu Xiangling, you're out of your ing mind, right? He's a farmer. Don't be fooled by his lies. He's still earning $12 million. Ask him if he has $1,200 in his pocket right now. Qi Xiangming angrily yelled back. You're the one who's in over your head. Lin Song's ancient inkstone is Xiao Xue Man spent $12 million to buy. Not only that, Lin Song also Xue Man's sister grandpa has the grace to save his life. She twice gave Lin Song $15 million to thank. Song brother did not want to. This thing hundreds of students have seen with their own eyes. Is it also false? Fu Xiangling was very angry and droned. Impossible. I don't believe. This is all fake. Unless he can prove that he has 12 million. Otherwise I won't believe your ghost story. Qi Xiangming whirled away from Gu Hanmei's block, pointing at Lin Song shouted, Brother Song, take out your cell phone and show him the $12 million transfer information. Fu Xiangling hurriedly went to pull out Lin Song's cell phone to prove that what she said was true, but she ended up being held by Lin Song and pushed upstairs. Alright, let's go upstairs and eat. Ha ha, see, can't get the evidence, right? Wimped out, right? What else does a soft foodstuff know besides kneeling down? What? Lin Song, served you very well? Do you have to lie for him? Qi Xiangming saw Lin Song holding Fu Xiangling's arm, his eyes on fire. His heart to Fu Xiangling like for a long time. Once he saw Lin Song, this liar can hold a beautiful woman. The heart of the jealousy of the fire. The pressure cannot be suppressed. Ma chicken. Qi Xiangming, you eat? Mouth so stinky? When you were pursuing me every day, even sent flowers for more than a month, did I take care of you? Trash like you. Even if you kneel and lick me, you're too dirty. Don't you look in the mirror? Fu Xiangling was also furious, violently shook off Lin Song's arm and rushed out once again, swearing at Qi Xiangming. Fu Xiangling, you still don't know what's good and bad. I'm afraid that you've been cheated and don't even know it, but you're biting back? Are you a dog? Qi Xiangming was furious and jumped straight to his feet. Humph, even if I belong to the dog, I don't dare to bite you. After all, belong to the dog is still a human being. Can't compare with you, this crazy dog. Fu Xiangling simply shot back. Stinking. Who are you cursing? Qi Xiangming always hold a trace of fantasy to Fu Xiangling. To scold to this point, he has lost a little bit of sanity. Angrily cursed, to go forward to do it. Xiangming, forget it, we're not eating here. Let's go. Gu Hanmei pulled Qi Xiangming's arm tightly and begged. Snap. Qi Xiangming backhanded a big mouth, directly slapping Gu Hanmei over on the ground. Stinking, you don't eat when you say you don't eat. Ha, who do you think you are? Still dare to control my head? Qi Xiangming angrily pointed at Gu Hanmei and cursed. Bang! While Qi Xiangming was cursing angrily, Lin Song rushed over, flew up and kicked Qi Xiangming directly to the ground, cursing, be reasonable, what are you doing hitting a woman? You trash thing. Aftermath ha ha, good, you give me weight. Qi Xiangming quickly took out his cell phone and dialed out. Brother Fong, hurry up and come here. I've been beaten up. Hanging up the phone, Qi Xiangming climbed up and looked at Lin Song, his eyes full of resentment, and said coldly, okay, you dare to make a move right. In a moment I'll tell you to know what regret is. Xiangming, my first time was given to you. I told him that I really have nothing with him. You know, you have to believe me. Gu Hanmei said with a miserable face. Qi Xiangming smiled grimly and pointed at Gu Hanmei and drank. I believe you old man, to buy you more than 60,000 watches, to buy you 180,000 bags. If it is not because you have a film, you think the old man for what to sleep with you? Now you're helping your old lover? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the job done, but I'm going to be able to get the job done, and I'm going to be able to get the job done, he said. Xiangming, me, I'm wrong, you forgive me this time, okay? Gu Hanmei pulled Qi Xiangming's arm and begged with tears. Seeing this scene, Lin Song seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. His previous self was also really damn blind. Actually liked such a woman for 6 years. Painfully closing his eyes, he was disillusioned. Go, let's go upstairs. Lin Song pulled Fu Xiangling's small hand. His voice was a little hoarse and dry. Asterisk. Now you know to wimp out? Too late. Qi Xiangming saw a middle-aged man in a suit walk into the store, and immediately came to his senses, pointing at Lin Song and snapping, Brother Fong, waste him for me. Chapter 31, You're also worthy? When the middle-aged man sniffed, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he quickly rushed towards Lin Song. Snap! Before the middle-aged man called Brother Fong could even get close to Lin Song's body, he was slapped by a hand and flew out, tumbling several times in the air before falling hard on the ground. A dry and thin figure appeared in front of Lin Song, wearing a duck-tongued cap. The the brim of which was pressed down so low that his face could not be seen. In an instant, Qi Xiangming was petrified on the spot. Fong is his bodyguard. He is clear about how this Fong's kung fu is excellent, is simply a reclusive existence. Otherwise, to Qi Xiangming's nature, it is simply not possible to care about a bodyguard called What Fong. However, in Qi Xiangming's cognizance of the supreme expert, actually a photo was slapped out. Moreover, the other party's appearance is too bizarre. For a time, the liver and gallbladder trembled. Legs could not stop shaking. Young master, what about this scumbag? Situ Kongkong asked in a low voice as he suppressed his voice. Before Lin Song replied, Qi Xiangming flung himself to the ground and begged, Lin Song, Song brother, is that I am blind and offended you? You are generous. Spare me this time, or you whip me a few slaps. Seeing Qi Xiangming's wimpy appearance, everyone was stunned. In fact, Qi Xiangming is simply a strong goods, because of his understanding of Brother Fong Kung Fu, only to understand how terrible Sito Kung Kong. The thought of having such a great master to protect the side of the campus forum rumors. Lin Song is a rich son of the news. I'm afraid that 9 times out of 10 is true. Qi Xiangming thought back again. A few days ago, he snatched someone's girlfriend in public on campus, and let Brother Fong kick Lin Song. This grudge is not deep. Such hatred. If you change into yourself, I am afraid that you can take the other side of the small life. And then think of Lin Song's strength at this time. A cold air from the soles of the feet straight to the top of the head. Qi Xiangming legs soft kneeling. It is also very understandable. Lin Song, I beg you to let Xiangming go. This is all a misunderstanding. I will apologize to you on his behalf. Suddenly, Gu Hanmei rushed to Lin Song's front, crying and pleading. Looking at Gu Hanmei's complicated eyes, Lin Song suddenly laughed. Ha hum. Lin Song, this laugh, can be Valley Hanmei and Qi Xiangming laugh in the heart straight hair? Qi Xiangming more body cannot stop shivering. Lin Song laughed, once again looked at the Valley Hanmei when, suddenly felt that the heart that once painful feeling has disappeared. The mood open up. The corners of his mouth spread a confident smile, and he droned in a neutral tone. Want me to hit you in the face? You are also worthy? Fragrant girl, go, accompany my old man upstairs for dinner. Fu Shangling was called by Lin Song's fragrant girl. Her heart trembled wildly, and she obediently agreed and chased after him. In the process of going up the stairs, Fu Shangling from Lin Song's side back, saw him have a tear sliding down the corner of his eye, and the corner of the mouth that a confident smile in sharp contrast. This instantaneous picture, but also deeply engraved in the bottom of Fu Shangling's heart. In the private room 3 people sit down. Fu Shangling order food, and soon filled a large table. However, originally should be 2 people's romantic hot pot, because more than one sit to empty space, and become a little silent. However, people sit to Quankong key moment to save help, and then drive people away is not good. Fu Shangling sat on Lin Song's side, away from Situ Quankong, and attentively gave Lin Song dishes to put into the small pot in front of him. Although Lin Song's thoughts were open and coherent, his entire mood was caught up in a mood of faint sadness, and he had clearly lost the desire to speak. Even though Situ Quankong was very sensible, quickly finished eating and left, Lin Song remained silent, silently enjoying Fu Shangling's attentive service, silently drinking the wine, just not speaking. Fu Shangling stood up solemnly, toasted to Lin Song to thank for saving his life, but only exchanged for a lightum from Lin Song, and then returned to calm. The meal was a far cry from the romantic lunch imagined. After the meal, Lin Song and Fu Shangling rode in the same cab, and after sending her back to school, Lin Song didn't even get out of the car, so he went straight home. Lin Song had just returned home not long ago. Situ Quankong followed him back. Lin Song was a little surprised at his tracking skills, but didn't ask much. Senior, your vision is good ah? This little girl's body is purine, but it's a perfect stove for cultivation. No wonder Senior actually ran to the school to pretend to be a student. So it's for her. Seeing Lin Song's gloomy face and not saying anything, Situ Quankong smiled to himself and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Song's heart was startled, and he had the intention to ask what a purine body was, but for fear of revealing his cowardice, he coldly glared at Situ Quankong, and continued to pretend to be a high-ranking person. Hey, Senior, in fact, why do you need to be so troublesome? As long as you command a word, I go in the middle of the night to take her captive too. Seniors want a how to cultivate on how to cultivate. How provincial. Situ empty space playfully curry favor. Unbridled. Do. I still need you to teach me what to do. Lin Song was not in a good mood to begin with, and this chorus of rebuke was still very much in the style of a high-ranking person. He. It's the late generation who is abrupt. However, there is one thing I have to report to Senior. It's that the guy called what's his name Fong in the hot pot restaurant just now. I'm afraid he's a would-be family member. Situ empty frown recalled. Although my palm did not do my best, but unusual people have long been chipped groove teeth, but he not only teeth did not break, but also I vaguely feel a trace of internal force in the resistance unloading. I'm afraid that he is also our hidden door in which. Chapter 32, Curing the Poison of the Raving Palm. After listening to Situ Kongkong's story, Lin Song was shocked, thinking back to the beginning. Was that brother Fong a kick flying meters away? Intestines are almost broken picture. Finally clear this person's kung fu origin. The original is a hidden door in the people. No wonder it is so powerful. However, on second thought, the heart is also relieved. This brother Fong, although powerful, but not also by Situ empty slap flying, lying on the ground playing dead? What's so scary about that? When he thought of this, Lin Song felt that it was a very good thing to have a fighter like Situ Kongkong. Then he revealed a smile and said, "What about your injuries? I'll help you look at it tomorrow. You don't have to worry. I guarantee that I can cure you." He. Many thanks, senior. Hard work, senior. Situ Kongkong said half a day to get close, waiting for these words, immediately bowed again and again, smiling so happily. "Oh right, give me your account number. I'll give you some money first. Didn't you say you're already penniless?" Lin Song thought to enlist Situ Kongkong. Some money is necessary to give up. Alas, my enemies are very powerful. I don't dare to use any way that can leave a message. I don't even dare to use my ID card. That is, I am afraid that they will come to my door. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to live in the middle of nowhere. Situ Kongkong explained with a bitter smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Song's heart began to beat the drums again. The enemy that could make such a powerful Situ Kongkong afraid. How powerful would it have to be? Would it be a blessing or a curse for him to keep him by his side? Moreover, hearing him talk about ways to be able to leave a message, Lin Song suddenly thought that he had originally thought of using the system to speculate on stocks and futures or something, and that he could definitely make a lot of money. However, this way is all bound to identity information, so if he could make money every time, if he was really checked by someone with a heart, then his little life would really be in jeopardy. "Elder?" Seeing that Lin Song didn't speak for half a day, Situ Kongkong carefully called out, "Oh, how about this? Tomorrow I'll first fetch you $100,000 in cash. You keep it for pocket money first," Lin Song said. Lin Song finally decided to hurry up and heal Situ Kongkong's injuries, send him away, and when he had money, he would hire a bodyguard with great kung fu and forget about it. He. Then thanks, senior. Finally I can drink some good wine. Situ Kongkong said his thanks, then got up to say goodbye and went back to his room. Lin Song, on the other hand, returned to his room and lay on his bed, thinking about how he was going to go on in the future. After having the system, there were many ways to earn money, but some were suitable and some really couldn't be touched. Picking up antiques is a very safe method, but it's not possible to pick up antiques every day. Gambling on stones. Suddenly, a flash of aura flashed, making Lin Song very excited. Gambling on stones is more reliable than antiques, and it is better to earn money, because the original stone is placed there. Who can earn money? Basically rely on luck. Moreover, there is a good point. If the bet is up, it can be completely pushed to the experience of betting on the stone and luck explosion. Big deal. By the original stone, come back to their own secretly decryption chant. In this way, does not no one know whether it is a bet up? In the future, the first to pick up the leakage of antiques and gambling stone to earn money, finally thought of a reliable way to earn money. Lin Song mood is very good, confused into the dream incense, probably because of the mood after running into Guhanmei. Lin Song slept directly until midnight. When he woke up and looked at his cell phone, he found that Fu Xiangling had sent himself many messages. In addition to caring about herself, she was asking if she could still treat her to dinner. Taking a look at the time on his cell phone, it was almost 12 o'clock. Lin Song slapped his forehead with some chagrin and hurriedly replied to the messages. "Zhou Xian, I fell asleep in the afternoon and just woke up. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." After sending the message and not getting a reply for a long time, Lin Song shook his head helplessly and went to take a shower. The sleep can't be resumed when it's after 12 o'clock. For Situ Kongkong to see how the injury can be solved first. Query, how can Situ Kongkong's raving palm injury be treated? Ding dong, host please wait. Information loading. After taking a bath, Lin Song casually inquired. Seeing the light words in front of him, his heart was delighted. The system is really bullish. Even the medicinal prescription with the healing operation mind method. However, when he saw the prescription, his heart thumped. "Senior, why did you get up in the middle of the night to take a bath? Are you preparing to practice?" Situ Kongkong was awakened by the loud noise Lin Song made and came into the hall to ask curiously. Lin Song adjusted his emotions, smiled faintly, and replied, "I just felt that my body was in good shape, and I was about to look for you and help you see how to treat your injuries." He. That's really thankful, senior. Situ Kongkong came over with a face of surprise. Lin Song sat in the sofa, Then Situ Kwankong handed over his arm and gently pinched on his wrist, closing his eyes. It was a matter of his own little life. Situ Kwankong had a tense face and didn't even dare to utter an atmosphere. Although urine cold poison has entered the dantian, it is not hopeless. Only, Situ Kwankong heard Lin Song turn, instantly nervous and asked, Senior, only what? I still have salvation? Can I still recover my past power? Chapter 33, Lin Master accepts the disciple. Lin Song let go of Situ Kwankong's wrist, frowned and said slowly, the prescription for treating your injuries is not difficult for me. But, one of the main medicines, yin-yang grass, is an exceptionally difficult thing to find. Yin-yang grass. Situ Kwankong sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he heard this, and then his eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Sighing, yin-yang grass is only found in the yin-yang sects Pill Valley, so this is not a good thing to do. Can't Senior change the main medicine? Can't. If you want your injuries to be cured, you can't use yin-yang grass as the main medicine. Lin Song very mercilessly rejected Situ Kwankong's proposal. In fact, just now, when Lin Song saw the main medicine on the prescription, he was also confused. Although the other herbs were also precious, at least he had heard of them, but this main medicine, Lin Song had never even heard of it. So, that's why he first gave Situ Kwankong a precaution. Not that I'm not capable of saving you, but if yin-yang grass can't be found, then there's nothing I can do. Of course, Lin Song only cared about treating patients and prescribing medicines. The matter of looking for medicinal herbs could not be managed. Senior, do you have any friendship with the yin-yang sect? I'm willing to take out treasures to exchange a strain of yin-yang grass with them. Situ Kwankong asked undeterred. No friendship. Lin Song didn't dare to say anything more for fear of revealing his footsteps. His face slumped with an expression of love. Alas, is also, Yang Wanshan that bald, is a six relatives do not recognize the Lord. Yin-yang grass and is the treasure of the yin-yang sect. Even if I am willing to take some treasures out, he is not willing to exchange with me. Senior, you help me. Situ Kwankong begged bitterly. Lin Song's heart was also helpless as he heard this. Frowning, he asked, aren't you known as the Midnight Flying Eagle? A yin-yang sect made it difficult for you? Oops, Senior, if I wasn't injured, although his yin-yang sect is heavily guarded, Situ Kwankong, didn't put it in my eyes, but, I'm now suffering from cold poison. Even when I don't have a seizure, I only have at most 6 or 7 layers of power. I can't go. Situ Kwankong ruthlessly slammed his body into the opposite sofa, his face full of misery. Seeing this, Lin Song also only felt a toothache. If he couldn't help Situ Kwankong heal his injuries, in case this bastard relied on himself and didn't leave, and then his enemies came to his door, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. Moreover, oneself in front of Situ Kwankong, pretending to be too round. This cargo has long regarded himself as a senior. He is injured. Surely take himself here as a refuge. How to break? That's just it. I'll teach you a set of Shinggong mind technique first. You try to see if you can suppress your injuries. Lin Song was silent for a while, thinking, the only way is to teach him the heart method he used to treat his injuries first and see how it goes. Elder, you're going to teach me the heart technique? Situ Kwankong instantly became energized at his words. His pair of fine eyes rounded. Listen, I will only say it once. With the heart to move the chi, make sure to make it calm. It is able to collect into the bones. Move the body with the chi. Make sure to follow it. Then it can be facilitated from the heart. The spirit can be lifted up. Then there is no danger of delayed weight, the so-called top of the head hanging also. The intention of the gas must be exchanged for the spirit. Then there is the interest of the round living. Lin Song had a stern face and read the light characters as they were written, not feeling much in his heart. But hearing Situ Kwankong's ears, it was very different. Situ empty this for the hidden door in the people, have the law in the body, only to hear Lin Song said a few sentences, will be shocked by the body of the cold hairs stand up, combined with their own years of experience in cultivation. Situ empty heart clear. I'm afraid that Lin Song senior to teach their own heart, then their own cultivation of the heart of the law of the senior level. Such a cherished heart method, Lin Song said casually, but Situ Kwankong did not dare to have the slightest carelessness, listening to the 12 points of seriousness. When Lin Song had finished speaking, Situ Kwankong closed his eyes and memorized the entire content of the heart method. Good a shape like a swan that fights rabbits, God like a cat that catches mice. Senior taught the gong method is highly intelligent. Situ Kwankong is not proud to repay. In the future will certainly treat you with the gift of a teacher. After a long time, Situ Kung sighed in surprise and clasped his fists in thanks, his expression solemn. Seeing this, Lin Song was also a bit confused. Originally he was thinking of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Never thought that Situ Kung actually reacted this way after hearing the heart method. Well, there's no need to be polite. I promised you before to help you heal your injuries. The district gong method is just that. You don't have to care too much. although Lin Song's mouth said it easily, but in his heart, he had already begun to calculate whether or not he wanted to cultivate according to the just performed Gongfu heart method. After all, even Situ Kong Kong marveled at the heart method of worshipping the master. It definitely couldn't be any worse. Seniors seniors, I Situ empty rarely convince people, but today I am really convinced. How many hidden door and the people grabbed the head of the ground level of the heart method? To your here into the district heart method? He. Didn't realize that I was actually blessed by a misfortune and met you. Senior, if my injuries can be cured this time, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles of the Xian rank and become an earth rank expert that everyone looks up to. As he said that, Situ Kongkong's face straightened up, kneeled down on the ground, clasped his fists and said, Senior's great kindness, the late generation has no teeth to forget. In this life, I will treat you as a teacher's right. Master Lin, please accept my disciple's bow. Good guy. Situ Kongkong suddenly so solemn worship teacher. Make Lin Song some heart faint. How to get a disciple back in a blur. Chapter 34, Earth Order Technique. Lin Song didn't want to agree to Situ Kongkong's request to become a master, because he knew his own true ability. Once his cheap disciple asked to teach him some martial arts moves or something, he would definitely be dumbfounded on the spot. However, Situ Kongkong said nothing and did not get up, forcing Lin Song to nod his head before getting up. Master Lin, this earth-ranked technique of yours is so brilliant. I wonder what it's called. Situ Kongkong stood up with a face of excitement. Come on, just now I was still worried. The soul torture from my disciple came immediately. To be honest, the system's light words only gave words such as the lineage mind technique for treating injuries. Where was the name of any technique? Could it be that he would wait for tomorrow to waste another chance to inquire? District Earth Rank Gong Method, just name it whatever you want. Lin Song put his small hand behind his back and said with a relaxed expression. In an instant, Situ Kongkong froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. This is also too bullish. Casually giving out an earth rank technique is bullish enough. Actually even lazy to give a name? In the end, what kind of cowpie master did he worship? After freezing for a long time, Situ Kongkong frowned and pondered for a while, and said, Master Lin, there are a total of 13 routes in this heart method's execution method gate. My disciple dares to name it. How about calling it Cloud Eagle 13 Styles? Whatever. I'm sleepy. Go back to the house and rest. Lin Song put his hands behind his back and walked towards the bedroom in a high and cold manner, genuinely afraid that if he stayed with Situ Kongkong for a long time, he would ask any more damning questions. Greetings, Master Lin. Situ Kongkong clasped his fists and bowed, his head lowered, but there was an overwhelming excitement on his face. Lin Song returned to his bedroom and pulled up the light character again, staring at it for half a day before he shook his head and smiled, the light character disappearing with a thought. In fact, the reason why this set of heart method has 13 routes of action is because in Situ Kongkong's body, there are 13 meridians in which the cold poison of the robbing palm has been invaded. So this method of dissolution has been created. Probably the system felt that this heart method, just for him to drive away the cold poison, only to give the choice. Of course, when the system produces a product, it must be a good product. Thinking about it, Lin Song didn't find Situ Kongkong's shock so strange. However, on second thought, Lin Song's heart was once again on fire. What if he used the query function to check what technique he was best suited to cultivate? That would definitely be the most awesome technique without a doubt. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Song was a little too excited to sleep, and had thought of trying to cultivate the Cloud Eagle 13 Styles. But as soon as he thought of the possibility of cultivating a higher level of heart method than the Earth Rank heart method, he instantly lost interest. Lin Song's mind was full of high coming and going martial arts images, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep at all, until the day dawned only. In a daze, he went to sleep. The sun was high in the sky. It was already noon. Lin Song woke up with a start, grabbed his cell phone to see that it was already almost 11 o'clock, and hurriedly gave Fu Shangling a phone call and dialed over. Brother Song, are you still inviting me to dinner today? Fu Shangling's voice was gentle and sweet. Please let's just have yesterday's tasteful residence. I fell asleep again in the morning, so wait at school and I'll go pick you up. Lin Song explained 2 more sentences in passing and hung up the phone. Lin Song quickly washed up and took a taxi straight to Jiangnan University. At the entrance, Lin Song did not find Fu Shangling's figure, so he called again, but was told to wait. As a result of this waiting for Lin Song nearly an hour, finally realized the meaning of the girl waiting. But, when he saw Fu Shangling, who was wearing a long lavender dress, coming down from the car, some of the irritation in Lin Song's heart instantly disappeared. A long dress until the ankles, dots of plum blossoms staggered, delicate face, slightly powdered, like a beautiful elf flower fairy. Am I pretty? Fu Shangling saw Lin Song's somewhat straightened eyes, the corners of her mouth rose, turned in place and asked with a smile. Pretty, very pretty. Hey, by the way, how did you come from outside the school? Lin Song changed the topic in order to diffuse the embarrassment of just being a bit frazzled. I don't always live on campus. Yesterday I went home to sleep, but I ended up catching my brother and my mom arguing again, and even dragged me through a ton of talking. Really? Fu Shangling spoke and shook her head straight. Your brother quarreled with your mom, and even dragged you down? Is it because of the strange things that happened to your brother? Lin Song asked curiously. That's right. My mom said to find someone to count for him, and he blew up. But later, when I said to ask for your help, my mom agreed. Fu Shangling said, lightly spit fragrant tongue. Some careful look to Lin Song. Explained, I was, also a moment of mouth. If you feel inconvenient, this thing even if it. In an instant, Lin Song remembered. Fu Shangling begged himself to help his brother tell his fortune, but today's query function has been used. How else can this favor be helped? It's fine, there's nothing inconvenient. It's just that I'm a bit busy today. Is it okay to wait for tomorrow? Lin Song hurriedly found an excuse. Tomorrow is better. Tomorrow is the weekend. It just so happens that my family is at home. Let's make a deal. This meal is still my treat, as a thank you in advance. Fu Shangling was happy to hear Lin Song agree. Let's hurry and take a taxi to dinner. I just called and booked a private room. This meal is on me. Lin Song was relieved to hear that he didn't have to go to the fortune teller today. Chapter 35. Timely luck shy. No one stirred up trouble during this meal, so Lin Song and Fu Shangling ate with a sense of humor. Compared to the last meal, Lin Song had more words, and Fu Shangling's smile had become more. Just let Lin Song is strange. In WeChat communication, Fu Shangling called very skillful brother Song, but no longer here. Lin Song thought, maybe with Fu Shangling is not familiar enough. The girl face tender, in front of the face called not export, also normal. The long march, this is just the beginning. Slowly come on. When the meal was almost over, Lin Song asked about gambling. Xiangling, do you know where there is a place to gamble on stones in our area? There's one on the antique street. Do you want to gamble on stones? I can take you there. Uncle Shi's store is the biggest stone gambling store in our city. Fu Shangling replied dryly. Lin Song's heart was happy when he heard this, and he said silently in his heart, I can earn $5 million from gambling on stones today. Ding dong. Host's statement. 100% correct. Getting a positive answer from the system, Lin Song was in a great mood. If you want to pick up antiques to earn money, or gamble on a stone to make a big profit, just ask the system and you'll know. It's true that with the system in hand, I have the world in front of me. Ha ha ha. Cough. Fu Shangling mouth. Uncle Tim's store. In fact, in the antique street in the inner side of the Jade store group, Time Luck Shy, is by 3 stores open store? Very spacious. Inside the shelves, all kinds of stone material. There are also some Shoshan stone, chicken bloodstone and so on, belong to the category of antiques. Store guests quite a lot. Business seems to be good. Lin Song and Fu Shangling passed through half of the antique street and came to the entrance of Time Luck Shy. Okay, Sister Xue Man, we're right here at Shiyun Zhai. Come over. Fu Shangling said the last sentence into the phone, looked up at Lin Song and said, that, Sister Xue Man is coming over in a while. You won't mind, right? Lin Song looked at Fu Shangling somewhat helplessly. You've finished promising, only to come over and ask me if I mind? Really? You won't still be angry with Sister Xue Man, right? Actually, you misunderstood her. In fact, Xiao Xue Man just wanted to thank Lin Song, and as a result, because of the last time they gave away $10 million, the relationship between the two of them had gotten very stagnant, so that's why they begged Fu Xiangling's head. Fu Shangling after 2 days together, but some feel clear Lin Song's temperament. Good sister asked for, it is intended to help. The result of a sentence has not finished, will be interrupted by Lin Song. Stop. I came here today to gamble on stones, not to ask her out. Lin Song's face sank, directly lifted his foot and walked into towards the store. Hey. Fu Shangling just wanted to call out to Lin Song, but as a result, the phone in her hand rang again, so she could only frown fiercely and stay outside the store to answer the phone. Hey, Chen Cun. What is it? Fu Shangling's tone was not very good. Xiangling, I'm looking for you in a hurry. Where are you? A boy's voice rang from the phone. I'm at the Antique Street. What the hell do you want? Ha ha. I knew you were at Antique Street. I saw you. Don't move. I'll come over to you right away. The boy was very excited and hung up the phone. Fu Shangling smelled some curious looking around. Suddenly saw the figure of Chen Cun not far away. Sighed slightly and waited in place. This Chen Cun is Fu Shangling's mom's best friend's son. Older than Fu Shangling 3 or 4 years old. Although there is no relative blood, but from childhood to know, the relationship is also close, and now people find up. Fu Shangling is not good to ignore. Ha ha, Xiangling can finally find you. Just how did you not answer the phone? Chen Cun face white, with a pair of glasses. See Fu Shangling, then smiled and walked over. Behind him is also followed by a man in a suit. Fu Xiangling smiled faintly and didn't explain. Just now when she was having dinner with Lin Song, Chen Ciyuan had called. It was just that she didn't want to answer it. You're looking for me for something? Xiangling, come. I'll introduce you to a friend. This is my college classmate Yu Wenchuan, from the Magic City. He's the Yu Huang Jewelry's young master witch. Chen Ciyuan smiled and introduced the man beside him to Fu Xiangling. Hi, it's Chen Ciyuan who lifted me up. I don't dare to be the young master. I'm just working for my family. How are you? Fu Xiangling, my name is Yu Wenxian. Nice to meet you. Yu Wenxian long and dignified, smiled before speaking, very some gentle and elegant flavor. Seeing Fu Xiangling so beautiful, immediately eyes bright. Hello? In the face of Yu Wenchuan's outstretched hand, Fu Xiangling couldn't refuse, so she gently shook it and nodded with a smile. Xiangling, this classmate of mine has come all the way here specifically to find you. Let's find a place to sit down and chat. Chen Ciyuan smiled and made an invitation. I accompanied my friend over. I can't leave for the time being. You guys have something to say here. Fu Xiangling said with some difficulty. This matter can't be said in a sentence or two. You tell your friend. Let's find a quiet place to talk again. Chen Ciyuan persuaded. Fu Xiangling sniffed as a frown. I and my friend said good things. Not good halfway. If you really have something, wait for my side is finished. I will call you again. Chen Ciyuan wanted to persuade again, but Yu Wenchuan reached out and stopped him. Miss Xiangling also likes Jade? It just so happens that I have some research in this area. How about giving you and your friend a counselor? Chapter 36. Gambling on Stones. As soon as Fu Xiangling heard Yu Wenchuan speak in such a manner, she couldn't refuse any longer and could only bring Chen Ciyuan and the two of them into the store with a stiff upper lip. Lin Song, have you chosen yet? Fu Xiangling found Lin Song who was looking at the stones. Not yet. Lin Song didn't look back as he checked back and forth on several pieces of stone. Is this your boyfriend? Yu Wenchuan smiled and spoke. Fu Xiangling sniffed, instantly blushed a little, hurriedly shook her head and said, No, Lin Song is my classmate. Lin Song sniffed, finally noticing that something was different, and turned his head to look at the visitors. Xiangling, they are? Oh, his name is Chen Ciyuan. His name is Yu Wenchuan. Is my cousin. Just happened to meet on the street. Fu Xiangling saw Lin Song's eyes, her mind was nervous, and she explained somewhat vaguely. Your name is Lin Song, right? In fact, if I were to really talk about Xiangling, we are considered to be family friends. My father and Xiangling's grandfather had a very good personal relationship, and is considered to be half of Fu Lao's student. Yu Wenchuan smiled and explained, then said, do you want to gamble on stones? I still have some research in this area. I can help you with some advice. No need. Lin Song was a bit unhappy in his heart and decisively refused. Hey, you don't have to be polite. Since you're a classmate of Sister Xiangling, there's no harm in me analyzing it for you. Yu Wenchuan stepped forward and pointed at the jade raw materials on the table and said, these are the seeds of Hetian jade, which are characterized by a rounded pebble-like surface, and from the epidermis and the rubbings on the epidermis alone, it can be ascertained that the oiliness of these several pieces of seeds is very good. Therefore, these pieces of seed material are considered to be half bright and half gambling material, although the gambling is relatively small, but its price will often be very high. Once the gambling collapse, the loss will be very big. If you just want to play around, I suggest you go to the back and pick the raw jadeite. Although the gamble is big, but the cost is low, a small gamble is good. Lin Song heard Yu Wenxian forced to chatter half a day. The heart of that mushy strength. Don't mention. I said no need. Who the hell with you polite? Really? Ranting half a day. In fact, nothing more than a sentence. These seeds are very expensive. I advise you to buy something cheaper. Grandma, I'm not blind. Can't I read the price tag? After Lin Song entered the store, he didn't use the correct rate to start verifying, but went to every table to look over it. I'm afraid that I will have to deal with the gambling business for a long time in the future, so it's necessary to take the opportunity to see more. With one's existing knowledge of jade, first judge it, then use the correct rate to verify the opportunity. Verify it, this way, will bring a lot of experience for the future of gambling. Even if with the naked I cannot yet find the big rise of the original stone jade to, at least can say some doorway to fool people to hide the existence of the system. Right, however, never expected. Fu Xiangling actually brought Yu Wenchuan such a goods in. A mouth, a smile, as if very approachable like, in fact, is to show superiority. To put it bluntly, is not to see himself dressed in the usual, and then forced to chatter a bit, in front of Fu Xiangling to press their head, and then won the beauty of the good feeling? Yu Wenchuan just seemed to explain the advantages and disadvantages of gambling here. In fact, this goods throughout the whole did not look at Lin Song. Eyes from time to time looked to the Fu Xiangling. In the end what he thought, do not have to guess all no. Lin Song heart of the fire a bit cannot be suppressed. Cold back, thank you kindly, here is the price tag. I can count a few zeros. And, gambling stone although there is a gambling word inside. But this is called risky commodity trading. This small gambling is not quite right, right? Hey, kid, Xian Xiao kindly reminded you. How do you not know what's good for you? Chen Ciyuan pointed at Lin Song with the intention of chiding him. Chen Ciyuan, Lin Song is my friend. Speak politely. Before Lin Song could react, Fu Xiangling blared first, and even took 2 steps towards Lin Song's side, placing her small hand directly in the crook of Lin Song's arm. Of course, Fu Xiangling's action was not as affectionate as the usual arm pulling, just using the palm of her hand to grab the sleeve and the crook of Lin Song's arm, but this was also considered to be a kind of attitude for her to show her stance. Fu Xiangling's small action naturally looked in Yu Wenchuan's eyes, only to see his eyes narrowed. The light of essence flickered, and then reached out to stop Chen Ciyuan, who still had to speak, and spoke with a smile. I just met. I don't know that brother Lin Song has such wealth. It's me who is abrupt. Since they are both friends of Xiangling, in order to express my apology, let's do it like this. Yu Wenchuan slightly smiled, a finger on the table of Hutian jade seeds, said, you and I each choose a seed, and then on the spot to solve the stone. Who cut the high value of the jade even if who wins? The losing party, to give away the raw materials of the jade. In addition, I'm willing to add a 1947 Chateau Cheval Blanc dry red wine, valued at more than 30,000 US dollars, regardless of brother Lin Song's win or lose. I'm sent to you as an indemnity. When Lin Song heard this, he really wanted to curse his mother in his heart. On the surface, this guy is making amends. He also took out more than 30,000 US dollars of red wine to give away. Very atmospheric. In fact, he is forcing himself to bet against him. If he concedes and can't afford to buy the Hutian jade seeds on the table which are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, then he doesn't want to have this wine either. Chapter 37. Yu Wenchuan's intentions. After listening to Yu Wenchuan's words, Lin Song thought for a moment, and then knew that this bastard's sinister intentions. To be honest, the table of the seeds on a total of 4, and one of the largest piece of seed, the price tag is 15 million. The surface there are a number of open windows, although it cannot guarantee that the bet up, but from the rubbing of the mouth of the jade, even if the bet on the collapse of the jade can also be out of a lot of jade, or have a certain value, is not so much as to be a complete waste, worth a big few million is not a problem. The other 3 pieces of seeds are smaller than the largest piece of more than half the size. If you do not bet on the rise, or bet on a small rise, it is difficult to say that the value of the jade material is greater than the largest piece of. And Yu Wenchuan's intention is also very clear. Obviously bullying Lin Song's financial strength is not enough. Concluded that he can't get $15 million. In this way, his chance of winning is too big. Moreover, the cheapest and smallest piece of seed material on the table costs $1,300,000. Lin Song insisted on buying this piece. That is really a slim chance of winning. If it does not come out of the white jade, even if the bet goes up, it is still a loss. Once Lin Song lost, $1,300,000 will have to go down the drain. Absolutely is the heart of the evil extreme. Lin Song guessed Yu Wenchuan's intentions. Of course, will not easily agree with him, and turned to the seeds on the table. His mind silently read. The jade in the Hutian jade seed material with a price tag of $15 million is the most valuable of these 4 pieces. Ding dong, host's statement. 0% correct. Getting confirmation from the system, Lin Song's heart was greatly relieved, forcibly holding back his excitement. He frowned and said, we're all friends of Xiangling, and we're betting so much just as soon as we meet? Isn't it a little bit not good? What's not good about it? Just now, when you flipped off Xian Xiao, did you think that Xian Xiao is also a friend of Xiangling's sister? Have you ever considered her feelings? If you're a man, bet against it, and if you admit you're a wimp, apologize and get lost. Chen Ciyuan did not wait for Yu Wenchuan to open his mouth, then scolded. Get it? The pretentious young man never lacks a dog leg beside him. Bet on it. Old man is still afraid of you? Lin Song feigned exasperation and said back. Lin Song, don't bet. Fu Xiangling advised with a nervous face. Sister Xiangling, don't be nervous. This is just a small game between friends. Not to mention there's a jackpot. It can't hurt the piece. Yu Wenchuan smiled faintly, stretched his hand towards the table, looked towards Lin Song and said, Brother Lin Song, please choose first. Seeing Yu Wenchuan letting himself choose first, Lin Song froze instead. Could it be that he had guessed Yu Wenchuan's mind wrong? Wasn't he afraid that he really had the ability to take that $15 million piece of seed material that was almost a sure win? Could it be that he really wants to make amends? Really treat this bet as a small game between friends? I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure. This guy is not so kind. Lin Song immediately rejected the idea he had just had and frowned in deep thought. Hey, can you still see the flowers? Quickly choose which one, Chen Bei urged beside him. Lin Song sniffed and twisted his head to faintly sweep a glance at him, lightly humming, the emperor is not in a hurry, what the eunuch is in a hurry for. You, Chen Siyuan was so angry that he almost made a move, but in the end, he was blocked by Yu Wenchuan. Lin Song, of course, also saw Yu Wenchuan a look of success in the calm appearance. The heart is tired of dying. Bitter thought, this goods in the end have what rely on. Suddenly, when Lin Song saw the Hatan jade seeds on the table next to him, a lightning bolt crossed his mind. It turned out that this goods was planning to block both ends. If he had the money to buy the $15 million of Hatan jade seed material, then this bastard was definitely going to pick a piece of Hatan jade seed material that was only worth a few tens of thousands of dollars or so to fool himself. Gambling on stones and betting on stones. 9 out of 10 bets are lost. Imagine, if you buy $15 million of seed material, and then cut down, it is likely to lose a few million or even tens of millions. In the end, this goods in their own buy fixed 15 million seed material. To a sentence, you really atmosphere. I just intend to compensate for the gift, not at all intend to win you. The result is that this goods randomly choose a piece of seed material out of the bound to lose, but also appear to be his atmosphere, while making himself look like an immature stupid boy. A small game between friends. You actually buy 1500 seed material, so want to win? I just take the opportunity to want to send you a bottle of red wine. Lin Song could almost instantly think of this bastard's face when he said those words. When Lin Song looked at Yu Wenchuan again, he was still smiling and made a gesture of invitation to the table in front of him. Has brother Lin Song considered it yet? Which piece to choose? Grandma, this bastard has been hinting himself to choose the most expensive seed material in front of him, but in the betting but did not mention at all. In the end, which table to bet on the seed material? Really in which? Wenchuan old brother, since this bet is proposed by you, or you to choose first, I as a brother always have to let you point it. Lin Song with a smile on his face, similarly pointed to the seeds on the table in a very atmospheric manner. At these words, Yu Wenxian's smile could not help but stagnate for a moment, and then, a smile once again crawled on his face, saying, ha ha, you're so funny, I'm older than you, and calling you brother Lin Song is just to look at Xiangling's face, and to be polite, and in addition, my compound surname Yuan, and it is only proper for you to call me brother Yuan. Ha ha, you probably don't know, right? I'm actually Fu Lao's student, from your father then on, you should be counted as my junior. Forget it, I'd better call you virtuous nephew. Come, Wenchuan virtuous nephew, you first please. Lin Song one hand back, the other hand a finger desktop, very elder style. Chapter 38, your nephew first please. Kid, you've gone too far. Do you know the chairman of Yu Huang Jewelry? Do you know the chairman of Yu Huang Jewelry? You can still point face not? And, Xian Young plural surname Yuan, you deaf? Chen Siyuan pointed at Lin Song and cursed. Lin Song pulled out his ears, turned his head to look at Chen Siyuan, and said indifferently, you're Xiangling's cousin, and from what she's saying then, it seems like you're also my junior, right? Facing elders, so rude and barking wildly, your tutelage are fed to you? Who the hell are you talking about? Chen Siyuan was so infuriated that his eyes turned red, and he had the intention of making a move. Chen Siyuan, what are you going to do? Lin Song is my friend, you're not welcome here, and he doesn't have time to bet against you. All of you, leave. Fu Shangling directly blocked Lin Song forward. Her small face had long been red with anger. All are friends, why get angry? Yu Wenchuan stood out at the right time, looking at Lin Song with a smile and asked, are you sure you want me to choose first? Of course, I'm your elder, virtuous nephew Wenchuan please. Lin Song spoke, keeping a close eye on Yu Wenchuan's expression, realizing that the bastard was so exasperated by himself that the corners of his eyes jumped out of the corner of his eyes. His heart was greatly pleased. Yu Wenchuan's face was a little gloomy, then he smiled once again. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. I'll choose this piece. Lin Song saw that Yu Wenchuan was forced by himself to choose the 15 million Hetian jade seed material. In his heart, he immediately let out a cold snort. Small like fighting with me? Master has a system. Do you? I've chosen. It's your turn. There are still 3 pieces of seed material here. After you've chosen as well, we'll pay the bill together to unlock the stone. Yu Wenchuan said as he stared closely at Lin Song. Oh, can only choose from these 3 pieces of seed material? Can't we go to another table and choose? Lin Song asked indifferently. When Yu Wenchuan heard this, the corner of his mouth spread a cold smile and said, the red wine that I intend to compensate for is worth more than $200,000. Do you want to buy a piece of seed material that costs a few $1,000s? Are you not afraid that Shangling will look down on you? Oh, this guy is really blocked at both ends. How to say he is reasonable? Lin Song ignored Fu Shangling's persuasion and once again looked at the hut and jade seed material on the table. This $8 million piece of jade in the hut and jade seed material is worth more than that piece of jade with a price tag of $15 million in seed material. Ding dong. Host's statement is 100% correct. Hearing the system confirm, Lin Song was so excited that he really wanted to jump up and down. No matter if that piece of this one went up or down, he was definitely the sure win version. This $8 million piece of hut and jade seed material is the most expensive of the 3 remaining pieces, and of course the largest in size. Lin Song directly reached out a finger, said, "Sien nephew since it is a small game between our uncle and nephew, I will choose this piece to play with you. Although the small $5 million is a little less, there is nothing more expensive." Lin Song, you crazy, small 5 million which, you don't be intentional. In fact, and this Yuanchuan is also just recognized. You don't because jealousy do silly things. Fu Shangling pasted in Lin Song's ear, voice lower and lower. Lin Song looked at Fu Shangling's nervous little face, couldn't help but smile faintly, reached out and patted her fragrant shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have numbers, have you forgotten what I will?" In an instant, Fu Shangling's nervousness eased quite a bit. Lin Song is a divine calculator such a big bet, there is no way he won't do some divination for himself. However, I didn't see him pinching his fingers, even if he did. What if he misses this time? That's $5 million. Fu Shangling's feelings were complicated again for a while, looking at Lin Song with bated breath, but it was not good to go forward to persuade him. Chen Siyuan called the store manager over and talked about the matter of buying Hetan Jade seed transfer. In fact, there is no need to call. Lin Song and Yuanchuan for a beautiful woman in the scene of gambling fight has long attracted everyone in the store to the surrounding. It didn't take long for Lin Song and Yuanchuan to transfer the money together and come to the area where the stones were being unraveled. The stone unraveling machine was placed in the corner of the store, and as long as one purchased raw stone seeds in the store, they could all be unraveled for free. Of course, because the Lin Song duo's seeds were worth hundreds and millions of dollars, it immediately caused a large number of customers to gather around. This kind of rare scene was not something that could be seen every day. Are you going to decipher the stone first, or am I going to do it first? Yuanchuan personally monitored Lin Song finish transferring the account. His heart was extremely satisfied. This bet had already won 99% in his heart. Wenchuan virtuous nephew you first. Lin Song returned with his hands behind his back. Smilingly, Yuanchuan secretly sulked, and was too lazy to correct him. Wait a while for the seeds to cut up, then see who cries well. Yuanchuan 2 steps to the table in front of the seed material, with the stone master to discuss from where to cut the first knife. Lin Song, on the other hand, sat on a chair on the side and watched with a calm demeanor. Sister Xue Man, you can finally come. You don't know just now Lin Song bet against others. Fu Xiangling tightly pulled Xiao Xue Man's arm, with a sad face complaining to her little sister. To be honest, if Lin Song won today, how to say, in case he lost, that is nearly $5 million. Fu Shangling is afraid to blame themselves to death. Xiao Xue Man listened to Fu Xiangling, immediately interface, it's okay, $8 million, he lost count me. Gu, my aunt, have you forgotten how to annoy him? How dare you say that? Fu Shangling glared after hearing this. Hearing this, Xiao Xue Man fell silent, far away from the partition, looking at the bland Lin Song. This boy he had never been able to understand. Chapter 39, Boss Sure was disliked. The boss of Time Luck Zhai is called Shi Xiuyuan. Hearing the store manager report that someone bought that 15 million Hetan jade seed material, immediately rushed back to the store at a rapid pace. Shi Xiuyuan looks a little slightly fat, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, round face, before words first smile. After entering the store, see Fu Xiangling directly walk over to greet. Xiangling girl, why did you come? You'd rather give me a call in advance. Uncle sure. I brought my friend to your store to casually look. Did not intend to trouble you. Alas, in Fu Shangling's words, there was unfinished business, her eyes staring at Lin Song in the stone solving area, with a tense look on her face. Yo, Xiangling girl, the one who bought the treasure of my town store won't be your friend, right? When Shi Xiuyuan saw Fu Shangling looking towards the stone solving room with a tense face and great concern, it was not difficult to guess that among the people who were solving the stones, there was his friend. Alas, one is my friend, the other is Yu Huang Jewelry's Yuanchuan, Fu Shangling said with a sigh. The more she got to the stone solving session, the more nervous her heart became. Yo, 2 rich gentlemen are gambling and throwing away thousands of dollars for a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman wouldn't be you, would it? Shi Xiuyuan stared at Fu Shangling and exclaimed in shock. Uncle sure, just don't mention this, okay? You hurry up and go watch over it. Fu Shangling was greatly annoyed, and didn't say that she understood what exactly she was going to watch, and who she was going to watch. Okay, Okay, I'll go now. Xiao Yuan agreed painfully and immediately rushed to the stone solving area. A pair of eyes had already squinted into a slit with a smile. Selling nearly $20 million of seeds in one go, he didn't laugh out loud, even if he was very restrained. Yo, Mr. Yuan is here in a big way. The small store is really fluffy. My name is Xiao Yuan. I am the owner of this store. Thank you for your patronage. Xiao Yuan smiled and extended his hand from a long distance away. Yuan's seeds had already been put into the stone unlocking machine, and when he saw the store owner coming, he turned around and smiled, shaking hands in a very friendly manner. This place is worthy of being the biggest stone gambling store in Nanxiang. There are actually Hatian Jade seeds that perform so well. Boss Shi's strength is extraordinary. Where? You flatter me. I wish you a big rise. Xiao Yuan smiled and finished arching his hand, turning to Lin Song's side. Little brother is a friend of girl Shangling, right? I'm her grandfather's student. We are also considered family. I wonder where you work, jobless idler. When Lin Song saw Xiao Yuan's long-sleeved look, his heart was not happy, so he coldly replied back. Yo, this is the piece of seed material you chose, right? Little brother, really good vision. This piece of seed material is the best oil in my store, and rub mouth white pure, glossy and oily. There is a great possibility to open the sheep's white jade. That is a big rise. Xiao Yuan pointed to the table of 4.8 million seed material hard boast up. Lin Song did not want to take care of him, but saw him say so metaphysical. Feel some toothache, can not help. Opened his mouth, if you really say so good. On a piece of seed material more than 4.8 million, right? You just see the oil. Why don't you look at how many cracks on it? How many pieces of stiffness are there? When Xiao Yuan heard, the smile stalled. Oh, stiff edge out of good meat. As for how many cracks are in it, that all depends on your luck. After all, it's a gambling stone, right? Stiff edge out good meat is not false, but that is dead stiff, right? And this piece of seed material on the live stiff. Live stiff is also called scurrying stiff. Do not look at a few small pieces. It is likely to scurry to the inside of a large area. And above the cracks are also quite a lot. If the cracks into it, it will be really into the waste material, which is also the fundamental reason why you only bid 4.8 million it. Lin Song disliked back without a good mood. In fact, Xiao Yuan is the boss. Both sides of the buyer compliments is normal, but he seriously underestimated Lin Song. See his young age, and dress ordinary, just from the store manager mouth to learn. Lin Song, because of a moment of anger, only agreed to bet. Thought he is a layman. Casually say some auspicious words, just fooled over. As a result, Lin Song really knew his business. In a few words, he disliked Xiao Yuan's old face, laughed dryly, and made amends. Oops, I'm slacking off. So it turns out that Lin Xiao is an expert. It's because I'm clumsy. I'm sorry. Lin Song sniffed and didn't say anything else, while Xiao Yuan wiped his sweat falsely and retreated to the side. Fu Shangling and Xiao Xue Man had long since leaned over and heard all of this in their ears. Sister Xue Man, so he really knows how to gamble on stones. That makes me feel much more relieved. After Fu Shangling heard Lin Song's words, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She thought that Lin Song really bet against Yuan because he was negative, but it turned out that he knew everything, which made Fu Shangling feel much more at ease. Naive. Knowing how to gamble on stones doesn't necessarily mean that you can gamble up. Besides, even if you gamble up, you still have to assess the final value of the jade in the end. You'd better go to your Uncle Tim first. Let him hire a few regular jade buyers. That's what matters. Xiao Xue Man analyzed as she looked at it. Yeah, right. Oh, wait for me. I'll go and come. Fu Shangling ran towards the stone deciphering area in a trot. Suddenly, the stone solving master turned off the stone solving machine. Yuan seed material has been cut. Whether or not to gamble up. Immediately see the difference. Chapter 40. Gambling a small rise. Seeds cutting finished. All the people's eyes are looking towards the stone unlocking machine. Even Yuan Xian was a little nervous. The smile that had been hanging on his face had disappeared. His breathing was a little short. And when he received the half of the seed material handed over by the gambling master, his face suddenly sank. Mr. Yuan, it's okay. Although the stiffness scuttled into some, but the above crack is not too much. The meat of the oil is also good, can be out of a lot of material. This has 2 big pieces of it, but also can be cut again. 3 cuts to know the poor and the rich. Right. Xiao Yuan went over to look. See, jade meat performance is not very good. Rushed to persuade. Keep cutting. Yuan sniffed, smiled and gave a nod to Xiao Yuan, commanding in a deep voice. It was a slow work for the jade to be deciphered into bright material, because Yuan declared in advance that in order to compare the value of the final jade with Lin Song, it would have to be cut into jade slices of about 2 centimeters thick. And when the jade is cut to such a degree as jade slices, there is no more gambling at all. and the exact performance is clear at a glance, making it easy to estimate the value. As the seeds continue to cut, Yu Wenchuan's face has obviously improved. His family is originally in this business. The jade valuation of the heart. This piece of Hutian jade seeds, although did not gamble up, but only a small collapsed. The jade is worth about 10 million or no problem. Hey, average luck. Bet a small rise. Your turn. Yu Wenchuan said to Lin Song with a smile after looking at the jade piece in his hand. Hey, Yu Wenchuan, can you speak reliably? These jades are worth $10 million at most, and you still have the nerve to say small rise? This is called gambling down, okay? Xiao Xue Man had just followed the other merchants to check out the jade, and of course she had a good idea of the value of the jade in her heart. Once she heard Yu Wenchuan talking nonsense, she immediately spoke up to break it. Hearing Xiao Xue Man speak for Lin Song, Yu Wenxian looked over with some surprise, then smiled and said, Miss Xiao, this is not right. There is a saying that gold has a price and jade is priceless. Our valuation of the jade is a range. Really encountered a buyer bidding up a few layers of the price is also a common thing. Are you kidding me? The bright material is just where it is. Not to mention the cracks. The stiffness also scuttled in several pieces. The value fluctuation range can't be too big. Right. Xiao Xue Man sneered and disliked back. MS. Xiao, this, I do not agree. Stiff into the jade flesh. Sometimes as long as the shape of the carving, that is definitely the work of the eye of the dragon, the value does not decrease, but increase. A middle-aged man in a suit walked out. He was one of the jade buyers who had just gone up to view the jade. This boss has good insight. So how much are you willing to pay for these jades? Xiao Xue Man coldly grunted. The middle-aged man obviously wanted to please Yu Huang Jewelry's Yu Wenchuan, but to his surprise, Xiao Xue Man was aggressive and had to ask him to make a bid on the spot. So for a while, he looked at Yu Wenchuan with some embarrassment. Yu Wenchuan, on the other hand, slightly smiled and said, Zhong boss, do not need to look at the face of the Yu Huang Jewelry. Here also involves me and a friend's bet. Belongs to my personal matters. You according to the heart of the price bid on it. Nima, you don't need to see face? Don't need to see face. You mention Yu Huang Jewelry to do a hairline which? The obese Xiong boss has been in the shopping mall for many years. Yu Wenchuan's backtracking, which have not heard the reason. Thinking of the benefits of being able to climb the tree of Yu Huang Jewelry, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll give 16 million. Oh, this call for a price could startle quite a few people. The performance of these jades is where, as Xiao Xue Man said, even if the face of the acquisition of capital preservation, but also at most add 1 million or 2 million even. As a result, this cargo breath called to 16 million. This can be really in order to flatter. A little shameless. Yu Wenchuan smiled a few more points at his words and cupped his fists and said, Boss Zhong has good eyesight, good vigor. I'm here to thank you first. The price of 16 million genuinely made Yu Wenchuan's heart feel comfortable, just a bit higher than the 15 million seed price, which perfectly matched the small rise he had just said. Hey, surnamed Zhong, do you still want some face? In order to kneel and lick disregarding the rules of the trade, is it? Xiao Xue Man was infuriated and pointed at Boss Zhong and cursed. Sister Xue Man. Fu Shangling was afraid that Xiao Xue Man would go up and kick someone, and hurriedly pulled her back with a deadly grip. This piece of my Hutian jade seed jade is worth more than $16 million. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. At first, Lin Song was a little worried when he saw the boss surnamed Zhong's shamelessness, but once he heard the system confirm it, he instantly relaxed. In Lin Song's mind, this boss surnamed Zhong was too cute. This was simply giving away money for himself. However, when he saw Xiao Xue Man's red eyes somewhat about to impulse his frame, he hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Alright, Xue ya head, stop. I have a number in my heart. Once again being called Snow Girl, Xiao Xue Man's heart was very complicated. Instinctively wanted to dislike a sentence back, but his mind instantly recalled that night being rescued by Lin Song from under the hands of the great thief Situ Kong Kong. He couldn't help but open his mouth, but lowered his head. This scene, looking at Yu Wenxian as if he had seen a ghost. Yu Huang Jewelry and Xiao Jewelry are peers. The two families have always known each other. Xiao Xue Man's fiery temper, he was clear in his heart. However, such a cold and arrogant Xiao Xue Man, actually by an inconspicuous boy, give a sentence to stop the anger? What the hell is this? When Yu Wenxian looked at Lin Song again, his eyes became much more gloomy, and his heart's certainty of winning this bet was also a bit shaken up. Chapter 41, Sheep's Jade. Chapter 41, Sheepskin Jade. Yu Wenxian was not a stupid person under his family's elite style of cultivation. On the contrary, he was also a meticulous person, as evidenced by the trap he had just set for Lin Song to bet against him. Simply by seeing the scene where Xiao Xue Man was repelled by Lin Song's sentence, Yu Wenxian knew that he was afraid that he had underestimated this unusually ordinary-looking Lin Song, and it was only logical that he began to value him in his heart. Lin Song, on the other hand, is really winning, backhands a light-hearted look. Simply do not know. His own and Yu Wenchuan heart status change. Brother Song, you can definitely bet up, right? Fu Shangling sticking to Lin Song's side, her small hand unconsciously gripping the sleeve of Lin Song's arm, looking towards the direction of the stone decomposer with a nervous face. Fragrant girl, don't be nervous, relax, relax. Lin Song gently patted, grasping his small hand that hurt. Fu Shangling after this pat, finally reacted. What are you doing? Embarrassed to spit fragrant tongue. Red face lowered his head. Don't know why. Whenever one is nervous, as long as Lin Song speaks in one's ear, Fu Shangling can get a great sense of security. It's amazing. Every time. Xiao Xue Man sniffed and swept a glance at the two as a couple, but also purposely to the two pulled together at the arm a little more, only to withdraw his gaze. Slightly imperceptible light sigh, eyes a little bleak. Too rich boy in order to beautiful girl betting. This drama of the audience a lot. One by one all stretched out their necks to look at the deciphering area. The mouth is a lot of talk. That person has unraveled $16 million of jade. I'm afraid that kid is going to hang, right? That's not true. Gambling is 10, gambling 9 collapsed. That kid's seed material is not much. Even if the betting Zhang also may not be able to win others. Alas, it's a pity. I heard that the kid's seed is also worth 5 million. Just for a chick. As to take 5 million to play in the water? These rich people really brain into water. You can pull back. You win 5 million is money. People do not take 5 million as money. How to say that people brain into the water it? Hey, is he a relative of your family? You're still bragging about him? That kid wears ordinary clothes. Certainly not as rich as that person. This is to hold their breath with someone to fight. Alas. Women. What are you talking about? To be fair, my relatives? People wear ordinary that is called low-key. You powerful you also come up with 5 million to bet You can't get it even if you're pissed off, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. As if you can get $5 million. What are you screaming about? Get. Among the group of onlookers, there were two goods that almost fought. In the buzz of the surrounding crowd, the noise of the decomposer finally stopped. Deconstruction master opened the lid of the machine, stooped down to hold out half of the cut seeds, take the eyes of a sweep, suddenly exclaimed, out of sheep fat jade la, big rise ah. This exclamation immediately caused a commotion. The jade merchants in the stone decomposition area is like honey out of the general, flew over, drenching water, playing a strong flashlight. In an instant, the stone master and the table together in the center. AI, brother Song, out of sheep fat jade. Fu Shangling excitedly shook Lin Song's arm. Calm down. Lin Song twisted his head to look at the excited Fu Shangling who was jumping around like a bunny, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise the arc of excitement. Although Lin Song's heart has long known that he is bound to win, but as soon as he heard out of the sheep's fat jade, but also excited straight want to yell out. But so many people watching it, must have a sample, have a force style is not it? The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the product, and you will be able to see it. Holding back the excitement not to laugh out loud is also a damn painful and happy enjoyment. Lin Song, congratulations. Xiao Xue Man was the first one to retreat from the crowd, looked at Lin Song with a serious face and said, if the inside of these jades can maintain the current quality, the value is estimated to be on the 100 million. I have a request. Please, for the sake of my grandpa's face, sell this piece of jade to our Zhao's jewelry. I guarantee that I will pay 10 million more than the other people's bids. Xiao Xue Man grew up to be strong and had long wanted to make some contribution to the family business to prove her ability. She knew in her heart that such a large piece of superb purity suet jade, high-grade jade, meant something to a jewelry company and how important it was. Although Lin Song was a little disgusted in his heart when he heard the high $10 million, he could not refute her request when he saw Xiao Xue Man's sincere attitude that he had never seen before. Let's wait until it's all solved in a while. Lin Song faintly replied back, and didn't say yes or no. Xiao Xue Man looked deeply at Lin Song, opened her mouth, and finally retreated to the side in silence. On the other hand, the several jade buyers surrounding the jade material exclaimed in shock, my god, this is full of meat. It's too rare. Look at this oiliness, this color, this purity. It's really superb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The performance of the rubbing mouth cannot be seen at all. Sheep fat jade. I'll pay $20 million for this half piece of material. Come on, old Zhang. It's obvious that he's going to turn it into bright material, but you still want to steal the chicken? $20 million? You really have the nerve to open your mouth. The businessmen were discussing, but there was one thing that they all recognized. This half-cut piece of jade alone had far exceeded the value of Yu Wenchuan's piece of jade. Yu Wenchuan, on the other hand, stood on the side with a gloomy face. Chapter 42, Crazy Bidding. Brother Song, you won. I heard they all have people bidding $20 million. Fu Shangling called out with an excited face. Oomph, That boss Zhang offered $20 million because he wanted to pick up a bargain. Xiao Xue Man snorted coldly and said, if the outer skin of the two pieces of jade were rubbed apart and the performance was still the same as the cut part, this piece of material would definitely cost more than $100 million. Where is so valuable? 100 million? My god. Brother Son, you've earned a lot of money. Fu Shengling shook Lin Song's arm with a look of amazement. Rub it open? Why don't you cut it? Lin Song asked with a curious face. Xiao Xue Man sniffed and replied seriously. You don't know much about jade processing. Like these two pieces of material as big as yours, they can be carved as a whole into a pendant. In that case, the value will get a substantial increase. If they are cut into jade slices, they can only be taken as bangles and big plaques. After a pause and said, moreover, it can't be rubbed all over, to keep the sugar color that percolates into the periphery of the jade material, so that when carving the pendulum, it can leave a lot of space for the carving master to play, and leave the color with the shape, and the finished product will often be more exquisite. Come on, when it comes to this piece of jade processing, that bit of jade knowledge in Lin Song's heart is not enough. It had to be said that when Xiao Xue Man said something about her specialty with a serious face, she still had an attractive temperament, and didn't have the usual overbearing stance, making Lin Song much more comfortable. Alright, do as you say. Lin Song agreed, lifted his foot and walked over, ordering the stone-solving master to rub the skin. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to congratulate Lin Song for a few moments, and then personally went to the battlefield. Half a piece of jade with the stone decoding master, holding a small sander and carefully rubbing the skin. Congratulations to Brother Lin for opening the sheep's fat jade. Your luck is really good. Yu Wenxuan walked over with a smile on his face. Wenxuan virtuous nephew is polite. I'm a person who has always been lucky. Originally, I just intend to take out 5 million to play with the nephew. After all, this is our uncle and nephew between the two small games, but never thought, actually opened a sheep fat jade, but also let you lose 15 million. Really thank you nephew ha. Lin Song Piriankia finished the words. A random fist. There is no half a point of thanks to the sincerity of the intention to gas people is full. Yuan Xian was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He really wanted to directly walk away, but as the general manager of Yu Huang Jewelry, his reasoning told him that the two pieces of high-grade jade of lamb's fat jade, it was very important to Yu Huang Jewelry. He had to stay. Brother Lin is so funny. $15 million to make a friend like you. It's worth it. Yu Wenxuan adjusted his emotions and laughed again. But don't, Duke, we can't afford to climb. This word friend doesn't dare to be. Lin Song coldly snorted back. Brother Lin is joking. If you think the word friend is too distant, haven't you always said that we are uncle and nephew? Originally, I also thought, when I see Fu Lao we rationalize our relationship. Since you have clearly said it, I believe you. This one uncle I called Uncle Lin is above. My nephew is polite. Yu Wenxuan said, really bowed to Lin Song with a clasped fist to salute him. Upon seeing Yu Wenxuan so able to put down his face, Lin Song's heart was immediately startled. Nima, the dog that bares its teeth and barks all the time isn't scary, but the smiling tiger that can bend and stretch is scary. This Yu Wenxuan can have such a reaction. Really let Lin Song had to be impressed. And the more Yu Wenxuan is like this, but Lin Song more and more raised the vigilance of Yu Wenxuan's heart. For a while, Lin Song also lost interest in taking advantage of the verbalization, so the two of them fell silent. Not long after, the two pieces of jade finished rubbing their skins, drenched in water, and placed back on top of the table, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations once again. Gosh, the surface is the same. This is translucent. I'm afraid this piece of sheepskin jade is going to be priced sky high. I can't believe both pieces are performing so well, and there's no cotton. Excellent purity. I'll offer $40 million for this half piece. After watching for a while, this group of people finally couldn't hold back and started to formally call for bids. I'll bid $42 million. I'll bid $43 million. Two pieces packaged together. I'll bid 100 million. After Yu Wenxuan confidently opened his mouth, all the jade buyers sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, among these people, there were very few who had the ability to eat two pieces of jade together, and Yu Huang Jewelry's Yu Wenxuan had already revealed his intention to get it for sure. Even if the buyers who barely had the strength to do so, they didn't dare to compete with Yu Wenxuan anymore. You know, the jewelers here are all invited by Xiao Yuan, all doing business in Nanjiang. The strength is not very strong. If you have to spend more than $100 million to forcefully struggle to grab these two pieces of jade, resulting in a tight capital chain, do not even have to wait for the completion of the processing of jade, maybe under the crazy suppression of the Yu Huang Jewelry, want to be good are difficult. Of course, the strength is not able to, even if you have the intention to grab, but also cannot grab. One by one I looked at Yu Wenxuan a glance, have closed their mouths. I'll offer $110 million. Just when the crowd was silent, Xiao Xue Man's cold and arrogant voice rang out. Yu Wenchuan looked over at the sound, and once he saw that it was Xiao Xue Man who bid, he immediately frowned and continued to drink. Yu Huang Jewelry is bidding 120 million. Immediately, Yu Wenchuan looked at Xiao Xue Man and said indifferently, Miss Xiao, as far as I know, you don't hold any position in Xiao Jewelry, do you? Can you represent Xiao Jewelry? Chapter 43, Discounted Cash. Xiao Xue Man smiled coldly at his words and raised the cell phone in his hand, only to see a middle-aged man appear on the video screen. Hey, this actually alarmed Uncle Xiao. No wonder. A flash of annoyance flashed through Yu Wenchuan's gaze, and then he laughed again. The man in the video he certainly recognized. That was the chairman of Xiao's Jewelry, Xiao Xue Man, also known as Xiao Xue Man's father. Move more than $100 million of funds to buy Jade. Xiao Xue Man cannot dare to take their own ideas, has long contacted his father, but also opened the video, so that his father to see with his own eyes to see the goat-fat Jade, and finally got his father's consent, which only had with Yuan Xian bidding on the bottom of the air. Yuan Xian nephew, good pleasure. Why don't you say hello to me when you come to Nanjiang to play? Nanjiang is my hometown. How can you let me entertain you? Xiao Zhennan's voice with enthusiasm. That attitude, as if encountered a long unseen relatives in general. Uncle Xiao is busy. I don't dare to disturb. Yu Wenchuan smiled back. Ha ha, Yuan Xian nephew is too polite. In this way, today give uncle a face. This piece of jade comes from my Nanjiang. Let it be given to our Xiao's Jewelry. Uncle Xiao is joking. The jade material is produced from underground, from nature, regardless of the region. Since uncle is interested, let's bid together. Yu Wenchuan replied blandly. As soon as she heard Yuan Xian talk like this, Xiao Xue Man directly withdrew her cell phone, shoved it away, and coldly droned. I'll bid $130 million. $140 million. Yu Wenchuan immediately called out. $150 million. Xiao Xue Man was not willing to show weakness. $160 million. Hearing Yu Wenchuan call for $160 million, Xiao Xue Man paused and seemed to be discussing something with her father in a low voice, and Lin Song's arm was once again pinched by Fu Shangling. Turning his head to see Fu Shangling's excited little face flushed, his body began to tremble. Lin Song's nervous and excited mood was relieved instead. To tell you the truth, when he heard their 10 million price increase, Lin Song's heart is very indisputable wildly jumped up. This scene is really ing prick chicken law. Calm down, calm down. Once again patted Fu Shangling's small hand, saw Fu Shangling shyly spit out her pink tongue again, couldn't help but feel another swing in his heart. Zhao's Jewelry bid 170 million. Xiao Xue Man's voice was almost a roar, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. In an instant, Yu Wenchuan's face clouded over, hurriedly pulling out his cell phone, seemingly contacting someone as well. After hearing Xiao Xue Man's bid, a group of jade buyers also talked. Oops, 170 million is a bit too much. There's no profit margin at all. Is Xiao Jewelry trying to fight Yu Huang Jewelry in blood? Alas, the sheepskin jade material is really in demand. Only cranes and mussels compete. The fisherman gained really cheap this kid la, is not it? Yu Huang Jewelry and Zhao's Jewelry are old rivals. These two families collide together. At least let this kid earn 40 to 50 million more which, what good luck. This group of people's murmurings, Lin Song also heard in his ears, and after looking at Xiao Xue Man, he silently read in his mind. The actual value of these two pieces of Suwa jade is higher than $160 million. Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 0%. Having received the answer, Lin Song had a plan in his mind, lifted his foot and walked to Yu Wenchuan's face, saying, you don't need to bid. I'm going to sell the jade to Zhao's Jewelry. What? I'm willing to bid $175 million. Yu Wenchuan's phone didn't connect, and after hearing Lin Song's words, he immediately gritted his teeth and quoted the price again. When Lin Song heard this, he smiled coldly and said in a loud voice, I won't sell it even if you offer 200 million. What? Yu Wenchuan's entire body was confused. Never thought that this kid would actually go through with the money. You? I not only want to sell to Zhao's Jewelry, but also willing to sell to them at 160 million. You bite me Lin Song stared tightly at Yu Wenchuan's eyes and laughed evilly. So it's a colorful man. Really overestimated you. Yu Wenchuan coldly grunted and turned around to leave. Hey, wait, lost the bet. Just leave? Lin Song called out to Yu Wenchuan. Xiao Xue Man was shocked after hearing Lin Song's words and hurriedly went up to thank him. Lin Song, really thank you too much. Actually you don't need to lower the price. We are willing to pay $170 million to buy the jade. No need, just 160 million. Wipe a zero. Old me is so atmospheric. Someone gave away more than 10 million today. I'm happy. Lin Song looked at Xiao Xue Man and glanced at Yuan Xian and said, my piece of jade is on the table. It naturally belongs to you. What more do you want? Yu Wenchuan was really so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His face was so cloudy that he could scrape off a layer of frost. I didn't say that piece of jade. I'm talking about your bottle of what's Leorenzi's red wine. Didn't you say it's worth more than $200,000? I don't want the wine either. Discount it for cash. Your uncle I also wipe a zero for you. Come, transfer 200,000 on it. Lin Song took out his cell phone, directly put the Alipay account interface, held up to Yu Wenchuan's face. Nima and Xiao Xue Man breath erase 10 million, to their own side. Actually dead chase 200,000 do not put, but also the damn red wine discount? This is to be angry who? Chapter 44, The Jade of Heavenly Price. Yu Wenchuan was so angry by Lin Song that he wanted to vomit blood. He transferred $200,000 to Lin Song with a black face the whole time and left without looking back. Lin Song, my dad wants to talk to you. Xiao Xue Man saw that Lin Song had finished his business and hurriedly said, Lin Song virtuous nephew today's matter is really thank you, but that 10 million won't have to be exempted. These two pieces of material are high purity suet jade material, rare in the world, precious. Even if they are made into jewelry for a while they won't be able to be sold. Cover it up for 2 years, and the price will go up by a few more tiers, not a problem. In fact, this is considered to be advertisement for Zhao's jewelry, and we won't lose any money. Xiao Jinnan's words were very sincere. Even the secrets of the industry were told truthfully, which made Lin Song listen and feel comfortable in his heart. Uncle Xiao, the reason why I lowered the price by $10 million is because Grandpa Xiao is kind to me. I don't want to use money to measure my feelings with the old man. I hope you guys are the same. Lin Song spoke firmly. To tell you the truth, letting 10 million, not that Lin Song really doesn't care, but just now Xiao Xue Man said that no matter how high anyone bids, she will be 10 million higher. Words a little bit to stimulate Lin Song. Another 10 million. The last time to give 10 million has annoyed Lin Song. 10 million, this number seems to have become Lin Song taboo nerve. Cannot be touched. Xiao Jinnan saw Lin Song's resolute attitude, and did not persuade him again, but once again thanked him for his kindness to the old man, and invited him to be a guest in the house. This side just hung up the video. Lin Song scurried out in an arrow step, which scared Xiao Xue Man. Boss Zhong, don't leave in a hurry. That piece of jade, you bid $16 million. We haven't finalized the deal yet. Lin Song grabbed the obese Boss Zhong and said with a cold smile, that, Lin Xiao, just now is my momentary confusion. You adults have a large amount. Spare me. Will you take it as my fart? After Zhong Boss was caught, his heart just thumped. He just put out such a high price. Just want to curry favor with Yu Wenchuan. Now Yu Wenchuan is gone. If he put out more than 5 million, undoubtedly is cutting meat, and still meaningless to cut meat. Boss Zhong, the seniors of the South River jade and jewelry industry are all here. Just now you shouted out the price. Everyone can hear it. Do you want to go back on your word? Xiao Xue Man walked directly to Lin Song's side, vocalizing this bastard. Just now he disliked him for half a day. Can be said to be full of grievances. Boss Zhong looked around at his peers with a bitter face. He was on the verge of crying. To be honest, if he dares to deny today, no one can really force him, but today almost all the businessmen in the jade and jewelry sector in Nanjiang are there. If today's events are publicized, then the reputation of his store will be ruined. It is said that peers are enemies, usually when there is nothing to do, but also secretly fight it. Now that he just dared to send out this kind of self-sabotaging handle, it was guaranteed that this bunch of goods would unite together and squeeze themselves out of the jade and jewelry circle. That, Lin Xiao, can you make it cheaper? Boss Zhong begged undeterred. Can't. Lin Song replied simply and roughly. Seeing that Boss Zhong was still dawdling, Xiao Xue Man instantly grunted coldly. Lin Song has a good personal relationship with my grandfather. If you dare to do something treacherous today, don't blame us Xiao Jewelry for going to bat for our friend. Get this, Xiao Xue Man's threat directly became the last straw that crushed Boss Zhong. I'll buy it or not. Boss Zhong's voice was tinged with tears, causing a burst of laughter from his peers around him. Truthfully, just now, Boss Zhong's bottomless frantic bulking of Yu Huang jewelry had disgusted everyone, and seeing him suffer a loss, everyone was in a soothing mood. Lin Song's mood was as if he had eaten an ice cream in the summer. Soothing and refreshing. A bet on the stone down. Directly earned more than 170 million. Have a system of earning speed. Faster than picking up money. Cool explosion have wood? Really? After Lin Song received the 2 transfer messages, he glanced at his cell phone, resisted the urge to count the zeros again, and put the phone back into his pocket. Lin Song, it's almost time for dinner. Let me treat you to a meal tonight to express my gratitude to you. Xiao Xue Man personally handed over the jade to the hands of the people sent by Xiao Jewelry's Nanjiang branch, and after sending away the special car, he directly found Lin Song and issued an invitation. Hey, how can I let Miss Xiao break the bank? I'll treat you tonight. No one is allowed to grab it from me. Xiao Yuan walked over smilingly, enthusiastic. At that, Xiao Xue Man and Lin Song were both stunned. What kind of guest are you? A gambling store owner? Treating? Seems to see Lin Song's doubt. Xiao Yuan smiled and explained, just with Xianling understand. You Lin old brother is also the teacher's students. Then we have to talk about the teacher brother. Just now my attitude is not correct. Also hope that the Lin old brother do not blame old brother me ah. Facing Xiao Yuan's arching apology, Lin Song could only wave his hand and say it doesn't matter. Ha ha, Lin old brother is really a refreshing person. Tonight this meal, one is to celebrate the acquaintance with Lin Song old brother. The second is to thank you for a great advertisement for my store. Ha ha, my store opened. Worth 100 million 70 million sheeps white jade ah. Old brother I dip your light. Sure business is booming ah. When Xiao Yuan paused, and then said, tonight this meal must I please, Miss Xiao also come together. Just now you shouted out 170 million sky price, but I was shocked. Is really a woman in the heroine ah? Right, there is also Xiang Ling. You are my god of fortune grandmother today. You are not allowed to leave. In the face of Xiao Yuan's enthusiasm, several people were too embarrassed to refuse. They could only nod their heads and agree. Chapter 45. The competition behind the scenes. The Wuwind Elegant Pavilion is located in the eastern district of Nanjiang City. The location is a bit remote, but it is better than in the quiet. Covers a vast area is also very vast, with its own parking lot. A 4-story small building with an antique appearance. Very charming, looking very upscale, is a good place for banquets for family and friends. Everyone, is the environment here still satisfactory? Xiao Yuan sat at the table in the private room and asked with a smile. Wind Elegant Pavilion, even the decoration in the private room was antique. Very much a flavor of ancient style and charm. Lin Song was very satisfied with the environment here. However, in the face of Xiao Yuan's question, he just smiled and nodded. To be honest, Lin Song was really convinced of this Xiao Yuan. On the way from his store, this guy talked and laughed all the way. Whether it was himself or Fu Shangling and Xiao Xue Man, everyone took care of. Everyone picked the advantages to boast, but also boasted not too much. Point to point. Although Lin Song Ming know that when Xiao Yuan deliberately complimented their own, but also cannot pick people fault. Not to mention, they are still being praised by others and the heart is very comfortable at. Cough. The dishes here are on the lighter side, more suitable for the tastes of the two beauties. Lin old brother, I'm prioritizing the tastes of the beauties. You have no problem with that. Seeing that none of the three were speaking, Xiao Yuan once again opened his mouth to break the silence. No, it should be. What else could Lin Song say? Hey, but it's fine. I ordered a copper hot pot with charcoal. It's very much the flavor of old Jianjing. You try it later. Xiao Yuan smiled and interjected. Good. Lin Song returned a sentence and fell silent again. Xiao Yuan swept a glance at the two beauties sitting on Lin Song's left and right, narrowed his eyes and laughed. Xian Ling girl, to what extent have you developed with old brother Lin? When will you get married? Fu Shangling was sipping her tea. When she sniffed a mouthful of it, she directly sprayed it out. Her small face was bright red, and she glared fiercely at Xiao Yuan through the air, pouting. Uncle sure. I'm only classmates with Lin Song. What are you talking about? It really is. Can't be, right? When I watched the stone being deciphered, both of you were holding hands. Could I be wrong? Xiao Yuan revealed a look of surprise. Where did I? If you keep talking nonsense, be careful I'll find Grandpa to report you. Fu Shangling pointed at Xiao Yuan in shame and anger. Her small hands were shaking a little. Lin Song's old face was also reddened at his words, and he hurriedly lent his tea-drinking movements to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Xue Man looked deeply at Xiao Yuan, and then spoke. Lin Song, the last time I saved my life, I haven't come to thank in a hurry. This time you helped me a lot. In a while I have to borrow Boss Sher's wine, and toast you a few cups. By the way, what kind of wine do you like to drink? Oh, I'm not very good at drinking. As long as I can drink less, it doesn't matter what I drink. Lin Song replied. Then let's do it this way. I'll ask someone to send 2 bottles of good red wine over. We're just 4 people. That should be enough, right? Xiao Xue Man said and was about to pull out the phone. Don't Xue Man, aren't you hitting Uncle's face? This meal is my treat. How can I let you pay for the wine? This way. Lin old brother. Listen to old brother. We brother and brother drink white wine. Flying Maotai. As for the two beauties, you two drink the specialties here. Osmanthus brew, which is also considered a kind of wine. The degree is low, suitable for girls, but also can help digestion. Blood and qi. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he got up and went to make arrangements, not giving anyone time to refuse at all. Xiao Xue Man, on the other hand, had a cold smile spread across the corners of her mouth, and didn't insist on calling for someone to deliver the wine. Lin Song happened to catch a glimpse of this cold smile of Xiao Xue Man, and wondered in his heart. Trying hard to recall the conversation just now, he finally cleared up his thoughts. It turned out that Xiao Yuan's seemingly casual question actually had a deeper meaning. He should have intentionally punctured his ambiguous relationship with Fu Xiangling, so that Xiao Xue Man clear, or know the difficulty to retreat or something. Probably mistakenly Xiao Xue Man also is his own ambiguous object. This is not narcissism. After all, today Lin Song ensures Xiao Yuan's store income of more than 170 million. So young to have this kind of wealth, and with Fu Xiangling as a university classmate, there is a foundation of affection. That is absolutely the best choice for a boyfriend. And Fu Xiangling seems to be because of thin skin. All the way to Lin Song did not even say 2 words, but also has a deliberately distant intention. When Xiao Yuan and Fu Xiangling's relationship is very close to the intention to speak out to help her, it is also understandable. And all of this, just by Xiao Xue Man see-through. So there is her deliberately interrupted when Xiao Yuan's move. The words even more seem a bit rude. After sure Xiao Yuan was detached, this is what led to Xiao Xue Man's hint of a cold smile, and Xiao Xue Man's intentions were somewhat intriguing. Since having the system, Lin Song began to enjoy analyzing things. After a bit of reasoning, he learned about the rivalry behind the duo's superficial conversation, and was instantly soothed by the sense of accomplishment of seeing through everything. Lin Song, I've refilled the tea for you. Drink it while it's hot. Xiao Xue Man opened her mouth at the right time. Lin Song awoke with a sudden start, suddenly realizing that Xiao Xue Man's face actually had a hint of a smile on it, and his heart was even more certain of the speculation he had just made. This iceberg beauty, it can't be that she also looks at me, right? Cough. Thanks. Lin Song returned a smile, calmly picked up the teacup and leisurely sipped the tea. His heart was really beautiful. Chapter 46. Forced Kiss. A meal that was truly a happy one for all, at least on the surface. Under Lin Song's attention, he felt sure Xiao Yuan's strong intention to make friends, and also felt the cold and arrogant Xiao Xue Man's change in attitude towards himself. There was a hint of ingratiation, but it was not obvious. Among the 4 people, it was Fu Xiangling who was as innocent as a child, and when she came across a dish that was delicious, she desperately tried to clip the food for herself, and then she followed closely to playfully eat, and ate happily. Though observing other people's actions, plus secretly analyzing is very tiring, but Lin Song gradually began to enjoy this feeling. To be honest, in fact, everyone wasn't stupid. It was just that some people only figured it out after the fact, and after Lin Song possessed the system, what he needed most was to analyze and reason, filtering out some conclusions outside of normal logic, so that he could get the results he wanted under the limited verification opportunities. Most of all, today with Yu and Xian some fight down, let Lin Song heart produced a sense of crisis. Having the system himself, he was destined to not be ordinary in this life. Then the opponents that he would face in the future would definitely have enemies with wisdom like demons. If he didn't exercise his brain power and analytical reasoning ability in advance, I'm afraid that when the time came, he would be undermined to death without even knowing what was going on. Right, Lin Song? Today this meal doesn't count. In the future I have to treat you to a few more meals. There are still a lot of thanks that I haven't expressed to you. You're not allowed to refuse. Just now you promised me. Xiao Xue Man's small face was slightly drunk, and her words carried a hint of alcohol. Okay, do you need me to send you in? Lin Song stood in front of the gate of a villa, his arm assisting Xiao Xue Man. No, I didn't drink too much. Xiao Xue Man pressed open the gate of the villa, shook off Lin Song's arm, and walked inside. As a result, without taking a few steps, Xiao Xue Man was a stagger, frightening Lin Song to take an arrow step and rushed up, only to narrowly hold her up. You guys wait for me, I'll send her back to the house first. Lin Song helplessly shouted to the cars outside and helped Xiao Xue Man walk towards the inside of the villa. Lin Song, you be careful, don't fall to Sister Xue Man, Fu Xiangling shouted as she lay on the window. Silly girl, why don't you go down and help together? Sure Xiao Yuan sat in the co-pilot and turned his head to urge. He's a big man who still can't help a girl up? Really? Fu Xiangling let out a petulant grunt, ignoring Sure Xiao Yuan. You, alas. Sure Xiao Yuan sighed fiercely and stopped making a sound. Xiao Xue Man's small villa is in the middle of a row of villa area. The small yard in front of the door is not too big. Not a few steps. Lin Song helped her into the door of the room. Which room are you staying in which? Lin Song half supported and half hugged Xiao Xue Man, raising his eyes to look in the direction. That room. Xiao Xue Man seemed to be drunk. Her body was a bit limp. Lin Song followed the direction of Xiao Xue Man's finger and found her bedroom. You sleep well. I'm leaving. Finally putting Xiao Xue Man on the big bed, Lin Song wiped his sweat and turned around to leave. Don't you go. Suddenly, Xiao Xue Man pulled Lin Song back. Because of the great strength, Lin Song was not prepared and was directly pulled to sit on the bed, while Xiao Xue Man even got up violently. Her arms wrapped around Lin Song's neck and directly brought him down on his back. Fortunately, Lin Song reacted quickly, used both hands to support the bed, so that he didn't let his face hit Xiao Xue Man's face. Then, Lin Song asked with some nervousness, "What are you going to do? Have you kissed Fu Xiangling yet?" Xiao Xue Man's eyes stared at Lin Song's eyes from a close distance and asked without blinking, "No, I have never kissed a girl at all." Lin Song was burnt by Xiao Xue Man's burning eyes, looked at some dry mouth and heartbeat, said the words, dry swallowed saliva, and wanted to retreat from the bed, but the result was that a great strength came from the back of his neck, and was hooped tightly by Xiao Xue Man's hands. "Your first kiss is mine." Before Xiao Xue Man's words fell, she directly kissed him. In an instant, Lin Song only felt his brain explode with a bang, not knowing what exploded. The whole person was confused, and before he could rush to feel the taste of his heartbeat, he subconsciously wanted to push Xiao Xue Man away. As a result, Xiao Xue Man let go of Lin Song's neck first, looked at the red-faced Lin Song, and said, "May this moment live forever in your mind." Lin Song had just met Xiao Xue Man's eyes and realized that her eyes at this moment were very different from usual, and there seemed to be a kind of blazing light in her eyes in general. I'll leave first." Lin Song didn't dare to look at Xiao Xue Man at all, panicked and dropped a sentence, and flew away. Only after leaving the door at Xiao Xue Man's villa did Lin Song manage to catch his breath. After taking 2 deep breaths, he then lowered his head and walked towards the car. "What took you so long?" Fu Xiangling beamed and complained. "Oh, I sent her into the bedroom before I came out." Lin Song forced a calm reply and got into the car, sitting side by side with Fu Xiangling in the back seat. "Brother Song, remember to go to my house tomorrow, yo. You just promised me," Fu Xiangling said with a sweet smile. "Good." Lin Song agreed decisively. "You're so good." Fu Xiangling smiled sweetly and took his arm, leaning her head on his shoulder. The fragrance once again pounced. Lin Song enjoyed at the same time the inner heart of the rise of a very strong sense of guilt. For a time, the mind is a little complicated. Chapter 47. Situ Kongkong's injury. Lin Song returned to his home, directly rushed into the bathroom and took a shower, which was the only way to get rid of some of the disturbing emotions in his heart. "Master Lin, you've been drinking, right? Quickly drink a cup of hot tea." Lin Song had just come out of the bathroom when Situ Kongkong shouted with a smile by the coffee table. A cup of hot tea wafting with curling hot air had been placed in front of the sofa. Lin Song smiled gently, swept a glance at his cheap disciple, and without saying anything, sat directly into the sofa. "Master Lin, guess what I have to tell you?" Situ Kongkong had a mysterious expression on his face, with a touch of suppressed laughter at the corners of his mouth. Lin Song was first stunned, then he took a look at Situ Kongkong's expression. Then he mumbled in his mind, "The 13 styles of Cloud Eagle's lineage mind method can completely restore Situ Kongkong's injuries." Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 0%. Listening to this, Lin Song squinted his eyes and took a sip of tea, and faintly returned. "The Cloud Eagle 13 styles had an effect on your injuries. Is this the matter? More than having an effect, this is simply a miraculous effect. I've decided, in the future, I'll practice the Cloud Eagle 13th style as my life's work, and in the future, I, Situ Kongkong, will be able to become an Earth-ranked expert as well." Situ Kongkong seemed to be very excited, a bit shattered. "Master Lin, you are truly divine. I only practiced the Cloud Eagle 13 styles for 1 day and I feel that my power has recovered by 1 layer. At this rate, if I continue, in another 2 or 3 days, my power will be fully recovered." Lin Song was able to analyze that the Cloud Eagle 13 styles had an effect on his injuries from Situ Kongkong's expression, but the system said that the Cloud Eagle 13 styles couldn't fully recover from his injuries. So for a moment, Lin Song had a bit of a headache. The Cloud Eagle 13 styles Xinggong mind technique can restore Situ Kongkong's gong power to the 10th level. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Getting the answer, Lin Song had a bottom in his heart. Anyway, today's verification opportunity was not used up. It was good to come and make sure about Situ Kuku. Little Eagle, don't be too happy. Although the 13 styles of the Cloud Eagle can allow you to recover 10 layers of power, but it treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. Without the yin-yang grass, it's impossible for your injuries to be healed. Lin Song directly poured cold water. Situ Kongkong originally thought that he could heal his injuries with just the Cloud Eagle 13 styles of mind. He was a little disappointed when he heard this. However, he was happy again on second thought. "It's fine, Master Lin. As long as I recover 10 layers of power, there is no place in the world that I, Situ Kongkong, can't go to, and there are quite a lot of treasures in the Yin-Yang sect, so I would really like to go for a walk," Situ Kongkong said with bravado. When Lin Song saw Situ Kongkong's confident look, his heart moved. This was a good opportunity to send him away. Immediately, Lin Song found a pen and paper, wrote down the prescription and dosage and part of the medicine to treat Situkonkong's injuries, and handed it to him, then gave him the $20,000 in cash that he had taken when he came back at night. Originally said 100,000, now turned into 20,000. Not Lin Song stingy, but the maximum amount of ATM can only take 20,000 a day. Luckily, Situkonkong thanked him profusely after getting the prescription, and as for the amount of money, he didn't care much. After sending Situkonkong back to his room to continue practicing, Lin Song also went back to his bedroom to get ready for bed. Today, under the continuous persuasion of Xiao Xue, he also drank a lot, and his head was a little dizzy. As a result, after lying on the bed, Lin Song's mind was filled with images of being forcefully kissed by Xiao Xue Man. May this moment live forever in your mind. Xiao Xue Man's words, which also kept echoing in his ears, made Lin Song's mind become complicated. To be honest, Xiao Xue Man and Fu Xiangling were both beautiful women, one tall and cold, the other sweet and lovely, belonging to two different styles. There was no comparison at all. However, let Lin Song headache is Xiao Xue Man's character is a little too strong. Originally, seems to be on their own which are not accustomed to. God knows which root tendon wrong tonight, actually kissed himself. This kiss came inexplicably, came to catch people off guard, make Lin Song heart messy, sleepless for a long time. Early the next morning, Lin Song felt blurry, just closed his eyes, then was woken up by a phone call. Hello, Lin old brother. The 10 cuts of Red Star aged old rice paper that you want. I have already prepared it for you. When are you going to the teacher's house? Call me and let me know. I will immediately send the things. Okay, thank you big brother sure. I'll let you know when I'm going. After answering the phone, Lin Song finally came to his senses. Suddenly, he remembered the conversation he had with Xiao Xue last night. Actually, Lin Song was going to Fu Xiangling's house today to divine for his brother. An elder Fu was staying with her family. Although Lin Song was begged to go to the house to do some work, because Fu Lao was also there, Lin Song felt that it was not good to go to the house empty-handed, so he asked Xiao Xue for advice on what gifts would be good to take. As a result, Xiao Xue told him that sending him some high-grade rice paper would be a very good gift. Fu Lao is a hobby calligraphy people. Send rice paper is very suitable, but Lin Song feel that this is equivalent to worship gift. Take something too cheap and not good, and finally settled on the Red Star's aged old Shen. As a gift, more than 10,000 a cut of fine rice paper has become a collector's item, adding up to 100,000 at the beginning, is not too expensive, but also to take the hand. Of course, these words were all said by Xiao Xue. Lin Song, since he asked for advice, finally agreed with him. Chapter 48, First Visit to Fu Xiangling's home. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Song contacted Fu Xiangling and rushed directly to her home. Just downstairs in her neighborhood, Lin Song ran into Xiao Xue, who had been waiting there for a long time. Ha ha, old brother Lin, the rice paper is right here. Let's both go upstairs to see the teacher together. Lin Song swept a glance at the two people carrying big bags behind Xiao Xue, secretly surprised, asked, Brother Shi, 10 cuts of rice paper so much ah? Elder brother Lin, it's not 10 knives, it's 20 knives. I also haven't come to visit my teacher for a long time. I also prepared 10 knives. We are teacher and brother. Of course the gift must be almost the same. Xiao Xue said smilingly. Brother Shi, how much is this 10-knife old Shen? I'll transfer it to you. Lin Song took out his cell phone and said, Hi, what money is not money? Who are we brothers with Hua? Go, let's go upstairs. Xiao Xue said atmospherically. This is my gift to my teacher. How can I let you pay for it? At Lin Song's insistence, Xiao Xue smiled and complimented 2 sentences, then transferred the bill. While the two were talking, Fu Xiangling came downstairs and personally greeted Lin Song upstairs. Fu Xiangling's home is a retested upscale apartment, with more than 200 square meters. Elder Fu was already standing in the living room, greeting the duo with a smile. Teacher, long time no see. Today your senior disciple Lin Song came to visit you. I also followed over to see you. This is Red Star's old Shen. Lin old brother and I have 10 knives each. I hope you old man smile. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Xue clasped his fists and saluted, explaining his intentions, and then instructed his men to send the 2 large packages of Xian paper directly to the upstairs. Fu Lao's study, obviously familiar with the place. Fu Xiangling's parents and brother were there, and after everyone exchanged pleasantries for a while, they sat in the living room sofa. Xiao Song I didn't expect you to actually know the art of divination. It's really a later generation. But, speaking of which, today it is my family that has something to ask you. Why did you even bring a gift to the door? Just sat down. Fu Lao first spoke, after a pause and said, Jia Ji in a moment to give Xiao Song packaged half a caddy of iron guanine sent by old Lu last time. although Xiaosong is my student, but can't let people help for nothing. Okay, father. Fu Xiangling's father, Fu Jiaji, nodded in agreement. No need. Teacher, you're too polite. This is my first official visit to the door. It's also considered a gift to pay respects to my teacher. It's only right to send some gifts. Lin Song hurriedly owed a gesture, preparing to politely decline, but as a result, before he could finish his words, Xiao Yuan opened his mouth. Lin, old brother, the teacher also too much importance to you. You do not know. The teacher's Tiguanyin is the top 10 famous tea. Anshi Tiguanyin, which, this is this year's spring tea. The money is no place to buy to go. A caddy of small 400,000 which, last year, I rubbed my teacher for a long time, but he didn't even say to give me 1 or 2 to taste. When Xiao Yuan spoke, a look of aggrieved expression, directly Fu Lao amused, with a finger pointing at him, laughed. Xiao Yuan, you this mouth, forget it, in a moment also give you a package of 2 or 2. Into it? Hey, that student thank teacher reward. Your old good tea, can crave me for more than a year? Today is considered to dip Lin old brother's light. Ha ha. Sure. Xiao Yuan immediately got up and bowed 90 degrees, thanking very exaggeratedly. I have to say, there are times when you really need the existence of such a person as Xiao Yuan. The atmosphere of the original meeting was a bit rusty, but he brought it to life with a few words. After a few lines of chit-chat, we entered the main topic. Fu Xiangling's mother, Tan Yuping, took the lead and asked, Master Lin, I heard Xiangling say that you are a divine reckoner, and you easily don't do divination for others. But Xuelin's fact can't be delayed any longer, so I'll trouble you today. Auntie is too polite. I am Xiangling's classmate. You can just call me Xiao Song. Although Lin Song had confidence in his own system, but when Fu Xiangling's old mother called herself Master Lin, how could he hear how uncomfortable he was? I'm not being polite. Those who can count are masters. If Xuelin's matter can be solved, I'll have to be thankful to you. Please start, Tan Yuping said with a look of urgency. Lin Song sniffed a little stunned. According to reason, Fu Lao's family of books, Fu Xiangling's mother should not talk like this, but as soon as he saw Fu Xiangling's somewhat apologetic eyes, as well as Fu Lao's slightly frowning eyebrows, Lin Song seemed to understand. To be honest, although Tan Yuping is middle-aged, but still quite a bit of beauty, it is clear that she is the beauty to take Fu Jiaji. Before marrying into the Fu family, this family of books, speech between some of the city, it is also understandable. After secretly observing and analyzing, Lin Song had a number in his mind, so he stopped being polite with Tan Yuping, smiled and nodded, then closed his eyes and pinched his fingers in front of his body. Query, all information on Fu Xuelin. Ding dong, information loading. Seeing Lin Song close his eyes and directly start pinching, Tan Yuping pulled her daughter beside her with a puzzled face and asked in a low voice, Xiangling, do you really know how to count when you find this person? How not to ask the birth date, or read a face, feel a bone, which directly open the pinch counting? Mom, you just believe me, he really is a divine calculator. I've seen it with my own eyes. Fu Xiangling some helpless back. In the beginning, Fu Xiangling was just anxious about her brother's situation, so she was quick to say that she knew a divine calculator, and as a result, her mom was forcing her to invite someone over. People invited. She began to question. Fu Xiangling really is a headache to death. Chapter 49. Blood Bane. The words of light in front of Lin Song's eyes could be clearly seen even if he closed his eyes. When he finished reading the information about Fu Xuelin, he immediately felt a toothache and didn't know how to speak for a long time. Master Lin, have you calculated anything yet? Tan Yuping couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Song open his eyes and didn't say anything for half a day. It's not very easy to say. Lin Song swept a glance at Fu Xuelin, who was sitting in the corner and had been drooping his head, and said with great difficulty, what's so bad about this? How should Xuelin's calamity be broken? Please master give a clear path. Tan Yuping asked anxiously. Lin Song sniffed and looked at Fu Xiangling with some difficulty, murmuring, that, I have some situations to verify with Xiangling. I want to talk to her alone. Seeing this, Fu Xiangling was also a bit confused, but seeing Lin Song's eyes signaling to her, she could only smile awkwardly and pulled Lin Song towards her room. Tan Yuping was a bit dumbfounded, looking at the back of Lin Song and his duo going up the stairs, with an exasperated look on her face. She muttered, is this calculated or not? You're still asking about Xuelin's situation? He's got no hair on his lips. Why did Xiangling find such a person? I think he is a liar. Is it an opportunity to approach my daughter? No. I have to go and take a look. You sit down. Why so sullen? Fu Jiaji frowned and drank. Go, Xiao Yuan. Accompany me upstairs to sit in the study. Fu Lao frowned tightly with both eyebrows and called out to Xiao Yuan to go upstairs as well. What is this called? Tan Yuping had an unhappy face. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Fu Xuelin jerked his head up and called out to his mother. Mom, someone is coming. I heard you. Go open the door instead. Tan Yuping droned in annoyance. I'm having a hard time. Go ahead. Fu Xuelin said one sentence and lowered his head again. Tan Yuping muttered and went to look at the video at the door, and discovered what was actually a person in a Taoist uniform. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pressed open the door to the building, and rushed out in her slippers. Yeah, master, are you the master of the White Cloud Temple? Tan Yuping stood at the elevator door and asked with a smile on her face. Ran. Ms. Tan's sincerity has touched the goddess of the Guan. The poor Taoist was precisely assigned by the goddess of the Guan this time to eliminate Miss Tan's disasters and solve her problems. A middle-aged Taoist with a slim figure faintly returned. That Taoist, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with a Taoist scarf on his head, floating dust in his hand, and a 3-inch black beard under his forehead, was quite a bit of an accomplished master. Tan Yuping was all smiles, respectfully inviting the Taoist man inside. The other day, Tan Yuping for his son's affairs, personally on the western mountain Baiyunguan to seek high people divination. The results of people only said that his son does not have a disaster stalking. No need to crack the disaster. The results Tan Yuping was anxious, ran to the statue of God kneeling in front of the afternoon. However, still did not get the son's disaster to solve the crack method. Just heard that the Taoist is from the White Cloud Goddess. Immediately joyful, and hurriedly invited into the house to serve tea. Master Zhang, I beg you. You must help my son today to point out a clear way to resolve the disaster. Tan Yuping begged bitterly. Well, when is his birth date? The Taoist surnamed Zhang asked with a bland face. Tan Yuping hurriedly said her son's birth date, and then stared at the Taoist with a tense face as he was pinpointing. Alas, the great evil omen. The Taoist suddenly came up with this sentence after half a day of counting. Tan Yuping was instantly startled and nervously asked, Then Master Zhang, is there any way to crack it? Difficult which? This matter is difficult. This is an omen of the blood fury stalking. I fear for my life. The Taoist's sullen face straight shook his head. Master, count me to beg you. You just help. You can ask for whatever you want. Any amount of money will do. I beg you to save me. Tan Yuping flung herself onto her knees, her speech choked with sobs. Yuping, hurry up. What's your appearance? Fu Jiaji frowned and pulled his wife. Ms. Tan, quickly please get up. The poor Taoist came today. Is to help your son to eliminate the disaster? The way is one. Master, please speak. What method I should? Tan Yuping already had tears in her eyes. Alas. Well, say with you listen is. After a long sigh, the Taoist slowly said, Blood fury entanglement such as to dissolve is not difficult. Just need to find a fire life of the female as soon as possible and your son married to fire extinguish the break. Can be cracked. Only what? Only, because your son's blood bane will spread to this woman. Will make her cut down her yang life. So this method is not until the last resort. Cannot be used. There is harm to heaven and The Taoist sighed with an alas. Quite a bit of intolerance. Master. Then this fire-destined woman has any specific guidelines? Tan Yuping asked anxiously. Generally speaking, you need to use the birth characters to measure whether or not it is a fire destiny. But some people who have a strong fire destiny will take a name with water in it, thinking that the meaning of synthesizing it is also a method of searching. The Taoist slowly preached. Name with water? Tan Yuping furrowed her brows and began to think. Then her eyes lit up and she turned her head and asked, Are you still in contact with Su Miao? Has she found a boyfriend yet? Chapter 50. Marriage to break the bane. Mom, there's no such thing as you. You didn't agree to the two of us being together before, and now that I'm haunted by the blood fury, which is damaging to people's young life, you're thinking of her again? I won't do it. Fu Xuelin roared with an angry face. Tan Yuping was anxious when she heard this. Xuelin, this is a matter of life and death. What are you not doing? Didn't you two love each other to death before? Now when it's time to save your life, she can't? Hurry up and tell the master what her birthday hour is, and calculate whether it's a fire life or not. What else is there to calculate? Didn't you do the math last time? It said that she is the life of fire in the sky, and I am the life of wood. She is restraining me. That's why you won't let me be with her. Fu Xuelin directly yelled back. Hey, right. She is fire life. Ha, this time you are saved. Tan Yuping seemed to recall what happened before and asked with a happy face. Master, when do you think it's appropriate for the two of them to tie the knot? The sooner the better. The 8th of next month is the auspicious day of the zodiac. If it is delayed for a long time, I'm afraid that the blood bane will strike. And in the end, even if the great Luo golden immortals come, they can't do anything about it. The Taoist replied with a solemn face. Well, all listen to the master. Tan Yuping smiled and nodded repeatedly. Then she said to her son, Xuelin, tomorrow you ask Su Miao and his parents to come out. Both of our parents meet. Hurry up and finalize this matter. Oh no, Call now. Just about today. I don't fight. What is this thing? I don't want to harm people. Fu Xuelin returned with an angry face. You do not fight, I fight. Okay? It's really killing me. Tan Yuping grumbled in anger and rummaged for her cell phone. Downstairs was sort of quiet for the time being, but Fu Xiangling, who stood on the second floor and heard everything in her ears, frowned, pulled Lin Song's sleeve and asked, is this really off the table? Things have already been facilitated. It's useless to say more. Didn't you just say that you also disapprove of your mom's idea of climbing the dragon in Phoenix, and quite approve of your brother being with Su Miao? Lin Song smiled bashfully and shook his head, getting up and about to leave. But, if this is not said, my family will misunderstand you, Fu Xiangling said with a difficult face. Forget it, it's a good thing to be an adult. Lin Song smiled faintly and continued to walk forward. Elder brother Lin, come and see teacher's calligraphy. Xiao Yuan stood at the door of Fu Lao's study and straightly beckoned. Seeing this, Lin Song could not excuse himself and had to walk into the study. Teacher's calligraphy is really strong and powerful. Everyone's style. Under the guidance of Xiao Yuan, Lin Song looked at the calligraphy on the wall and sighed in his heart. Fu Lao's calligraphy was very accomplished. Although Lin Song did not understand much, he could also intuitively feel the skill of Fu Lao's calligraphy. Xiao Song, calligraphy you also understand? Fu Lao's mood didn't seem to be affected by what had just happened, and appeared to be in a good mood. Don't know much about it. This is my intuitive feeling. Lin Song replied truthfully. You kid, but also honest. Fu old man handed over a U-disc, laughed. Here is all the information of antique jade. There are more than 7 layers of things that are not circulating on the market. These things are all the fragrant girl to help sort out that took a lot of effort. I hope it will be helpful to you. Thank you teacher for your love. Lin Song respectfully received it and sincerely thanked him. Sincerely, the information in this USB flash drive was very precious. It was all the information that Fu Lao had collected and his many years of experience. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. And what Lin Song needs the most right now is these. Although the system has a query function, but there is only one chance a day. It is not possible to understand all of the types of curiosities and jades that are where more than one. Oh right, Xiao Song, what just happened? Fu Lao asked suspiciously. Hey, the student's talent is shallow. Cultivation is insufficient. Didn't see a reason. So I won't make a fool of myself. Lin Song let out a bitter smile, his heart somewhat helpless. Fu Lao looked at Lin Song suspiciously, and swept a glance at Fu Xiangling who had an odd face, nodded smilingly and said, in matters of metaphysics, my usual attitude is that I don't promote or oppose. Since you have a hard time telling me what's going on, I won't ask. You're leaving, right, Xiao Yuan? Take that half a caddy of wrapped iron goddess of mercy to Xiao Song. Okay teacher, sure Xiao Yuan promised, carrying 2 cylindrical cans of tea buckets and handed them over. Teacher, I didn't do any favor today. I don't have the face to accept this tea. Teacher you take it back. Lin Song refused. Little Song, what are you saying? It's said that elders can't refuse a gift. Take it if you're told to. Are you planning to disown even me as a teacher? Elder Fu's face flushed with anger. Seeing this, Lin Song said that he didn't dare and took the 2 cans of tea in the mesh pocket. To be honest, Fu Lao just from his own performance, he could see that he had the pain of not telling the truth, which made Lin Song's heart a lot more comfortable, and his heart was more respectful to Fu Lao. To know, obviously everything is clear, but cannot say broken, but also have to pretend to know nothing, to entrust themselves to fulfill others, which requires a certain realm of. What Lin Song did not expect was that Fu Lao actually came downstairs to see him off personally, which made him somewhat flattered. Ouch, didn't calculate anything, and you still have the nerve to take the tea leaves away? That half a caddy of tea can be 200,000 or so? Where did you get such a big face? A few people just went downstairs. Tan Yuping saw the tea leaves carried in Lin Song's hand, and immediately directly fumed. Chapter 51. The aggrieved Fu Xiangling. Tan Yuping's words were very unpleasant, and for a while the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Think about it, Lin Song, known as the Divine Calculator, promised to help people's son fortune-telling to crack the disaster, which has half a caddy 200,000 tea as a gift of thanks. Now you didn't count half a word, but also took away the tea leaves with a straight face. Tan Yuping of course couldn't stand it. Mom, what are you talking about? This tea is a gift from Grandpa to his students. What does it have to do with fortune-telling or not? Fu Xiangling didn't wait for Lin Song to respond and directly snatched the words. Humph. How can a student give a teacher a gift of $100,000, but the teacher returns a gift of $200,000? This is simply shameless. He cheated your trust. That's impure motives. You'd better stay away from this kind of person. I just can't see this kind of person. Tan Yuping saw that after she had spoken for half a day, Lin Song did not have the intention to put down the tea. She suddenly spoke in an unpleasant manner. Alright, Yuping, that's Dad's student. Fu Jiaji pulled his wife and persuaded her. What's wrong with students? Our father's students are all over the world. If every student is as shameless as he is, our family's bottom line will not be emptied out? You guys are too embarrassed to talk about it, so I'll do it. Tan Yuping looked like she was being unreasonable. Mom, how can you say Lin Song is shameless? He has calculated everything. He just doesn't want to say it. You are foolishly deceived by your son, and you even scolded on my friend? Is there such a thing as you? Fu Shangling heard her mom scolding Lin Song. She immediately became anxious and directly roared out. Fu Shangling's words immediately made the room quiet. I was cheated by my son? Tan Yuping twisted her head to look at Fu Shuelin with a puzzled expression. Mom, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. It's only half a caddy of tea. I'll make it up to Grandpa later. Hurry up and let him go. Fu Shuelin seemed to be in a hurry to drive Lin Song away. Come, Xiao Song, don't rush off first. Come and sit. Fu Lao suddenly pulled Lin Song back to sit in the sofa again. With that, Fu Lao took his eyes and swept around, finally asking, Fragrant girl, you know what's going on with this, right? You say it. Fu Shangling felt Lin Song's eye warning, but as if she didn't see it, she grunted and shouted, My brother and sister Su Miao's matter. My mom has always disagreed. As a result, he came up with the idea of pretending to have a strange incident, and then invited this old Taoist to come back and tricked my mom into agreeing to the marriage between the two of them. The other Lin Song had already calculated everything clearly and had the intention to be an adult, so he didn't say anything. As a result, he was still scolded by my mom so much. I can't stand this anger. I do think that Sister Su Miao is quite good. Isn't it just an ordinary family? What's wrong with that? Our family is not a big family. Why are we so snobbish? Hey, dead girl, who are you calling a snob? Tan Yuping was daughter a countdown, face red, and then fiercely glared at his son. Asked, Fu Shuelin, today's matter you give me to say clearly. Fu Shuelin's eyes were a bit flustered, and he turned his head and swept a glance at his sister before saying, Mom, how do I know what's going on? Taoist Master Zhang was invited back by you, and I didn't agree to marry Su Miao just now. How can you ask me? Tan Yuping blinked at her words and thought deeply, turning her head and asking her daughter again, saying, Xiaoling, what do you think happened? How did your brother lie to me? I made it very clear. This is all my brother's scam, in order to marry Sister Su Miao. Don't you understand? Fu Shangling shook off Lin Song's arm that was secretly pulling her and shouted with a defiant face. When Fu Shuelin heard this, he whooshed and stood up, pointing at his sister and shouting, Fu Shangling, you let a boyfriend back, afraid that mom doesn't agree, bragging and raising your status even if it's not enough. Why do you want to pull me into the water? Who am I cheating? Fu Shuelin, who pulled you into the water? That, Lin Song is my classmate. I spent a lot of favors, before begging people to help. God knows, can run into you this kind of, really, you think you can cheat the mom a moment, but also can cheat her life? Today the family are all here. Why don't we just pick things apart and say, things always have to be faced. Fu Shangling was also a little anxious, roaring her little face red. Fu Shangling, you're talking less nonsense. Master Zhang was invited by mom. What's it got to do with me? Fu Shuling hurriedly defended. Alright, all stop arguing. What does it look like? Really degrading. Elder Fu let out a roar, instantly causing the two brothers, who looked like cockfighters, to stop talking. Xiao Song, things have come to this, you don't have to make things difficult. Tell us things plainly. Being stared at by Fu Lao, Lin Song knew that today, this matter can't be made good if he doesn't make it clear. But after all, Fu Shuelin is Fu Shangling's own brother. His heart was in a difficult situation. He could only sigh and say, in fact, I think that in the current era, there's no need to be too concerned about the door being right for the family, since the two people genuinely love each other. Marrying together, they can also be happy for the rest of their lives. What do you mean by not being too particular about the family? Do you know what my family's situation is? You just talk nonsense? What do you mean? You poor students still intend to have drama with my daughter, right? I'm telling you, there's no way. Tan Yuping directly spoke out to reprimand. That's, sister, can't you two talk about it later? Hurry up and take him away. Fu Shuelin eyed his sister with a big urge. On what grounds? You guys say scolding people and then let so go? Is there such a thing? Fu Shangling was so angry that her eyes filled with tears, pulling on Lin Song's arm and choking. Instead, you say it. What face do you still give him? Chapter 52, Tongue Fight with Taoist Master Zhang. As soon as Lin Song saw Fu Shangling because he was wrongly accused, a grieved straight cry appearance, heart size, slowly opened his mouth. Xue Lin brother's head injury last month, and the car accident a few days ago, as well as the onset of his nightmares, are all his self-directed. The purpose is to marry his girlfriend Su Miao. You're bloodthirsty. You have no proof. What makes you say that these are all self-directed by me? Fu Shuelin roared with some agitation when he heard it. Alas, Xue Lin brother, I can understand your mood, but now is talking about free love, marriage autonomy. I see Auntie is not a person who does not know the reason. You know reasoning and moving. The two of you may not be able to become. Today things have come to this. You are cheating so much again. It is your wrong. Lin Song's heart thought. Try to dissolve this matter as calmly as possible. But Fu Xuelin heard it, but like a wild wolf that had its tail stepped on, he barked. Surname Lin, don't pretend to be a senior in front of me. Do you think that if you can fool my sister, you can still fool our family? Today, Taoist Master Zhang was invited back by my mom. All of this actual facts are laid out here. It's not up to you to make up your mind. I advise you to hurry up and take the tea and get lost. Otherwise don't blame my family for flipping out. Xuelin, how do you talk? Do you have any manners? Fu Lao's face sank like water, and he spoke out to reprimand. Grandpa, he wronged me. Fu Xuelin face Fu Lao cannot dare to have emotions, can only put on an aggrieved look, said the words, but also sneakily glanced toward Taoist Master Zhang. Today's matter, originally is your family matter. Poor Taoist is not good to intervene, but this little friend seems to be questioning my Bai Yunguan's Taoist skills. This seems to be a little inappropriate, right? Taoist Zhang was silent for half a day and finally opened his mouth. Lin Song faintly swept a glance at the old Taoist and said silently in his mind, this Taoist Master Zhang is a Taoist priest of the White Cloud Temple. Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 33%. For a moment, Lin Song's mind was a bit confused. Since having the system, he had never encountered such a situation. What the hell is a 33% correct rate? After pondering a little, Lin Song resumed verifying the correct rate. The middle-aged man in front of me is a Taoist priest from the White Cloud Temple. Ding dong, the host's statement is 0% correct. After getting the answer, Lin Song began to ponder again. This fellow was not a Taoist priest of the White Cloud Temple. Then it was highly likely that he was not even a Taoist priest. Then he was fake except for his surname Zhang, which was true, which could only explain the oddity of a 33% correct rate. This middle-aged man with the surname Zhang is a helper that Fu Xuelin paid to hire. Ding dong, host's statement, 50% correct. Come on, it seems that no money was spent. So it means that this guy must be on good terms with Fu Xuelin, or there's a reason why he must help him. However, looking at the age, this dude surnamed Zhang shouldn't have any interactions with Fu Xuelin, and, since he can help Fu Xuelin for free, it means that the relationship has to be good to a certain extent, so it's impossible for Fu's family members to not recognize a friend he's so close to. This middle-aged man surnamed Zhang is Su Miao's relative. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Truthfully, such brain-burning reasoning was really quite tiring. But fortunately, the truth was finally verified. Unfortunately, the system query function was not powerful enough. The information was all about Fu Xuelin's major events. There was no information about this middle-aged man surnamed Zhang. It seemed that one could only look forward to another upgrade of the system. Kid, shouldn't you give the poor Taoist an explanation? Seeing that Lin Song frowned and didn't say anything, Taoist Master Zhang thought that he didn't have much backbone and was somewhat afraid of himself, and gradually hardened his speech. A sentence, asked half a day. See, Lin Song has not answered. Zhang Taoist has concluded in his heart. Just Fu Xiangling said everything. It is estimated that they are just speculation out of thin air. The bottom of the heart is even more. Openly get up, and sullenly drink. Kid, you slander my White Cloud Temple reputation. Scorn my Taoist techniques. Today must give an account. If not, I'll blame the poor Taoist not polite. Upon hearing that, Taoist Master Zhang was furious. Tan Yuping was anxious, fearing that in a fit of rage, Taoist Master Zhang would not care about her son, and immediately stood up as well, pointing at Lin Song and drinking. Lin Song, get the hell out of here right now. Lin Song reached out and pressed down Fu Xiangling, who wanted to argue with his mom, and also stood up, with a bland smile on his face, staring at Taoist Master Zhang, and asked, you claim that you are a Taoist from the White Cloud sect. Then do you dare to go to the White Cloud sect with me right now to check and confront me? Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Zhang's expression stagnated. Then he droned. People like you who defy the Taoists are not worthy of stepping into the White Cloud Temple's sacred ground. Oh, I'm not worthy? That's a good idea. Since you were invited by Auntie, after today's incident, Auntie always needs to enter the incense to return the wish, right? Going back to the White Cloud Temple with you to confirm your identity. You can't put it off, right? Lin Song was not in a hurry and asked with a smile. This is not necessary. Ms. Tan already left incense money at the White Cloud Temple the other day. Taoist Zhang's aura was obviously weakened. How can that be the same? When Auntie went before, that's called making a wish. When things are over here and you go again, that's called returning the wish. As the Taoist master of the White Cloud Temple, Don't you even understand this common sense? Lin Song's words were getting sharper and sharper. Chapter 53, Master Lin's Power. Hearing Lin Song's pressing questions, Daoist Zhang's face began to look ugly, still arguing strongly, wishing to return a wish I certainly know, but as a person of the Taoist religion, thinly veiled fame and fortune, MS, Tan's wish to return a wish can go to get it. The poor Taoist, this matter is over, but also to travel around the world, since it is inconvenient to go with her. Lin Song let out a cold laugh. His tone became harsh. Drinking, you mouth call auntie as MS. Tan, do you know, for auntie this kind of belief in Taoism, should be called a resident or a believer? You didn't even do the most basic homework before you ran out to woo me. What is the rationale for you to coquettishly argue when you are recognized by me? Cold sweat came down on Daoist Zhang's forehead. His face turned white. Looking at Lin Song's stern eyes, he could no longer defend himself. Humph. I originally thought that you also had the good intention of being an adult and didn't want to bother with you, but why did you have to force me like this? Lin Song's face was gloomy and air pressurized the entire room. Everyone silently listened to Lin Song's words. You and Fu Xuelin directed this play, thinking that it was seamless, but the biggest loophole is in the White Cloud Guan. Once auntie returned the wish, to specially thank you face to face, once you asked, but you heard that the White Cloud Guan doesn't have you at all. What will be the result? Have you thought about that? Facing Lin Song's questioning, both Taoist Master Zhang and Fu Xuelin were like schoolchildren who had made a mistake, with their heads half lowered, not daring to reply. The result is, after auntie realized that she was cheated, Su Miao will never set foot in the Fu family's door again. And you, Fu Xuelin, don't you know how childish your ideas are? You're not sure how childish you think you are? Pretending to be a hypochondriac and hitting yourself in the head with a flower pot is not enough, but you're actually bold enough to drive a car into a tree? Lin Song pointed to Fu Xuelin, and said, 5 days ago, in the western suburb of the city, you drove a car into a tree. As a result, after rushing down the roadbed, the wheels choked till the stone popped up, and almost overturned out after hitting the tree. You are so reckless. In case of an accident, sent a small life. You can afford to your parents' parental upbringing grace? Lin Song's voice was stern, with the intention of reprimanding, while Fu Xuelin was wiping cold sweat, and no longer had the appearance of just shouting. Then Lin Song turned his head and stared at the pale face of Daoist Zhang, eased his tone and said, I know that you are Su Miao's relative and don't want to see a beautiful marriage come to an end, but you guys are using the wrong approach. You, how do you know? Daoist Zhang was really shocked this time, falling into the sofa with his buttocks, looking at Lin Song with eyes full of fear. This is really a fake ghost encountered the real Li Kuei. Fake Taoist priest encountered the real divine calculator. Taoist Master Zhang was broken by Lin Song's relationship with Su Miao. The shock in his heart can be imagined. Humph, how else do you know? You think they are all like you who only know how to cheat? Song brother is a divine calculator. Has long seen your ghost trick. Is that people generous do not want to demolish you just? Really? In turn, you have the nerve to insult people? Fu Xuelin, you hurry to apologize. Fu Shangling's corner of the eye is still hung with tear stains, but at this time, there is really some raised eyebrow little look. The heart is very proud of Lin Song, with a great sense of honor. Raising her little face, she pointed at Fu Xuelin, with the meaning that if you don't apologize, I'm not finished with you. Yes, I'm sorry. Fu Xuelin apologized with some shame. In his heart, he was shocked at Lin Song's ability. The details of the day of his accident, even his own family didn't know about it, and as a result, it was broken by him in a single word. That feeling of awe, from the bottom of his heart. The fact that things have developed to such a point, there is no need to prove it further. Taoist Master Zhang and Fu Xuelin both surrendered, has already explained everything. Tan Yuping's expression is a bit wonderful. Want to scold Fu Xuelin a few words, but also deterred by Lin Song's aura just now. Can only glare at his son? Scolded, bastard thing. An apology are not sincere. Speak properly will not hurry up and apologize to Master Lin again. Lin, Master Lin, it's me who is young and unruly. You are generous. For the sake of my sister, forgive me this time. Fu Xuelin once again stepped forward, cupped his fists and bowed, his tone sincere. Brother Xuelin is polite. You also have your hardships. Since we are talking about today's matter, why don't we just face it directly and talk to your family? It's very likely that you will get a wonderful result. Lin Song smiled and went forward to help Fu Xuelin up. No matter what, Fu Xuelin is Fu Shangling's older brother. Without looking at the face of the monk, Lin Song is really not good at dwelling on what Fu Xuelin just blurted out. Xuelin's matter is not in a hurry to talk about. Yu Ping, shouldn't you also apologize to Xiaosong first? Which? Fu Lao took over the conversation at the right time. Just now, Tan Yuping scolded very hard. If Fu Lao did not stand up for Lin Song, it would not be justifiable. Should have. Tan Yuping smiled awkwardly and said, Master Lin, just now I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai and misunderstood you. Please don't take offense. It's fine, auntie. Lin Song smiled back and was ready to take his leave. The next thing was someone's family matter. It would be more or less inappropriate to stay. Chapter 54. Marriage Decision. What made Lin Song helpless was that Fu Lao opened his mouth and left himself behind. Xiao Song, you can't go. Today this matter is my Fu family misunderstood you. Stay for a meal in a while. A company need to drink 2 cups before you go. Get. Fu old man a word. Lin Song can only smile and promise to sit back again. Our Fu family's matter. There is nothing to avoid people. Xue Lin, tell me your matter. I will do it for you. Hearing his grandfather's words, Fu Xuelin's eyes lit up, and then he told the story of his affair with Su Miao. In fact, Fu Xuelin and Su Miao were college classmates, and most relationships on college campuses were innocent, rarely involving realistic family conditions or anything. The two got along for a few years. The feelings are very deep. After graduating from college, Fu Xuelin wanted to get married, so Su Miao brought home to meet the parents. As a result, Tan Yuping heard that Su Miao from rural families, immediately unwilling, many difficult, forced Fu Xuelin and Su Miao break up. The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to get a good look at it, and I was able to get a good look at it. On the surface of the promise, but privately not dead heart, so it directed such a big drama. Of course, these things were not clear to Fu Lao before. After hearing this, he shook his head and sighed, saying, I agree with Xuelin and Su Miao's marriage. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren, and children have the right to freedom of marriage. Fu Xuelin was overjoyed at the words. Before he could say anything, his mom snatched the words. Dad, you can't just agree to it. Su Miao, that girl is skinny and small. Her physique is very weak. Not to mention, in the future, if Xuelin lives with her, he will have to serve her in turn. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Tan Yuping's face was reluctant. She glared at her son fiercely and then added, besides, the other day, I have already made a deal with the Wang family. Wang Lu, that child is a good match for Xuelin. I've already asked someone to set up a marriage. This is something that the Fu family can't go back on. Can we? Mom, I don't like Wang Lu. I just like Su Miao. Fu Xuelin stalked his neck to make his attitude clear. Which Wang family? Fu Lao twisted his head and asked. Is that boss Wang Fuxing Wang who is in the building materials business? Tan Yuping carefully returned. Bang! Fu Lao slapped the table fiercely and scolded. Nonsense! You are looking at his Wang family's hundreds of millions of family wealth, right, Dad? I don't think there's anything wrong with helping Xuelin choose a family with good financial conditions. After all, Xuelin's unit doesn't have much oil and water, so he can just get a bit of dead salary, and I'm afraid that he'll suffer from poverty and misery in the future. Tan Yuping defended. Mom, my brother and sister Su Miao both graduated with a master's degree and were classmates. That's called having a common language. That Wang Fuxing can't read a few words, is an outbreak of households. He's just looking at my family's bookish family and wanting to raise his own stature. If my brother really lives with someone who doesn't make sense, he will die of pain in the future. Fu Shangling also helped her brother to speak up. What do you mean you can't read a few big words? What's wrong with having a low education? I'm talking about family conditions. Su Miao's family I investigated. Rural origin. If your brother and her marriage, her parents and mom shall not be received in the city, who will pay for the house? How much more of a burden would your brother have to bear? I'm afraid that your brother will be poor in the future. Am I wrong? Tan Yuping was a bit agitated. Alright, stop arguing. Fu Lao directly drank off the conversation between the two and said in a deep voice. If I had decided on Jiaji's marriage according to the family conditions and academic conditions, you Tan Yuping wouldn't have been able to enter my Fu family's door. Xuelin's matter is settled. You figure out the Wang family's end on your own. Dad, since you have to decide this way, I have no problem with it. But with all your connections, can't you help Xuelin move a good unit? Otherwise, if Xuelin suffers from poverty in the future, you won't be able to bear it, right? Once Tan Yuping saw Fu Lao's resolute attitude, she hit on another idea. When Fu Lao heard this, he frowned fiercely and sighed. Okay, I'll take care of Xuelin's affairs, so you don't have to worry about it. To be honest, it's not true that Fu Lao has a wide range of friendships, but the old man is used to being noble and doesn't want to brazenly beg for help. But today this matter was forced to this point. There's no other way. Who let Fu Xuelin be his own grandson? Then thank you, Dad, first. It's almost mealtime. I'll go prepare lunch. Tan Yuping smiled and thanked her, then said to Lin Song, Master Lin, do you have any contraindications? It's really troublesome, auntie. I have no contraindications. Lin Song smiled back. Yo, Daoist Jiang, you still don't go back to the White Cloud Temple where? My family didn't prepare vegetarian food. Tan Yuping had a smile on her face 1 second. and the next second she had a direct look of disgust, which was a surprising change of expression. Taoist Master Zhang, where has the face to stay? Listen to it, clasped his fist to apologize, directly disappeared in the doorway. Zhang brother, me. Fu Xuelin felt two sweeping Taoist Master Zhang face, hurriedly chased out. Xue Lin, you give me back. Today he and you together cheat my account. I have not counted with you? You still want to keep him for dinner? Well, Mom was angry. Fu Xuelin and goaded down. Drooping head walked back. Chapter 55. Cooperative Business. Lin Song and Shi Xiuyuan were called upstairs to the study by Fu Lao. Fu Shangling was on a root carving tea seat, brewing tea for the three of them, washing, brewing and steeping the tea in a flowing manner, very much the flavor of the tea ceremony. Come, Xiao Song, Stao Yuan, quickly taste the fragrant girl's tea art. She has worked hard on this. Even I can't drink it easily. Today is dipped in Xiao Song's light. Fu Lao and his two students sat in front of the tea seat respectively, and said with a smiling face, looking at Fu Lao's posture of talking and laughing, he didn't seem to be affected by the incident just now, and appeared to be in a good mood. Grandpa, can't even plug your mouth by drinking tea. Fu Shangling of course heard out of Fu Lao's flirting intention. The small face brushed a moment, it was born too reddish haze. Ha ha ha, Fu Lao laughed heartily at the sight. Fu Shangling's secret love for Lin Song, of course Fu Lao could see it, and he also valued Lin Song. Swept a glance at Lin Song's somewhat embarrassed expression, his heart was even more clear. Since ancient times, a talented man with a beautiful woman. Lin, old brother, you don't be embarrassed. There are times when girls are shy. You can take the initiative. Shi Xiuyuan said with a smile. Uncle Shi, if you keep talking nonsense, my tea won't be for you. Fu Shangling's little face was already red at this time. Her words were shy and her little girl's mentality was revealed. Brother Shi, don't always tease me. Let nature take its course. Lin Song was said also old face hot, hurriedly changed the topic and said, just now the matter of learning brother Lin. The teacher seems to be a little difficult. I do have an idea. Lin Song's words immediately attracted Fu Lao's attention, put away his joking mind and looked over. It happens to have some money in hand. Want to open a store in the antique street? Want to ask brother Xue Lin to come over to help out. The shares well, a person half well. I just don't know if brother Xue Lin is willing to give up his stable job. Fu Lao sniffed and shook his head. Xue Lin is still too young. He hasn't had much experience. I'm afraid he can't take on a big job. It's not a good idea. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have experience. I'll teach him. Shi Xiuyuan smiled and interjected. After listening to elder brother Lin's idea, I do have a better idea. What idea? Lin Song looked over curiously. I'm planning to make a trip to Xinjiang in a few days to get more seed material, but unfortunately my funds are limited and I can't make the store bigger. If old brother Lin is willing to join in, we'll definitely be able to make the store bigger, and the future profits will be very substantial. How am I going to join? Lin Song was concerned about the mode of cooperation. Shi Xiuyuan smiled at his words and said, you happen to have free money in your hands. My family belongings together are just over $20 million, so you'll contribute $20 million. Then one of us will take up 40% of the shares, and the remaining 20% will be given to Xue Lin. In this way, it also explains the teacher's dilemma. How do you feel about it? I don't have any opinion if we cooperate like this. Just that I only put out $20 million is too little. The advertisement has already been formed. Your future profit is there. I can't take advantage of you. I'll put out $30 million, and then we not only have to do the jade business, but also have to do the antique business. Lin Song's idea is very simple. In the future, his system is open to pick up antiques will certainly not be less. If he opens a store, it is also convenient to sell. You two stop. You two partnering in business. What is it that you should learn, Lin? This matter I do not agree. Elder Fu directly interrupted the duo's conversation. Teacher, seriously, when my father passed away and I was addicted to gambling stones, if it wasn't for you pulling me through, where would I be today? So by helping Xue Lin, I am repaying the favor. You are light on fame and fortune, but you can't let your own grandson live in poverty, right? When Xiuyuan words earnest, very sincere, then pointed to Lin Song laughed, to really say, Lin, old brother, and you are considered a family. You do not have to worry about him to suffer and so on, is not it? This kid is worth 200 million. 20 million is nothing to him. Besides, to teacher your reputation, no matter the jade world, or antique world, that is second to none. We do business is inevitable to use your energy, not to mention that there is also Yulin in the help. He is sentimental and righteousness, although less experience. Polishing is also a big help. 20% of the shares is what he should take. When Xiuyuan spoke, he turned his head and asked with a smile, Elder brother Lin, you don't have a problem with me talking like this, do you? I have an opinion. Lin Song's sentence caused all four people to freeze. Lin Song scanned the circle, suddenly laughed. I just said I would offer $30 million. You have to say $20 million. I have an opinion on this. I raise my hands for the rest. Not to mention the fact that teacher made an exception and accepted me as a student. I'm grateful. Today this matter. It's settled. Xiao Yuan also shook his head and laughed when he heard this, pointing his finger at Lin Song and said, You've scared me a bit. Chang. Old brother's attitude is resolute. I'm not pretentious. It's settled. Big deal. In the future, I'll do more work for our business. That's it. Fu old silent for half a day. Suddenly said, You this teacher I really have to deliberate again to deliberate. I'm afraid that you and the fragrant girl difference in seniority. The future of the matter is not good which. Ha ha ha. Lin Song heard. The old face is again a red. Secretly glanced. Red-faced lowered his head. Did not dare to speak Fu Shangling. A sweetness in the heart is rising. Chapter 56. Yu Wenxuan's visit. In the kitchen, Tan Yuping was busy while Fu Jiaji stood in the doorway talking with his wife. Ping, do you see anything I can do to help? There are quite a lot of people today. Why don't I help you wash the dishes? Aya, you are a scholar. Don't move and want to go into the kitchen. Just stand at the door and talk with me. It's still early. I'll get it slowly by myself. Tan Yuping was wearing an apron and her movements were sharp. Tough on you. Fu Jiaji looked at his wife and smiled, leaning in the doorway looking at his busy wife. Tough what? I cook every day. And I don't see you saying it's hard. What's wrong today? Tan Yuping spoke as she did her work. Today, Xuelin's matter. Since our father has clapped, you don't have a hard time Fu Jiaji seemed to be afraid that his wife would feel bad in her heart and try to enlighten her. Tan Yuping sniffed and turned her head to look at her husband. Said, I'm not too hard. I'm just afraid of our son's future sufferings and poverty. Wang's girl is pampered and spoiled. I'm actually not too satisfied. But since this matter has been decided by Dad, he must help Xuelin's matter. You say that our father has such a wide range of relations. Even the director of the Department of Culture are his old friends. Have this relationship do not know how to use? How long have we Xuelin work? How long has Xuelin been working? He can't even get promoted to section chief. What's in store for him? If we don't force him to do it, he won't bring it. Alas, our father has always been noble and upright. This kind of thing you'd better not think. Even if our father can give Xuelin a new unit, you don't think he can help Xuelin get promoted? Fu Jiaji decisively returned. How can that be? Your business is delayed by him. To the old only mixed a cultural center director. Our son's business can be early planning. Do not dare to delay. After so many years, don't you know our father's character well? This is definitely not going to work. Fu Jiaji said somewhat helplessly. His wife is not only beautiful, but her work at home is even better. And she is a good cook. If measured against the standard of the average housewife, Tan Yuping was definitely a good wife and mother. However, Tan Yuping's biggest problem is that vanity is too triumphant. More some of the marketplace thinking, which is with the Fu family of the Qinglu thought, the biggest point of conflict, and the fundamental difference in philosophy, but cannot persuade each other. This has also let Fu Jiaji very helpless place. Alright, let me handle this? You don't have to care. Tan Yuping finished her words without looking back. For a long time, she realized that her husband did not say anything, turned her head to see that her husband's face was not good, and immediately changed the topic. Hey, hubby, what do you think of the one called Lin Song? How can it be? All were scolded by you badly. You say you are also, always so impulsive for what? After all, he is Dad's student, so young by the old man so valued, and is not incompetent generation? Fu Jiaji was greatly resentful and said in a reprimanding tone, Well, it's me who was impulsive. It's me who was wrong. Husband, you have a great deal of respect, okay? Tan Yuping turned her head to see her husband being amused by herself, then added, although our father values him, but I'm afraid that he's another one who only engages in academics. In the future, if those days are tight again, I'm afraid of suffering Shangling. Hey, what's wrong with a scholar? Can't a scholar be happy? When Fu Jiaji heard this, he immediately became unhappy again. No, I admire you the most, husband. Don't be angry, haha. Tan Yuping twisted her head and smiled, then added, but our daughter and I are not the same. Our family itself is a scholarly family. Why does she have to find a scholarly one? And Xiangling is beautiful and graceful. If she doesn't find a big family, I always feel that I'm losing out. Aya, you're here again. Our daughter has her own ideas. Freedom of love. You always want to think of those climbing the dragon and phoenix things useful? I think Lin Song is just fine. Fu Jiaji expressed his attitude. How is it useless? Not worrying about food and clothing is the minimum standard, right? Besides, our family's conditions are here. You can't let your daughter marry a poor boy, right? I absolutely disagree with this. Tan Yuping paused, and then said, although Lin Song looks okay, but from the point of view of his clothes, it is estimated that the family background is not much. and he will also be able to tell fortunes. Can pinch, which is not 5 labor and 7 injuries. Leakage of heavenly secrets is to lose life and life. You are willing to let your daughter marry this kind of person where? Hey, you claim to call someone Master Lin. In the end, you are this kind of thinking? Fu Jiaji was furious and frowned. Of course I have to be polite when I beg him to do something. Besides, people really know how to calculate. It's only right that I respect them. But if you want Xiangling to marry him, that's no way. Tan Yuping's attitude was resolute. You are unbelievable. Fu Jiaji was infuriated and his face was gloomy. Suddenly, the sound of door ling sounded again. Hubby, go open the door. Hey, no, I'll go. Halfway through her words, Tan Yuping dropped the work in her hand and rushed out in a gust of wind. Not long after, only to see Yu Wenchuan carrying a lot of gifts, appeared at the door, while Tan Yuping warmly greeted Yu Wenchuan into the house. Chapter 57, Yu Wenchuan's Heart. Aya, you just came. What gifts are you bringing? You are so polite. Tan Yuping's eyes smiled into a slit, her mouth said polite words, and her hands received the gift nonchalantly. First time at the door. Should have heard yesterday that Auntie likes Jade bracelet. I specially let someone send one overnight. I hope Auntie can like it. Yu Wenchuan smiled and added, here is also a side of ancient inkstone given to Fu Lao, and 2 of the finest wolf hair brushes given to Auntie, as well as a Zippo lighter given to Xue Lin brothers, and lastly a Jade pendant given to Xiang Ling's sister. I still hope that Auntie will accept it on behalf of her, and don't excuse herself for good. You are also too polite. These gifts are too expensive. It really breaks your bank. Tan Yuping smiled so happily. Yu Wenchuan then clasped his fists again and said, yesterday I was really a bit abrupt and rude, but your daughter is really too excellent. I can't help myself and it's not polite, so I have the intention to make amends by coming to the door today. I hope that Auntie won't be blamed for it. No offense. Tan Yuping smiled and let Yu Wenchuan down the living room sofa, shouted to Fu Jiaji who was frowning and looking this way. Husband, hurry over to accompany the guests. Yu Wenchuan is the heir of Yu Huang Jewelry. His father and our father can be considered to be a teacher-student relationship. Hurry up and pour a cup of tea. As soon as the words were said, Tan Yuping carried the gift and rushed back to the bedroom quickly, put down the gift, came to the living room again, smiled at Yu Wenchuan. You don't have to leave at noon today. Try my handiwork. You guys chat first. I'm going to cook. Downstairs Yu Wenchuan's arrival. In the upstairs Lin Song did not know. Wait until the point to eat. Lin Song went downstairs as soon as he saw Yu Wenchuan. He was stunned. Why are you here too? Fu Xiangling directly asked the question in Lin Song's heart. Yu Wenchuan sniffed, swept Lin Song a glance and laughed. I came on a special trip to visit Elder Fu. I didn't know that your family has guests in today. It's my fault for intruding. Saying that, Yu Wenxian came to bow in front of Fu Lao and said, Under Yu Wenxian, I have met Fu Lao. I was entrusted by my father to come to pay you a visit. I hope that you will forgive the kid's sin of being abrupt. Elder Fu frowned at his words and waved his hand. Never mind. Since you've come, let's have a meal together. The meal in the dining hall had already been served. A large table full of a dozen dishes, hot and cold meat and vegetables. From the color alone, Tan Yuping's cooking skills were extraordinary. Several people sat down in turn, not intentionally or unintentionally. Coincidentally, Fu Xiangling sat between Lin Song and Yu Wenchuan. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, after Fu Lao ordered the wine to be poured. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward because of Yu Wenchuan's unexpected arrival, he asked, Yu Wenchuan, your father sent you here. What is the so-called matter? Yu Wenchuan smiled at his words, and respectfully replied, Fu Lao, my father should have mentioned to you, that is, we obtained a batch of ancient jade, and need to ask you to help appraise it. Originally my father intended to personally come to ask, but the company suddenly had a situation, so he sent me to express his respect to you. I have already talked to your father on the phone about this matter. I am now old and dim-eyed. I can't argue about ancient jade, so don't mention this matter again. Fu Lao directly rebuffed Yu Wenchuan. Fu Lao is joking. You are old and strong. Your body and bones are strong. Since you don't like this matter, then when the kid did not mention, to count up, our two families are also counted as friends from generation to generation. Today you as a kid to scurry a door, contact feelings. I will first punish myself with a cup of wine, in order to thank the kid for the sin of not telling and boarding the door. Yu Wenchuan said, directly punished himself with a cup of wine. When Fu Lao saw Yu Wenchuan talking like this, he gave him a deep look and stopped picking up the conversation. Come, eat the food. Everyone taste my handiwork. Tan Yuping saw that no one spoke after Yu Wenchuan finished punishing himself, so she hurriedly spoke out. Next the dinner table split into two camps chatting. On one side was Yu Wenchuan and Tan Yuping talking affectionately. On the other side was Lin Song Fu Old, a large group of people talking and laughing. Yo, so brother Lin is still a person in the Xian sect. Really disrespectful. Come, I honor you. Yu Wenchuan learned from Tan Yuping's mouth about Lin Song's visit to the Fu family, and with a smile, he toasted to Lin Song. Thank you. When Lin Song heard this, he originally ignored him, but this was at the Fu family's family banquet, so it was not good to intensify the conflict. So he smiled slightly and raised his cup with one hand and took a sip as well. How can this be an overpraise? Brother Lin is a dragon and phoenix amongst men. Xiao Xue Man, the eldest miss of Zhao's jewelry, is all in favor of you. Here, I first wish the two of you an early success. Yu Wenchuan didn't stop because of Lin Song's coldness, but instead brought up Xiao Xue Man with ulterior motives. Lin Song heard that as a frown, went in the face of Fu family, mentioning his relationship with Xiao Xue Man. This good certainly did not play what good idea. But this matter is not explained is not good. So coldly opened his mouth. You misunderstand. I and Xiao Xue Man is only ordinary classmate relationship. Ha ha, brother Lin is too modest. Even the head of Zhao's jewelry, Chairman Xiao Xinnan, has invited you to a family banquet. This is something that I think can be accomplished. Congratulations. Yu Wenchuan spoke as if he was familiar with Lin Song. Chapter 58. Another encounter. Yu Wenchuan's words directly aroused everyone's curious gazes. Even Fu Shangling sank her small face and looked towards Lin Song. When Lin Song answered Xiao Jinnan's video call, Fu Shangling wasn't beside him, so of course she wasn't clear about what happened here. Lin Song heard here, also finally clear Yu Wenchuan's intention. This goods is simply to Fu Shangling interesting, and then in front of her and her family face, mislead everyone his relationship with Xiao Xue Man intimate, are going to meet with Xiao Jinnan, which is equivalent to meet the parents. Who cannot misunderstand? For a time, Lin Song's heart is really tired and incomparable. This goods always look like a high and mighty. Take everyone else as a little cute. Is that so? Oh, you misunderstood. The invitation from the Xiao family is mainly because I sold Xiao jewelry a piece of good jade, and there is also the fact that last time, I sort of saved Elder Xiao Lai's life. It has nothing to do with Xiao Xue Man. Lin Song gave a slight beat, looked at Yu Wenchuan with a smile and said, just yesterday, I gambled with a silly boy against a gambling stone. The result was that I accidentally opened a piece of sheep fat jade. The result was also for nothing that silly boy lost more than 10 million, and finally sold this piece of sheep fat jade to Zhao's jewelry. This matter is not clear to you? Wenchuan Xian nephew? Puffing. Lin Song's words to Yu Wenchuan damage enough. Directly amused Fu Shangling, after laughing out loud, found not too good. Hurriedly cover the small mouth, stifling laughter. So hard. Yu Wenchuan heard this, his face changed, then he laughed and said, Brother Lin is joking. Yesterday we were looking at our all Shangling's friends sake. Only have a small gambling game between friends. I lost more than 10 million. This is nothing. You are happy as long as you are happy. But you are so sarcastic in the following. Is not it a little bit hard is not broad enough? Some do not give face to Shangling? And, you this virtuous nephew called so smooth. Today Fu old man on. The kid will have words want to ask. Lin Song said from you here on the words. He is older than me a generation. My father is your student. He said he is also your student. If the matter is true, he this uncle kid certainly want to re-neath the salute. Fu Lao faced Yu Wenchuan's phantom question, his brows furrowed, then faintly returned. Lin Song is indeed my student. But, before Fu Lao finished his words, Yu Wenchuan immediately got up, arched his hand and saluted Lin Song, saying, the kid sinned, uncle is above, please accept my nephew's bow. When Lin Song saw this, his heart thumped. He didn't think that this Yuan Xian could be shameless to such an extent. Fu Lao's words weren't even finished. He directly grabbed the words to make amends to himself. His intention is not difficult to guess. It is just to take the opportunity to call himself uncle, disguised to let Fu Lao recognize that his father is also Fu Lao's student, clear this relationship, and then beg Fu Lao to do things. It will be the master of the name. This kid's heart is so deep, so that Lin Song once again sounded the alarm in his heart, saw bowing and refused to get up Yu Wenchuan. Lin Song apologized and looked at Fu Lao, then said, you quickly get up. I don't dare to accept this salute of yours. It's not true that I'm the teacher's student, but I've never heard the teacher say that he has such a student as your father. I can't afford to accept this uncle's voice of yours. Yuan Xian lowered his head, his eyes furrowed fiercely, stood up and said with a cold face, since you are not willing to discuss seniority from Fu Lao's side, isn't this virtuous nephew a bit too much? Can you give me an explanation? Lin Song hemmed and hawed and said, how could it be too much? You have always called Xiangling's sister. Since I am Fu Lao's student, I am naturally one generation longer than Xiang Yaotu. Along with her relationship with you, it is not too much to give you a virtuous nephew, right? Don't look at just from Fu Lao's side on the relationship. Change to from Fu Shangling's side on the relationship. But here is a big difference. Only from the Fu Shangling side of the relationship can only confirm that Lin Song is Fu Lao's students, and to be from the Fu Lao so on the relationship, is to recognize his Yu Wenchuan's father is also Fu Lao's students, and today Yu Wenchuan all sorts of thoughts, is to force Fu Lao to recognize, he and his father is the teacher-student relationship, and then take this relationship to say things, to know, a gentleman can be deceived by his side. Fu Lao is obviously a gentleman. If Fu Lao is forced to admit the teacher-student relationship with the Yuan family, then no matter how difficult things are, Fu Lao will not be able to shirk the Yuan family's request. Although Lin Song was not sure what grudge Fu Lao had with the Yuan family, but he could not help Yu Wenchuan in disguise because of his own momentary mouth, then he would really become a little cute. The first time I saw him, I heard him. Yuan Xian heard the meaning of Lin Song's words in an instant. His eyes flashed, secretly pressed down a breath and laughed again. Relationships from where the theory is the same, in any case are all Fu family members. Uncle Lin seems to have a really close relationship with Xiao Xue Man. So hostile to me. Is it related to Zhao's jewelry? We are all guests of the Fu family today, so let's not bring in the grudges from the shopping mall. This is also to give face to Fu Lao, right? When Lin Song heard this, his heart was angry. This goods is really thick-skinned to a certain realm. After a few times to hit the face, this uncle he also have the nerve to call out? Obviously refuted by their own no words. The last also can pull back to their relationship with Xiao Xue Man. The key Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man's relationship has been explained. If you dwell on it, it is really more and more black. This Yuan Xian is too difficult to deal with. Chapter 59. Gasping away Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian, please sit down to eat. It's my Fu family that takes you as a guest. If you don't want to eat properly, please leave. My Fu family doesn't welcome you. Fu Lao droned in a deep voice. Lin Song was not in a position to say anything else, but Fu Lao bellowed. The meaning in his words was obvious and his attitude was resolute. Come, everyone hurry up and eat the food. It will all get cold in a while. Tan Yuping hurriedly rounded up again. Yu Wenchuan cupped his fists to Fu Lao and said, the kid is young and doesn't know the etiquette. I hope Fu Lao will forgive me. After saying his words, the bastard actually smiled and talked to Tan Yuping again, as if what just happened hadn't happened. Fu Lao's culmination was very good. To be able to speak out and reprimand was already the limit. In the face of such a thick-skinned goods, the old man was also helpless. He could not directly scold the person out, right? Not a moment. Yu Wenchuan once again raised his voice and said, oh, so auntie is worried about the matter of learning from Lin Shirbei. Ah, this is a good thing to do. Ayu Huang Jewelry intends to open a branch in Nanjiang City. You can let Shui Lin brother to serve as a general manager. Shares and other things are easy to say. We're family friends. My father will definitely be able to match Shui Lin's shares. No need. This friendship my Fu family can't afford to climb. And Shui Lin already has an arrangement. No need to labor you to bother. Fu Lao spoke again with a sullen face. Fu Lao, you don't have to be polite. Shui Lin brother full of talent. When a branch of the general manager is indeed some talent, my father's intention is the first try, and so on over a period of time directly transferred to the headquarters of the executives. This is not for fear of a moment away from home is too far. Shui Lin brother is not adapted to it. Yu Wenchuan smiled and explained. Ah, really? Tan Yuping was pleasantly surprised at his words. Of course it's true. My father specially instructed me when I came. I didn't have time to say it just now. Yu Wenchuan nodded with a smile. Seeing Fu Lao's frown, Xiao Yuan knew that there were some words that the teacher was not in a good position to speak, and hurriedly snatched the words and said, Sister-in-law, you don't know yet, right? I and Lin old brother also intend to open an antique jade store. Want to let Shui Lin come over to help. It just so happens that Shui Lin also has a certain ability to antique identification. Even if the technology into the shares have to be 20% of the shares. You and he open a store? Ready to give Shui Lin 20% of the shares? Tan Yuping asked with some hesitation. Yes, sister-in-law, we just agreed on it. Haven't come in a hurry to tell you yet. Xiao Yuan heatedly smiled, swept Yuan Xian a glance, and added, the small store is not big. The temporary assets are only 50 to 60 million. When Shui Lin comes over to help, with his ability, in the future, the development into hundreds of millions of dollars of large companies quasi did not run. Listening to this, Tan Yuping swallowed a mouthful of spit, silently counting in her heart, also looking at Yu Wenchuan from time to time, almost asking how much money he could give for the shares. Yu Wenchuan was silent for a while, suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Since brother Shui Lin has other arrangements, then I won't force myself. Brother Shui Lin is so sought after, but it also shows from the side that his ability is not bad. It's good to practice in the startup company first, but our Yu Huang Jewelry's door will always be open for brother Shui Lin. When Xiao Yuan heard is a handful of teeth, then laughed. Yuan's son so valued Shui Lin, but let me did not expect. But you can rest assured that our company cannot be separated from the help of Shui Lin. Want to recruit Shui Lin to go to Yu Huang Jewelry? This I'm afraid that we have to let you down. Good. Shui Lin go wherever good. Tan Yuping happy straight grin, casually patted his son, urged, hurry up and thank you Uncle Sure and Master Lin. Fu Xuelin's temperament is a bit stuffy, and he is even more afraid of his mom. When he heard this, he hurriedly got up and poured wine to thank Xiao Xue Man and Lin Song. Although today Lin Song is considered to break his scam, but also the ending on the point of view, or perfect. Fu Xuelin to Lin Shui's thanks to more than hate. A few cups of wine down, will be familiar with. The family drank so happily that they directly left Yu Wenchuan out to dry. Even Tan Yuping also began to join the other side of the camp, talking and laughing. For a time, let Yu Wenchuan very embarrassed. Seeing that the situation was already irreparable, Yu Wenchuan was also quick, and directly got up to say goodbye. Of course, Tan Yuping still got up and sent her off with a smile. After all, she had received so many gifts from others. Surface politeness, still have to have. This Yuan Xian is annoying as hell. He has to put on a kind face, but in fact, he is showing his superiority everywhere. It's so infuriating, really. When Fu Shangling saw Yu Wenchuan leave, she couldn't help but spit out her words. Fu Old Man smiled with a laugh and said, okay Xiang girl, don't mention those spoiled things. Come, to accompany Grandpa to drink. Just now Lin Song and Yuan Xian's verbal exchange. Fu Old Man are in the eyes, the heart of him and valued a few points. And then see the granddaughter with her intimate appearance. Cannot help but Old Man comfort. Hey, ours, when will your company open When will Xuelin take office? Is not the general manager He still has to do a formalization on his unit's end. Is there enough time? As soon as Tan Yuping returned to the table, she asked a string of questions in a series of questions. Ha, sister-in-law, this is Lin's oldest brother to come out. When Lin's oldest brother's funds to the account, it's only a matter of days. As for Xuelin's side, tomorrow to start to do it. You still can't trust it? Sure Xiao Yuan explained with a smile. The money hasn't arrived yet? How much is he contributing? If we also contribute some money, can account for more shares not? Tan Yuping asked with a longing face. Chapter 60. The benefits of being rich. Lin Song saw Yu Wenchuan being exasperated. His heart was very happy, but just now some words, really not good to say. Good and Fu Lao and Xiao Yuan are on their side. This only Yuan Xian get dusty. When he heard Tan Yuping say that he wanted to contribute money to the shares, Lin Song's heart was tired again. The intention of this cooperative business was to help Fu Lao solve his grandson's problems, and Tan Yuping's stance, still wanting more shares, was a bit of a toothache. But this is not a good thing to receive Facing Fu Shangling's sneaky whispered inquiry, Lin Song could only helplessly shake his head and smile without saying anything. Even Xiao Yuan didn't answer with a difficult face. Fortunately, Fu Lao was clear about the ins and outs of the matter and opened his mouth. You want to contribute money? That's fine. Xiaosong contributed $30 million, only 40% of the shares. How much money can you contribute? Convert it proportionally. $30 million, only 40%? This where do I have that much money? Tan Yuping's excited face collapsed. No money out. Let Xuelin work for others. What more shares? Fu Lao admonished with a sullen face. Dad, that won't work. Just now the hour also said, Xuelin technology into the shares. There are 20%. Tan Yuping said with a bitter face. Technology? What technology can he have? 10% of the shares I see are more than enough, but still 20%? If you want 20%, you make up $7.5 million. Fu Lao continued to berate. Dad, me, where do I have the money? Upon hearing this, Tan Yuping was a bit dumbfounded, her face anxious as she turned her head and said, just now you said 20% of the shares. You can't go back on it. Ha, sister-in-law, don't be anxious, we can't go back on our word. This is something that I've discussed with elder brother Lin in advance. Right, elder brother Lin? Sure. Xiao Yuan looked at Lin Song with a smile. Lin Song smiled at his words and interjected. Yes, brother Xuelin's talent and ability is here. 20% of the shares should be. Having received Lin Song's affirmation, Fu Xuelin's face turned red with excitement, raised his wine glass and stood up. Uncle Sure, and Lin Song old brother, thank you for your regard for me. I drink this cup dry. After finishing a glass of wine, Fu Xuelin added, Lin Song old brother, you and my sister's matter. I raise my hands in favor of it. The two of you will get married right after graduation. I will personally help you guys to open up. Ha. A burst of laughter rang out from the table. Get this, Fu Xuelin's words immediately made Lin Song's old face red, and even more so, Fu Shangling shyly lowered her head. Tan Yuping, on the other hand, frowned and swept around Lin Song and his daughter's body, and finally asked, Master Lin, what kind of business does your family do? To be able to come up with $30 million at one time, did your family agree to that? Lin Song, facing the questioning, did not know how to answer for a while. After thinking about it, replied, this money is my own. My family doesn't care about my business. Hi, sister-in-law. You still don't know it. Elder brother Lin is a young talent who is worth a small $200 million. If you don't hold on tight, you'll regret it later. I'm sure you'll regret it if you don't hurry. Xiao Yuan knew Tan Yuping's character clearly in his heart, and directly pointed out Lin Song's financial power, so as to dissolve his resistance to get along with Fu Xiangling. $200 million. Tan Yuping was instantly shocked and rounded her eyes, and when she looked at Lin Song again, his image in her mind had undergone a sea change. Next, Tan Yuping's attitude towards Lin Song made a 180-degree turn, enthusiastic, making Lin Song quite helpless. The meal was a happy one for all, not dispersing until the moon was high in the sky. Lin, old brother, we've settled on the company. We're going to go into the Jade seeds right away in the next 2 days. There's something that brother sure wants to ask you to do a favor. In the moving car, Xiao Yuan twisted his head and asked Lin Song who was beside him, because both of them had been drinking. The car was driven by a henchman that Xiao Yuan had called. Brother sure you say. Lin Song was not good at drinking. Today by the happy master Fu did not persuade a lot of wine. Dizziness is very dizzy. Straight take a hand to rub his temples. Hey, to tell you the truth, I saw you solve the superb sheepskin Jade. The heart straight itch. You will not divination? Help me calculate. This time go to Xinjiang. Can I also bet a big rise? Xiao Yuan uttered the request in his heart. Hearing this, Lin Song can also understand Xiao Yuan. After all, he opened the sky-high price of Jade in other people's stores. Xiao Yuan cannot be read, but also pull their own partnership for business, has been considered a good character. He also wanted to bet on a big rise and get rich. It was also human nature. Okay, no problem. I'll do the math for you. Lin Song agreed and started to pinch his fingers. Xiao Yuan can gamble a big rise this time when he goes to Xinjiang to gamble on stones. Ding dong, host statement correct 0%. Xiao Yuan can gamble a small rise this time when he goes to Xinjiang to gamble on stones. Ding dong, 0% of the host's statements are correct. Xiao Yuan is going to lose a lot of money gambling in Xinjiang this time. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. After getting confirmation from the system, Lin Song furrowed his brows violently, turned his head to look at the expectant Xiao Yuan, and said, Brother Sure, listen to my advice. This time when you go to Xinjiang, you mustn't gamble on the stones or you're going to lose big money. Am I so backward? Can I break it? Xiao Yuan asked undeterred. Everything is certain. Brother Sure don't think too much. The store we do together will definitely have a good income. Lin Song should not say too much. He could only pat Xiao Yuan's shoulder and comfort. Chapter 61. Date Crash. The next day, the first thing Lin Song did when he woke up was to gaze at the system and communicate with it. Query, the name and content of my own most suitable cultivation technique. Ding dong, sorry host, not enough energy to query. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Song instantly froze on the bed. This was the first time he had encountered something he could not query after obtaining the system's query function. Query, all information data about myself. Ding dong, sorry host, insufficient energy, unable to query. Oh come on, could it be that this is the case of counting one's fortune and not counting oneself? Counting one's death without a doubt? For a time, Lin Song was very disappointed. Originally also fantasized about cultivating profound martial arts. Can come high and go high? To fulfill a warrior's dream. As a result, it is now cool. After a long time, Lin Song suddenly remembered Siddhu Kongkong's Cloud Eagle 13 styles, and hurriedly called up the relevant information through the system, sat down on his knees, and practiced accordingly. Since higher level techniques are not available, the Cloud Eagle 13 style is not bad. As a result, Lin Song followed the Cloud Eagle 13 style's cultivation method and sat cross-legged for nearly 2 hours, but there was no sense of qi, and he couldn't even get rid of the distractions in his mind. Could it be that he is not suitable for cultivation? Lin Song's mind could not help but question. I'm not suitable for cultivating profound techniques. Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 0%. Hearing this, Lin Song's heart rejoiced and hurriedly verified it once more. I am unable to cultivate the 13 styles of Cloud Eagle technique. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Ma chicken. I should have known that I would have verified the correctness just now. Isn't this a blind delay? Lin Song's heart was not beautiful. He got up, took a shower, and returned to the house, calculating what he should do today. I'll go to the antique street today to be able to pick up antiques and earn over $1 million. Ding dong, the host's statement is 0% correct. Hearing this, Lin Song's mood sank again. I can earn over $1 million by going to gamble on stones today. Ding dong, host statement correctness rate 0%. Come on, it seems that this kind of hitting the big time, even if there is a system, it's not possible to have it every day. Think about it, nowadays antique houses are developing very well. Want to pick up big leaks again to earn big money? has the opportunity to be hard to find? And Nanjiang is not a gambling mecca. The number of raw stones is limited. In addition to the store of Xiao Yuan, other people's stores in the stock of raw stones is pitifully small. Can bet on the big rise of the opportunity naturally will not be more. Anyway, he now has $170 million. There is no rush to earn money beforehand. Lin Song adjusted his mood. Suddenly remembered Fu Lao gave him a USB flash drive, ready to learn the information inside, but found that he did not even have a computer. With a gross look USB flash drive? Today, he realized that everything was not going well. Lin Song was a bit annoyed. Query, all the information in this USB flash drive. Ding dong, data information loading. Suddenly, Lin Song found a stream of ethereal blue light that rushed straight to his brain from the USB flash drive in his hand. And when he looked closely, those thin rays of light seemed to be made up of countless small words, which was amazing. Only for a moment, the blue light disappeared, and more information about antiques and jade appeared in front of his eyes. To be honest, Lin Song used the query function to check the information on the USB flash drive. More or less a little bit of gambling ingredients. Did not expect to actually be able to make it, and also saw an even more magical side of the system. When reading the information of the USB flash drive, there would be a blue light appearing. Then when checking the information of other people or other items, why didn't he see this blue light? For half a day, Lin Song didn't figure it out and finally just gave up. However, today's although things do not go well, but the unexpected joy is still there. This USB flash drive and the information is huge scalp numbness, is estimated to be the old man's life experience crystallization. The result is their own less than a second of time will be all learning, really not the general catalog. Of course, this information exists in their own system. Want to use which aspect of the information? As long as the heart of a move, the information will be in the form of light words appear in the eyes. With their own learning is not much different, which is equivalent to their brain at any time with a Baidu Baidu? If you use the query function, all the information in Baidu into the system. Is it possible? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Lin Song became excited, slapping his head hard. He cursed himself for being confused. How come he hadn't thought of this use of the system long ago? Really, truly when Lin Song was chagrined, the phone rang. Hey, Lin Song, hurry up and pack up. I'll pick you up later and treat you to lunch. Xiao Xue Man's voice rang out from the phone. What time is it? Just lunch? Lin Song's heart wasn't very comfortable when he heard Xiao Xue Man's tone, and he subconsciously disliked it. But you promised me. You're not allowed to back out. I'll pick you up later. I'll hang up first. Xiao Xue Man finished her sentence and directly hung up the phone. Lin Song was a bit angry. This Xiao Xue Man is also too strong. Is Lao Zi your subordinate? I'm your subordinate? You don't even ask if it's inconvenient for us? Suddenly, the phone rang again. Once he saw that it was Fu Shangling calling, Lin Song's heart just thumped. Hey, brother Song, are you awake? Do you have a headache? I'll take you to drink some hot at noon. Warm your stomach and wake up. Oh, this is a collision. How do I say this back? Should I ask the two girls out together? Chapter 62. Don't believe in fate. I believe in you. Just now Xiao Xue Man called to ask me to have dinner. You know, I promised her that day. Why don't you come along too? I'll treat you. Lin Song thought for a moment and said his idea. Lying to Fu Shangling, Lin Song definitely can't do it. Rather than being more honorable. Yeah, Sister Xue Man treats dinner which, that rush love good. We two black her a good meal. You about the time Fu Shangling's voice was a bit excited. Lin Song heard, some puzzled scratching his head. Xiao Xue Man let himself at home waiting for her information told Fu Shangling. In Lin Song's mind, Fu Shangling's reaction was strange. Shouldn't she be acting jealous? How come she was happier than having dinner with herself? It really was. In the end, when Lin Song cleaned up, Fu Shangling arrived downstairs at Lin Song's house first. Fu Shangling, a light blue silk dress, head behind the still high bunch of ponytail, is still so youthful and beautiful. See Lin Song heart hot. Xiao Xue Man, on the other hand, in Fu Xianling's telephone urging, drove her Audi Q5 late. Sister Xue Man, you're slow. Why did you just come? Fu Shangling went up and complained. Traffic jam on the road. Xiao Xue Man's arm pressed against the car window, answering dryly. Fu Shangling suddenly smiled sweetly and said, Sister Xue Man, what kind of delicious food are we eating today? Didn't you say you want to have a good meal? Let's go to Wells. Get in the car. Xiao Xue Man returned. Yay! Long live Sister Xue Man. Let's eat a big meal today. Fu Shangling cheered and pulled a confused Lin Song into the car. It wasn't that Lin Song didn't want to talk, but the whole process seemed like Xiao Xue Man and Fu Shangling had a dinner date, while he was instead a dabbler, with a feeling of being ignored. It really was. Wells was a Western restaurant, located in the center of Nanjing City. The decoration was extremely elaborate and not low grade. When the three sat in the restaurant, Lin Song saw the price of the menu. He couldn't help but be secretly staggered. A Kobe steak $2,000, and then open a bottle of red wine of tens of thousands of dollars, together with some side dishes and whatnot. A meal to be eaten a small $20,000. If this is before, Lin Song is dead cannot afford to eat, but now Lin Song is also 200 million worth of up and down. A meal of $20,000 is not much outrageous, must be adapted to the rich people's mode of life, is not it? I'll treat this meal. Originally promised to eat with you, but I called Xiangling to come. This meal should be my treat. After ordering the food, Lin Song said what was in his heart. Although the two girls were very familiar, but Xiao Xue Man invited himself to dinner, and he brought Fu Xiangling over without saying hello in advance, which was more or less inappropriate. I called Xiangling before I called you. Don't you know? Xiao Xue Man said with a smile of ulterior meaning, staring at Lin Song. In an instant, Lin Song twisted his head towards Fu Xiangling. Fu Xiangling, on the other hand, spat out her pink tongue and said in embarrassment, "It's Sister Xue Man who didn't let me say it. I'm not to blame." Hearing Lin Song straight cold sweat, a thought that just now if he refused Fu Xiangling, or lied to her, I am afraid that the consequences will be very serious. Very serious. These two demon is also really, play which out of it. The two girls private what secret Lin Song do not know, but this meal that called a careful one of them is the high and cold goddess who took her first kiss, and the other one is the lovely angel who pleases people. No matter who she shows too much intimacy to, Lin Song feels that there is a gaze like a knife gazing at her, and her heart is straight to the virtual It seems that the happiness of all people is really not very good to enjoy. There must be a strong heart to do support cannot. Lin Song even fat and tender steak are almost tasteless. Sitting opposite the two women, there is a feeling of suffering all the time. Lin Song, I have something I want to ask for your help. When the meal was almost finished, Xiao Xue Man suddenly opened her mouth. You tell me. Because of the advertising effect of the last Extreme Lamb's Jade, the sales of Hatian Jade jewelry will increase greatly next, so my father sent me on a trip to Xinjiang, intending to purchase a batch of Hatian Jade seed material, and I want to ask you to be a technical advisor for me. Xiao Xue Man stared straight at Lin Song after she finished speaking. Lin Song's teeth hurt when he heard this. Yu Zhao's jewelry is such a big company. You don't even have an expert in jade? Do you have to ask me to be a consultant? To be honest, Xiao Xue Man's request made it very difficult for him. Although there was a system to verify the correctness rate, and purchasing Hatian Jade seeds would make a profit without losing money, but he himself had a company store now, and the opportunity to verify it was limited, so he couldn't have money to let someone else make money. Could he? I know my own level, just know a little bit of skin. The last time I bet up pure luck, cannot be your consultant. You're so big company. Did not give you with a consultant? Lin Song's refusal was obvious. Xiao Xue Man's brows knitted lightly at this. Since you don't agree, then take it as if I didn't say anything. Seeming to feel that she was speaking a bit coldly, Xiao Xue Man added, I heard that you're very good at fortune telling. Can I ask you to help me with my fortune? You also believe in fortune telling? Lin Song was relieved to see Xiao Xue Man not to dwell on the matter of the counselor. I don't believe in fate, but I believe in you, Xiao Xue Man said as she stared at Lin Song with a burning gaze. Chapter 63, Xiao Xue Man's Good and Bad Luck. After Lin Song heard Xiao Xue Man's words, his heart was just shocked. What he said, it was a bit too ambiguous, right? Turning his head to look at Fu Xiangling, he realized that she was smiling and said, just help Sister Xue Man with her calculations. I told her about your heroic deeds yesterday and she doesn't even believe me, so you hurry up and help her do the math. Lin Song listened and frowned. This Xiao Xue Man didn't believe in Fu Xiangling's narration, but now she said that she believed in herself right in front of Fu Xiangling. What kind of medicine is this gourd selling? Unfortunately, today's query function is used up, and the opportunity to verify has been used 4 times. This fate is not good to count which aspect do you want to count? Some heavenly secrets are not to be divulged. Lin Song didn't say his words too full, and first found a step down for himself. I naturally understand this. I want you to help me calculate what I gained from this trip to Xinjiang. Xiao Xue Man faintly asked. Lin Song sniffed and had a toothache. This word harvest was too general. How could it be verified? This is too general. Are you asking about luck or fortune? Xiao Xue Man sniffed and froze, then said, I mean, forget about it this time, so you can help me calculate the good and bad luck. Xiao Xue Man's words half said and then stopped. Lin Song is not good to pursue. Since she wants to count the good and bad luck, then it is good. After nodding his head, he closed his eyes and pinched up his fingers. Xiao Xue Man's trip to Xinjiang this time will be very auspicious. Ding dong, the host's statement is 0% correct. Xiao Xue Man's trip to Xinjiang this time will be greatly evil. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Come on. After hearing the system's confirmation, Lin Song realized a problem. This good and bad fortune seems to be a bit generalized as well. That you go to Xinjiang this time is a great evil omen. I advise you not to go. Lin Song was shocked in his heart to verify the results and directly spoke out to warn Xiao Xue Man. Puffing, Fu Shangling directly laughed out loud and called out with a smile. Lin Song, can you be serious? Although Xue Man desires the hood of great evil, but you're also too direct, right? Get Fu Shangling's sentence. Xiao Xue Man also made her face red, spit and scolded Fu Shangling, directly shouted for the bill and left. Xiao Xue Man is tall and slender. To say that the only disadvantage of the whole body is that the size of the chest is a little small. Of course, this is a common problem for tall and thin girls. Lin Song reacted to the point of Fu Shangling's smile as an afterthought, and immediately felt some embarrassment, and for a time it was not good to reinforce Xiao Xue Man not to go to Xinjiang. Out of the Wells Western restaurant, Fu Shangling yelled to shopping. Lin Song thought, since he had money, has not properly buy 2 decent clothes, then said his intention. As a result, both girls said to accompany him to buy clothes. For a time, Lin Song a little do not know whether to be happy, or should be helpless. Hanlong Mall, the most upscale consumption area in Nanjiang City, happened to be not far away from Wells Restaurant, and under Xiao Xue Man's mention, the three of them entered the building of this mall. In fact, according to Lin Song's intention, to buy $2,000 of clothes on the good. In terms of wearing he did not care much, but in Xiao Xue Man and Fu Shangling's encouragement, Lin Song can only agree. After all, Lin Song is already worth hundreds of millions of young tycoons. In front of the two girls, how can not say no? Fell the part right? Once to the 3rd floor of the men's department, Lin Song once again saw what is called luxury brands. Just a piece of clothing pants are thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. There are more than Anne only heard the name, and have not seen the well-known luxury brands. Just this Armani. I think this one is good. Lin Song, you go and try it on. Xiao Xue Man stopped in front of a store and pointed at the clothes on the model and said. Lin Song swept a glance at the price. His heart jumped. A dress more than 12,000. Inside the t-shirt in more than 3,000. If you add a belt and a pair of shoes, this line to wear down, it will be more than 20,000. To tell the truth, Lin Song has not spent so much money for himself since he was a child. However, traveling all the way, following 2 top-notch big beauties by his side, harvesting batch after batch of envious eyes, the satisfaction in his heart, that was really soothing. Well, it looks good to me too. What do you think, Xianling? Lin Song gradually adapted to the mood of some small excitement in his heart, and said on the surface very plainly, you listen to Sister Xue Man, I have no experience in this area. Fu Shangling smiled back, alright, then I'll give it a try. Lin Song smiled bashfully, spiritedly walking into the fitting room along with an enthusiastic attendant. To be honest, having hundreds of millions of dollars of assets in an instant was not at all the same as the feeling one gets when spending at such a high level. The moment of having money is incomparable excitement and excitement, after that it will slowly calm down. And this kind of consumption moment, listening to the people around them complimenting words, looking at their envious expressions, that kind of satisfaction, is always accompanied by the left and right. One word, cool. Sherman, it's really you. I just thought I was mistaken. Suddenly, a young and handsome man walked over. Hu Hanwei, why did you find your way over? Xiao Xue Man was surprised and asked. I called to ask you out, and you said you had an appointment with a friend, so I came out to hang out by myself. Hu Hanwei smiled gently, and with a finger pointed at Fu Shangling and asked, is this your friend? Why did she come to the men's department? Xue Man, how does Xiang Ling look at my clothes? It was at this time that Lin Song was wearing a new outfit and directly shouted. Chapter 64, this love enemy is a little bit too. The moment he saw Lin Song, Hu Hanwei's eyes went cold. Then he asked, Xue Man, is this also your friend? Yes, he and I and Xiangling are both college classmates. Xiao Xue Man hesitated for a moment and returned. Xue Man, this is your friend? Lin Song also walked over with a smile, asking Xiao Xue Man with his mouth, but his eyes stared straight at Hu Hanwei. Both men saw hostility in each other's eyes. Well, Hu Hanwei, his family is a business partner with my family. It's considered a family friend. When Xiao Xue Man saw the stern-eyed Lin Song, she was first stunned, then she blandly returned. This one is? Hu Hanwei asked as he pointed at Lin Song. Lin Song, Xiao Xue Man introduced with a calm face. Lin Song, right? Xue Man and I have known each other since we were young. We are considered childhood sweethearts. This time I came back to the country to specifically see her. Oh right, you came here to buy clothes? Well, anima is still wearable. I know many Italian pure handmade private customization manufacturers. If you have the need to contact me. Hu Hanwei gibbered a whole lot. That arrogance is close to spraying out of the nostrils again. Ma chicken. buy a dress, can also encounter this kind of self-righteous goods? Really? Ing spoiled the fun. Lin Song's good mood instantly lost half. Coldly back, business is too busy. No time to wait for private customization. If you really need, I also have friends, do not need to trouble you. So you are not giving face? Hu Hanwei asked with a gloomy face. Lin Song didn't even look at him, stared at Xiao Xue Man and said, Xue girl, your vision is good. This body is quite suitable for me. I'll go and try 2 more. You wait here obediently. As soon as the words finished, Lin Song turned around and left, completely taking Hu Hanwei as heir. Hey, Xue Man, this kid called you Xue Yao? You actually didn't scold him. What's going on? Hu Hanwei was angry after being ignored by Lin Song. Xiao Xue Man smiled with an aggrieved look and said, I can't help it. He and my grandpa are friends who have forgotten years. I can't not give face to my grandpa, can I? Humph. This kid is so uneducated. Just because he knows Xiao Lao, he has no one in his sight, right? What kind of business is he in? Hu Hanwei asked with an angry grunt. Xiao Xue Man sniffed his eyes and returned. He is in the jade business. Ha! He's in the jade business? Is there any decent jade jewelry company in Huaxia besides your family's Zhao's jewelry and Yu Huang jewelry? Something that's nothing, and still dares to be unselfish? Humph. Hu Hanwei coldly grunted, as if he had eaten Lin Song, while Xiao Xue Man lowered her head and didn't reply. Hu Hanwei was silent for a while, staring in the direction of the fitting room, his mouth with a cold smile. Kid, I heard that you are in the jade business. Do you know who I am? Don't give face. Believe it or not, I'll block your supply. As soon as Hu Hanwei saw Lin Song come out from the fitting room, he started to dislike him again, and as if Lin Song didn't hear it, he smiled at the attendant and said, I'll take all of this set on me and the one just now. Please wrap it up for me. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you know the Myanmar Jade China Company? The whole of China's jadeite raw stone has a big half. All need to go through my hand. You kid must apologize to me today. Otherwise you don't want to buy a piece of raw stone in the future. My Hu family in the jade line of influence is very big, sealing you a small company, with the same as play. Hu Hanwei was obviously a bit pissed off by Lin Song, and his words had taken on a threatening tone. However, no matter how Hu Hanwei threatened, Lin Song never looked at him. Let the waiter cut off the sign for himself. Go to the cashier to pay the bill. What to do? Hu Hanwei chased his ass and threatened for half a day. Seeing that people didn't even pay attention to himself, he couldn't help but get angry, pulling Lin Song's arm and roaring, Kid, when the hell do you think I'm an heir? You just realized? Lin Song used to kind of look at a little cutie's eyes at him. Asterisk. Hu Hanwei was continuously provoked and finally couldn't help but move his hand. Snap. Xiao Xue Man directly held Hu Hanwei's arm and said, Hu Hanwei, he is my grandfather's friend. Do you even disregard my grandfather's face? Hu Hanwei's tone stalled and loosened his hand, but stood in front of Lin Song with grim eyes and said, Kid, apologize to me right away. Otherwise the consequences are something you can't afford. Alright, Hu Hanwei, stop it. Xiao Xue Man opened his mouth to persuade. Lin Song finally looked at Hu Hanwei and said indifferently, It's not true that Yuhua Company has jade mines in the Burmese country, but as far as I know, Boang Chi's power in the Burmese country is bigger than your Hu family. Right, and he doesn't own any fewer jade mines than your Hu family, right? You know Boang Chi? Hu Hanwei was obviously very surprised, and then said fiercely, You don't fool me. Pungi is something you can recognize just because you say you know him? Even if you know him, what's the point? If my Hu family says hello and wants to block your little jade company, Bunky will also give face. Seeing this, Lin Song was directly amused and helplessly laughed. Silly kid, I'm in the Hatian jade business. Does your family also have a Hatian jade mine? In an instant, Hu Hanwei seemed to be struck by lightning in frozen place, even bragging with a threat for half a day. The result is that people are not doing jade business. This face hit a bit painful. Chapter 65, Attacked at the car park. Hey, Xue Man, don't go. I came back to China specifically to find you. You have to come with me. It wasn't until Lin Song's trio walked out a long way away that the bastard Hu Hanwei came back to his senses and chased after them. Hu Hanwei, I can only say I'm sorry. Grandpa strictly ordered me to accompany Lin Song throughout the entire journey. I have to accompany him for the past few days. I'm afraid I can't find the time to accompany you this time. Xiao Xue Man's words to Hu Hanwei were quite polite. But, I came all the way to see you. Hu Hanwei shouted with an unwilling face. Hu Hanwei, this is Grandpa's order. You can't look at me and make things difficult, can you? When I have time later, I'll make amends to you, okay? That's it. We'll leave first. Xiao Xue Man said the words and directly turned around and left. Hu Hanwei's arm was raised in mid-air, looking at Xiao Xue Man's background, very reluctant to leave. Then, his gaze became sinister, staring straight at Lin Song. Sister Xue Man, what kind of relationship does that person have with your family? you're actually so polite with that? On Xiao Xue Man's Audi Q5, Fu Shangling sat in the driver's seat and asked, alas, he's just a douchebag. He's my family's jade supplier. He's been dealing with my grandfather since his generation. In order to maintain the relationship between the two families, there are times when I have to socialize with him. It's really annoying me. Xiao Xue Man sat on the co-pilot and complained, turned around and said, Lin Song, I'm sorry for just now. I also had no choice but to use you as a shield. In order to express my apologies to you, how about I take you two to the water park? Yay! Good ah. Sister Xue Man, let's go to the one in the western suburb. There are a lot of water rides. Let's go now. I'll drive. Fu Shangling didn't wait for Lin Song to reply, so she agreed quickly. What else could Lin Song say? He could only smile bitterly. The two beauties were talking to each other, directly setting the itinerary, simply ignoring their own opinions. Really, however, from the results alone, Lin Song's heart was still satisfied. The water park, as the name suggests, must be swum in swimsuits. Lin Song took two top-notch big beauties and frolicked in the water, once again harvesting countless envious and jealous gazes, his heart soothing. Moreover, there was no more douchebags like Hu Hanwei in the afternoon, who came to disgust people, and the mood was so refreshing. After a turn of playful fun, the feelings between the three people obviously warmed up. Lin Song and the two women together, that kind of awkward feeling disappeared. The relationship is much closer, as if many years of friends in general. In the evening, even Fu Shangling's proposal to go to the food court, Xiao Xue Man also agreed to go down. Let Lin Song feel strange. Food Street is almost young people must go to a place, and Xiao Xue Man actually once have not been, and seems to be very resistant to the appearance. It was only after seeing Xiao Xue Man frowning and eating a kebab under the encouragement of Fu Shangling several times that Lin Song thought that this should be related to Xiao Xue Man's family background. However, it was obvious that Xiao Xue Man was conquered by the food on the food street, and after tasting the delicacies, she got out of control and almost ate all over the food street with Fu Shangling. In the end, they ate so happily that they ate until the middle of the night, and only then did they walk towards the parking lot with satisfaction. Because of the food street to the night, the parking space is difficult to find. Fu Shangling will park the car to a street outside the underground parking lot. The breeze of the summer night caresses. Walking on the road is quite comfortable. Talking and laughing, the three of them entered the underground parking lot. Suddenly, a group of people wearing motorcycle helmets rushed over. Who are you people? Lin Song had seen martial arts masters before, and he didn't have much fear of the 5 or 6 people holding baseball bats in front of him. However, just after Lin Song shouted, his heart thumped. His own expert guard, Situ Kong Kong, was obviously still practicing at home. Then what to do with the gang in front of him? 6 young and strong boys also do not nonsense, carrying a stick rushed up to fight. Fu Shangling was directly scared and screamed and hid behind Lin Song, while Xiao Xue Man did not retreat but advanced, and directly drew a cry and rushed out. Xiao Xue Man has always been dressed very neutral, but today, probably because of the meeting with Lin Song, she wore black gauze pants with high-rooted shoes, and as soon as they fought together, they realized that her legs could not kick high at all. However, Xiao Xue Man's reaction is very fast. Since the leg kick cannot be high, it will directly run to the vitals of the lower disc. As a result, the high-rooted shoes in turn became a sharp weapon. Only a few seconds time, these 3 boys all covered the crotch, kneeling on the ground, screaming miserable. The other 3 young men originally wanted to surround Lin Song, but realized that the 3 partners on the other side were almost killed in seconds, so they hurriedly rushed towards Xiao Xue Man. These 3 people knew that Xiao Xue Man was powerful and danced the 3 baseball bats around, not giving Xiao Xue Man a chance to get close at all. The sound of thumping continued to ring out, and several cars were smashed, glass shattering all over the place. Oh, Brother Song, I'm so scared. Fu Shangling's body shrunk into a ball, tightly drilling into Lin Song's arms. Lin Song comforted Fu Shangling while observing the battle group, realizing that Xiao Xue Man's situation was precarious. His heart was anxious. Bang! A youth was kicked away by Xiao Xue Man at the same time. Her back was also viciously smashed by a baseball bat. Her body scurried out. Another bat followed. Xiao Xue Man rolled sideways in a close and dangerous manner. The windshield of the car was smashed with a loud ringing sound. Chapter 66. Fu Shangling fainted from fear. When Lin Song saw this, he was shocked. Xiangling, you stay here. I'll help her. Don't go. I'm afraid. Fu Shangling cried out and shrank into a ball. Seeing Lin Song's figure run out, she shrank behind the car and shook into a ball, whimpering. The only 2 people left. Once again Xiao Xue Man chased and beat. Xiao Xue Man repeatedly rolled to avoid the baseball smashing. Easy to see an opening, directly a foot to a person's lower vitals kicked. That one screamed miserably and lost the fight, but the other bat ruthlessly smashed into Xiao Xue Man's calf. Go to hell for me. Lin Song finally killed at the moment of crisis. swinging the baseball bat he had picked up and directly smashing the last one. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xue Man also let out a miserable scream, covering her calf with a pained expression. "Xue Man, are you alright?" Lin Song rushed over with an anxious face, and upon a closer look, he realized that Xiao Xue Man's face was pale from the pain, and his head was filled with bean-sized beads of sweat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Song screamed and cursed, gripping the bat tightly and twisting his head to see that the 6 people saw the situation was not good, and had long ago helped each other to escape to the outside of the parking lot. Lin Song had the intention to go after them, but worried about Xiao Xue Man's injuries, hurriedly dropped the bat and said, "I'll send it to the hospital." With those words, not waiting for Xiao Xue Man to react, he directly picked her up in a horizontal hug and walked towards. Hiss. Xiao Xue Man let out a cold hiss, then weakly asked, "Where is Xiang Ling?" Lin Song will not drive. Was thinking of holding Xiao Xue Man out to take a taxi to send her to the hospital. The results of a mention, only to find that Fu Xiangling disappeared trace, then hurriedly holding Xiao Xue Man, shouting back to the car that has just dodged. "Xiangling, why don't you answer back? Go, hurry up, we take a taxi to send Xue Man to the hospital." "Lin Song, you put me down. You go and carry Xiangling to my car. She should be scared." Xiao Xue Man glanced at Fu Xiangling and said, "But, I don't know how to drive. Can your legs work?" Lin Song asked with some hesitation. "I injured my left leg." "It's fine, you do as I say. We have to get out of here. It's not safe here," Xiao Xue Man urged. Lin Song smiled and had no choice but to put down Xiao Xue Man and let her help stand at the rear of the car. Only then did he go and pick up the shrunken Fu Xiangling and walk towards the Audi Q5. When he picked up Fu Xiangling, Lin Song felt the violent trembling of her body, and his heart was puzzled. The car drove out of the underground parking lot. All the way Lin Song's heart was tormented. One was Fu Xiangling who kept shivering in his arms, and the other was Xiao Xue Man who had cold sweat on her face from the pain. Looking at Xiao Xue Man gritted his teeth and did not say anything pale side face. Lin Song heart guilty to death. One is just now their first time because of Fu Xiangling's grip, and did not have the first time to rush out to help Xiao Xue Man. Secondly, because he did not have a driver's license, but let the injured Xiao Xue Man to drive, and most damagingly, the shivering Fu Xiangling in his arms could not be coaxed well. Lin Song's emotions were getting more and more irritated. "Hey, why don't you drive the hospital? Drive Fu Xiangling's house for what?" Lin Song saw the car open. The direction is not right. Probe a look at the boundary. Suddenly did not have the good taste to roar out. "You hurry to send Xiangling home in a while. You can't handle her situation." Xiao Xue Man turned around and said in a commanding tone, "Send what to send? Ah, your legs are important." Lin Song was on the verge of crying with guilt. "Alright, cut the crap and do as I say," Xiao Xue Man impatiently returned. Lin Song was already emotionally irritated, and being disliked by Xiao Xue Man made it even harder. Both hands forcibly moved Fu Xiangling's shoulders and roared, "What's there to cry about? What's there to cry about? The people have been beaten away. Now we have to send Xue Man to the hospital. Can you understand something? Ah, don't." Suddenly, Fu Xiangling's body shook violently, then her eyes rolled over and she fainted. In an instant, Lin Song was completely confused, only feeling his brain buzzing. "Xiangling, Xiangling, what are you scaring him for? Really?" Xiao Xue Man lectured in a bad mood and accelerated the speed of traveling. What's wrong with her?" Lin Song stumbled and asked, "Don't you know how to count? Why are you asking me?" Xiao Xue Man asked without any good humor. Lin Song didn't dare to get angry even when he was lectured. He didn't even need to count. Just from Fu Xiangling's behavior alone, he knew that she was afraid that there was something wrong with her body, and it might be a heart disease. Fu Xiangling is so timid because of a mental illness. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Getting the confirmation from the system, Lin Song instantly blamed himself to death and couldn't wait to smack himself. Soon, Fu Xiangling's home arrived. Lin Song sent Fu Xiangling upstairs. Fu's family, although nervous, seemed to have known about this situation with Fu Xiangling for a long time, except for Tan Yuping who complained a couple of times. No one said anything. On the contrary, after hearing about Xiao Xue Man's situation, Fu Lao took the initiative to let Fu Shuelin follow Lin Song downstairs to help drive the person. "Shuelin, send me home." Xiao Xue Man sat in the back seat with Lin Song this time. "Ah, what kind of home is going back to? You have to go to the hospital for a checkup," Lin Song said anxiously. "No need, my legs, I know in my heart. Shuelin drive, do as I say." Xiao Xue Man gritted her teeth and said coldly. Chapter 67. You don't know martial arts. In the bedroom of Xiao Xue Man's home, Xiao Xue Man half leaning on the bed, hand holding the safflower oil, rubbing the bruises and red swellings on the legs. Aside Lin Song stood at the bedside, full of careful watching. Just now in the car, Lin Song heard Xiao Xue Man's resolute attitude. then immediately used the system to verify the injuries on Xiao Xue Man's legs, and finally got the answer that her legs were not even cracked. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and accompanied her back home. I was thinking of spraying Yunnan Baiyao or something on her leg, but Xiao Xue Man insisted on rubbing it with safflower oil first, and insisted on doing it by herself, ignoring Lin Song's request to do it for her. Throughout the process, although Xiao Xue Man sucked in cold air from the pain, but gritted her teeth and refused to say anything, which made Lin Song realize more that this woman's strength is not only on her mouth. For a while, Xiao Xue Man finished spraying the aerosol for her legs and looked up and said coldly, "My back is also hurt. You spray some for me." Lin Song over to pick up the white medicine aerosol, carefully asked, "You don't need to rub some safflower oil on your back or something? What do you think? Hurry up and spray." Xiao Xue Man lectured in a bad mood, turned around and half-faded her blouse, revealing the injured area. With self-reproach and heartache, Lin Song sprayed the medicine for Xiao Xue Man, hesitated for a moment, and said, "That, if you're fine, rest first, I'll leave first. Wait, I have something to ask you." Xiao Xue Man pulled over the pillow, patted on the back waist, half-side leaning on the bedside, eyes staring at Lin Song, coldly said, "Why didn't you step in to save me today?" I saved you ah." Lin Song immediately said back, "Humph, your kung fu was even higher than that Situ Kong Kong, right? If you were willing to make a move to save me, how could I have gotten hurt? Are you that unconcerned about my death?" Xiao Xue Man continued to pursue. Lin Song sniffed with some aggravation and said angrily, "Didn't I end up smashing one away with a bat? How come I don't care about you? You don't know martial arts?" Xiao Xue Man suddenly asked. Lin Song was shocked in his heart when he heard this and instantly couldn't speak. "Humph, sure enough, I guessed it." Xiao Xue Man let out a cold laugh with some complacency, and then added, "Just now in the parking lot, you rushed over at an ordinary speed, without any stance at all, and that bat, whether it's strength or accuracy, it's simply an amateur. So, you don't know martial arts at all, am I right, Lin Song?" The more Lin Song listened to his heart, the more shocked he was, secretly shocked at Xiao Xue Man's observation and wisdom, and finally simply and boldly returned, "I don't know martial arts otherwise I would have gone up to save you." Xiao Xue Man nodded at her words and added, "Why did you dare to be so bold when you faced Situ Kong Kong that day? Could it be because you know divination?" "Of course, that day was even more dangerous than today, so I could only struggle a little," Lin Song said back. "Then who did you learn your divination from?" Xiao Xue Man asked again. "I can't say." Lin Song knew the secret in his heart, and this was something he could never mention to anyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue Man fell silent for a long time before saying with a smile, "Be my Jade consultant." Didn't I already reject it at noon?" Lin Song was embarrassed beyond measure in the silence, and in the face of Xiao Xue Man's increasingly forceful pursuit, there seemed to be some sense of powerlessness. Can that be the same? Just now in the parking lot, even if you were an ordinary person, if you had rushed out earlier to help me, I wouldn't have been injured, right? Look at my bruised leg. Do you have the nerve to reject me? Xiao Xue Man's eyes signaled her injured leg. Lin Song was once again choked without words. This Xiao Xue Man was also too powerful. Conversing with her, she was simply oppressed in every way. However, Lin Song suddenly remembered the matter of divining the fortune for her at noon, and opened his mouth. "It's not that I won't promise you, but if you want to go this time, there will be a great deal of danger. Don't fool me with that. With you as a divine diviner, I still can't turn misfortune into good fortune. Just say yes or no to me?" Xiao Xue Man once again forcefully pursued. Looking at the burning eyes of Xiao Xue Man, Lin Song quickly lost the battle inside. Okay, I promise you, but let's say it in advance. I'm going this time also for the sake of my own company's affairs. I can't help you until I'm done with my company's affairs." "No problem. You have to be true to your word." Xiao Xue Man agreed painfully. "Of course, am I someone whose word doesn't count?" Lin Song said back without any good humor. Seeing Lin Song's defeated look, Xiao Xue Man was amused and added, "All right, don't be angry. Master Lin promised to help. My little girl is very grateful." Seeing Xiao Xue Man clasping her fists and saluting in a decent manner, Lin Song could only shake his head helplessly. "All right, is it all right this time? I'm leaving then. It's so late, so don't leave. Why don't you stay and stay?" Xiao Xue Man said. Upon hearing this, Lin Song's little heart violently beat furiously for a few moments, and after decisively shaking his head in refusal, he fled as if he were dashing out the door. "Are you kidding me? Staying with such a strong woman?" Lin Song is afraid of the direction of the next plot development. That day was taken the first kiss of the picture. Still vivid in my mind. Seeing Lin Song's fleeing back, Xiao Xue Man smiled happily. Chapter 68. Insufficient energy. The next day, the first thing Lin Song did when he woke up early, was to go out and buy a cell phone for Situ Kong Kong. and went to the bank to transfer money to Xiao Yuan, and then ran a new card and deposited 200,000 into it, which was for Situ Kong Kong. To be honest, last night's experience made Lin Song realize the sense of crisis. Although leaving Situ Kong Kong may be a disaster in the future, but at the critical moment, without an expert to help, it really can't work. The big deal is that in the future, he will give this place to Situ Kong Kong to live in, and he will go elsewhere to buy another house. Back home, Lin Song handed over his cell phone and bank card to Situ Kong Kong, and Situ Kong Kong just faintly thanked him, but with an excited face, he talked about something else. Master Lin, I've recovered 10% of my power. I'm going to go out and walk through the yin-yang sect today, then I'll gather all the medicines on the prescription you gave me and come back to you. Lin Song faintly swept a glance at Situ Kong Kong and said, there are dosages and methods of taking various medicinal herbs written on the prescription. After you get the herbs together, it's fine if you decoct them yourself. No, that won't do. Without Master Lin personally watching, I don't dare to mess around. Don't worry, I'll be very quick this time. At most a few days of work, I'll be back. Situ Kong Kong was obviously very convinced of Lin Song. Lin Song smiled. His heart was a bit afflicted. He nodded and said, I'm going to make a trip to Hetian in Xinjiang tomorrow. I don't know how many days I'll be gone. If you come back early, call me. Okay, Master Lin, I'll pack up and leave. Situ Kong Kong turned around and went back to the house. After Lin Song sent Situ Kong Kong away, Xiao Yuan called and wanted Lin Song to go and sign the share contract. When he finished everything, it was almost noon. Lin Song hurriedly bought some fruits and went straight to Fu Shangling's home. To be honest, Fu Shangling yesterday's situation really scared Lin Song. Thought, today to go, see if you can help what help. At least they have a system. If you can query the cure for Fu Shangling's disease is also good. Lin Song came to the Fu family. Tan Yuping saw Lin Song's face is very bad. Fu Lao is as always amiable. Just sat down without waiting to say anything. Fu family will have another guest door. Listen carefully, only to learn. Come to this old man is a very well-known Yanjing city psychiatrist experts. Early morning to catch a plane over. Specifically for Fu Shangling see a doctor. Visible Fu old face is how big. Lin Song originally wanted to follow Fu Shangling's room. The result let Tan Yuping blocked. Psychiatrists cannot be disturbed by outsiders. After waiting anxiously for nearly an hour, the psychiatrist finally walked out of Fu Shangling's room. Old Lu, how is fragrant girl? Fu Lao asked with an anxious face. The psychiatrist shook his head inside. Alas, old brother Fu, fragrant girl's emotions are extremely unstable. I can't channel her. However, I've already sedated her, so I'll come back to treat her in the next 2 days when her emotions are more stable. I still have things to do. I have to rush back to Yanjing. Old Lu, it's hard for you to make the trip. Eat before you go. Hearing that his granddaughter could not be treated for the time being, Fu Lao's face was very unpleasant. No, Fu old brother, Xiang girl, this is also an old problem. You don't need to worry too much. Only this time she encountered the stimulation of a similar scenario again. That's why she had a seizure. I left behind some medicines. Take them for a few days first, and when her mood stabilizes, I'll come back to see her again. The psychiatrist gave some instructions on how to take the medicine, and then left under Fu Shuelin's escort. Seeing that the doctor had left, Lin Song requested, Teacher, can I go in to see Xiangling? Tan Yuping just wanted to object, but was stopped by Fu Lao, who personally led Lin Song into Fu Shangling's room. Fu Shangling was calmly lying on the bed and seemed to have fallen asleep. Only her little face was still a little pale. Query function, query the treatment method for Fu Shangling's illness. Ding dong, the host does not have enough energy to query. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Song's entire body froze. The query function actually can't be used? This was something that had never been encountered before. Could it be that Fu Shangling's disease? The treatment method was too difficult? No matter how difficult the treatment is, it's still just a bunch of information. For the system, there shouldn't be any difference in the difficulty of the treatment. Don't leave me. I'm afraid. Suddenly, Fu Shangling's sleep, sounded murmuring voice trembling, let a person listen to the heartache. As soon as he heard Fu Shangling's voice, Lin Song felt a pain in his heart and blamed himself to death. Before in Lin Song thought, Fu Shangling's courage is too small. Some things bold heart a little too. Let the heart board. However, when he learned that Fu Shangling had a heart disease, Lin Song's heart of self-reproach became strong. He actually yelled Fu Shangling to the point of fainting at the end. It was really too wrong. Query function, query all information about Fu Shangling. Ding dong, host's energy is insufficient. Unable to query. Hearing the prompt of insufficient energy again, Lin Song was directly dumbfounded. It was really everything about Fu Shangling that could not be queried, not her illness that could not be queried. However, why was this? Could it be that the energy of the query function was insufficient? Chapter 69. Xiao Xue Man's mind. Xiao Xue Man's home. Humph, you're finally willing to come see me? Xiao Xue Man was half lying on the bed, squinting at Lin Song who was carrying fruits. I was busy with the store in the morning, and then I went to Shangling's house at noon, and as soon as I came out of her house, I came straight to you. Lin Song somewhat awkwardly put down the fruit and explained. Right, your little Xiangling is important. Xiao Xue Man returned without a trace of anger. Seeing Xiao Xue Man's unpleasant face, Lin Song could only accompany a smile and could not say anything. Don't stand there. The chair is over there. Are you still going to ask me to go and move it for you? Xiao Xue Man suddenly laughed lightly when she saw Lin Song's awkward appearance. Lin Song pulled the chair over and sat on the edge of the bed. First inquired about Xiao Xue Man's injuries, and after chatting for a few sentences, he asked curiously, Hey, how did Xiang Ling's illness come about in the end? The Fu family didn't tell you? Xiao Xue Man asked suspiciously. Hey, I'm more or less responsible for Xiang Ling's illness this time, so how can I be good enough to open my mouth and ask them again? Then why should I tell you? The corner of Xiao Xue Man's mouth spread a bad smile. It's not impossible to want to know. You have to beg me. Lin Song was instantly a little dumbfounded. Beg Xiao Xue Man? This was something that was not willing from the bottom of his heart. Query function, query all information about Xiao Xue Man. Ding dong, this query consumes a huge amount of energy. May I ask if the host will continue? Lin Song originally thought that inquiring about Xiao Xue Man and giving her a fortune teller would be considered as a reward, but it turned out to be a huge energy consumption, which was a bit hard to give up. However, when he heard the system's answer, Lin Song was relieved, although the energy consumption was huge, but he didn't want to query Fu Shangling, saying that the energy was insufficient, which at least shows that the query function can still be used. Hey, so stingy is it hard for you to beg me? Who are you making a stinky face for? Xiao Xue Man saw that Lin Song hadn't said anything for a long time and spoke out to ease the situation. I promised to be your Jade consultant. When you begged me, I didn't mention any conditions. Lin Song didn't have the good sense to say back. Alas, man, so petty. Sis is more atmospheric than you, I tell you. Xiao Xue Man whitened Lin Song a glance, and said, in fact, I don't know much. Xiang Ling was surrounded by a group of small hooligans when she was small. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived in time, and there was no tragedy, but since then, Xiang Ling has left a shadow in her heart. Only there are also a few years without a crime, and last night the group of small hooligans is estimated to be stimulated to her, right? Although Xiao Xue Man only said a generalization, but Lin Song is not difficult to imagine a small girl, after being surrounded by a group of hooligans that kind of fear, causing heart shadow is inevitable. Lin Song finally cleared Fu Shangling once experience. The heart is even more heartbreaking. The system's query function on Fu Shangling actually invalid. Well, just insufficient energy. But what the hell is insufficient energy? Damn systems simply do not have any energy tips. How is energy going to be obtained? Lin Song originally thought that after getting the system, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, but it turned out that it didn't seem to be that way. His heart was a bit annoyed, and he indifferently got up to say goodbye. Hey, you came to see me, and after inquiring about Xiang Ling, you're leaving? Xiao Xue Man glared and called out. I'm annoyed. Contact me by phone when we leave tomorrow. Lin Song dropped a sentence and left without looking back. Angry, Xiao Xue Man directly slammed the pillow hard on the ground. Hatian County, Hatian City, Xinjiang, was one of the most famous Hatian jade seed production areas. Because Lin Song was traveling with Xiao Yuan, he refused Xiao Xue Man's proposal to arrange the whole trip. But after getting off the plane, Xiao Xue Man directly got into Lin Song's car and rushed to Hotan City together. The Darim Hotel is a 4-star hotel, the most upscale hotel here. Lin Song arrived at the lobby to see the price. Xiao Yuan booked a room for one night, actually want more than $600. Could not help but say, Brother Sure, why do you want to book 2 rooms? Wouldn't it be better for the 2 of us to sleep in a double room? When I booked the room, I thought that Shangling would follow me here, so we'll stay together for fear that it'll be inconvenient for you. Xiao Yuan took the room card, swept a glance at Xiao Xue Man with ulterior motives, and smiled coldly. Miss Xiao, I didn't know you were coming. If you want to stay here as well, please book your own room. With those words, Xiao Yuan was going to pull Lin Song upstairs, but as a result, Lin Song walked toward Xiao Xue Man and said, It's not a solution for you to keep following me. I'll call you when I'm done with Brother Sure's side. You're my Jade consultant. Without you, it's useless for me to go. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll just follow you guys to take a look, and I can learn something as well, can't I? Xiao Xue Man smiled back. Beauty gumdrops, what a happy and troublesome thing at the same time. Lin Song sighed, got up and walked towards the elevator room. Hey, what are you following up for? Don't you need a room? Lin Song didn't take 2 steps before Xiao Xue Man followed him. Aren't you staying in a deluxe suite? It's a waste for me to open another room. Why don't we squeeze in? Xiao Xue Man held Lin Song's arm, and her eyes deliberately glared at Xiao Yuan. Chapter 70. Tianji Jade Wholesale Market. Xiao Xue Man's words instantly caused everyone near the front desk of the hall to look over. Such a beautiful top-notch beauty taking the initiative to ask for the same room and a squeeze. This topic was a bit stimulating, and there were a few men who looked at it and swallowed their mouths, their eyes full of capitalized envy. No way you, what kind of relationship do you two have? Just live together? Xiao Yuan shouted at once. Lin Song, my boy, God, I like him. I fall back to send the door. What do you care? Xiao Xue Man glared at Xiao Yuan with her neck, straightening Xiao Yuan's face and neck, and there was no way to refute her. However, when Xiao Xue Man's words came out, all the people were shocked to drop their eyes. This kind of top beauty has to be pasted. What kind of status does this kid have to be? How rich is he? Young beautiful lobby manager, stepped on high heels, quickly rushed to the front desk side of the beverage machine, received a cup of black tea, and a trot to Lin Song in front. Sir, welcome to Darim Hotel. You've had a tiring journey. Drink a cup of black tea first to relieve the heat. The lobby manager in a decent little suit, with a sweet smile, her eyes were close to sprouting a string of stars. Thanks. Am I the only one who has one? Lin Song, faced with this situation, was also a bit at a loss for words, but fortunately, the lobby manager's tea toast dissolved the awkward atmosphere brought about by Xiao Xue Man. Lily, quickly pour a cup of tea for this gentleman and lady. The lobby manager shouted at the receptionist and raised her hands a little higher again, looking at Lin Song with a smile that begged for attention. To be honest, Lin Song, dressed in a full Armani, was at most young and golden, and as a lobby manager of a 4-star hotel who had seen a lot, it wasn't so much of a compliment that it was so obvious. Only, whether temperament or appearance are top, Xiao Xue Man, actually to Lin Song's show backward passion, immediately caused the lobby manager's alarm. This young and gold big boy, I'm afraid that even in the circle of broad young, is also the top kind of it. Dreams, everyone has, the opportunity is right in front of us, although the chance is slim, but what if it is realized? Lin Song swept a glance at the lobby manager's badge, smiled a little, took the paper cup and nodded his head to express his gratitude. To tell you the truth, this feeling of being treated differently was pretty good, cough. However, Xiao Yuan's mood was extremely unattractive, fiercely glaring at Xiao Xue Man, and then glaring at the lobby manager. Angry, who cares about your broken tea? Lin Song, I'll go up first, you solve your own affairs. Don't forget, Xiangling is still sick at home. Looking at Xiao Yuan's back with a grunt of anger, Lin Song sighed, gently pulled Xiao Xue Man's arm away and said, Xue Man, if you still want me to help you, you shouldn't make such a mess. If you want to live here, go and get a room yourself. Good, I'll listen to everything you say. Xiao Xue Man glanced flirtatiously at Lin Song and turned around to walk towards the front desk. Sir, your room card was taken by your friend. You can't take the elevator without a room card. Let me send you upstairs, the lobby manager said with a smile. You need a room card to take the elevator? Well, Lin Song didn't ask the question in his mind. He just smiled and nodded, and walked towards the elevator under the guidance of the lobby manager. At this time, it was exactly noon. Lin Song and Xiao Yuan just casually ate something because they were on official business, and then they were ready to directly rush to the Tianji Jade wholesale market. Unexpectedly, as soon as they came out, Xiao Xue Man chased after them. Although Xiao Yuan was extremely reluctant, Xiao Xue Man still followed the two of them to the car. As if Lin Song's warning had worked, Xiao Xue Man didn't intentionally anger Xiao Yuan anymore, which could also save Lin Song's heart. A few minutes away, the Tianji Jade wholesale market arrived. This place was very different from what Lin Song had imagined. One by one, the jade sellers are like a stall. Some just spread a black cloth on the ground, on top of the Tianji Jade seeds, like selling Chinese cabbage. There are some can still be a little better. There is a more than 1 meter high store, but it is also simple can. Here to Lin Song's perception, just like shopping in the rural bazaar, the long street was overcrowded. Lin Song's trio slowly strolled all the way. Each stall had dozens of pieces of Tianji Jade seed material. Fewer than that. More than that, there were hundreds of pieces of different sizes, neatly arranged on the stalls for the guests to pick from. Boss, how much is this piece of seed material? Lin Song stopped by a stall and looked through a piece of Tianji Jade seed material. $3 million. The owner's Mandarin pronunciation was a bit stiff and his answer was simple and straightforward. This piece of seed material is worth more than $3 million. Ding dong, the host's statement is correct by 0%. Lin Song smiled faintly and lightly swept the boss a glance, then put the seed material back. Elder brother Lin, this piece of seed material is quite a bit bigger than the one you bet on in my store. Can you see it correctly? If you can, buy it. you'll definitely make a profit. Sure, Xiao Yuan whispered. Lin Song shook his head and didn't say anything, but walked directly forward. Seeing this, Sure Xiao Yuan was a bit undecided, and went back to scrutinize the piece of seed material with good whiteness. Lin Song, why don't you buy that piece of seed material? Your store sells seed material. This kind of good appearance should have profit margins. Xiao Xue Man asked as she chased after Lin Song. Chapter 71. The real and fake Hutian Jade seed material. Your family is in the jade jewelry business. You don't know anything about Hutian Jade seed material? Lin Song asked Xiao Xue Man rhetorically. I can still tell the color and texture of cut plain material, but I'm a bit out of my league with Hutian Jade seed material and jadeite raw stone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to be my jade consultant. I ask you questions and you answer me. Is it fun to talk like this? Xiao Xue Man was a little hard to dislike by Lin Song. Lin Song was amused by Xiao Xue Man's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but smile, and was just about to answer her. But then Sure Xiao Yuan rushed over, pulling Lin Song by the hand and said, Elder brother Lin, I think that piece of material is not bad, although the oiliness is a bit poor, but the whiteness is very high. Let's buy it back and earn double the profit without any problem. Our store is selling Hutian Jade seeds. You want to sell Russian imitation seeds too? Lin Song said back. Russian imitation seeds? Sure Xiao Yuan was a bit confused for a moment, blinked his eyes, and then shouted, Are you saying that piece of material is dyed Russian imitation seed? Of course, haven't you noticed that the white of that piece of material is a bit stiff white? If it's a real Hutian Jade seed, then given its appearance, it's highly likely that it will produce sheep's white jade, and its skin should be fat white. Lin Song paused and then said, Of course, there are also some whose epidermis is not exactly the same as the inside, just like the piece of sheep's fat white jade that I opened last time, except that my piece is considered extremely rare, and the epidermis of this piece, with no stiffness and no cracks, and an extremely high degree of whiteness, don't you think that it's too perfect? I just looked at it, and I also feel that there's something a little bit not quite right. It's me being greedy. Alas, Sure Xiao Yuan was also dealing with Hutian Jade seed material all year round, and after Lin Song's reminder, he figured out the key. Xiao Xue Man listened for half a day, then suddenly looked up and asked, Lin Song, are you saying that this piece of material shouldn't be sold for only $3 million? Of course, a seed material with such a perfect appearance, even if it was $6 million, it would have already been bought by someone. Lin Song shook his head and smiled, adding, Moreover, this piece of material skin temperature is a little hot, obviously not just put on the stall of the new goods, at least here in the morning. Here's so much traffic, have the strength to buy this piece of material will be there, so obviously pick up a big leakage of the seed material, but there is not even a stop to haggle for a person. This is very abnormal. Sure Xiao Yuan slapped his forehead fiercely and sighed. Alas, it's also been a long time since I visited this kind of ground stall. I'm usually quite sober. Once I enter the stone gambling ground, I'm prone to getting carried away. Elder brother Lin should remind me more in the future. Xiao Xue Man frowned lightly and said, Then according to you, there is no good material to buy at these stalls? Maybe there are good materials, but it is too difficult to find. There are too many Russian imitation seeds, burnt leather seeds, and kava stones. There are too many fake ones. Fooling the uninitiated is still possible, for those who know the trade. It's just that piece of material that is worthwhile to distinguish by heart. Although the whiteness and fineness is higher than the general seed material, but it's hard to fool those who know the trade, and it's also a waste of energy if we keep strolling down. Lin Song shook his head and added, Brother Sure, let's go. Let's go find the person you mentioned before. Let's not stroll around here for now. Okay, elder brother Lin, let's go this way. Sure Xiao Yuan recognized a direction and walked forward quickly. Before Lin Song had come, he had ruthlessly supplemented his knowledge about Hutian Jade seeds, probably because the system had included the information. Lin Song could memorize all the information in his mind without any discrepancies as long as he looked at it attentively, although at any time you can view the information included in the system, as if carrying Baidu, but this and really memorized in the mind. There is still a fundamental difference. What was learned in the mind was called knowledge, and what was placed there was called information. Moreover, in the process of viewing these materials, Lin Song found that not only can you forget, after reading the information can also completely understand the meaning, as if a master teacher has taught the general. The system really don't too good to use. Under the excitement of Lin Song thought of Baidu's information into the brain, the result is still prompted by the energy consumption is too large. Scared can only temporarily stop, and just analyze that piece of Russian imitation seed. Just Lin Song's first attempt. The reason to verify the value of that piece of material. Only, the first time confidence is not too full of the original reason. Truthfully, just now that piece of material to do fake do a little realistic. Otherwise Xiao Yuan cannot be careless. Look away from the eye. Lin Song 3 people? soon out of the wholesale market, sat on a bearded man's car. The bearded man's name was Hurricane Wall, an old acquaintance of Xiao Xue and one of his suppliers. The car drove for 10 minutes or so and came to a bungalow area. The yard of Herrick's house was huge, and after getting out of the car, he warmly greeted Lin Song and the three of them as they walked towards a large iron gate. When the large black painted iron door opened on the opposite side, there was a huge warehouse of hundreds of square meters inside, and on the floor were densely packed Hatian jade seeds, and they were not small, which instantly made Lin Song's eyes light up. Among these thousands of pieces of Hatian jade seed material, it shouldn't be difficult to choose some material that could be sold for money, right? Chapter 72, Encountering Gambling Stones. Boss, sure, please feel free to choose. It's all labeled with the number and price. Just write down the number for whichever piece you choose. Herrick turned on the lights in the room and said enthusiastically, Elder brother Lin, let's look at it separately. If there is one that performs particularly well and is worth a bet, you can write it down separately. Xiao Xue smiled and pulled out a strong flashlight. You want to gamble on stones? Lin Song looked at Xiao Xue with some surprise. It should be known that the store that Lin Song and Xiao Xue's duo collaborated on was selling Hatian jade seeds, and as long as they performed well and were gambleable, there was no worry about selling them. Sell seeds generally do not bet on the stone, because the performance of good material, but also 10 bets 9 collapse, if all they're owned a bet, is not called doing business. When Xiao Xue saw Lin Song looked over the surprised eyes, some embarrassed smile. I'm not trying to dip into your light. I mean to say, you feel especially sure of the seed material. Separate note down. Get. Once he heard this, Lin Song understood. Sure, Xiao Xue's addiction to gambling on stones is afraid to come up, and worried that he can't gamble up, so he wants to gamble on stones with his whole gang. Okay, brother, sure. I know. Let's still focus on picking the seeds in the store. As a partner, Lin Song wasn't too good at refuting Xiao Xue's face. However, there were too many seeds here, and if one used the correctness verification elimination method, it was not generally difficult to find out the material that was betting up. The good thing is, it is not too difficult to pick only the seeds that perform similarly and have betting potential. With Lin Song's current knowledge of Hatian jade, it is easy to cope with it. In fact, the sale of Hatian jade seeds, low, medium and high grade have to buy goods. Low grade is better. Medium and high grade need to carefully look at the goods. Not very difficult, but it is a time-consuming and laborious work. Lin Song and Xiao Xue divided into two sides, each busy. More than an hour later, the big iron door of the warehouse rang again. Herrick brought a group of people in to look at the seeds, led by a young man, followed by an old man, and 2 men dressed as obvious minions. A group of people walked in talking and laughing with Herrick, and the young man at the head of the group, when he saw Xiao Xue Man, who was accompanying Lin Song in picking out the seeds, immediately revealed a look of surprise. Yo, sister, so you also arrived. What? Did you find your jade consultant? The young man spoke, directly ignored Lin Song, turned his head to see Xiao Xue on the other side, skimmed his mouth and said, there are only a few famous Hatian jade gambling masters. You're looking for this one, is really not good. Xiao Yuchi, you less call me sister. You don't deserve it. Xiao Xueman's face was like frost, as if she had seen an enemy. Sister, no matter if you are willing to admit it or not, we are both biological siblings, unless you don't want to be surnamed Xiao. But this time you had to force Dad to agree to your competition. Isn't it because you have fantasies about the Xiao family's family fortune? Are you willing to give up your surname Xiao? Xiao Yuchi's eyes were a bit gloomy. Although he was smiling, the feeling he gave off was cold and uncomfortable. Xiao Yuchi, if my brother is still alive, the Xiao family's heir will never be your turn. Even now, you, the goods that only know how to eat, drink and have fun, are not worthy of inheriting Xiao jewelry. Xiao Xueman's eyes were icy cold to the extreme. I'm not worthy? Humph. If a big Xiao family, should I let your brother inherit it? Ha ha. It's a pity that he is already dead. Even if your short-lived old mother is still alive, she has to recognize that I am the eldest son and grandson of the Xiao family. I am the only heir of the Xiao family. Xiao Yuchi's eyes were ferocious and abnormal, carrying a wave of madness. Xiao Yuchi, you seek death. Xiao Xueman's emotions were unusually agitated, and she directly flew her leg over. The 2 followers behind Xiao Yuchi directly rushed up and blocked Xiao Xueman's kick. Still really a brainless who only knows how to rough up. Since you found your dad to set the rules for the competition, why don't we bet against each other now? The loser will automatically withdraw from this competition. How about it? Do you dare? Xiao Yuchi suddenly clamored. What is there to dare? How do you want to bet? Xiao Xueman was huffing and puffing with anger, and agreed without even thinking. Xueman, he was purposely being angry at you just now, just to get you to agree to his bet. Can't you see that? Lin Song had all been pulled to the side by Xiao Xue. It was not good for outsiders to participate in the big drama of the Xiao family brothers disliking each other. But as soon as he heard about Xiao Yuqi's bet, Lin Song knew that this bastard had been holding back his bad feelings from the very beginning, and he wanted to come up to stop it, but it was already too late. I know, but I have faith in you. Help me win him and I'll promise you everything, Xiao Xue Man said back in Lin Song's ear. I'll go. You have faith in me, but I don't have it myself. There were only 9 chances left to verify. To find a stone from thousands of seeds that could be bet on a big rise. This was not an ordinary difficulty. Yo, sister. It seems that the gambling master you hired should know Uncle Zhang, and this didn't start, so he ran away? Ha ha, Xiao Yuqi looked at the back of Shi Yuan pulling Herrick out of the door and laughed so wildly. Hey, are you stupid? Little master is the Jade consultant of Xue Man. Lin Song shouted at Xiao Yuqi. Chapter 73, Ink and Jade difficulty? You're the Jade consultant she hired? Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuqi looked Lin Song up and down and finally laughed even more wildly, followed by, you little brat whose hair hasn't even grown, you know how to gamble on stones too? Ha ha, Uncle Zhang, it's not that I'm insulting you, it's really that the comedian Xiao Xue Man invited is too funny. The old man who was called Uncle Zhang by Xiao Yuqi swept a contemptuous glance at Lin Song, shaking his head and sneering. One must know that to be called a stone gambling master, aside from having rich theoretical support, which one of them didn't have more than 10 years, or even decades of experience in stone gambling? Immortals cannot break the inch of jade. Only the theory in this line does not work at all. Have to have a lot of real-life experience in order to slowly develop a gambling skills. Moreover, to be able to be big jade jewelers hired by the high price of the gambling master. Which one is not once in the gambling circle of the powerful figure? Lin Song is only in his early 20s. Even if he started learning stone gambling in his mother's womb, there is no way he can compare to the gambling master surnamed Zhang, so it makes sense that he would be belittled by others. Xiao Yuqi walked over with a smug look on his face. Kid, who gave you the courage to be her jade consultant? Do you know who Master Zhang is? That's the South Zhang of South Zhang and North Wang. Master Zhang, gambling circle top gambling stone everyone. After you lose today, don't forget to report Master Zhang's name, at least can be your bragging capital. Ha ha, Lin Song swept a glance at Xiao Yuqi, who was smiling incomparably wildly, slightly shook his head, and blandly walked towards the seed material area, directly ignoring this bastard. Still South Zhang and North Wang? Is it as powerful as being openly hung? It really is. The left area has the highest value jade material in the entire field. Ding dong, the host's statement is 0% correct. Hearing the system's verified answer, Lin Song was a bit dazed. The seeds in this warehouse were all categorized and placed in 4 areas. The left side was AC, and the right side was BD. In Area A were the best performing Hetian Jade seed materials. Area C was Hetian Jasper materials, while Area B was Hetian Jade mountain materials and mountain running water materials, and Area D was Hetian Ink Jade materials. Here, whether it is the selling price of the seed material or the value of the open jade flesh, it is obvious that the most precious is in Area A. Generally speaking, under the same block size and quality, the price of Hetian Jade seed material is several times or even 10 times higher than the price of the mountain material, which shows the preciousness of the Hetian Jade seed material. The most valuable jade material in the whole show was actually not in Area A, which made Lin Song very surprised. Area B has the highest value jade material in the entire field. Ding dong, the host's statement is 0% correct. For a moment, Lin Song was a bit confused. The highest value jade material in the entire field was actually in Area D, where all the ink jades were, which was really a bit unbelievable. It was important to realize that it wasn't that high-value ink jade could not be opened in the seeds of ink jade, but because of its own black color, it resulted in a quality that could basically be known roughly by looking at the epidermis. Generally speaking, ink jade to all black is expensive. Black is pure lacquer, as fine as mutton fat. Is the ink jade in the fine, the very best? And often this quality of nephrite seed material itself is delicate and smooth like a mass of black glass. This kind of performance of the seed material, Herrick absolutely will not be placed here for people to buy. Long ago cut their own to sell the bright material. Lin Song walked to the D area. Looked at. Heart is a-sinking. In this area, there are quite a lot of materials, but the smooth and delicate surface of the seed material are few and far between. The vast majority of them are mountain stream material and mountain material. With the roughness of the skin of these materials, the chances of wanting to open out the very best quality of the ink jade is undoubtedly as difficult as the blue sky. Ha ha, MS, Xiao Xue Man. This jade consultant you found is really something. Running directly to the ink jade area. Well, there's no chance that it can open a fine product with an ink jade ink bottom. Awesome. Ha ha, Xiao Yuqi laughed so happily. Lin Song's behavior undoubtedly shows that, for gambling, this goods is simply a mallet. Xiao Xue Man was furious and turned green. hurriedly ran towards Lin Song with quick steps. Lin Song, you want to choose the jade here? Ha, can't do it? Didn't you say you trust me? Lin Song asked back. But it's hard for the ink and jade area to produce superb jade. Xiao Xue Man had the heart to cry. Even if she hadn't studied Hutyan jade seed material deeply, she was still clear about the fact that it was hard to produce fine jade from ink jade. Elder brother Lin, although I don't quite agree with you helping Xiao Xue Man to gamble on the stones, isn't it a bit too risky for you to choose the jade here? Xiao Yuan also rushed over to advise him. To be honest, all of Xiao Yuan's animosity towards Xiao Xue Man was because of Fu Shangling, and coming to advise him was not because he wanted to help Xiao Xue Man. Rather, it was because he and Lin Song were going to be in the jade business in the future, and Lin Song was the store's living signboard. So if he bet against someone else to gamble on the stone today, and then chose a piece of ink jade seed material and lost, it would be very bad for Lin Song's reputation. Thank you brother Tim for reminding me. I know in my heart, only, I seem to have just seen an ink jade material that performs very well. I intend to take another look. Lin Song hadn't determined down which jade material it was until now, so he could only answer vaguely. However, Lin Song's words made sure Xiao Yuan and Xiao Xue Man's hearts relax quite a bit. Chapter 74, This number is auspicious. After Lin Song said that, he no longer paid attention to the duo, but instead walked directly to the center line of Area D. The left area has the highest value jade. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Song's heart rejoiced and hurriedly walked towards the center of Area D, ready to verify again. Lin Song, where else are you going to look here? Xiao Xue Man was nervous. This competition with Xiao Yuqi was incredibly important to her. Seeing that Lin Song was going to choose a piece of ink jade material to kill himself, he was anxious. The area on the right has the highest value jade material. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. The area on the right has the highest value. Lin Song used 3 more consecutive validation opportunities, finally narrowing down the range of ink jade material to within a few square meters. Seeing that there were still 20 to 30 pieces of jade material, Lin Song directly lifted his foot and walked in. In the middle of this area, there was a square piece of jade that caught Lin Song's attention. The jade was about half a meter square, and there were yellowish-brown stipples on the black skin, forming 2 rings of several centimeters of stipples on the surface of the jade, which was very peculiar. Lin Song squatted down and stroked the slightly rough epidermis, and once again silently recited in his mind, "This piece of material is the highest valued jade amongst the entire field." Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's hands shook. From the 20 to 30 pieces of jade material, with only one chance to verify, he selected the target. His heart was bursting with satisfaction. It was cool. Elder brother Lin, you are looking at this piece of material? Although these 2 circles of stiffness look okay, but from this somewhat sandy skin, this is obviously a piece of Shan Lu Shui material. It's hard to produce a superb ink jade. When Xiao Yuan saw Lin Song stop, he immediately came up with a worried face and advised, Lin Song, can this piece work? The epidermis is so rough. The fineness of the jade flesh won't be very good, right? Xiao Xue Man was very apprehensive in her heart. This kind of material, even she, a semi-amateur, could tell at a glance that it wasn't good. Lin Song played a strong flashlight in the epidermis shine again and again. Inside a little color is not transparent. Seriously, if not after the system identified, Lin Song is absolutely not by this piece of material. No wonder the 2 collectively do not look good. Well, 260,000 is quite auspicious. This is it. Lin Song clapped his hands and stood up. I go. Gambling on stones to see if the selling price number is auspicious? Xiao Xue Man almost had a black eye on the spot and directly fell to the ground. And sure Xiao Yuan was also thunderstruck by Lin Song. Lin Song had a plan. So of course he stopped listening to the 2 of them and went straight to Boss Harik. If you really don't want it, I'll pay for it. Lin Song was annoyed by Xiao Xue Man and pulled a face. Old me wasted 5 verification opportunities to find the highest valued jade in the room, and I even let you have it, and you still don't want it? Really? I'll buy it. Xiao Xue Man's face was bitter, but when she saw that Lin Song's mind was made up, she could only grit her teeth and go and pay the money, because this time it was considered a bet between her and Xiao Yuqi. The money to buy the jade material had to come from her. Although the money has been paid, but Xiao Xue Man's heart is in a state of confusion. That kind of performance material, to win over the gambling stone master Zhang, really a little unreliable. Ouch. Only 260,000 which, Mr. Xiao Xue Man, are you ready to admit defeat directly? Or are you thinking of saving the company some money? Ha ha. Xiao Yuqi walked back with Master Zhang, and once he heard Xiao Xue Man's price, he burst out laughing. You cut the crap. The stone hasn't been cut. Anything is possible. Xiao Xue Man coldly disliked back. Xiao Yuqi laughed as he turned around to go find Herrick to pay the money, and after completing the transaction, he turned around and laughed. This time out, Dad has given you and I $50 million each, so you're a bit too stingy, aren't you? Are you really sure you want to bet against me with this $260? 000 piece of junk? My piece is $6 million. Cut the crap. We'll know the result after the stone is cut. Although Xiao Xue Man's heart didn't have much of a bottom either, but at this moment, he could only hold on. Ha ha. Well, when you lose at that time, don't say I bullied you. Xiao Yuqi laughed in a good way. Herrick's house has a stone cutting machine, right in the corner of the warehouse. The two groups of people's betting has become. There have been specialized stone cutting masters rushing over to help. You first or me first? Xiao Yuqi said with an unstoppable smile. You first. Lin Song returned indifferently. Xiao Yuqi froze at his words, then sneered. Even if you cut it even later, this piece of garbage of yours is still garbage. I really don't know where you got the courage to come and work as a jade consultant. Alas, dog's eyes can't recognize gold and jade. Dog's eyes can't recognize MT. Taishan, dog's eyes look down on people. These idioms are talking about your pair of dog's eyes. Lin Song sneered back. You are unbridled. Xiao Yuqi's two followers barked out curses and were about to rush up, only to be blocked by Xiao Xue Man. Xiao Yuqi, hurry up and cut the stone. Cut the crap. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuqi narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Lin Song, a cold aura erupting in his eyes, clearly already hating Lin Song. Chapter 75. Black and White Jade. As the cacophony of the stone cutting machine stopped, Xiao Yuqi's piece of Hutan jade seed material was cut. Master Zhang personally went up to hold out half of the jade and exclaimed in surprise, it's close to full flesh, and the whiteness is close to suet white jade. Not bad. Ha, not bad. After taking out both half pieces of jade and placing them on the table and drenching them with water, Xiao Yuqi said smugly, come over and appreciate it, see what is meant by the very best. Xiao Xue Man frowned tightly and walked forward with a strong flashlight, carefully inspecting it, and his heart was instantly cold. How's that? These two pieces of material are worth at least $30 to $40 million, right? Xiao Yuqi saw Xiao Xue Man's face look bad, and smiled even more happily. Xiao Xue Man looked at Xiao Yuqi in silence and didn't say anything. These two pieces of material were considered semi-Ming material, although the size wasn't very big, but with the existing performance, if the jade was all of this kind of performance underneath the skin, it would be worth more than $30 million. Really not much of a problem. As soon as he saw the dark piece of jade that Lin Song commanded the stone-cutting master to hold, Xiao Xue Man's heart cooled down by 3 more points. This little brother really has a good eye to actually choosing jade to bet on. What a great spirit. Master Zhang walked over to Lin Song with a smile on his face because he had gambled on a big rise, and seemed to be showing his superiority. I'm still confident in my own vision. Although fine ink jade is rare, but once it comes out, the value can be comparable to goat's fat white jade. Your piece is so small, I don't even think it needs to be compared, right? Lin Song laughed lightly. Ha! You really good confidence. Which? Ink jade is divided into ink jade white jade bottom, ink jade jasper bottom, ink jade ink bottom and gobi ink jade. Little brother, you judge this piece of material belongs to which kind? Ah, Master Zhang smiled and asked. I go. This old man actually come to show off knowledge? These shallow knowledge. Baidu can check. You test me? Lin Song revealed a coy smile. Back, these I'm not too clear. Just feel that this stone has a good eye, so I bought it. In case you want to open a good jade. This square shape, take it home, can also be a bench to use. Puff. Master Zhang directly choked on his saliva and coughed for half a day before he helplessly shook his head and returned to Xiao Yuqi's side, exchanging smiles with him and looking towards the stone cutting machine with a look of watching a good show. The black material was put into the stone cutting machine, and everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on it. Lin Song will definitely win, right? Xiao Xue Man asked as she grabbed Lin Song's wrist with a nervous face. Feeling the force coming from Xiao Xue Man's hands, Lin Song sighed helplessly and said back, aren't you usually very strong? How come you're such a small woman when it comes to the critical moment? You, Xiao Xue Man was furious in her heart. What time was it? Lin Song still had the heart to joke? Under anger, Xiao Xue Man threw away Lin Song's wrist with force. However, not a moment later, Xiao Xue Man approached Lin Song's side again, and her jade hand unconsciously grabbed at Lin Song once again, only to have Lin Song grab her palm first. You? Xiao Xue Man looked at Lin Song in dismay. Relax, no need to be nervous, I'm here. As Lin Song spoke, he also clutched the jade hand with 10 long fingers with force. It seemed that because of this ambiguous action of Lin Song, Xiao Xue Man's heart, which was already in her throat, was finally able to calm down a bit, but the time waiting for the result was very difficult. Xiao Xue Man soon became nervous again, and her small hands also became cold. Suddenly, just as Xiao Xue Man felt her heart panic uncomfortably, she felt a beam of eyes looking towards her. and turning her head to look, she found Lin Song's pair of star-like eyes, with a smile, winking at herself. In an instant, Xiao Xue Man's heart began to beat violently, the same panic, but this time, it was the kind of blushing and burning, with an unnameable throbbing mood. It seemed that she had already forgotten about the tense betting game, and there was only that pair of dark shining eyes in front of her eyes. Wow! Out of black and white jade la! While Xiao Xue Man was lost in thought, the stone-cutting master's exclamation awakened her. What? Black and white jade? Let me take a look! Xiao Xue Man exclaimed and rushed out. Black and white jade? Impossible! Master Zhang was like a beast that had its tail stepped on, scurrying out with a scowl on his face. The two halves of the jade were pressed onto the table by Xiao Xue Man and Master Zhang respectively, and the pillar of light from the strong flashlight swam on the surface of the smooth and delicate jade flesh. The cut surface of the jade stone. The skin shell is very thick, about 10 centimeters thick. The outer edge is slightly rough texture. The further inside the more delicate. To reach the jade flesh part, has been delicate and oily unbelievable. Moreover, under the two stiff bands of 2 or 3 finger widths on the periphery of the jade, there were actually 2 bands of white jade, which were clearly demarcated from the ink jade, separating the whole piece of ink jade into 3 parts, and the beauty of which was astonishing. White as rice paper, black as ink, is actually still 3 layers of black and white jade, too fine. Herrick was also a person who knew his way around, and only gathered around the edge to look at it for a few moments before letting out a gasp of amazement, seemingly awakened by Herrick's voice. Master Zhang's face was as if he had lost his life, slowly shaking his head. Impossible. This is simply impossible. Chapter 76. This is my way. Lin Song, you're so great. Xiao Xue Man also woke up as if in a dream, her mixed body trembling with surprise. She turned around and directly flew into Lin Song's arms. Calm down, calm down. Lin Song enjoyed the gentle and elastic attack and patted Xiao Xue Man's back. The corner of his mouth couldn't stop curling up, although I already knew the result. But when the mystery unveiled the moment, that kind of pleasure, or raging attacked the whole body. How can a comfortable cough? Xiao Xue Man also seemed to feel the strange sensation coming from her body. Her cheeks flushed. She let go of Lin Song and turned around, pointing at Xiao Yuqi with a spirited face and calling out, Xiao Yuqi, do we still need to decode it all into bright material before comparing the value? Compared to the apprehensive mood just now. At this moment, Xiao Xue Man was like a victorious cockerel, holding her head high, with a feeling of raising her eyebrows and exhaling her anger. On the other hand, Xiao Yuqi's expression was wonderful, green and black for a while, as if it was a cloudy sky on a thunderstorm day. To be honest, Xiao Yuqi also had a certain amount of research on jade. Of course he knew how rare and hard to come by black and white jade was. Black and white jade belonged to a type of blue and white jade, and it was a very rare one. Blue and white jade is a type of white or greenish-white jade that shows black stars, clouds or black stripes, all of which can be called blue and white jade. Generally speaking, almost all black stripes are found in white or green jade, while the piece cut by Lin Song is white jade straddling between ink and jade, which is really too rare. Rarity is precious, not to mention that this piece of jade as a whole, whether it is color, density, moistness, oiliness, all said to be as superb. The most valuable is the appearance, between the ink jade across the 2 white jade bands, but also clear boundaries. If you carve into a pendant, it is definitely a heirloom of the very best. Although the purity of the 2 bands of white jade could not be compared to the sheep's fat white jade that Lin Song opened last time, it had definitely reached the standard of sheep's fat white jade, based on the performance of this piece of jade alone, without even considering its unique appearance. It had already won over Xiao Yuqi's piece of jade. Xiao Yuqi, are you dumb? I'm asking you a question. If you're not dumb, there's no need to compete anymore. You've lost. You're out of this competition. Xiao Xue Man resumed her strong woman stance. When Xiao Yuqi heard Xiao Xue Man's renewed pressing, he suddenly smiled wryly, pointed at Lin Song and said, Kid, this black and white jade is the best of the best. Such a big piece. Even if you say it in a lesser way, it's still worth $300 to $400 million. Are you willing to give it to her? In an instant, Xiao Xue Man's arrogant expression stagnated. Yes, although Xiao Yuqi deliberately provoked his relationship with Lin Song, but his words were right. The ink jade material that was only sold for $260,000 opened up a jade material worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Would Lin Song be willing to give it up? If Lin Song backed out, what would he do? He himself was against Lin Song's choice of this material from beginning to end. As soon as Xiao Yuqi saw Xiao Xue Man's face change, he immediately laughed again. Ha ha, your business. You guys take your time to deal with it. I'm leaving first. Don't you go. Just now you said that the loser of this bet has to withdraw from this competition. Seeing that Xiao Yuqi was about to escape, Xiao Xue Man immediately suppressed the annoyance in his heart and hurriedly called out to Xiao Yuqi. A gambling game? Wasn't the bet between me and you set up in Dad's office? $5,000 for one person. Whoever buys the jade with a higher value wins. Xiao Yuqi looked clueless, simply wanting to renege on his debt. Humph, Xiao Yuqi, were you just farting? Xiao Xue Man was so infuriated that she gasped. She really underestimated the thickness of Xiao Yuqi's face skin. Just now, weren't you just choosing jade with your friend? You just helped advance $260,000 for the jade that they chose. Hurry up and return the jade to them. Don't be blinded by money and lose the face of the Xiao family. As Xiao Yuqi spoke, he also turned his head and waved his hand at Lin Song, calling out, "Congratulations, brother, betting on a jade that went up by $400 million. You." Xiao Xue Man never expected Xiao Yuqi to be so underhanded. After he said that piece of black and white jade, Xiao Xue Man was really embarrassed to insist that he bought it. Moreover, Xiao Yuqi, the person who bet against himself, did not recognize the bet, so it is not easy to say whose piece of jade Lin Song chose belongs to. Xiao Yuqi, even if you are shameless, it's useless. This piece of black and white jade is what I, the jade consultant, helped Xue Man to choose. With your $50 million, even if you buy all the seeds, the total value won't exceed that piece of black and white jade, right? You are bound to lose. Lin Song suddenly appeared at Xiao Xue Man's side and said in a firm tone, "Do you? That's $400 million. Is it worth it for a pussy?" Xiao Yuqi's eyes turned red from Lin Song's anger. According to Lin Song's words, this time in front of his dad's competition bet, he really must lose. This is an important test that involves inaugurating the position of general manager of Zhao's jewelry. If he loses, the consequences are unimaginable. Not for anyone, but to be a man of integrity. This piece of black and white jade is me as Xue Man's jade consultant, to help her select. The money is also paid by her. This piece of jade is of course belongs to her. This is my Tao. You will never understand the Tao. Lin Song's flooding and righteous words instantly caused Xiao Xue Man to break down in tears. Chapter 77. A man needs bullying. Xiao Yuqi fled with a black face with his men in ashes. At the main entrance, Xiao Xue Man flung herself in Lin Song's arms, crying like a soft little woman. The fiery red sunset passed through the gate and sprinkled on the two of them, reflecting Xiao Xue Man's face, giving this strong woman a few moments of "I feel sorry for her" flavor. Lin Song, thank you, but this black and white jade's money, I will give you all as much as I can. For sure. Xiao Xue Man's hands were propped up on Lin Song's shoulders, her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her voice was still sobbing, obviously much softer. Seeing this, Lin Song guffawed. Those words I just said weren't just for Xiao Yuqi to hear. This is my insistence, my Tao, and I also ask you to respect my principles as a human being. Don't Shui Yao. It's settled. Lin Song interrupted Xiao Xue Man's words in an unusually domineering manner. Men, there are times when you just need to be overbearing. Of course, there is a price to pay for pretending, especially in front of a pretty girl. $400 million of pussy. Pretending is really soothing and heartbreaking. Cough. However, as a bull with a system, forced to be high point is also a must. 400 million only. Most heartache straight pumping well. Cough. Comforted Xiao Xue Man. Lin Song and Shi Yuan began to select Hutyan jade seeds. Day evening, the stone has been loaded on the truck transported back to Nanjing. Brother Shi, these seeds cost more than $20 million. How much more do we need to buy tomorrow? After a busy day, Lin Song chatted with Shi Yuan next to the truck. Tomorrow, choose another $20 million of goods. Our cash to stay for the time being is also useless. Antique store to support the use of not much money. That is a slow work. When these seeds are sold, we can recover part of the funds, as liquidity is enough to use. Shi Yuan held a cigarette in his mouth, took a hard drag, squinted at Lin Song. That piece of black and white jade, you just let Xiao Xue Man take it away? You're so willing to give it up. My heart aches for you. Being a person should be honest. The money is gone, can earn again, but character is lost, cannot find it back. When brother you rest assured with me to partner in business, is not valued my character. Lin Song smiled freely, recovering from the loss of $400 million. Shi Yuan stared at Lin Song and looked deeply, finally shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother, you cow. This lesson today, brother remembered for life. Ha ha, brother Shi, you are too polite. Our brother and sister's money-making days are in the future. Is $400 million a thing? Lin Song patted Shi Yuan's shoulder and laughed. It's really something. That's $400 million. Shi Yuan shouted with an exaggerated look of flesh pain. Ha ha ha. Lin Song was amused and laughed, turning around and pulling out the phone to call Xiao Xue Man. Xue Man, has that piece of jade been sent to the car? It's already on the car. I'm taking a taxi towards your side. Xiao Xue Man's voice came. Just don't come over. We'll be right back. Feed. Lin Song glanced at the hung-up phone and shook his head with a bitter smile. He could understand Xiao Xue Man's mood. It seemed that the only way to express the overflowing gratitude in her heart was to toss herself around like this, right? Seeing the truck pulling the seeds leave, Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man got into Herrick's van and headed towards the hotel. Herrick seems to be very excited today, gibbering non-stop, saying what to publicize today's black and white Jade things, but also several times to express thanks to Lin Song, making Lin Song some tears and laughter. Just bought more than 20 million seed material bargaining. How do you not mention thank you for this? It really is. The businessman which, the minivan didn't drive far, then ran into Xiao Xue Man. After getting out of the taxi and getting into the van, Xiao Xue Man pulled Lin Song's hand tightly. Her eyes reddened again. Thank you. I know a thank you is too light, but I still want to say thank you. Alright, you've already thanked countless times. When I'm done tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I'll be able to help you choose the material. Lin Song laughed lightly and patted the back of Xiao Xue Man's hand. Well, there's no rush. Choosing the material is very laborious. It's okay for you to rest for a day and then help me. Xiao Xue Man seemed much gentler when she faced Lin Song again. After Lin Song nodded his head in agreement, the two of them fell into silence. Only the hands grasped together never let go. The van was traveling on a small highway in the countryside. The surroundings were desolate. The night was approaching and a cool breeze was coming. Herrick's sudden sharp braking woke up the almost drowsy trio, only to see the opposite side of the van. Two cars appeared, braking across the road, blocking the way. Oops, bad. There are robbers, Herrick exclaimed with a cry of alarm, then took out the phone, and did not know to whom to ask for help. And the opposite side of the car, surging down a dozen strong men, one holding an iron bar machete, fierce and vicious to the van pounced. Get out! Bang! The side glass of the van was smashed, and then a thick arm directly reached in and grabbed straight at Lin Song. Chapter 78, Roadside Robbers. When Lin Song saw the large hand grabbing at him, he subconsciously shrank inward, only to see Xiao Xue Man's arm swiping directly past his eyes. Ka-ching! Xiao Xue Man's hand is very heavy, reaching out to capture that arm. A hard twist, and then hard to the car window a pressure. The anti-key was hit hard. This arm is considered to be wasted. Immediately, Xiao Xue Man pulled the car door. A foot will be kicked out of the leg like electricity. Suddenly a big man screamed, flew out backwards. Because of Xiao Xue Man's swift counterattack, all of a sudden the people were a bit confused. When this group of people reacted, there were already 3 or 4 people put down on the ground by Xiao Xue Man. Although Xiao Xue Man's kung fu is excellent, but the other side are tall and strong men, and also have knives and sticks in hand. Not a moment's time, she is in the situation of being chased and beaten. 2 of them seem to have freed their hands and charged at the van again. In a short time, Lin Song also seems to understand. This group of people seem to be rushing to themselves. See 2 people rushed to, then a clenched teeth, directly rushed out of the car, grabbed an iron bar on the ground, and the 2 fought against each other. Lin Song's body is actually quite athletic. In his mind judging the battle in front of him, the 2 of them have a knife and a stick. Staring at the person who holds the knife, Lin Song would rather take a few sticks, but also this bastard's machete first to knock off cannot be. Dang lang. The machete was knocked to the ground as expected, and Lin Song's back was also hit hard by the iron rod, and he directly fell over on the ground. Bang! Just when Lin Song was in a moment of crisis, Xiao Yuan carried an iron rod and sneak attacked, smashing the big man holding the rod to the ground. Suddenly, a delicate cry came from the distance, only to see that Xiao Xue Man seemed to be outnumbered and was directly knocked off the roadbed, falling into the grassland by the side of the road. Xue Man! Lin Song exclaimed, grasping the iron rod. He rushed forward. The last time he was attacked, it was because he was late in rescuing him that Xiao Xue Man was injured. This time Lin Song rushed over at the first opportunity. When the 2 iron rods smashed together in the air, Lin Song only felt a strong force coming from him. His body staggered back to the side, and his tiger's mouth was painful and numb. A machete with the sound of air hacked over. In the heat of the moment, Lin Song could not think too much, and jumped down the very high roadbed, directly into the grassland. After landing, Lin Song didn't dare to stay, climbed up, then chased towards the direction where Xiao Xue Man escaped. Behind her there were 4 other people chasing furiously. When the 4 people saw Lin Song chasing after them, they immediately separated 2 of them to come and block them, but as a result, they obviously underestimated Xiao Xue Man's fighting strength. As soon as she saw that there were only 2 people left, Xiao Xue Man did not escape, turned back, over the air as a flying leg, instantly kicked down a person, then the long leg in the fast retrieval, a side kick, and then hit the other person in the lower abdomen, instantly solved the 2 people. And Lin Song is not so good kung fu. Was 2 people clamped under they? Well, not a mess. Good, and Xiao Xue Man arrived in time, saved him. Get in the car. Suddenly, on the highway, Xiao Yuan shouted and waved his hand at the 2 of them. and Herrick had already turned the van around and drove out. Seeing this, Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man flew to the van and rushed straight into it. However, this side of the car had just driven out not too far, when the two cross-country jeeps behind them wildly chased after them. Obviously, the van's speed was completely crushed, and it was quickly chased up by the two vehicles. Bang! The sound of cars colliding with each other was frightening, and the body of the van was already dented into a large piece, and the direction of traveling was also a little off the highway. Suddenly, another jeep accelerated and crashed up from the side and rear. With a loud thud, the van was no longer under Herrick's control and flew off the roadbed on its side, slamming hard into the grass. "Brother, quick, get out!" Xiao Yuan climbed out of the car door and shouted to Lin Song. Lin Song only felt a raw pain in his forehead, and with some dizziness, he looked around, and was suddenly horrified to see that Xiao Xue Man was being pressed underneath himself, and seemed to have passed out. "The car is going to explode. You hurry!" Xiao Yuan climbed on the body of the overturned van and stretched out his arm towards Lin Song. It wasn't that Lin Song didn't want to be fast, but Xiao Xue Man couldn't pull at all. Her feet seemed to have been crushed by something. Lin Song directly drilled down and used his hand to feel what was going on. Luckily, it was the leg of Xiao Xue Man's jeans that was hooked by a piece of iron. Lin Song forcefully ripped Xiao Xue Man's pants leg, finally able to pick her up and push her up. "Hurry up, the car is going to explode if it leaks any more oil." Xiao Yuan's voice was tinged with trembling. "Brother sure, you go first, I'll get her." Lin Song picked up Xiao Xue Man in the car, refused Xiao Yuan's request to pick her up from below, and jumped directly under the car. After landing, Lin Song didn't dare to stay, picking up Xiao Xue Man and rushing forward frantically. Rumble, accompanied by a loud explosion. The van was surrounded by a ball of fire. The attack wave directly brought Lin Song's trio to the ground, and Xiao Xue Man's body even tumbled and fell out on the grass. "Damn, I'll see how you guys can run this time?" To Lin Song's despair, before the three of them could climb up, they were surrounded by the group of big men. An iron rod and a long sword, reflecting the firelight, gave people a somewhat chilling feeling. The main force of his side, Xiao Xue Man, was already unconscious, and facing 10 or so big men, Lin Song was already in a dead end. Chapter 79, Gray-Clothed Elder, ********. This little can really fight. Big brother, let's do her to export the bad anger. A big man used a machete to pluck away the long hair of Xiao Xue Man, blocking her face, his eyes flashing with greed. "You guys dare?" As soon as Lin Song saw that Xiao Xue Man was threatened, his heart was on fire and he scurried up to fight for his life. However, a snowy steel knife was instantly on his neck. "Kid, we don't want your little life, so you'd better be sensible, or don't blame me for my knife being fast." The steel knife was close to Lin Song's skin. Feeling the cold air coming from the blade, Lin Song didn't dare to move again even though his heart was burning with anxiety. "Let them go, and I'll spare you from death." Suddenly, an old voice rang out, startling all the big men, who turned their heads to seek the sound, only to see just do not know where to escape to Herrick, with a white-bearded old man walked over. At this time Herrick no longer have a timid expression, but a relaxed look. That old man, crane hair, a dark gray knee-length vest, inside wearing the same dark gray loose silk tunic and pants, a pair of black cloth boots under his feet, quite a bit of exotic out of the dust flavor. "Old undead, mind your own business, the coyote gang is on business. Strangers stay away." The big man at the head shouted with a cold face. The old man sniffed and lowered his eyelids, and walked up with his hands behind his back, simply ignoring the big man's warning. "Looking for death." One of the big men raised an iron rod and smashed it towards the top of the old man's head. Jaw-droppingly, the old man just casually took a small step forward, and as a result, his body spanned a distance of several meters, directly appearing in front of the big man's body, as if a string of residual shadows had been brought up behind him. The old man casually raised the back of his hand and lightly dusted it in front of him, as if he was waving away flies, but the result was that when the back of the old man's hand dusted the big man's chest, the big man's body, as if by the speeding high-speed railroad car, hit hard like whoosh. A moment, will fly out backwards. In mid-air, the big man sprayed a blood mist. The body is enough to fly out 7 or 8 meters away, before falling to the ground. Hidden sect expert? When Lin Song saw this shocking scene, he instantly exclaimed out in a small voice, and when he looked at the white-bearded old man again, he was already filled with a sense of awe. To be honest, although this old man's stance speed seemed to be not much different from Situ Kong Kong, but gave Lin Song the feeling that this old man's kung fu was definitely above Situ Kong Kong. Could it be that he was a true Earth-level expert? "Can you release him now?" The old man glanced at Lin Song and put his hands behind his back, his tone bland. That big man in the lead was also scared, but with 10 or so strong men being scared away by a dry and thin old man, he was a bit reluctant. Biting his blade, he swung his machete and chopped directly, playing God, eat my blade. Suddenly, The big man's forceful and powerful knife was caught by the old man's two outstretched fingers, unable to move in the slightest. There are some things that are contrary to common sense. Only after one's own personal experience can one be clear about the true horror of it. Once experienced, the big man's cold sweat came down, snapped with a crunch. The old man two fingers gently twisted. That hard steel knife will be broken from the center. Followed by the old man wrist turn. Half of the knife body directly fan in the face of the leader of the big man. Bang! The big man's body was as if it was a gyroscope that had been viciously whipped, spinning sharply in midair for several times before it ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. The old man will give you all 3 breaths of time. If you don't disappear, leave them all behind. The old man's voice was light, but hearing the ears of the crowd of big men, it was undoubtedly a voice of urgency. Retreat quickly. That big man in the lead, half of his face was swollen into a big loaf of bread, a mouth with a mouthful of blood, shouted indistinctly, and then with the help of his men, he flew away. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Lin Song hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted to thank him. No need. The old man was entrusted by Herrick to make a move. If you want to thank him, thank him. The old man put his hands behind his back and didn't give a damn about Lin Song. He was arrogant. Lin Song was a bit embarrassed by the situation and hurriedly said thank you to Herrick again, then secretly swept a glance at the old man, silently reading in his mind. This old man is an Earth-level expert in the hidden sect. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Suddenly, the old man's falcon-like eyes stared at Lin Song, and he droned under his breath. Bold, you dare to pry into the old man's destiny? Do you think that the martial Marquis sect will be able to protect you? In an instant, the invisible breath is on the body. Lin Song only felt that his whole body seems to be pressed by a small mountain. Bean-sized sweat beads flowed down crazily, and he wanted to raise his hand to clasp his fists, could not do it, and he could only open his mouth in a dry manner. Senior, kid is rude. I hope senior will forgive me. To be honest, Lin Song had never encountered this kind of situation before. Using the system's correctness verification could actually cause others to be alerted. This was too scary. What kind of character was this old man in the end? Elder Wind, just forgive Lin Song. He's my guest. Just forgive him this time for my sake. Herrick was also a bit dumbfounded. He didn't understand what he had found out. He was fine just now. How come Senior Wind suddenly flipped his face? Kid, tell me, are you from the Martial Marquis sect? The old man was unmoved and asked coldly. Lin Song's whole body was drenched in cold sweat, facing the drinking question, but did not know how to answer. If he said that he was not a person from the Martial Marquis sect, would this old man directly kill himself? Chapter 80, Terrifying Elder Foam. Senior, the kid is not a Martial Marquis sect member. Lin Song decided to answer truthfully after a brief moment of thought. This old man was obviously a member of the hidden sect. He must know the Martial Marquis sect better than himself. If he dared to pretend to be a member of the Martial Marquis sect, he wouldn't be able to stand up to the test, and he would definitely reveal his footsteps. Is not a member of the Martial Marquis sect. Where did you learn your Xian technique? The old man asked again. This kid cannot say. Please forgive the senior. Lin Song's matter is clear to himself. System this matter he does not dare to talk about it with anyone. The old man's eyes suddenly became even more stern. Daring to spy on the old man's destiny and not telling the master's inheritance. Do you think that the old man really doesn't dare to start a killing spree? Along with the old man's words, Lin Song only felt the bones in his body cackle, and in just one moment, he could no longer withstand the heavy pressure, and knelt on one knee on the ground. If senior wants to kill me, just kill me. The kid's inheritance will not be revealed. Lin Song gritted his teeth and said, Oh, could it be that you're not an heir to the Tianji Pavilion? The old man faintly asked. Lin Song suddenly looked up at the old man with difficulty when he heard this. Last time he heard Situ Kongkong say so about himself. This time he said himself from the old man's mouth. Could it be that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion was really powerful? No. After thinking about it, Lin Song still slowly shook his head, because he realized that the old man's eyes seemed to have the ability to see through everything. He didn't have the courage to lie at all. Suddenly, the pressure on Lin Song's body was lightened, and after his body regained its freedom, Lin Song was a little surprised to look at the old man, only to find that he had already narrowed his eyes with his hands behind his back as he looked himself up and down. Many thanks to senior for not killing me. Facing this kind of great expert who could only pressure himself into immobility with his aura, Lin Song did not dare to be careless and hurriedly clasped his fists to thank him. Alright, there's no need to thank me. The old man only spared your life for the sake of Herrick. As the old man spoke, he turned to Herrick and said, Kid, the 3 things that the old man promised to help you with have already been accomplished. Elder Wind, counting this one today is only 2 things Herrick said with a confused look on his face. Just now you begged me to spare his life as the 3rd thing. Old man is leaving. As the old man spoke, he turned around and drifted away, leaving Herrick with a bitter face in the wind. Old brother Herrick, Thank you for saving my life today. Originally, Brother Tim and I were planning to go to another house tomorrow to buy Hatan Jade seeds. How about this? You go to someone else today to string some well-behaved seeds. Within $20 million. We'll take all the goods. Lin Song, in order to thank Herrick, had clearly let him earn the difference. Really? Herrick immediately smiled with surprise, and after getting Lin Song's affirmative answer, he even took out his phone and took the initiative to call another car over for a few people. Herrick is a big wholesaler here. He went to the hands of small merchants to buy seeds, at least than Lin Song they buy to be cheaper than 2 or 3%, and then turn around a premium of 1 or 2% to sell to Lin Song, which is a few million to hand. How can he not be happy? Elder brother Herrick, what happened to that old man just now? Lin Song finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Alas, you mean Elder Wind. A few months ago, he was injured. I just came across when I went into the mountains to transport seeds, so I saved him. He then promised to help me do 3 things. As a result, today one thing turned into 2. I really lost a lot of money. Herrick sighed inside. Get this. Once he heard this, it was clear to Lin Song that Herrick also had limited knowledge of the old man, so he could only suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked about something else. Older brother, do you have so many robberies here? Doesn't anyone care? Older brother, you don't know. We are not very good here in terms of law and order, but usually there are people from the Coyote gang who help to maintain it, and ordinary people don't dare to come here to sow their wild oats. Just now you didn't hear about it. That group of people who call themselves the Coyote gang are all Barati's henchmen. Herrick spoke, and then bitter face, alas, the Wind Senior actually beat up the people of the Wild Wolf gang. This time I can be in big trouble. I do not know how much protection fee I have to pay in order to calm down Barati's anger. Okay old brother, today's matter, because I let you waste an opportunity for Elder Wind to help you. Let's do it this way. In the future, you will provide all the seeds for me and Brother Sure. As long as they perform well and have bet ability, I'll take all of them in high school and low grade, and it's also a way to help you recover some of your losses. Lin Song said with a sincere face. Aya, old brother you this. Ha ha, Lin Song old brother, you really have no say in this person. You this brother old brother recognized. Go, don't go tonight, let's go to my place, drink all night. Herrick instantly laughed his ass off. Older brother, we are all injured. I'm afraid the wine will not be able to drink. You still have to help us enter another seed tonight. We'd better go back to the hotel to rest first. Lin Song smiled back. Oh, right, listen to the old brother. See, my car coming. Get in. Herrick pointed to an SUV coming on the highway and said with a smile, pulling Lin Song. Lin Song picked up Xiao Xue Man, got into the buggy, looked at the leg lying, still unconscious Xiao Xue Man, could not help but worry. Chapter 81. Question verification method appears. In the luxurious suite of the Dareem Hotel, Lin Song placed Xiao Xue Man on the bed and left her room. On the way, Lin Song had already verified Xiao Xue Man's injuries. It was just an ordinary coma. She would wake up after sleeping for a while. Returning to his room, Lin Song took a shower and sat on the bed, again recalling the thrilling experience he had just had. In his heart, although he was incomparably curious about that gray-clothed old man, but now he didn't dare to use the correct rate verification on him. It was Xiao Yuqi who hired the Coyote gang to take revenge on us. Ding dong, host statement correct rate 100%. Receiving the system's answer, Lin Song secretly said that this was indeed the case. In fact, this matter wasn't hard to imagine at all. According to Herrick, the Coyote gang was the local snake force that protected the Jade wholesale market, and the fact that they were perversely robbing the passing guests meant that someone must have paid to hire them. When he first arrived here, the only person he had a grudge against was Xiao Yuqi. Confirming his suspicions, Lin Song cursed. He still overestimated Xiao Yuqi's bottom line. This bastard won't even let his own sister go. He's really bad out of the water. Lin Song gazed at the system and realized that there was still one last chance to use the correct rate today, so he thought about verifying something again. The last time the system was upgraded, it was because the number of times to use the verification opportunity was enough, so Lin Song wouldn't waste the number of times to verify every day. Even if he verified something boring, he would still use it up. Xiao Xue Man already likes me very much. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Listening to this, a sense of stealing joy rose in Lin Song's heart, as if a girl's mind didn't need to be guessed. Which girl is not fond of herself? One can tell by asking the system. It's really refreshing. Ding dong, the system level is upgraded, obtaining the opportunity to ask a question once a day. A question opportunity is equivalent to 10 correct rate statement sentence verification opportunities, which can be converted to each other. In an instant, Lin Song was surprised and collapsed directly from the bed. The questioning sentence verification method that he had been waiting for night and day had finally appeared. Wait, What does it mean that one questioning sentence opportunity is equivalent to 10 correct rate statement sentence verification opportunities? Doesn't this mean that in the future, one would have the equivalent of 2 questioning opportunities or 20 statement verification opportunities per day? Awesome system. Cough. Imagine if once again, when faced with a large pile of Huttyan jade seeds, one only needs to be awesome enough to ask, which one is the most valuable piece of jade here? Wouldn't you be able to lock in the most valuable jade directly? Isn't it easy to make money? There's really no one else. Lin Song was so excited that he was upside down on the bed, but suddenly he felt a little dizzy, and thought to himself, maybe it's because he bumped his head when he overturned the car today, so he should hurry up and take a nap. Lin Song woke up after sleeping until almost noon. In the middle of the restaurant, Lin Song's 3 people were sitting in the card table eating their midday meal. Lin Song, from what Brother Sure said, it was you guys who saved my life yesterday? Really thank you guys so much. Xiao Xue Man was injured in the back of her head, and other than her face turning a little white, she couldn't see the injury at all on the outside. Brother Tim and I just pulled you out of the car, and in the end, it was that old man that Herrick found who saved us. Lin Song spoke as he ate, seemingly not wanting to take credit for this. Xiao Xue Man nodded at his words. Well, I just heard Brother Sure say that it was quite treacherous. You didn't suffer any injuries, did you? No, Lin Song replied and stopped talking. He could clearly feel the change in Xiao Xue Man's eyes as he looked at himself. Plus last night he used the system to verify that Xiao Xue Man liked himself. In front of Shi Xiao Yuan, it was even more embarrassing to talk more with Xiao Xue Man. After dinner, the 3 of them once again took a taxi and went straight to Herrick's home. Originally, there was nothing for Xiao Xue Man today, but she insisted on accompanying Lin Song. After sitting together in the back seat, Xiao Xue Man sat close to Lin Song, and her hand always grasped his hand and did not let go. A very intimate look. Although Shi Xiao Yuan glanced at him from time to time with strange eyes, Xiao Xue Man was not moved. Xiao Xue Man's sudden intimate movements made Lin Song a little embarrassed, especially when Shi Xiao Yuan looked over with deep meaning. It was even more hairy in the heart. The good thing is that the ride is not far, and soon arrived at Herrick's home. Herrick's eyes are covered with bloodshot. Obviously did not sleep last night. When he saw Lin Song 3 people, enthusiastic. In just one night, there were many more Huttyan jade seeds in the warehouse, and all of them performed well. Lin Song and Shi Xiao Yuan were satisfied after checking them. When the final transaction was completed, Shi Xiao Yuan pulled Lin Song and whispered, Herrick shouldn't have raised the price. Lin Song was a bit stunned at his words. These Huttyan jade seeds sold by Herrick didn't sell at a premium. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. In an instant, Lin Song's favorable impression of Herrick doubled. Although he had some mercenary aspects of a businessman, but today his approach won Lin Song's trust, and was really a business partner worth working with. Right, old brother, can you get some more better Huttyan jade seeds? Lin Song pulled Herrick and asked. He had finished buying the goods from Shi Xiao Yuan's store, so it was time to help Xiao Xue Man buy some more good materials. Chapter 82, Preparing to Seek Revenge? You guys want a large amount. I've already gotten you all the good materials from the neighborhood. If you still want it, you'll have to wait a while longer or go somewhere else to buy it. Herrick glanced at Lin Song with some difficulty, a look of desire to speak. Old brother, just say what you have to say. Lin Song could tell that Herrick still had things to say. Alas, if it wasn't for what happened yesterday, there really is a good place to go. That is to go to the town of Khalsa to buy seeds, where it is backed by the Kunlun mountain range. There is a large amount of first-hand Huttyan jade material. Only, Herrick sighed again before saying, only, that's the lair of the Coyote gang. If it was before, I would definitely have no problem taking you guys there. But once yesterday's incident happened, I really can't take you guys there. Hearing this, Lin Song was also a bit helpless. He had just had a fight with the Coyote gang yesterday, but today he had to go to someone's lair to buy jade. Isn't this asking for death? After finishing everything, Herrick personally sent the 3 back to the hotel. In Lin Song's room, the 3 of them were sitting in the sofa, discussing their next move. According to Shi Xiao Yuan, after he was busy with his own store, what was it about helping Xiao Xue Man? She had the black and white stone jade. Let her buy the rest on her own. If he had the time to accompany her to buy the jade, he might as well partner with himself to gamble on the stone, and earn some more money back. He was always a bit haunted by the fact that Lin Song had gambled a piece of superb black and white jade for Xiao Xue Man. However, Lin Song had a different idea. Since he had promised to be a jade consultant for Xiao Xue Man, he had to finish what he started. He said whatever he had to accompany Xiao Xue Man to go somewhere else to buy jade before saying anything. As a result, Shi Xiao Yuan grumbled and left after hearing this, causing Lin Song to have a bit of a headache. I'm sorry caused Big Brother sure to be angry with you. Why don't I go buy the rest myself? Xiao Xue Man said apologetically. I said to help you. Xinjiang and not only Hetian have jade material to sell. The big deal is to go to another city to buy it. Lin Song said atmospherically. Xinjiang Hetian jade reserves are rich, but generally refers to the mountain material and mountain stream water material, and seed material is to go through a long period of time in the river flushing and polishing, in order to form. So throughout the entire Xinjiang various rivers area, and Hetian jade seed reserves are very sparse. A few origins are far away from each other. These circumstances Xiao Xue Man of course clear, and experienced yesterday's things. Lin Song and have injuries in the body. Really do not bear to toss him again to travel hard. Why don't we rest here for a few days first? Xiao Xue Man wanted to let Lin Song recuperate from his injuries before saying anything. Before Lin Song could speak, his cell phone rang. After picking it up and listening, it was actually Situ Kong Kong calling. Hey, Master Lin, I got it. I got the Inferno Sun Grass, and I've prepared a sufficient amount of other herbs. When are you coming back? I go. Still got it? Sure enough, he is a thief. The way he said this, it gave Lin Song the illusion of instructing him to steal something. Suddenly, a lightning bolt crossed Lin Song's mind. Yesterday he was almost crippled by that group of goods from the Coyote gang. Why didn't he call Situ Kwangkong over and seek revenge at his door? With Situ Kwangkong's kung fu, even if there were more ordinary people, they would still be a grocery delivery. As soon as this idea rose, Lin Song had some unstoppable feeling of excitement. Grandma, Little Master is a person with a system. Can you still let you a group of wolf cubs to finish bullying and not looking for a scene? Situ, you immediately take a plane to Hetian City. I have some things I need you for. Oh, okay Master Lin, I'll book a plane ticket and go. Situ Kong Kong agreed with incomparable pain. Hanging up the phone, Lin Song's mouth had an unstoppable smile. Lin Song, you wouldn't have called Situ Kwangkong over, would you? What are you going to do? The fear of Situ Kwangkong in Xiao Xue Man's heart was definitely a deep memory. Humph, resting today. Tomorrow let's go to the coyote's nest to buy you Hetian jade seeds, Lin Song said with a cold smile. Xiao Xue Man was just shocked when he heard that. This is not good. They are the head of the ground. You only find Situ Kong Kong to come alone. In case. What one? You didn't see how powerful that old man was yesterday? Ordinary people facing a hidden sect expert is no different from a bunch of cabbages. Lin Song had anger in his heart towards the coyote gang. That old man is also an expert like Situ Kong Kong? Xiao Xue Man was unconscious the entire time, and sure Xiao Yuan didn't tell her in detail, so of course she wasn't clear. Lin Song then told Xiao Xue Man what happened that day. Listening to Xiao Xue Man's nervousness, Lin Song, you don't want Situ Kong Kong to clean up that old man as well, right? Xiao Xue Man had a bad thought after hearing that Lin Song was almost killed by that old man. Alas, that old man didn't do anything to me either. Besides he's disappeared. Where can I find someone? Lin Song clearly knew that old man was an earth-level expert, while Situ Kong Kong was a Shen level. He was not a match for others. That's good. Xiao Xue Man was obviously relieved, then glanced at the sky outside the window and said, it's time for dinner. Why don't we both go out to eat? Okay. I've been here for 2 days, and I haven't eaten the Xinjiang big meat skewers yet. There should be a night market here. Let's go out for a stroll. Lin Song readily agreed and went out of the hotel with Xiao Xue Man. Chapter 83, White Beauty. Night fell, and the lights came on. Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man held hands and strolled along the street. The Hetian night market was only a block away from the hotel, and it was a wonderful feeling to take a romantic moonlight walk with the cool night breeze. If it wasn't for the injury on Lin Song's back, which was painful from time to time, then everything would be perfect. There were a lot of people in the night market, as if it was a tourist attraction, densely packed with people. In the brightly lit night market, several rows of stalls separated the place into a corridor. Lin Song pulled Xiao Xue Man's small hand, and as soon as he approached, he smelled the aroma that made people drool. Roasted leg of lamb, roast lamb kebabs, roasted 3 eggs, roasted duck eggs, roasted goose eggs. What a night market special baking method, as well as water pop tripe, roasted chicken wings, etc. A variety of gourmet snacks have blurred eyes. All the way to eat, all the way to stroll, savoring all kinds of delicious snacks. Really happy. Song, there's a red willow branch big meat skewer over there. Let's go and try it. Xiao Xue Man addressed Lin Song with one less word, appearing more intimate. After eating all the way down the food, the relationship between the two of them became even closer, and Xiao Xue Man also revealed a rare young girl's posture, like a snacker, pulling Lin Song's hand, wanting to eat this too, and taste that too. Lin Song is a happy face pulling Xiao Xue Man's small hand, crowded in a large group of people behind the queue. This red willow branch big meat skewer should be the specialty of this place. The people in the queue crowded in front of the long charcoal grill, smelling the meat aroma, waiting for the meat skewer, and one of them didn't mind the heat. Well, Lin Song also had to admit that the meat skewers in this place seemed to have a different kind of flavor, which could arouse people's desire to taste. After paying the money, rows and rows, the saliva did not stop at all. When she got a large handful of meat skewers, Xiao Xue Man was as excited as a child. After handing Lin Song a skewer, she directly started eating. She had been craving for too long. The meat skewer was fluffy and fragrant, and when she bit down, the hot and fresh flavor, and the saliva, accompanied by the smell of oil, really made people want to stop. Hey, don't stand here to eat don't you see so many people lining up at the back? Got Lin Song. Two people standing at the stove began. The stall boss has begun to drive people. Lin Song sniffed, pulled Xiao Xue Man's arm, turned around and walked out. Before turning around, but also did not forget to put the last two pieces of meat on the red willow branch, together with the bite into the mouth. Bang! Lin Song only focused on eating the delicious meat skewers, not realizing that after turning around, he directly bumped into someone. Sorry. Lin Song subconsciously raised his eyes to look, only to see a turquoise-eyed beauty in a white gauze dress right in front of him, and a sense of astonishment instantly struck him. The turquoise eyes were as charming as gemstones, and the snow-white melon face made it impossible to take one's eyes off. This beauty was also supposed to be intoxicated by the delicious meat skewers, and when Lin Song bumped into her, the corner of her mouth was directly stained red by the red seasoning on the meat skewers. Ouch! Xiao Xue Man was right behind Lin Song, only focusing on eating the meat skewers, didn't even raise her head to look at the road, and directly bumped into Lin Song's back. And good grief! A handful of skewers of meat in her hand directly poked on Lin Song's back. Lin Song's back was already injured, and then was poked by a sign, and then he immediately exclaimed in pain, and his body reflexively slammed forward. The white beauty was shocked to see Lin Song crashed, quickly raised a jade palm, blocked in front of Lin Song's chest. However, Lin Song's force of this run cannot be small. Behind the beauty is the stove. There is no place to retreat. In desperation, only to see the beauty of the other hand will be a handful of meat skewers, directly to the side of the stove and fiercely poked. Men really have no good things. You still want to occupy me. Bang! Ouch! My stove! Before the beautiful woman finished her words, the stall owner exclaimed in shock. The narrow stove that was more than 2 meters long was directly poked down by the beautiful woman in white. The meat skewers on the stove flew horizontally, and the charcoal that was burning on fire was splattered everywhere. Don't you go! Compensate me for the money! A fat middle-aged man commanded his men to take water to extinguish the fire while pointing at the white-clothed beauty and drinking. It's not me, it's him who hit me. The white beauty seemed to feel a little wronged, turning her head and glaring fiercely at Lin Song. I don't care which one of you two it was. I saw you push the stove over with a sign with my own eyes. The boss shouted with an angry face. Although the boss also felt that it was a bit unbelievable that a stove that had been reinforced with 4 feet had been disliked by a little girl, with a handful of skewered meat sticks, just like that, but having seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but disbelieve it. How much to pay? The white beauty looked at the mess on the ground, and asked with a light frown. 5,000. Minimum compensation 5,000. Meat skewers to get a ground not to mention, but also my stove broken, you have to pay. The boss thoughtlessly and directly shouted. 5,000? The white beauty's face was extremely ugly when she heard this, and then she turned her head towards Lin Song with an angry face. You're the one who bumped into me. You should pay for this money. It's true that I bumped into you, but I didn't let you push the stove either. Let's both pay for half of this money. Lin Song was also a bit angry. The white-clothed beauty's slender jade hand slapped on her chest, as if a sledgehammer smashed on it, and it hurt like hell. Chapter 84, Creepy White Girl. You're so unreasonable. You crashed into me. Can I block you? You have to pay all this money. The white-clothed beauty's pretty face was chilled and she was also very angry. You almost didn't kill me with your slap. I'm injured. I still don't care about this money. Lin Song was also infuriated. Quite a pretty beauty. How can she not be reasonable? At this time, the boss is not happy. Directly across the stove, rushed over. You hurry to pay. I still have to do business. What are you arguing about? One person to pay half. There was a big group of people around, all pointing and talking about everything. Lin Song listened to the distraction, followed the boss's words and said, okay, I'll pay 2,005, right? No, you have to pay the whole amount. The white beauty was a little agitated. Her pretty face rose red. Hi, you're not done yet, right? Just now you hit me that slap. How heavy? You heart not a number? Still I pay full compensation? Lin Song was really pissed off and glared up and drank. The white beauty smiled with a stagnant expression, hesitated for a moment, and said, I apologize for hitting you with a slap, but the money must be fully compensated by you. What's the situation? Lin Song calmed down when he saw that there seemed to be some embarrassment in the white beauty's eyes. This white girl doesn't have the money to compensate the boss. Ding dong, The host statement is 100% correct. Hearing the system's confirmation, Lin Song was directly amused. Come on. This girl was insisting on making herself pay for the whole thing because she didn't have the money to pay for it. It wasn't that she was unreasonable. She was blushing not because she was angry, but because she was embarrassed. Alright, I'll pay for the money. Lin Song was clear about the girl's mind, so he no longer dwelled on it. It was difficult for a girl with no money to have no manners, wasn't it? With that, Lin Song compensated the money to the boss. That boss's face showed a smile and let the three leave. Hey, you're just going to leave like this, ah? Where's your apology? Lin Song saw that the girl in white was about to leave, and not knowing what to think, he called out to her again. The beautiful girl in white turned around, and at some point, had put on a white veil. A pair of turquoise-colored eyes stared at Lin Song for a long time before slowly saying, I'm sorry, that palm can't hurt you. You don't have to worry. You say it can't hurt you? You have to leave me a phone number, WeChat or something. In case my injury flares up, I have to be able to contact you. As soon as Lin Song's words were finished, he felt a pain in his waist. Obviously, such an obvious means of flirting with a girl was recognized by Xiao Xue Man, and her fingers had already pinched the flesh around his waist. I won't if I say I won't. The white-clothed beauty glared at Lin Song in exasperation, turned around and left. Lin Song looked at the back of the white-clothed beauty with some disappointment, a little melancholy in his heart. Such an exotic and stunningly beautiful girl was truly the only one he had ever seen in his life, and that pair of beautiful turquoise eyes was already stuck in his mind. Still looking where? People have left. You still want to call WeChat? Can't you see that she doesn't even have a phone with her? Xiao Xue Man's tone was a bit sour. At those words, Lin Song also reacted. That white girl was in a sarong. There was no place to put a cell phone. As if there was nothing else but some change clutched in her hand. In the current era, young girls actually go out without cell phones? Not only is her attire perverse, but she also knows martial arts. Lin Song casually changed the topic. This abnormal girl had already aroused Lin Song's deep curiosity. But there was a beautiful girl beside him who was getting jealous, so he could only appease the immediate future first. What? She knows martial arts. You mean that kind of kung fu? Xiao Xue Man asked in instant surprise. Yes, a 2-meter-long stove that was also obviously reinforced. She could only poke it down with a few meat skewer sticks. Don't you think it's strange? Lin Song carefully recalled the image just now. His heart was even more certain of the speculation in his mind. Right, let's hurry back. Xiao Xue Man instantly lost her jealousy, and seemed to feel dangerous about running into someone from the hidden sect, pulling Lin Song in the direction of the hotel. The girl in white is a member of the hidden sect. Ding dong, host statement correct 100%. The girl in white is a yellow level expert. Ding dong, 0% correctness of the host statement. The girl in white is a Xian level expert. Ding dong, the host statement is 100% correct. Hearing the system's confirmation, Lin Song stopped in shock. Such a young girl was actually a Xian level expert like Situ Kong Kong. This was too appalling, right? Song, what's wrong? Xiao Xue Man asked in surprise. Nothing, let's go back to the hotel and rest. Lin Song smiled and didn't intend to tell Xiao Xue Man about the situation. Well, it's good that you're fine. The hotel is right in front. It's almost here. Xiao Xue Man smiled faintly and pulled Lin Song forward again. The Darim Hotel was not far ahead. The height of dozens of floors was conspicuous. Lin Song unconsciously raised his head and glanced at the hotel, and was suddenly startled again by the scene in front of him, only to see a white figure, is from the hotel building's backside, quickly swept up, in 7 or 8 floors high position, suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the girl in white also lived in this hotel? But why didn't she take the elevator? Chapter 85, Coyote Gang Lair. Lin Song was dying of curiosity when he saw that white figure. That white figure is the girl in white just now. Ding dong, the host statement is 100% correct. Lin Song walked towards the hotel while thinking about the weirdness of the girl in white, but was puzzled. According to reason, people from the hidden sect should keep a low profile, and if they have an elevator and don't take it, they actually want to fly up to the building. What's going on here? What's the name of that girl in white? Ding dong, inquiring please wait for the host. Brush. Lin Song only felt that a light red glow flashed in front of his eyes, and a string of data that looked like characters flew past in front of his eyes, appearing unusually sci-fi. Before Lin Song could see what the characters looked like, 3 light characters appeared in front of his eyes. Lang Ru Shui. Lang Ru Shui? This name surprised Lin Song. The girl in white was turquoise-colored eyes. It was obvious that she should be called a new frontier name. You go upstairs first. I still have something to do. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Lin Song told Xiao Xue Man to go upstairs first, and he waited until Xiao Xue Man got on the elevator. Then he went to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, can you help me check if Lang Rushui is checking in here?" "I'm sorry sir, we have rules against revealing information about other guests." The lady at the front desk smiled back politely. "Lily, You go and get busy first. I'll take care of it here. The lobby manager directly drove away the receptionist, then asked with a smile, Mr. Lin, if you must check, I can help you out. Lin Song looked at the lobby manager's hot eyes and smiled. If it's not particularly troublesome, please check for me. Alright, Mr. Lin has to remember me for this favor yo. The lobby manager smiled sweetly and lowered her head to operate on the computer. They're staying in room 812. The name registered by the person who opened the room is Lung Ningfeng, and the one who stayed in with her is called Leng Rushue. The lobby manager was busy for a while and looked up and smiled. Okay, thanks. Lin Song's head was filled with question marks. Lang Ningxuang, Lang Rushue, what was their relationship, and why did they come here together? AI. Mr. Lin, I'll send you upstairs. The lobby manager chased after him in a jog. Not long after Lin Song returned to his room, Xiao Xue Man came over with the bone-setting medicinal wine to treat Lin Song's injuries. The whole process was somewhat fragrant and ambiguous, making Lin Song's mouth dry. Fortunately, in the end, Xiao Xue Man did not have any excessive behavior, making Lin Song a little lost again, but also a sigh of relief. Early the next morning, Situ Kong Kong came to the door. Lin Song took everyone to eat breakfast, then directly called a car and went straight to the town of Karsai, which is the lair of the Coyote Gang. Sure, Xiao Yuan didn't follow at all because his bitter persuasion of Lin Song was fruitless. More than an hour's drive quickly passed. The driver was kind enough to repeatedly remind Lin Song and the others that if they were just going to buy Jade, they should try not to get into trouble, and that the bosses here were very powerful, so don't get into trouble. Lin Song clearly felt that the driver obviously knew the bottom line of the Coyote Gang. As a result, no matter how much he asked, he didn't dare to mention the 3 words of the Coyote Gang. So it was evident that he was as jealous of the Coyote Gang as he was of the Coyote Gang. At a low building complex outside the town of Kulsa, Lin Song's several people got out of the car. The driver turned around and left, as if he was afraid that if he stayed for one more moment, there would be danger. Hey, what are you guys doing? The guard at the gate had a stiff attitude. We're here to buy Hokkien jade seeds. Xiao Xue Man returned as she stepped forward. You guys don't have an introducer? Finding the door on your own? Hurry up and leave. No business today. The guards looked Lin Song's people up and down with a puzzled face, and then began to drive them away. Seeing this, Lin Song said impatiently, You're right, I'm the one who came to the door, just looking for the head of your wolf cubs. Bareti, looking for death? You dare to call Master Song Wolf by his name? The guards let out a furious shout, and 4 or 5 people immediately surrounded them. Slap, only to see a flash of silhouettes. A few guards have been slapped to the ground by Situ Kwankong, who has a strange figure, but it's just the head of a wolf cub. How come my young master can't be called? Who are you? You guys? The guards were stunned by Situ Kwankong's stance, covering their red and swollen cheeks. They asked with fear. We're people who came to seek revenge. Go tell your pale dog Bardi to roll out. Lin Song said indifferently. A few guards heard this, turned around and ran not more than a few steps before crying out miserably. Come on people, there are enemies killing the door. Seeing this, Xiao Xue Man pulled Lin Song with some worry and said, Song, are we not too contemptuous of each other like this? What if they have guns? Before Lin Song could say anything, Situ Kong Kong laughed. Hey, don't worry, a few wolf cubs are just a few. There is Master Eagle Me. A few clay guns can't hurt anyone. After Situ Kong Kong finished his words, he walked towards the courtyard with big strides. Although he said it easily, Xiao Xue Man was still a little scared, tightly pulling Lin Song to walk very slowly. Lin Song's trio followed the guards and walked into the backyard, suddenly realizing that Xiao Yuqi was actually there, and a strangely ugly-looking man was accompanying Xiao Yuqi to look at the jade. A few guards were beside the oddly ugly man, pointing at Lin Song and reporting something. Chapter 86. Fire Scramble Armed Fight. Ha ha, you guys actually dare to find your way here? That's really great. Xiao Yuqi revealed an excited expression when he saw Lin Song's trio and turned his head to the ugly man. Brother Wolf, yesterday you said that it's not good to get people killed outside. Can you deal with this kid today? I'll pay $5 million. The man known as Brother Wolf smiled at the words. His eyes just lit up. Sizing up Lin Song's 3 people, sneered and said, Xiao old brother is really broad-minded enough. I'll take this order. But, these people dare to come to the door. There must be something to rely on. Come to the people which, along with a drink shout, hula gushed out dozens of big men holding knives and sticks. There are even a few people in the hands of the end of the earth gun. Directly Lin Song 3 people to the group surrounded. He, Master Wolf, I never do anything I'm not sure of. Now it's good. How does old brother Xiao want to get it? Directly shoot them to death, or break their arms and legs first? Song Wolf laughed coldly, staring at Lin Song's several people, as if looking at lambs to be slaughtered. Ha ha, Brother Wolf, this kid has a grudge against me. Killing him with one shot is too cheap. It's not too late to torture him for 3 days and 3 nights before getting him killed. Xiao Yuqi was surprised that Lin Song's trio would come to his door, but as soon as he saw that the other party only had 3 people and no weapons in their hands, he immediately had evil thoughts. Lin Song swept a glance at the people around him, smiled faintly and said, Xiao Yuqi, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Since you think that this is a good place to kill people and get away with it, then, I'll fulfill you today. Ha ha ha, surname Lin, are you still dreaming? Look at how many people are behind you, and you're still making me whole? In a moment, if I don't make you kneel down and call your father, I'll take your surname. Xiao Yuqi looked as if he had heard the funniest joke ever. Seeing Xiao Yuqi laughing wildly, Lin Song laughed coldly in his heart and was about to let Situ Kongkong make his move when suddenly, a group of people rushed out from outside. More than a dozen people, almost everyone carried claymores. With a look of desperation, Song Wolf, you're too much of a bad thing. You actually dared to kidnap my son. If you don't hand over my son today, I'm going to take your life. A bald big man rushed over and shouted. Seeing this, Song Wolf hemmed and hawed and said, Husan Snake, you really dare to come. However, do you think that with your dozen or so broken guns you have the capital to fight with Master Wolf me? Come to people witch. Hula. At that moment, dozens of people once again surged out from the surrounding area, and together with the original dozens of people, they directly surrounded Husan Snake's group of people, and Lin Song's several people were in turn ignored. This scene caused Lin Song some pain in the balls. Small Master is the protagonist, okay? He was ignored? Really? Little Eagle, can you handle so many guns? Lin Song didn't expect the Coyote gang to actually have so many clay guns. His heart was a little nervous. Don't worry, Lin Master. You don't even need to make a move. I can handle it all. When to make a move you just command. Situ Kongkong replied confidently. Hearing this, Lin Song was relieved and looked at the two groups of people facing each other with interest. This kind of firefight drama usually can be rare to see, which, Kangwolf, you are also too much of a thing. I'm the Three Snakes gang has always been with you, even let out a lot of benefits to you. You actually kidnapped my son to blackmail me. You're still not a human being? Called who Three Snake people? Seems to be a little excited. After a pause and said, Today I come to the old man did not want to go back alive. A dozen guns or not beat you, but if you shoot together, I'm afraid that even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms will have to die this right? Snake, you're old. You've earned a lot of money over the years. If you do as I say, transfer the Jade mine to me, and then take your only son to retire. Isn't it better? Is it worth it to fight me to the death? Aren't you afraid that your family's lineage will be broken? Song Wolf smiled grimly, seemingly oblivious to the dozen or so black holes of gun muzzles aimed at him. I pooh. You shameless thing, do you call that a transfer? You call this open robbery. I'll pull you on my back even if I have to fight to the death today. Husan Snake was furious and red in the face. It seemed that he was really being pushed. Husan Snake's son was in the other party's hands, and he was planning to fight for his life. So it was obvious that Song Wolf didn't give others any leeway at all. Oh, Snake brother, this is planning to fish to death? Song Wolf sneered and added, Didn't you realize that the lax guard at my entrance today is deliberately allowing you to bring people to rush in? What? You did it on purpose? Husan Snake was shocked at his words and swept around to see the number of opponents, then sneered, So what if you deliberately lured me in? Anyway, today you're going to go down to the Yellow Springs with Lousy. Ha ha ha, where did you get the confidence? As Song Wolf laughed maniacally, suddenly sudden changes startled him. Snapping, a dozen of black shadows as fast as lightning flashed by, and Husan Snake's men all cried out in pain, having their clay spears knocked out of their hands by the stones. It was only until all the clay spears fell to the ground that the crowd could see that Song Wolf's side, a middle-aged man with a black face, withdrew his hand that was raised in mid-air. This time, do you still have the capital to fight for your life? Husan Snake. Ha 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 ha, Song Wolf laughed so wildly. How is this possible? Husan Snake was shocked to see a huge change. His face turned green, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. Chapter 87. Silverlight Willow Leaf Dart vs Flying Locust Stone. Husan Snake, if you are sensible, you should hurry up and sign the transfer contract of the Jade Mine, and then take your son and get the hell out of there. Otherwise, you'll all have to die. Song Wolf's eyes were incomparably sinister. Obviously today he was fully prepared, just waiting for the other party to jump into the trap. Song Wolf, you're too damn shady. After Husan Snake cursed hatefully, he couldn't even say the words he had just spelled out. Song Wolf had found a terrifying expert. What could he do to fight for his life? Not to mention that his own son was still in the hands of the other party. This was already a total loss. Ha ha, those who achieve great things don't stick to small things. Brother Snake, you are too old-fashioned. You talk about too many rules. You haven't made a pattern after decades of development. You have an empty mountain of treasures but you don't know how to utilize it. After I replace you, I will definitely carry it forward. and I will count it as a part of your glory. Sun Wolf was very proud, then ordered his men to say, "Go, invite Mr. Hu out. Then bring the contract, let Brother Snake sign it." Hu San Snake sniffed. His heart was clear, the signing in a while. I'm afraid that he would have to sign even if he didn't want to, and immediately his face was ashen. Little Eagle, can you handle that person? Lin Song was shocked to see the black-faced man's hand of flying locust stones. Seeing his technique of flying locust stones, it should be the path of the Yin Wind Valley. Although it will be a little bit troublesome, but he is not my opponent. Situ Kongkong's face also became grave. One did not expect that the other party's camp actually had hidden sect experts, although the other party was not his opponent, but there were still hundreds of fighters in the periphery. In a moment, it must be a quick battle. Lin Song saw that both sides seemed to have relaxed, knowing that the opportunity was rare. He immediately made a wink to Situ Kongkong. Situ empty hands gently shake. Immediately a piece of silver fell in the palm of the hand, and then the figure flashed out quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The silver manies flying. Miserable sounds, the wild wolf gang's group of henchmen, but wherever the hand holds the soil gun, all in a flash were silver willow tree-like darts, shot in the back of the hand. Soil gun have off the hand to the ground. This scene of shocking change, shocked everyone, sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the victorious Sun Wolf, but also almost put a pair of triangular eyes to stare round, knowing that the wild wolf gang's fighters with claymores were standing scattered, and even more so, there were 20 to 30 guns. And to be able to accurately shoot and injure these people in the space of a breath. How high must this person's kung fu be? Silver light willow leaf dart. You are the great thief Situ Kongkong. Suddenly, the black-faced man, with a shocked face, called out Situ Kongkong's identity. Situ Kongkong appeared in front of that Han with a flash. Yo, not simple witch, still no Master Eagle's name? Kid of Yin Fong Valley, sensible, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise Master Eagle doesn't mind even cleaning you up together. Whoosh, snap. Situ Empty Sky's black-faced man, almost simultaneously struck, only that the silver light willow leaf darts and flying locust stones didn't hit each other, but instead struck into the crowds on both sides respectively. Several miserable screams rang out. A few people who secretly prepared to pick up the clay gun suffered. All of them sprayed blood and fell to the ground, one by one, or the forehead was hit with a puff of blood column, or was shot by the silver willow tree in the vitals. All of them looked at the middle of the duo with a face of horror. Are these ING people still human? It was as if they had eyes behind their backs. In an instant, whether it was Hu San Snake's man or the wild wolf gang's crowd, they all exclaimed in shock and took several steps back, coincidentally moving away from where the clay gun was located, as if they were afraid of being injured by mistake. Suddenly, that black-faced man did not even greet, directly slapped to Situ Kongkong. In his thought, although he is not Situ Kongkong's opponent, but as long as he pestered the other party, in terms of numerical superiority, to take down the other party's friend to blackmail, or not a problem. Sun Wolf obviously also saw the key, directly commanded his men, to Lin Song surrounded the past. Hu San Snake saw the opportunity as not, even more initiative to bring his men to join the fray. Those two kung fu extremely high people have already sparred. This side finally dared to grab up the clay gun. Suddenly the sound of banging constantly rang. The scene is chaotic. However, at the battle group between Situ Kongkong and the black-faced man, there was a large piece of empty space, as if it was a forbidden area. In the eyes of ordinary people in the hidden sect, Situ Kongkong is famous for his lightness and silver willow leaf dart. As for kung fu, very few people mentioned, but the black-faced man more and more shocked is, Situ empty kung fu was obviously greatly out of their own expectations. A few strokes later, they will be pressed to death. In the absolute disadvantage, defeat is sooner or later. If Situ Kongkong hadn't been distracted by hitting the silver light willow leaf dart to attack the wild wolf gang members rushing towards Lin Song and the two of them, his own defeat would have been even faster. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from Lin Song's direction. Because of the protection of Situ Kongkong's long-range concealed weapons, the members of the Coyote gang didn't dare to rush close to Lin Song's duo, and suddenly, under the cover of the crowd, someone picked up a clay gun and fired a shot at Lin Song. The so-called clay gun is a homemade single-barrel shotgun, playing iron sand shotgun. Killing power is not particularly strong, but the killing area is not small. After only one shot, countless black bullet holes appeared on the wall behind Lin Song and his team, which was shocking to see. Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man even rolled aside, not knowing whether they were injured or not. Chapter 88. There's a surprise. Just as the chaotic battle in the courtyard started, Lin Song pulled Xiao Xue Man back to the wall. Although there were quite a few members of the Coyote gang who rushed towards him, before they could reach him, they were injured by the silver light willow leaf darts that flew in a diagonal direction. Scaring the gang, they all retreated. Just as Lin Song watched from afar as the two hidden sect masters went at it, Xiao Xue Man let out a cry of alarm and pushed herself forward, soaring out of the way. With a bang, the clay gun rang out, a large amount of iron gun sand, knocking the wall to the ground. Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man's figure narrowly avoided this fatal shot, rolled to the side. Situ Empty Sky, surprised to see the scene, immediately anxious, although it is not clear why. Obviously Kung Fu Deep Lin Master why do not take action, but he must go to save each other, because their own life-saving medicine. Lin Master has not yet given the preparation it. The man who is the best in the world will be the best in the world. When Situ Kong stared at that gun-wielding kid and directly shot a dart, only to be blocked in midair by the black-faced man's flying locust stone. Lin Song was in danger. Situ Kong flew to try to save him, but as a result, just as his body flew out, the black-faced man slapped his palm towards his back, Cloud Eagle 13 styles. Suddenly, Situ Kong let out a loud shout, and in the black-faced man's horrified eyes, the body that was supposed to descend, suddenly made a bizarre turn in the air, as if his feet were stepping on clouds. The black-faced man's palm has been old, and the body to the mid-air, cannot change the move, can only watch Situ empty space in mid-air turn back sharply. A palm shot in their side help. The first time I saw him in the middle of the night. The black-faced man's body instantly flew out sideways, a mouthful of blood sprayed in mid-air, as if a kite with broken strings, falling down. Lin Song and Xiao Xue Man hugged each other and tumbled out on the ground for a long distance before climbing up. Ah! Hiss! Xiao Xue Man suddenly shrieked and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. At her shoulder, it was already stained red with blood, obviously hit by the gun sand. Lin Song saw a group of people rushing over with knives and sticks, and hurriedly pulled Xiao Xue Man forward to escape. This time, when he came to the Coyote gang to seek revenge, it seemed that he had taken it for granted too much, and he felt guilty for dragging Xiao Xue Man to be injured for himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, silver light flew and flashed. A large swathe of pursuing Wild Wolf gang members fell down injured. Situ Kong's figure chased after him and rushed into the crowd. His palms flew together, and in a few strokes, he sent this group of people flying in all directions and dispersed. Master Lin, you're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. Hurry up and clean them up in case of accidents. At this moment, Lin Song's heart also rose with nervousness. Fortunately, that expert who could fight against Situ Kong had already lost. Otherwise his situation would be even more menacing. Situ Empty Air promised a sound. Flying body again flashed out, as if the eagle into the flock of chickens in general. Every time over the place, the Wild Wolf gang members, is screaming down a large area. In a few minutes, all the members of the Wild Wolf gang were injured and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. The only members of the Wild Wolf gang who could stand were Song Wolf, and Xiao Yuqi, who was shivering beside him. Song Wolf cub, now little master also want to talk some business with you. I won't let you suffer. Your Hutian Jade seed material half price, sell me $50 million of goods. Lin Song walked over and said. Just now Lin Song checked Xiao Xue Man's injuries, found just a little bruise, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Simply help her to deal with a bit, then come over to find Song Wolf. This goods talk business. The purpose of today's visit is to buy Jade for Xiao Xue Man, and the revenge is also reported. Of course, cannot go back empty-handed. Ah, half price? Song Wolf was first stunned, then with a surprised expression, he shouted, good, big brother, I'll give you $50 million of Jade for nothing. Lin Song looked at Song Wolf, whose entire face was squeezed into a ball of smiles, and felt disgusted, and just when he wanted to say something, he heard a voice from behind him. This brother, thank you for saving my Three Snakes gang's life. I wonder, can Song Wolf be handed over to me to deal with? Suddenly, Husan Snake walked over with a group of his men, just now in the middle of the chaotic battle. The 10 or so men that Husan Snake brought with him, all of them were elites. Although everyone was injured, they still managed to save their own son, and in their hearts, they were grateful to Lin Song. If it wasn't for the help of the experts that Lin Song had brought with him today, the entire Three Serpents gang would have to be left to die here. Leave it to you? Lin Song turned his head with a puzzled face and asked. It's Mr. who has taken the liberty. However, listen to my explanation. In today's battle, brother, you and the Wild Wolf gang have also formed a mortal enemy, so why don't you let me, Three Snakes gang, incorporate the Wild Wolf gang, and it will also be considered to have understood an enemy for you, who Three Snakes explained with a smile. Lin Song sniffed and stared deeply straight at Husan Snake and did not reply. Don't misunderstand this, brother. My father didn't say the whole meaning. Since you need to buy Jade materials, I think you are a big boss in the Jade business. If we incorporate the Coyote gang, in the future, we will definitely provide you with raw Jade materials at a low price. This is a long-term business. A skinny one smiled kindly at Lin Song and added, moreover, today you have saved my life as well as our Three Snakes gang. Three Snakes gang, am willing to take out half of the profits from my business in the future to repay your kindness. Big brother, my wild wolf gang is willing to take out all of their savings. I only beg you to spare my life. Don't ever hand me over to them. Song Wolf's face turned green, as if he had lost his life. He choked with grief and prayed to Lin Song. Chapter 89. A Good Harvest. Lin Song looked at Song Wolf's face, which was wrinkled into a shaggy dog-like face, and sneered in his heart. What the Three Serpents gang said is true, and they will fulfill their promises in the future. Ding dong, host's statement. 100% correct. Hearing the system confirm, Lin Song's heart has decided. Although human nature is difficult to measure, but once you ask the system to know, it is still very bullish. Cough. Alright, I believe in you. This pale dog will be left to you guys. My name is Lin Song. Lin Song spoke, stretching out his hand with a smile on his face. Little brother, Hu Hanwei. This is my father Hu Sanja, mixed name Hu San Snake. Please take care of my brother in the future. Hu Hanwei was obviously shrewd and strong. His speech was sincere and comforting. However, Lin Song also knew that the care in his words, I'm afraid that a large part of it was said for the sake of Situ empty kung fu. Song Wolf, when he saw the two of them embracing affectionately, he directly went limp, and after having a gun pointed at his head, the persona of a generation of lords completely collapsed. Yo, isn't this Prince Xiao Yuqi? I heard that you're going to torture me for 3 days and 3 nights? When Lin Song saw the Three Snakes gang's people taking Song Wolf away, he looked at Xiao Yuqi who was shivering all over. As for how the Three Snakes gang dealt with the pale dog, Lin Song wasn't interested in knowing. Puff. Brother Lin. Master Lin. Father Lin. I'm having for brains. I had a brain fart. I'm sorry. Xiao Yuqi cursed and pumped the corner of his big mouth. The strength was like having a grudge against himself, left and right, and within a few moments, he fanned out blood. Song, please spare his life. He is also my father's son no matter what. Seeing this, Xiao Xue Man was a bit intolerant and walked over to Lin Song, begging in a small voice. Lin Song shook Xiao Xue Man's small hand and gently nodded. If Xiao Xue Man didn't say this, Lin Song wouldn't kill Xiao Yuqi. Although Xiao Yuqi had just had murderous intentions towards himself, but for Lin Song to take the initiative to kill someone, he couldn't accept it for a moment. Xiaoing, can you waste him down there without leaving any trauma? Lin Song walked alone to Situ Kongkong's side and asked in a low voice. No problem. Situ Kongkong sniffed and a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Situ Kongkong kicked Xiao Yuqi in the small of his back, directly sending him skidding backward for a long distance, nestling on the ground and gnawing on the mud. Still not quick to roll. Don't dirty young master's eyes here. Oh, thank you. Xiao Yuqi bowed repeatedly, climbed up and fled out playfully. The Three Serpents gang moved quickly, and it didn't take long for dozens of brothers to be mobilized to clean up the battlefield and collect the members of the Wild Wolf gang. It didn't take long for Hu Hanwei to take a ledger and come into the room where Lin Song was resting. Brother Song, here are all the assets of the Wild Wolf gang. Please take a look. Lin Song took the ledger and flipped through it for a while, realizing that all that was recorded on it was the fixed information of several jade mines and Tianji Jades of the Wild Wolf gang, also known as the Song Wolf. He couldn't help but raise his head and ask, is this all there is? Brother Pine, Wolf Tsong is profligate and has only $30 million in savings. I took it upon myself to leave it all to him and drove him abroad to retire. If Brother Pine feels that there is anything wrong, you can just command. Hu Hanwei cupped his fists and bowed his head in a respectful manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Song's heart was secretly nodding. This Hu Hanwei was really a talent, dealing with things without being desperate, leaving a line for people, with chapters and degrees, a person who did great things. Hanwei, if I give all these fixed assets of the Wild Wolf gang to you to take care of, do you have the confidence to make the business bigger? Brother Pine, I can't thank you enough for trusting my little brother so much. The Wild Wolf gang has a very large amount of existing jade materials. If they can be sold out as soon as possible, there will be hundreds of millions of liquidity. And if this money is gotten to develop a new source of minerals, the future outlook is bound to be considerable. Hu Hanwei paused briefly, and then said, although the reserves of seed material are scarce, the mountain material on the mountain and the material in the mountain stream is extremely abundant, although the value is relatively lower, but the stock is very large. If we can overcome the difficulties of transporting jade material from the deep mountains, the future sustainability will definitely grow bigger and bigger. Well, your idea is very good. Let go and do it. Lin Song was very satisfied with Hu Hanwei's ability. But, Brother Song, you will give such a large batch of fixed assets to my little brother to take care of. I think that if the profits are divided, you have to take at least another 20% more to be reasonable. Hu Hanwei said sincerely. Just now you do not say a person half well. According to this distribution ratio to share, and, do not be too difficult for the original Wild Wolf gang members. Most of them are also ordinary people. also for the sake of subsistence, to double their wages, so that they feel at ease to follow you to work. As far as possible, do not go out to cause trouble on the good. Lin Song thought about it and instructed. Brother Song is benevolent, great kindness. I will do my best to make our business red hot. Hu Hanwei was a little emotional. This escape from death is already lucky enough. Actually can also be blessed by the disaster. Really happy out of the blue. Brother Hanwei, Tu Hui of the Wild Wolf Gang has disappeared. Suddenly, one of Three Snakes Gang's men rushed out and reported. Who is Tu Hui? Lin Song asked suspiciously. Brother Song doesn't know. Tu Hui is that expert from the Wild Wolf Gang. He's a potential threat. Just now I specifically instructed him, but as a result, I still let him get away. Hu Hanwei's face was written with worry. Chapter 90. The Two Elders of the Underworld. That martial arts expert actually ran away? Lin Song's heart was also tightened when he heard this, and he couldn't help but look at Situ Kong Kong. Master Lin doesn't have to worry too much. Just now I hit him with a palm. His injuries won't heal without a year and a half of work. Situ Kong Kong confidently said back. Lin Song nodded, then instructed. Forget it, don't worry about this beforehand. Han Wei, you go ahead and prepare $50 million of well-behaved jade. Load the car right away, and let me know when it's done. Yes, Brother Song, Hu Hanwei promised and retreated out, but there was still a hint of worry hidden between his eyebrows. Thinking about it, an expert of Tu Hui's level, if he really seeks revenge on his doorstep, I'm afraid that the entire Three Serpents gang wouldn't be enough for him to kill alone, so it's hard not to be worried. It was close to noon. Hu Three Snakes and Hu Hanwei personally rushed over with a contract that stated all the assets of the jade mines as well as the current jade reserves. The information on the contract is all true. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Getting confirmation from the system, Lin Song directly flipped down the page where the contract was signed and raised his pen to write down his big name. Brother Song, don't you even look at the contract? Hu Hanwei asked in shock. After signing, Lin Song threw the pen away and laughed. Since I trust you, I will unconditionally believe in everything you do. I recognize you as a person, so I believe in you. Hu Hanwei listened to the words, moved eyes red, pulling the old man with Lin Song again and again to show loyalty, but let Lin Song heart secretly happy. After the system confirmed things, small master still need to see? Cough. Lunch is ready. Husan Snake father and son personally sit with. That warm and close to the energy. Do not mention. A drink down. A few people's relationship is much more intimate. Lin Song also learned from Hu Hanwei's mouth about the feud between Three Snakes and Coyote Gang. It turned out that the lair of the Three Snakes Gang was in the town of Kashgar, which was tens of kilometers away, and was also backed by the Kunlun Mountains, making a living from jade raw materials, and similarly providing the city of Hotan with jade raw materials. Only, Husan Snake's ability is limited. The business development is very general, gradually by the newly emerged Wild Wolf Gang to overtake. But Hu Hanwei, who had completed his studies and returned home with outstanding ability, made the business of the Three Snakes Gang have a great improvement, and gradually formed a threat to the Coyote Gang, and Kang Wolf slowly developed a bad intention. First of all, Hu Hanwei to the kidnapping, and then let the Three Snakes Gang all the jade sold to them at a low price, and then forced Hu Three Snakes to transfer the jade mine, a few times 3 times forced pressure, finally let Hu Three Snakes chose to die with the road. After listening to the whole story, Lin Song couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Coyote Gang had hundreds of millions of jade materials. It turned out that half of it actually belonged to the Three Snakes Gang, because the matter of the two gangs has not yet come to a final result, so the Coyote Gang does not sell jade for the time being, which also led to the shortage of jade in Hotan City, which also led to Lin Song's trip to the Coyote Gang this time. Although under the coincidence, Lin Song saved the Three Snakes Gang, but if you want to have a long-term development in the future, Lin Song concessions are also due action. The favor will slowly fade away, but the interests are eternal. After lunch, the jade material prepared for Xiao Xue Man also finished loading. Lin Song let Xiao Xue Man personally press the car back to Hatian City, while he brought Situ Kong Kong to stay. The Three Serpents Gang was integrating their manpower, and Tu Hui was nowhere to be seen, so if Situ Kong Kong didn't stay behind, Hu Hanwei didn't have a clue in his heart. In the end, Lin Song reluctantly promised Hu Hanwei to stay here a little longer. Helplessness to helplessness. However, when Hu Hanwei summoned a group of former Wild Wolf Gang members, announced on the spot that he would not take the blame, and also said that Lin Song's new boss promised to double their wages. Hundreds of people cheered and thanked, or let Lin Song from the bottom of his heart to feel very comfortable. Looking at a pair of excited eyes, Lin Song stood on the high platform, reached out and suppressed the cheers of the crowd, ready to say something to boost everyone's morale, but just didn't know where to start for a while. Suddenly, the roar of a car motor sounded outside the courtyard door, only to see an off-road vehicle directly breaking through the door. The car stopped. From above came down 3 people. One of them was the disappeared coyote gang expert Tu Hui. Behind him stood two old men with long beards. The appearance of the two was very similar, and the beards were one all black and one all white, which was very peculiar. Although there were only three of them, there was a bit of a raging feeling. Second senior. He is the great thief Situ Kwankong. Tu Hui was obviously not yet recovered from his serious injuries, hunched over, pointing from afar at Situ Kwankong on the high platform. Standing behind Lin Song, his eyes filled with hatred, the two old men listened to look at each other. Both rise up and fly straight to the high platform and go. Tens of meters of distance, the two actually fly through the air. Signal this hand of lightness, scared silly countless people. Situ boy, do you remember the wind beads of Feng Valley? The black-bearded old man directly stared at Situ Kongkong and asked, the Een and Underworld two elders. Situ Kongkong immediately exclaimed in shock when he saw the silhouettes of the two. Humph, little hairy thief, you stole my Feng Valley's heavy treasure, causing my brothers to chase you for half of China. Today, I would like to see, how else can you escape? The black-bearded old man drank coldly. Lin Song was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. The two elders of Inha Valley. Just hearing the name is powerful enough. Or Situ Kongkong's enemies came to his door. This time it's dangerous. Chapter 91, Kill him. Situ Kongkong was shocked to see the two elders of the underworld showing up, and was gazing at his guard, thinking about how to escape, when unexpectedly, Tu Hui from the stage called out, Second elder, Situ Kongkong's lightness is excellent. That kid beside him is his friend. If he dares to run, let's capture that kid first. As soon as he heard these words, Lin Song immediately cursed in his heart. This bastard Tu Hui was really hateful. If he hadn't pointed out his relationship with Situ Kongkong, as long as Situ Kongkong escaped, that two elders of the underworld chased him out, there would be nothing left for him. As a result, when Lin Song took a look at the eyes of the two elders of the underworld looking at him, a chill ran through his heart and he couldn't help but take several steps back. Humph, little hairy thief. The old man knows that you hold yourself to be good at lightness, but today you seem to have some consideration. As the white-bearded old man spoke, he directly grabbed at Lin Song with a hand. Bang! Situ Kongkong was forced to fight the white-bearded old man with a palm in midair. As a result, Situ Kongkong only felt an extremely strong cold air coming along the palm of his hand, so cold that it made people shiver. And then when he looked at the white-bearded old man's palm of his hand, he didn't know when, but it had already turned into a crystal white color, as if it was hung with a layer of frosty ice palm. Despicable. You are trying to sneak attack me with this palm. Situ Kongkong cursed hatefully. Ha ha ha, you were hit by the old man's cold ice palm. At this time has long been cold into the body. 10% of the internal force to make not 50%. I see how you can still escape today? White-bearded old man, stroking his beard long laugh. It seems that all calculations are realized. The other party has been winged difficult to fly. Humph, district cold chi is just. Your self-esteem is also too high, right? Situ empty air heatedly smiled, sank his voice and drank, Cloud Eagle 13 style, was sound, only to see Situ Kongkong pushing one palm forward in the air. A white mist visible to the naked eye instantly erupted out of his palm, shocking people. What? This is impossible, the white-bearded old man shouted in astonishment, simply not believing that Situ Kongkong had the ability to instantly dispel the cold air. Even his twin brother, the black-bearded old man, stared up in shock. It should be known that the two old men of the He were the top experts of the Wind Valley, being twin brothers, and their combined strikes were even more extraordinary. The younger brother was famous for his wind palm, and the elder brother was famous for his cold ice palm, one poisonous and one cold. No matter which palm one was hit by, it would be very difficult to force out the poisonous and cold aura for a short period of time, and it would cause the opponent's power to be greatly reduced. Therefore, when they saw Situ Kongkong, a person whose power was obviously lower than their own brothers, forcing out the cold palm's chi almost instantly, it instantly shocked the two brothers. The white frosty cold air mass jetted in, and the two elders of the underworld did not take it seriously, intending to wave their hands to disperse the cold air mass. Even a Situ Kongkong could force out the frosty palm's cold aura. So what? With the two brothers joining hands, it would still be easy to take him down. Suddenly, a streak of black light instantly shot out from the white cold air mass, startling the two and underworld elders to sidestep and dodge. Bang! A thick smoke exploded in the air, instantly covering a range of 2 to 3 meters. The two elders of the underworld knew that they had been fooled, flew out of the smoke, only to find that the Situ Kongkong actually pulled up the kid beside him, and had long since scurried out dozens of meters away. Only a breath of time, Situ Kongkong will be able to fly out dozens of meters away. Visible, his light power is very good. Moreover, he also took an ordinary person to fly together. And the bad thing was that Situ Kongkong was carrying a person with him. although his likeness was top-notch, but the two elders of the Yin underworld were also top-notch masters. Their likeness wasn't far from him, and at this time, he was carrying a person with him, so how could he possibly escape the pursuit of the two elders? Little hairy thief, rest away! The two elders of Yin and underworld shouted, and they all flew out to chase after him. Flying several miles away, Situ Kong Kong and Lin Song were caught up by the two elders of the underworld, blocking the two of them on top of the mountain road one after the other. Situ Kong Kong, you can't run away. I advise you to hurry up and hand over the wind-stabilizing pearl. I will definitely spare you from death. The black-bearded old man droned in a deep voice. Bah! What virtues of Yin Feng Valley? Master Eagle, I know very well. As long as it falls into your hands, I'm afraid that you can only beg for life and death. Situ Kong Kong clasped the silver willow leaf dart in his hand, pondering the situation in front of him. Then the old man will not be polite and capture you first. The black-bearded old man was about to make his move as he spoke. Wait! Situ Kong Kong blinked his eyes and said, actually, that broken bead came into my hands and I didn't study it. It's not impossible to return it to you guys, but the bead isn't on me right now, so please bother the two of you to go with me to get it? Where is the wind-fixing bead? The white-bearded old man asked. It's in Xuanan, in one of my secret chambers. It's a long way. Why don't the three of us hurry up and catch up? Situ Kong Kong smiled back. Xuanan? Do you want us to run in Xuanan from here? But, your proposal we shall accept. I will immediately call a car to come. Call this friend of yours together, and we will drive over. The white-bearded old man said after thinking for a while. Still have to bring him. How troublesome. Why don't just the three of us go? Situ Kong Kong thought for a moment. No, either bring your friend or let the old man point two acupoints on you. Your choice, the white-bearded old man said. Alas, it's really troublesome. Why don't you guys kill him? Situ Kong Kong suddenly pushed Lin Song and called out. Chapter 92, Old Man Tianji, killed Lin Song? The two old men of Yin and Underworld were both stunned when they heard this. Wasn't this kid a friend who cared a lot? How come he suddenly had to kill it? Whoosh! Just as the moment when the two old men of the Yin and the Underworld looked at each other in confusion, Situ Kong Kong flicked his wrist, and a flash of silver light shot out. The black-bearded old man was close by. This silver light willow leaf dart was hitting him. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the black-bearded old man could only twist his face in a hurry to avoid it, and as a result, he was cut by the willow leaf dart on his face. You seek death. The black-bearded old man was furious, waving his palm in the air and slapping it. The palm was already covered with black gas. It was horrifying. Situ Kong Kong could not dare to fight against his palm power again, hurriedly pulling up Lin Song to hide backward, but the white-bearded old man behind him is also a palm slap. Helpless, Situ Kong Kong hit 3 silver darts, straight to the white-bearded old man and go. Ding ding ding. That white-bearded old man's palm was like solid ice, and with an easy left and right slap, it sent Situ Kong's willow leaf darts flying out. In desperation, Situ Kong Kong could only slap at the white-bearded old man's snow-white palm again. However, Lin Song was enveloped by the black air-covered palm behind him, and the situation was very dangerous. Whoosh! Bang! In a diagonal, a stone suddenly flew like lightning, shot in the black gas palm on the blast shattered, but also knocked the white-bearded old man back 2 steps. What person? The black-bearded old man shouted with a face full of shock. Although the white-bearded old man had the upper hand with his palm, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of a potential enemy in the shadows, and could only withdraw his hand and stand vigilantly by his brother's side. The 2 young brothers of the Yin Wind Valley. Today, give me face and spare this young brother. Will you? An old voice from far and near, only to see a gray figure from the hillside as if strolling. His silhouette seems to be slow and fast. The words did not fall. The person has already come to the front of the crowd between a few steps. What are you? You? The black-bearded old man had personally experienced the power of a stone just now, and was very scornful of the gray-clothed old man in front of him. What am I? You don't need to know. I have had a chance with Yin Valley, Master of Yin Wind Valley. I don't want to make things difficult for you today. All of you back off, the gray-clothed old man said indifferently. As soon as Lin Song saw the visitor, he rounded his eyes in shock and subconsciously exclaimed, Elder Feng? This gray-robed elder was no one else. It was the Elder Wind who had almost killed Lin Song with his chi that day. The gray-clothed old man twisted his head to look at Lin Song and nodded with a smile, seemingly kind. Where did you come from, old piker? So what if you know our Yin Valley master? Blowing smoke here. I'd like to ask if your excellency is really a martial artist. Eat my palm. The black-bearded old man shouted, flew into the air and slapped his palm, only to see that the black gas on his palm was already as black as ink. Obviously he had already utilized his full strength. The white-bearded old man was even more brotherly, pouncing in the air from the other direction. On top of his snow-white palms, there were already some signs of Jade, obviously also feeling the old man's pressure, intending to fight for his life. 2 young brothers, why are you guys so bitter? The gray-clothed old man raised his head once. Seeing the two of them pouncing aggressively, he smiled faintly and stretched out his palms to the left and right. Bang! A powerful wave of air exploded, like a gale blowing in all directions. Lin Song, if not by situ empty pull, I'm afraid that the whole person must be blown away. Visible real masters sparring is how appalling scene. In darkness, two old men hanging in the air above the gray-clothed old man's head, seems to have gained the advantage by the pressure of the top. However, the gray-clothed old man's face does not change color. Above the arms there seems to be an invisible wave of air surging up. Suddenly, the faces of the two In and underworld elders changed drastically, only to see that the black-bearded elders' original black as ink palms were actually invaded by a wave of white chi, while the white-bearded elders' snow-white as jade palms were similarly drenched by a thick ink-like color. Bucket turning star? Your old man Tianji, the brothers exclaimed in shock almost simultaneously. Bang! Wow! Just as the two In and underworld elders lost their concentration, the gray-clothed old man's palms fiercely pushed upwards, and the two of them were shaken by the palm force and flew out backwards, blood spraying in the air like a kite with broken strings. Withdraw! As soon as the two elders of the underworld landed on the ground, it was not known which of the two brothers shouted out, and they all turned their heads and ran away, disappearing at the mountain bag in a matter of breaths. Former, senior, you are Tianji old man? Situ empty by gray-clothed old man's divine power scared straight lip trembling. Elder Feng, the kid thanks you for saving his life. Lin Song was also almost stunned. He had obviously greatly underestimated Elder Feng's martial arts. Never thought that he would be so bullish. Let's not talk about this first. Let's find a place to rest first. Elder Tianji finished his words and directly turned around and flew in the direction of the mountain. Situ Kong didn't dare to be slow, picked up Lin Song and chased after him. In the middle of a small cabin in the mountains, the three of them stopped in their tracks. Kid, the reason I saved you is because there is something I want to verify. Elder Tianji spoke, pulling out a palm-sized metal plaque from his pocket, engraved with two Chinese characters in seal script, Tianji. Here, drop a drop of essence blood on this. In the face of old man Tianji's unquestioning tone, Lin Song's heart tensed up again, and under pressure, he could only bite his finger and squeeze out a drop of blood onto that metal plate. Chapter 93, The Chosen Lord. There was a buzz. As blood dripped on top of that metal plate, a ball of light red light exploded, appearing bizarre. Lin Song instantly rounded his eyes in horror, only to see that on top of that dark, inconspicuous metal plate, many thin light red lines actually appeared, as if they were holograms, with so many words flashing inside. As the eyes gazed, they realized that it was actually a bunch of seal scripts. Ding dong, please ask the host whether or not to receive the information in the order of heavenly chance. Receive, Lin Song replied without hesitation. Ding dong, the information is being received. It will consume 10 times of verification energy. Please wait for the host. With a buzzing sound, Lin Song only felt a bunch of light red light in front of his eyes coming straight to his brow, followed by a burst of dizziness in his head, and within a few seconds after that, he was back to normal. And at that moment, in front of Lin Song's eyes, rows and rows of light red characters appeared. Bucket turning star shifting divine skill. Lin Song muttered, ha ha ha, it's really you. The heavens have eyes. Elder Tianji shouted with some emotion. Elder Feng, what's going on here? Lin Song was shocked to see such a sci-fi image and was filled with a sense of confusion. This sounds senior. Cannot dare to be. Old slave bitter search for 50 years. Really heaven has eyes. The pavilion master blessing The old man Tianji cupped his fists and knelt down on one knee, and drank in a deep voice. Old slave Feng Woji see young pavilion master. Some days ago, the old slave disrespected the young pavilion master a lot. I hope the young pavilion master will punish him. In an instant, Lin Song's entire body was dumbfounded, hurriedly stepping forward to help up Elder Tianji, and asked suspiciously, what the hell is going on here? How did I even become a young pavilion master? Young pavilion master does not know. The token you just dripped blood is called Tianji order. Only the power of the bloodline of the pavilion master's lineage can be stimulated, and you actually saw the bucket shift divine skill in it. You are the person selected by the Tianji order in the old pavilion master's direct lineage, and you are the Tianji pavilion's young pavilion master. Elder Tianji explained. Couldn't you guys see the words inside just now? Lin Song spoke and handed the token in his hand back to old man Tianji. Ha ha ha, the Tianji order is divine and godly. Unless one with an inspired bloodline can see the mysteries within, even if others who also have a bloodline can at most see a ball of red light. Tianji old man mentioned Tianji order, some with a sense of honor, a stroke of long beard, and said, since the young pavilion master to get the recognition of the Tianji order, then this Tianji order by the young pavilion master to receive good is. Once the order of heavenly opportunity comes out, all the 4 directions are submissive. The thunder accompanies the left and right. Who does not serve all of them? Is this This the Tianji order that made countless hidden sects go crazy? Situ Kong Kong trembled in shock, his eyes staring at the token in Lin Song's hand. Seeing this, Elder Tianji's eyes turned cold. What? Do you also dare to covet the Tianji order? Situ Kong Kong was Tianji old man glaring through the body chills, flopping, kneeling down in front of Lin Song. Kid Situ Kong Kong Mon Lin Master not abandoned, accepted as a disciple. Today learned that Lin Master is the identity of Tianji Pavilion Young Pavilion Master, the kid with the honor. In the future, fixed to break his body in order to repay the teacher's grace. If there is any bad thoughts, will be called the heavens struck by the 5 thunderbolts, shall not be allowed to die well. Young Pavilion Master, he is your disciple? Elder Tianji looked at Lin Song with a confused face when he saw this. Situ Kong Kong has been famous for a long time. If he is Lin Song's disciple, then Lin Song shouldn't not know martial arts. This is a bit of a coincidence to say the least. In fact, I just taught him a set of healing heart techniques, and he recognized me as his master. Lin Song explained helplessly. What kind of heart techniques? Situ, you tell me. Elder Tianji seemed a little anxious as he asked. Situ Kong Kong nodded his head in agreement at his words, and then activated the Cloud Eagle 13 styles, explaining it as he practiced it. It was originally something he learned from others in Tianji Pavilion, so there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Cloud Eagle 13 style? After reading it, the old man Tianji frowned in contemplation. This set of heart method is a top-grade technique of the earth rank. It is not at all a technique of any hidden sect. Young Pavilion Master, how did you get it? Lin Song was directly dumbfounded. He couldn't say that he told people that it was recommended by the system, right? Could it be that Young Pavilion Master is utilizing the Xian technique, and projected the heart technique? Elder Tianji asked again. When Lin Song heard this, he could only nod his head. I'm afraid this was the best explanation. Ha ha ha. The old man Tianji heard this and laughed out maniacally. The terrifying sound waves shook the cabin to dust, and the bastard didn't stop. As if he had won a $5 million lottery ticket and was as excited as if he had won a lottery ticket. The chosen lord! The chosen lord! Ah! The old man Tianji cried out tears as he smiled and laughed, giving Lin Song the feeling that this old man seemed like he was in bad spirits. Cough! Young Pavilion Master is untutored, actually able to have a self-epiphany of the heavenly opportunity measurement. Truly the chosen lord. Ha ha, my Tianji Pavilion's revival is expected. Revival is expected. Ah! The old man Tianji was a bit scary in his excitement, causing Lin Song and the two of them to not dare to answer. It took a good half day for the old man to calm down. Grandpa Feng, what was the Tianji test you just mentioned? When the old man calmed down, Lin Song was finally able to ask the question in his heart. Chapter 94, Yin Yang Sect Attacks. Lin Song's one sentence of Grandpa Feng seemed to call Feng Wuji's old mind, huffed and explained. The reason why Tianji Pavilion can stand at the peak of the hidden sect for hundreds of years. One for the bucket-turning divine skill, and secondly, and also the most important point, is that Tianji Pavilion possesses the Tianji measurement, which can peep at the heavenly chances. Wind Wuji smiled proudly. Tianji measure is the existence of the Xianshu Emperor level. Ordinary Xianshu in front of it is not worth mentioning. Alas, but if you want to acquire the Tianji measure, it is also 1,000 times more difficult. Since the old Pavilion Master, none of his descendants can comprehend the Tianji measure, which is the main reason why the Tianji Pavilion has suddenly declined. Lin Song was still confused when he heard this. Tianji measurement should be a Xian art exclusive to Tianji Pavilion, but could he really be the descendant of some old Pavilion Master? His own parents were authentic farmers, not related to the hidden sect at all. Ah! Feng Wuji seemed to have seen Lin Song's doubts, smiled, and added, back then, after the fall of the Tianji Pavilion, the numerous descendants of the old Pavilion Master fled, and under the anonymity, it's only normal that the young Pavilion Master doesn't know about the hidden secrets. That day, when the young Pavilion Master used the heavenly chance measure on the old slave, I had my suspicions. It's just that the heavenly chance pavilion's heir who had a self-epiphany of the heavenly chance measure had never appeared before, which made it too unbelievable. So the old slave had been tracking beside the young Pavilion Master to confirm this matter over and over again. Hearing this, Lin Song was a bit dumbfounded. It turned out that this old man had been following beside himself. Could it be that night's ambiguous matter between himself and Xiao Xue Man had also been watched by this old man? Cough. Young Pavilion Master, there are 3 Xian Ling Dan in this jade bottle. I observe that young Pavilion Master seems to have not yet practiced martial arts. It just so happens that today, I have obtained the Battle of the Stars divine skill, and this Dan will be used for the young Pavilion Master to open up the meridian veins. Elder Tianji spoke and handed over a small jade bottle. Xian Ling Dan. Before Lin Song could say anything, Situ Kong Kong screamed with a sharp voice. This is a supreme elixir that allows one to break through the shackles of the Xian rank. Xian Ling Dan? Ran also. Elder Tianji flicked his long beard with a haughty, awesome face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No thanks to Tianji Pavilion. Actually using a spiritual medicine like Xianling Dan to build a foundation for someone to open up their meridians. It's too powerful. Situ Kongkong's face was filled with envy writ large. Elder Tianji let out a high and cold light hum. Little Situ, you are fortunate to be favored by the young pavilion master. Passing on your Cloud Eagle 13 styles, that's a top grade of the Earth rank. With this technique, it's only a matter of time before you want to break through to the Earth rank. Don't you know how to be grateful? Gratitude. Gratitude. I Situ Kongkong can be accepted as a disciple by the young pavilion master. It is my 3 lifetimes of good fortune. It is the light smoke coming out of my family's ancestral tomb. Situ Kongkong was only shocked at the preciousness of the Xianling Dan before he let out an exclamation. Once reminded by Elder Tianji, he also knew deep down that sooner or later, he would be a proper Earth-ranked expert, and was instantly happy. Lin Song, after Situ Kongkong's interruption, instantly became clear about the preciousness of the elixir in the jade bottle and hurriedly put it away carefully. Grandpa Feng, I just saw that the bucket-turning divine skill recorded in the Tianji order only has the first half. What's going on here? Where is the second half? The Tianji old man sniffed, his face solemn. Young pavilion master doesn't know. That second half of the divine skill is not good. Suddenly, Elder Tianji's face changed drastically as he grabbed Lin Song's shoulders and directly shot up into the sky, blasting away the roof of the wooden house with a single palm as his entire body shot out. Situ Kongkong's movements weren't slow either. Following closely behind, he also scurried up into the sky. Rumble! A streak of red aura shot through the window of the wooden house and exploded with a loud bang. A blazing fire exploded out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the wooden house in flames. Fiery fire thunderbolt? It's yin-yang sex people. Situ Kongkong was still in midair when he screamed out in shock, and when he raised his eyes to look, he saw that at some point on the opposite side, a group of people had already come. The leader of the other side is a red beard, red eyebrows, red hair, semi-bald man, at the top of the head in a large piece of hollow, as if the sand monk's hairstyle in general, very peculiar. Beside him were the 2 elders of the underworld who had returned, and there were even a few of his men who were not weak in kung fu standing behind him. Situ Kongkong, you damned hairy thief, stealing countless spiritual medicines from my medicine valley. Today, why don't you quickly suffer death? The red-haired big man stared at a pair of bull's eyes, and the moment he saw Situ Kongkong, a strong hatred was born in his eyes. Yang family brat, seeing the face of the old man, spare him this time, okay? Elder Tianji frowned and swept Situ Kongkong, the woe is me spirit, but his mouth begged for mercy. The red-haired big man raised his eyes to look at Tianji old man. His mouth coldly grunted, Feng Wuji, less in front of Lao Zi to set up a face. Yang Wanshan has long ago already set up his own door. You were just a slave in the beginning. What face do you want to ask for in Lao Zi? I don't eat you. Yang family brat, think back then. Your father didn't even dare to talk to me like this. Do you really think that I don't dare to exterminate you? Tianji old man's face sank like water, and he drank in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, exterminate me? You think beautifully, old me in order to break your bull asterisk 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 kung fu, specializing in more than 40 years. Today have to slap you to death. Eat old me a palm. Yang Wanshan had a fiery temper, screamed and cursed, flew and scurried out, as if it was a big fiery red bird. Chapter 95. 7 Extreme Scorching Sun Palm. Don't know death. Bucket turning star. Elder Tianji shouted angrily and clashed with Yang Wanshan's slapping palm in the air. Bang bang bang. Yang Wanshan seemed to have come prepared, and looked to be coming in strong, but the first palm slapped down as if it didn't have much power, causing Elder Tianji to freeze. Immediately afterward, Yang Wanshan slapped 6 palms in a row. One palm was as fast as the other, and one palm was as heavy as the other, causing old man Tianji to retreat back and forth. Tianji old man's feet under the hard mountain stone, step by step broken open. In the bucket turn star shift this kind of borrowing force to fight, in order to rebound the opponent's force in front of the divine power of fame. Tianji old man actually even hit backward again and again. Obviously Yang Wanshan's palm force has oddities. Bang! Elder Tianji's body was blasted backwards and flew away, only stopping when he hit a protruding boulder and bursted with a loud bang. What kind of palm technique is this? Blood spilled from the corners of the old man Tianji's mouth as he looked at Yang Wanshan with a shocked expression. It was obvious that he had just somewhat belittled this young family's brat. Ha 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 ha. Lousy, this is called 7 Extreme Scorching Yang Palm. Each palm has 7 weights of back force. One weight is as fierce as the other. Like the river and sea rushing continuously, your Do Shifter's Kung Fu can rebound 1 weight of force. Lousy will hit 770-49 weights of force. I'll see how you can still borrow the power to hit the force. Yang Wanshan injured Elder Tianji and seemed to be very excited. shouting strangely as he bullied his way forward once again. Humph, do you think that the bucket-turning star-shifting divine skill only has borrowed force to beat force? Ignorant. Nebula stroll. Tianji old man coldly snorted. His body suddenly appeared as a residual shadow. Every step he took brought up a string of residual shadows behind him. His speed was astonishingly fast. Bang bang. Yang Wanshan's palm technique was fierce, but it was obvious that he was inferior to Elder Tianji in terms of body technique. Each palm went down, hitting the mountains and rocks, but he could no longer touch the corners of Elder Tianji's clothes. Although the scene looks, Tianji old man seems like a cat playing with a mouse, but in fact, his heart is also secretly screaming bitter. Originally, his body's injuries have not healed, just by Yang Wanshan's 7 absolute scorching sun palm into the body of dozens of internal energy. At this time is trying to use internal energy to dissolve this kind of scorching internal energy. Profound kung fu for a moment, cannot come out at all, and his side was Yang Wanshan entangled. The young pavilion master side will be dangerous, although Tianji old man heart anxious, but for a time, also cannot help. Obviously, the situation on the field everyone analyzed. The second elder of the underworld and Yang Wanshan's group of men had already turned their heads and scurried towards the Lin Song duo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Situ Kong Kong threw out a piece of silver light, blocking the crowd from coming after them, grabbing Lin Song like an eagle, and swept down from the mountain. In darkness 2 elders alone, Situ Kong Kong was no match for them. This time, they added a few elite experts from Yin Yang sect, so what's the time to wait if you don't run? However, what made Situ Kong Kong despair was that the Inhei 2 elders had just been injured by the old man Tianji's slap. It seemed that it didn't have much effect at all. The speed of the chase wasn't slow at all, and it didn't take long to get blocked on the mountain road once again. Little thief, suffer death quickly. The 2 elders of the underworld seemed to hate Situ Kong Kong, and this time, they no longer stayed their hands. 1 black and 1 white palm had already swept up a gust of fishy cold air in the air. Run quickly. Situ Kong Kong bulldozed his way up, and fought with the 2 Inhei Lao. If it wasn't for his excellent lightweight stance, he would have been defeated long ago. Even if he resorted to wandering, he was still not a match for the 2 Inhei Lao at all, and letting Lin Song run was nothing more than an extravagant hope. Facing the top experts of the hidden sect, even if an ordinary person ran ahead for 10 minutes or so, he would not be able to escape from the pursuit. As expected, the 2 In underworld elders' palms flew together, forcing Situ Kong Kong to retreat and dodge, and then, the black-bearded In elder directly scurried vertically forward, chasing after Lin Song, who was running wildly with his legs spread out. Feeling the ringing behind him, Lin Song ran while twisting to look back, and suddenly realized that the black-bearded In old man's single palm carried a piece of fishy stench, and directly shot at himself, and his heart suddenly despaired a little. The lecherous thief of In Fong Valley quickly suffered death. Suddenly, 2 snow-white figures flew in diagonally. One of them was holding a soft sword, aiming straight for the black-bearded In old man's face. Black-bearded In elder used his palm that was glowing with black aura to slap at the soft sword, and his body drifted backward, only for that person to turn his sword and chase after him without a second thought. Are you alright? Lin Song was in the middle of despair when he suddenly heard a gentle voice ringing in his ears, and with surprise, he turned his head to look. It's you? How is it you? Lang Rushue's face was covered with a white veil, a pair of beautiful eyes written with surprise. Lin Song was slightly stunned, then hurriedly clasped his fists and thanked. Under Lin Song, thanks to Miss Rushue for saving me. I can't thank you enough. How do you know my name? Lang Rushue instantly glared at his words. Come on. Lin Song was momentarily excited and actually called out the other party's name, and it was only at this time that he recalled that he hadn't passed his name with the other person at all. That, Miss White Clothes Winning Snow. This name is something I took the liberty of guessing. Lin Song forced to explain. Little hairy thief, where to run? Just as Lang Ruoshua wanted to ask what was going on, he only saw the white-bearded medieval old man swooping in after Situ Kong Kong. They were even followed by 5 or 6 big men with high martial arts skills. You stay here and don't move, Lang Rushua commanded and rushed out. Chapter 96. Feud of the Jadeless Palace. Snow Domain Sword Technique? You are someone from Jade Free Palace? The black-bearded old man was really getting more and more frightened the more he fought. The kung fu of the white-clothed woman with white silk on the opposite side of her head was actually not weaker than his own, so he couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. It's good to know. If you don't want to die, hurry up and tie your hands. Although Long Ningxuan was over half 100 years old, but above the white veil, a pair of eyes were charming. Obviously when she was young, she was also a great beauty. I, In Fong Valley, have no hatred or grudge with you Jadeless Palace, so why do you guys have to meddle? The black-bearded In elder persuaded as he fought. Lang Ningfeng pulled her sword flower and coldly grunted. Half a year ago, my Jadeless Palace's disciples were tragically poisoned by your In Wind Valley's lecherous people. Do you think we can't find out? You think we can't find out? Oh come on, this is an old grudge. The black-bearded old man heard this and knew that there was no way to hide from this fight, so he could only fight on with his head. Fortunately, there were still experts from the yin-yang sect behind him, so he thought that it was only a matter of time before he could take down the opposite party. Situ Kong Kong and Lang Ningxuan were fighting against the two elders of Yin and Underworld respectively, while Long Rushua rushed out amongst the experts of yin-yang sect with her sword, her white clothes flipping, her sword blossoms shooting out in all directions, and a wave of cold air visible to the naked eye drifted in the air, which was incomparably formidable at the end. However, the yin-yang door crowd obviously kung fu is not weak. Several people under the combined attack, Lang Rushua gradually fell into the wind. Frequent danger, defeat is sooner or later. Lin Song saw the situation, the heart anxious, in front of the lively fight, but they cannot help at all, can only call out the information in the order of the heavenly plane, temporary clasp, in case there is a move half potential can be used it, battle of the gods, the need for internal strength, cannot, nebula strolling body technique, requires internal strength, also cannot, red area thunder, holy, what is this thing? Lin Song gazed closely and immediately frowned. Red domain thrilling thunder, you need to use the stimulation of essence blood as a guide, and use internal energy to catalyze the order of heavenly chance, sending out 10,000 thunderbolts to blast the enemy in front of you, and internal energy to catalyze it? What the hell is all this? Lin Song inwardly angry straight want to curse. It seems that although the Tianji order in the martial arts techniques profound powerful, but all need to be supported by internal energy, and his own half a bit of internal energy is not, cannot now directly swallow a Xianling Dan it? I can gain internal energy in a short period of time by swallowing Xianling Dan. Ding dong, host's statement, 0% correct. Hearing this, Lin Song's heart went cold. It seemed that this method would not work. As for the battle in front of him, even he, a person who did not know martial arts, could see that Lang Rushua's defeat was in the twinkling of an eye, and once she was defeated, his party could be in jeopardy. Suddenly, a long, mournful whistle came from the distant mountains, accompanied by a huge roar that rolled in. Not good. Sect Master Yang is injured. Let's retreat. The yin-yang sect's crowd shouted, directly dropping Lang Rushue and darting in unison in the direction of the distant mountain. Compared to saving the injured sect master, the group of people in front of them was insignificant. Lang Rushue was surprised to see the people flying away. Then her hand pulled the sword flower, directly killed the black-bearded old man, and Lang Ningfeng to capture the enemy. Yin-yang sect's people suddenly disappeared. This can be bitter black-bearded old man. Originally his kung fu and Lang Ningfrost is not comparable. Lang Rushue's sudden joining, so that he doubled the pressure. Brother, come and save me quickly. White-bearded old man heard, hurriedly abandoned Situ empty air to come to the rescue. In darkness two old man originally to brothers join hands and among the ranks of first-class masters, brothers two in the same battle group, the power of joining hands immediately appeared. Lang Ningfeng and Lang Ruoshua instantly be suppressed, has fallen into the wind. Good opportunity. Let's escape. Seeing a rare opportunity, Situ Kong Kong flew and rushed to Lin Song's side, about to pick him up and escape again. Situ, hurry up and help, Lin Song shouted in a deep voice. Master Lin, the two elders of the underworld have insidious kung fu and high internal strength. Even if I go up, I won't be able to win against them, so why don't we escape now and we'll still have a chance of escaping with our lives, Situ Kong Kong explained with an anxious face. Go up and help, Lin Song once again droned. Yes, Master Lin. Situ Kong Kong had no choice but to turn around and join the battle, but when the two elders of the netherworld joined hands, were they any good? Although Situ Kong Kong's joining in greatly reduced the pressure on Lang Ningfeng and Lang Rushue, if they were to defeat the other side, they were afraid that it would be really difficult. Both sides stalemate under the circumstances. The ultimate ratio is whose internal strength long, and in terms of internal strength, obviously the two old man of the Yin and the darkness of the battle is the upper hand. Lin Song's side of the several people lost sooner or later. Lin Song does not want to escape, but just now his own life is Lang Rushue two people saved. If at this time he and Situ empty turn and run, let these two women lost enemy, I am afraid that Lin Song's heart will be a lifetime of uneasiness. Moreover, Lin Song still had a trace of expectation in his heart, and that was that Elder Tianji could come in time after defeating Yang Wanshan. From the nervousness of the yin-yang sex crowd just now, it was not difficult to see that Yang Wanshan was clearly not a match for Elder Tianji, and should have been injured at this time. Just as the battle in front of them was burning, the small highway on the side of the mountain was rushing to an off-road vehicle. At this time, several people are fighting on the highway. It is impossible for the person to not see the situation here, and in this situation, this car is still rushing straight to come, obviously come to help. However, it is unknown whether the person is a friend or a foe. Lin Song looked at the car that came. A heart could not help but raise his throat. Chapter 97. the mantis catching the cicada, the yellow bird in the back. In the middle of the Kunlun Mountains, that blasted hut was still burning in a sea of fire, and Elder Tianji and Yang Wanshan had already beaten the surrounding mountains to death, and everywhere they fell, there were crumbling rocks and dust and smoke. Such a mess. 7 extreme scorching Yang palm. Yang Wanshan roared angrily and pushed his double palms that were bubbling with red-colored airwaves, slapping at Elder Tianji. Star flare same radiance. Elder Tianji's double palms were spinning in midair in vain. A starry white aura was brought up at his palms, as if a group of small stars were magically wandering along with his palms. Bang! The 4 palms slapped together in the air, exploding a dazzling cloud of airwaves. The rocks and mountains crumbled, the winds rose suddenly, and the bodies of the 2 of them flew backwards. Humph! Yang clan brat, how can you trivialize the bucket-turning star-shifting divine skill? The 7 extinction scorching Yang palm that you've been studying for 40 years is no different than a firefly and a white moon when compared to the bucket-turning star-shifting divine motion. It's just a case of not measuring up to your own strength. Elder Tianji stopped on a mountain rock and secretly adjusted his breath. At this time, he already had a head full of dust, and his long vest was shattered in several places, so it was obvious that the great battle just now was exceptionally dangerous. Yang Wanshan's image was even more miserable. His chest was already stained with blood, the corners of his mouth were hanging in blood, his red eyes were wide open, standing on a mountain rock, huffing and puffing. Obviously, he had severely underestimated Elder Tianji's strength, or rather he had underestimated the power of the Do Do Xing Shi Shingon. Although his self-created 7 extremities scorching Yang palm was able to suppress the rebound ability of the doing star-shifting divine power, in the end, he was still defeated under the other, more powerful moves of the doing star-shifting divine power. Humph! What's so bullish about you old lackey? Can you learn the second half of the fighting star-shifting divine power? Your power will be at this level even until you die, while I can still improve. It's only a matter of time before I destroy you. Yang Wanshan's mouth was still unconvinced. Sect Master. Suddenly, 6 experts from the Yin Yang sect flew back and shouted from afar. Ha ha ha, Tianji old piker. I may not be able to defeat you alone, but the 7 of us will definitely tell you to go up and smoke. Boys, form the 7 extinction killing formation. When Yang Wanshan saw his men return, he was suddenly energized. The stars shine together. How could Elder Tianji give the other party time to form a formation? Directly shouting, he flew and struck out. As if the eagle pounced on the rabbit, the attack was fierce. Both palms had already condensed a piece of glittering starlight before, which seemed to have the power to open mountains and crack rocks. Yang Wanshan see Tianji old man preemptive. Heart secretly hate, but do not dare to dodge. He brought his own men, although it is an elite expert, but the face of Tianji old man. I'm afraid that a round cannot hold. If the men under the door were killed, he was afraid that he would not even have a single chance to counterattack. 7 extinction scorching Yang palm. Yang Wanshan stood still and shouted violently. His palms slapped out in the air, and the 6 disciples behind him, even more so, split into 2 rows, and all of them transmitted their palms above his shoulders. Suddenly, in the crimson airwaves, there seems to be the sound of a dragon's roar. A thick crimson airflow seems to be like a fire dragon that breaks through the air, whistling and running forward. Tianji old man saw this. His eyes condensed, far up full internal force, injected into the palm, the starlight in front of the palm even more dazzling, as if 10,000 stars shine together, piercing people's eyes. Bang! A red and a white 2 airwaves collide. Stalemate for a while, the body of the fire dragon burst out of the piercing white thin light column, as if the dragon body was penetrated by the starlight general, instantly disintegrated. The wild explosion of the gas wave crazy attack roll. Yang Wanshan group of 7 people have been blown out, one by one, mouth spraying blood, face pale, obviously suffered extremely heavy injuries. Tianji old man also similarly flew backward, body in the air folded out a series of residual shadow, finally landed on the mountain. A mouthful of blood from the corner of the mouth overflowed, also similarly injured. The wind in the mountain blew chaotically, flying sand and stones attacked the roll. A good set of hell scene, waiting for the wind to disperse, where there is still Yang Wanshan and other people's silhouettes. This gang of goods has long escaped, while Tianji old man didn't move for half a day. He seemed to be meditating and recovering from his injuries. Since Mrs. Ling has come, why don't you show up to meet her? Old man Tianji slowly opened his eyes and looked in one direction. Suddenly, a white figure walked out from behind the mountain rocks. A white veil dress was very fairy-like. A head of silvery white hair was even more striking. The same light veil covered her face, but the corners of her eyes were full of wrinkles. She had already shown her old age. Feng Wuji, hand over the Tianji order. The old body will spare you from death. He, Mrs. Ling is joking. You have seen the power of the heavenly chance order. This time, even though I am injured, You do not have the certainty of victory, so why do you have to force yourself so hard? Tianji old man looked at the white-clothed old man opposite him indifferently, as if they had known each other for a long time. Humph, a few months ago, you came to my Jadeless palace and forcibly triggered the heavenly chance order. Although you injured me, you were likewise severely injured by the backlash of the heavenly chance order, weren't you? The woman in white walked slowly, her eyes flashing with a stern light. The battle you just fought. The situation was in crisis several times. You refused to excite the heavenly chance order again. You are afraid that you are no longer able to excite it, right? Tianji old man, sniffing color change. Original, you have long been on the sidelines spying? Mrs. Lang, you and I come from the same source. You treat me like this. Can you stand up to the old pavilion master? Less nonsense. Tianji order and is not you a servant can have? Hand it over. As the white-clothed old man spoke, he had already grabbed forward with a palm. Nebula stroll. Tianji old man turned around and ran, not fighting with the person coming at all, obviously under serious injury. The only way to escape. Chapter 98, both captured. On the small highway on the side of the mountain, an off-road vehicle flew towards the front of the battle group of the 5 people of the 2 elders of the underworld. The sudden stop of the car caused several people to stop and withdraw from the battle circle. The passenger door opened. Tu Hui sneered and waved his hand, and 2 men yanked down a woman from the back seat. Xue Man? Lin Song exclaimed in shock when he saw the visitor, only to see Xiao Xue Man's arms tied behind her back, her mouth gagged with a white towel, her face hung with tear stains, and after seeing Lin Song, she whimpered and shouted, but was unable to utter a complete sentence. Elder, I've captured the person. Tu Hui reported to the 2 elders of the underworld. Master nephew Tu Hui has worked hard. The second elder of Yin He was very happy. Although a protracted battle would be able to take down the other side, the battle group of Elder Tianji in the mountain did not know when it would end, and there were too many variables when they were consumed here. Suddenly, Condensing Frost glared at Tu Hui and asked in a chorus, "Are you the ghost hand Tu Hui of the Yin Wind Valley?" Tu Hui was a bit confused at the sound of his voice, looking the other party up and down, and finally his face changed violently. "Humph, you lecherous thief, quickly suffer death." Condensing Frost pulled her sword and attacked again, only to be blocked by Yin Lao. "Stop immediately, or we will kill this little girl," the black-bearded Yin elder threatened. "An ordinary person. What business is it of my Jadeless palace? Return my disciple's life." Lang Ningfeng's eyes were red, and after seeing Tu Hui, she seemed to be a little uptight. Seeing this, Lin Song was anxious and hurriedly ordered Situ Kongkong to come forward to stop Lang Ningfeng. "Oh come on, this time it's lively." The 3 people who were originally a group are now fighting together, while the crowd of the 2 elders of the underworld have become spectators. "Elder sister, stop it. An ordinary person's life is also a life. We can't just watch this gang of thieves kill." Lang Rushue framed Lang Ningxuang's sword and spoke out to dissuade her. "Senior sister, you actually helped outsiders?" Lang Ningfeng was obviously still angry afterward. "Senior sister, master's instructions, have you forgotten?" Lang Rushue advised once again. Upon hearing this, Lang Ningfeng calmed down, put away her soft sword, turned her head and glared hatefully at Tu Hui, and coldly grunted, "Ghost hand Tu Hui, you dared to touch my Jadeless palace's people. This account, sooner or later, we'll have to settle it with you." Tu Hui was stared at by Condensing Frost's stern eyes, and hurriedly hid behind the 2 Yin underworld elders, fearing that the woman across the street would end herself with a sword. Both sides stopped. The black-bearded Yin elder sneered and said, "Situ Kongkong, this female doll is also your friend, right? If you don't hand over what we want today, you'll be prepared to collect her corpse." Situ Kongkong barely had any dealings with Xiao Xue Man and wouldn't care if she died or lived, but Lin Song was going to care. "Situ, why don't you go fetch what they want and return it to them?" Lin Song whispered, "Master Lin, the wind-stabilizing pearl is the Yin Wind Valley's greatest treasure, just for a girl child. You're really willing to give it up?" Situ Kongkong muttered in a small voice, "Cut the crap, even without Xue Man in their hands, can we get out in one piece today?" Lin Song sank his face and chided, lifting his steps forward. "Yin and Underworld 2 elders, let go of that girl. I'll be your hostage, and I guarantee that Situ will fetch what you want." Lin Song walked directly towards the other party. Whoosh! The black-bearded Yin elder almost didn't burst out in joy as he directly dodged and captured Lin Song. Laughing coldly, "Why bother letting go? Both of you stay. When Situ Kongkong comes with something to exchange, I guarantee you won't lose a single hair." Situ Kongkong watched Lin Song being captured, so angry that his eyes were red. For the sake of a girl, Lin Song actually risked stupidity. It really is angry. "Situ, why don't you go quickly?" Lin Song urged. Alas! Situ Kong'er had to let out a strange cry, got up and flew away. Men are really all this kind of goods. Humph! Lang Ningfeng swept a glance at Lin Song and smiled contemptuously. Lang Rushue, on the other hand, looked deeply at Lin Song and then at Xiao Xue Man before finally turning around and leaving. In the evening, in a compound at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, there were several cottages. The two elders of Yin and Darkness were in the house with three of their men, drinking wine and eating meat. Second elder, this is all you guys say, just with those two kids. Can Situ Kwankong send over the wind-fixing pearl? Especially that girl. Situ Kwankong doesn't seem to care about her. Tu Hui looked for words with a smile on his face. Isn't that girl the one you said was with them? How about her I don't know. But, that kid, I'm afraid it's very important to Situ Kwankong. He spared his life several times. Their relationship won't be simple. The white-bearded medieval old man analyzed. Well, elder brother's analysis is reasonable. This time I would have liked to follow Situ Kwankong, but my light skill is not as good as his. If he really wants to run, I myself can't stay him at all. I can only hope that kid's death or life will make Situ Kwankong take into account. The black-bearded old man said. Suddenly stared closely at Tu Hui and said, Tu Hui, this time to retrieve the wind-fixing pearl is the most important thing for my Yin Feng Valley? You can't make a crooked idea about that girl child. In case something goes wrong, the consequences are known to you. Oh, yes, I'll remember. Second elder. A hint of disappointment flashed in Tu Hui's eyes as he nodded his head in agreement. The meaning of his words just now was asking if Xiao Xue Man was important to Situ Kwankong. If it was dispensable, then he could not help but have other thoughts. Chapter 99. Swallowing the Xianling Dan. In a room where miscellaneous things were piled up, Lin Song was tied up with his arms tied behind his back, his head lowered and sideways, biting at Xiao Xue Man's back. Suddenly, Xiao Xue Man's rope was untied. Xiao Xue Man moved her arms, pulled down the towel in her mouth, and turned to help Lin Song untie the rope. Luckily Lin Song wasn't gagged, otherwise the two of them would have had to go through a lot of trouble to free themselves from their bonds. The iron door is locked from the outside, and the window has bars. How do we get out? Xiao Xue Man got up and came to the folio-style big iron door, tried to gently push it twice, and asked with a desperate twist of her head. A beam of moonlight shone in from the window with iron bars, bringing a light to the interior. Lin Song moved his wrists, looked up and glanced at the moonlight outside the window, and said silently in his heart, Xiao Xue Man and I can escape from here. Ding dong, the host's statement is 50% correct. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Song only felt a toothache. On second thought, this verification of his own was not useful at all. Even if it was 100% correct, he did not know the way to escape from here. Unfortunately, when he received the Order of Heavenly Chance today, he used the equivalent of 10 verification opportunities, and the remaining number of verifications was not enough to complete a single interrogation to verify. Lin Song was thinking about how to verify the valid information, but he noticed that Xiao Xue Man was in a hurry like an ant on a hot pan, looking around for a way out, and even ran to the window, intending to break open the iron bars with his hands. Xue Man, you take a rest first, I'll think of a way out. Lin Song was a bit helpless. Even if he and Xiao Xue Man could open the iron bars, I'm afraid that the noise they made would attract the people from Yin Feng Valley, and by then, not to mention escaping, they would definitely suffer some more. Those people have high martial arts skills, or a group of colorful wolves. If we don't hurry to run, we will. Under the moonlight, Xiao Xue Man's pretty face was red, as if there was something she was too ashamed to say. The person who caught you, made a move on you? Lin Song was instantly clear about the reason for Xiao Xue Man's annoyance. Didn't you hear that woman in white? They're all a bunch of lecherous thieves. Xiao Xue Man's tears swirled around her eyes as she cursed in a shy, low voice. Seeing this, Lin Song immediately felt a surge of anger rise up from the bottom of his heart and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. When Xiao Xue Man came down from the car in the first place, although her clothes had not been removed, they were a bit messy, so it was not hard to imagine what had happened to her. Although hatred rose in Lin Song's heart, he was clear that with the kung fu of an ordinary person like himself and Xiao Xue Man, coming to face a hidden sect expert, he would never stand a chance of winning. I'm here to swallow the Xianling Dan and be able to successfully cultivate my inner strength. Ding dong, the host's statement is 100% correct. Hearing this, Lin Song's spirit was revitalized. He beckoned to Xiao Xue Man and said, Xue Man, I'm going to cultivate kung fu now. You can't make any more noise. Don't let them find out. Once I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll have a way to deal with them. Cultivate kung fu? Here? Xiao Xue Man looked at Lin Song with an incredulous face. Are you kidding me? Do you think the kung fu in the hidden sect is data-aware? Just copy it and you'll know it? Yes, the cultivation process mustn't have any accidents. I earn to finish it before they come in. Lin Song spoke, stood up, looked around, and finally moved a broken table to stall in the corner of the wall, and walked over himself, sitting cross-legged in the corner. Song, are you serious? You can defeat those hidden sect experts in just one day of cultivation? Xiao Xue Man's entire brain was a bit bad. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Song had been amazing too many times before, she would have wondered if there was something wrong with Lin Song's spirit. It's possible. Trust me. Those two things that molested you, I'm going to kill them. Lin Song gritted his teeth and said with hatred. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue Man instantly felt her nose turn sour, and suddenly thought of something and asked in shock. Song, you're not using something that has after effects, right? You mustn't do anything stupid. Xiao Xue Man originally couldn't believe at all that Lin Song said that he could defeat those experts with one night of cultivation, but once she saw Lin Song's eyes full of hateful anger, she instantly thought that Lin Song was afraid that he had some kind of underhanded card, but this kind of underhanded card was not seen in normal times, and when he knew that he was being humiliated, he had to take it out and use it, so this kind of underhanded card must have an extremely strong aftermath. Xue Man, protect me, in case they come in and I haven't woken up yet. You must find a way to stall them. As Lin Song spoke, he directly took out a jade bottle, poured out a Xianling Dan, and swallowed it without hesitation. Luckily for the gang of goods from the Yinfeng Valley, they always took Lin Song as an ordinary person and didn't search him. Otherwise, the jade bottle and the Tianji order wouldn't have been able to keep them. As soon as the Xianling Dan entered his throat, it turned into a hot stream that rushed straight down. Lin Song didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly followed the line of action of the fighting star movement and guided the hot stream towards the meridian pulse. Suddenly, an unbearable tearing sensation came from the meridians, and Lin Song almost cried out in pain. One must know that an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts before had meridians that were more slender than a hair. How could they withstand the impact if a powerful force? Lin Song's meridians were cracked open almost instantly, and as the huge pain hit, bean-sized cold sweat flowed down like rain. Seeing Lin Song in such pain, Xiao Xue Man didn't know what to do. Only to bite her lips tightly, silently looking at Lin Song, silently shedding tears. Chapter 100. Xiao Xue Man's Tangles. The intense and immense pain caused Lin Song's entire body to tremble. His body was already drenched in sweat, but Lin Song was still gritting his teeth and holding on. The reason why the Xianling Dan was a top-grade spirit medicine was because of the word spirit. There was a warm spirit chi in the spirit pill that had an extremely strong restorative effect on the meridians, and Lin Song's meridians that had been forcibly flushed open were then repaired by the nourishing and restorative medicinal power in the spirit pill. In an instant, Lin Song only felt a strange itch come again. It was really itchy that made people go crazy. The pain and itch were so intense that Lin Song seemed to have fallen into hell. Every part of his body was suffering. Lin Song clenched his steel teeth and forced himself not to scream out. Holding back, the color of the moon is hidden. The sky will be bright. Xiao Xue Man squatted on the opposite side of Lin Song. His palms clenched out a blood red, his lips were also bitten out of blood, and his eyes are not dry tears. Throughout the night, Xiao Xue Man looked at Lin Song with tearful eyes. The painful expression, the bean-sized beads of sweat, the trembling body, all of them deeply pierced Xiao Xue Man's heart. A burst of pain in the heart, so that Xiao Xue Man suddenly realized that the man in front of him has already lived in the heart. Although Xiao Xue Man has kung fu, but that is also relative to ordinary people. While facing the hidden door expert, people only need a point. Will be Xiao Xue Man captured and tied, thrown into the back seat. The disciples of the Hidden Wind Valley obviously had no bottom line, and the profanity along the way seemed to be like a heart-burning fire, causing Xiao Xue Man's entire being to nearly collapse. However, the other party's kung fu is extremely high. Their own revenge is hopeless, which makes Xiao Xue Man's heart very painful. If not in danger, I'm afraid that she has the mind of self-termination. However, when Xiao Xue Man saw that Lin Song chose the extremely painful and dangerous method after hearing his own humiliation, Xiao Xue Man's heart was incomparably touched. The whole time she looked at Lin Song's agonized face. Several times she reached out to wipe the sweat for him, but she was afraid of disturbing him, and finally painfully clenched her hands tightly together, biting her lips fiercely. It was as if only by suffering himself could Lin Song's pain be alleviated. The sky brightened until the sun was high in the sky. Lin Song's condition seemed to have stabilized. This also allowed the exhausted Xiao Xue Man to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, here's some food for you guys. I was going to feed it to the dogs, but it turns out there are no dogs here, so I'll just feed it to you guys. Ha ha. With a snap, a convenience bag was flung into the house through the bars of the window. The two Yinfeng Valley disciples swept a glance at the intact iron window and gate, and walked back with a cheeky smile. The rice and vegetables in the bag were mixed together, obviously leftovers from their meal. A big slimy mass, as if it seemed like food picked up from a garbage heap. It was disgusting to see. Xiao Xue Man frowned tightly, pinched the bag with her fingers, and threw it out from the other side of the window. Before she could catch her breath, the air was still filled with a rancid odor, making Xiao Xue Man dry heave. Once again came in front of Lin Song. Xiao Xue Man sat across from him, quietly looking at Lin Song, who was like a stone statue. with a miserable heart. Xiao Xue Man is an extremely proud girl, this time suffered great humiliation. The face of the beloved man cannot help but inferiority complex, a kind of want to love but not worthy of the tangled feeling. In the inner tumbling non-stop, the crystalline teardrops silently flowed down. Let a person look at the heartache. The sun set in the west. Another evening came. The two masters, feel free to heal your wounds. We are here for you outside. Feel free to rest assured. Tu Hui and the two disciples of the Netherworld Valley, at the door of a room, respectfully backed out. Honestly speaking, the two Inhei elders were last time used by Elder Tianji to use the Battle of the Stars to blast their respective in poison palm power into each other's bodies, and had never been dispelled cleanly. And this time, with the matter temporarily over, it was the right time to heal their wounds. The moon was halfway up in the sky, the silver light slanting. The courtyard at the foot of the mountain looked exceptionally quiet. The room where the two underworld elders were healing their wounds was at the innermost part of the compound, and the three of them, Tu Hui, stepped into the moonlight and walked back in silence. Senior brother Ghost Hand, are you just going to let that little go like that? One of the two disciples hemmed and hawed. So what if I don't let it go? Signorine has specifically instructed that I can't afford it if it goes bad. Tu Hui slanted a glance at them and said back, he, Ghost Hand's senior brother. If you ask me, the two senior uncles are a bit too careful. Think that Situ Kong Kong. If he comes to ransom with the wind-fixing pearls, he will definitely enter this courtyard. If the five of us surround him, even if his lightness skills are good, it will be hard for him to escape. Those two hostages are basically useless. A disciple said. Yeah, Ghost Hand's senior brother. Didn't you also say it? That little pussy in situ empty no relationship. We and not move that kid. Is to find that little pussy to live fast. You do not know. Our brothers but in the car to try to feel that elasticity. Another disciple smiled so lewdly. Ghost Hand Tu Hui secretly swallowed a mouthful of water, suddenly stopped and mused. What you two boys said seems to be reasonable. That's that. Ghost Hand's senior brother first tastes the freshness, and then we brothers follow with a mouthful of soup. He. The two brothers looked at each other and rubbed their hands together and laughed. Good, let's go have some fun. Ha. Tu Hui walked forward with an excited face. Chapter 101, The Terror of Ghost Hand Tu Hui. The silvery moonlight once again spilled into the room, and everything seemed so quiet. Xiao Xue Man also seemed to be petrified, sitting quietly opposite Lin Song. Only the occasional slight rise and fall of her chest could prove that she was still alive. Clattering, the iron gate suddenly came rattling. Startled Xiao Xue Man instantly bounced up, swept her eyes at Lin Song who was still sitting with his eyes closed, and walked up with a wary face. The gate was pushed open, and Ghost Hand Tu Hui walked into the house, holding a strong flashlight in his hand, and closed the large iron gate with his backhand. Yo, the rope's on. Your body are all untied by yourself? Is this trying to escape? A disciple sneered, picking up the flashlight and shining it at Xiao Xue Man. Hey, this kid is even meditating and practicing. Ghost Hand's senior brother. Does he know martial arts as well? Another disciple pointed at Lin Song in the corner and said. Ghost Hand Tu Hui let out a sneer. No, he was almost blown to death by a clay gun. Or this girl saved him. Yo, so the little beauty knows kung fu? To actually have such a punk of a boyfriend, it's really aggravating for you. Why don't you spar with your brothers and let us try your depths? Ha. The three of them burst into a ball of laughter. You bunch of guys, aren't you afraid of retribution? Where Xiao Xue Man did not understand the intentions of a few people, was infuriated to the point that her pretty face contained frost and her eyes were filled with anger. Retribution? Where is it? Could it be that a thunder can still be split down from thin air? You are also too naive, right? Ghost Hand Tu Hui stared at Xiao Xue Man's rapidly rising and falling chest, his eyes flashing with refined light. Shameless. Xiao Xue Man twisted around and picked up the wooden stick beside her and smashed it hatefully at the Tu Hui trio. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang! Only seeing Tu Hui's hands cut out a few residual shadows in the air. Xiao Xue Man felt a lightness in her hands and looked up to see the mostly blown up wooden stick in her hands. Facing the experts in the hidden sect, Xiao Xue Man's decent kung fu was simply not enough to look at. Looking at the three people who slowly surrounded them, Xiao Xue Man backed up in fear. Little pretty girl, just don't resist, or else I'll still have to point you, like a puppet. How meaningless is that? Tu Hui walked over with an excited face. You don't come over, either, or I'll die for you. Xiao Xue Man had already panicked with trembling lips and a pale face. Ha. Do you think that in front of us, you can die just because you want to? Ghost Hand Tu Hui laughed out loud and suddenly pointed at Lin Song, threateningly saying, Little beauty, I advise you to be more obedient, or else, Do you believe that I will kill him first? You guys? Xiao Xue Man despairingly looked at the opposite side as if they were now demonic trio, and really had a feeling of, there is no way to heaven and no door to enter the earth. Senior Ghost Hand, you enjoy first. I'll stick a knife into this brat, and she'll be obedient. A disciple of the Infeng Valley pulled out a dagger and walked towards Lin Song. Don't! Xiao Xue Man's tears instantly collapsed and she wanted to go save Lin Song but was scared to shrink back by Tu Hui's sudden hug. Bang! The broken wooden table ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the Infeng Valley disciple, sending him tumbling to the ground. If you want to kill me, let's see if you guys have that ability. Lin Song's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. Kid, you want to find death, don't you? Master will give you a ride. Another disciple of the Infeng Valley. His eyes were stern, and he slapped his palm directly towards Lin Song's chest. Lin Song sneered and directly blasted his palm against it. The moment the two palms met, the Wind Valley disciple laughed coldly. His palm had already made use of the robbing palm. A palm hit on the body of an ordinary person, although it could not kill immediately, but the sinister strength, so that the chronic death of an ordinary person is certainly not a problem. He hated Lin Song for smashing over his own brother, and he secretly killed him. Suddenly, the Infeng Valley disciple's smile froze as he suddenly realized that 70% of his palm force blasted at the other party, but it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea and disappeared. Bang! Just in the moment when the Wind Valley disciple froze, an extremely strong and cold force suddenly came from his palm, directly blowing him away. Wow! When this disciple was in mid-air, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. You know martial arts. Seeing this, Tu Hui drank and asked, you also know the robbing palm. The injured and fallen one only felt a cold power in his body stirring his meridians, cold and shivering, instantly sensed that it was the cold power of the robbing palm. Lin Song first tried the first weight of the Battle of the Stars divine movement of the borrowed power, is very successful. He actually half a bit of injuries have not suffered. Just feel the internal force slightly tumbling. Strong pressure in the heart of the surprise, said faintly, robbing the palm of the is very marvelous, unbridled, actually dare to defy my Infeng Valley Jedi? Looking for death. Ghost Hand Tu Hui angrily shouted. Flying towards Lin Song pounced, people to the mid-air. In front of the body will bring up a palm shadow, so that people cannot distinguish between true and false. Lin Song looked up and saw a sky full of palm shadows. He couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. His heart suddenly thumped. He had only practiced the first technique of the Battle of the Stars, and he had to fight against others' palms before he could barely use it. And this time, he couldn't even find out which pair of palms of others were real. How could he rebound the force? In case he was slapped on his body or head by Tu Hui's double palms, would he still have a life? Chapter 102. Bucket Turning Star Shifting First Show of Power. To be honest, although Lin Song had partially refined the medicinal power of the Xianling Dan and formed a certain amount of internal strength, he was only barely able to perform each of the bucket-turning star-shifting divine feats. The real name of the first weight of the fighting star-shifting divine skill was called fighting star-shifting, and it was fully practiced, and in the case of one's exercising the divine skill, no matter where the opponent struck on one's own body, it was able to rebound back to the skill, and Lin Song could only barely rebound the force when he was palming against someone right now. Of course, the difference in internal strength between the two sides couldn't be too huge, or else it would hurt the user of the fighting star shift. And Ghost Hand Tu Hui's internal force was obviously a big level above Lin Song's, although he was not as good as Situ Kong Kong and had been injured, but he was now using all of his 10% of his power, but it was the power of a true Xian-ranked expert. Moreover, Tu Hui was known as the Ghost Hand, and with this move, he had already moved to kill, only to see a pair of palm shadows tumbling in, already strong winds pounding on his face. Lin Song's face became ugly. Where are his double palms? Ding dong, it's being locked for the host. In a moment of urgency, Lin Song could only turn to the system for help, and as soon as he asked, he felt a flash of red light in front of him, and with two beams of small red circles, he locked onto Tu Hui's real meaty palms from amongst the many palm shadows. Bang! Seeing the real flesh palms, Lin Song's lightning-fast energy application pushed out both palms and directly printed on top of the other party's palms. You can actually see through my ghost hand, mystic? Tu Hui exclaimed out in shock. In Tu Hui's eyes, Lin Song was an ordinary boy who couldn't be any more ordinary. Now not only could he know Kung Fu, but this Kung Fu was also terribly high, actually able to see through his own stance at a glance, which was greatly out of his expectation. Stunned, Tu Hui's heart was ruthless. Raging palm power was spat out crazily, vowing to have the intention of shocking Lin Song to death on the spot with one palm. Bang! However, the scene that made Tu Hui feel as if he had seen a ghost happened. His raging palm power had just run out of power. and then he was smashed back by the other party's berserk palm power surging from both of his palms, and the enormous force instantly sent him flying backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. Bang! Lin Song was also not good. His body slid and slammed into the wall behind him. The wall was smashed cracked. Lin Song was even a mouthful of blood wildly sprayed out. Just cultivated the internal force. Just learned the bucket shift. The other party is too hui this kind of Xian rank expert. Lin Song copes with it or too much effort. Rebound the other party's palm force at the same time. His own inner abdomen also at the same time was injured by the shock. Lin Song, Xiao Xue Man let out a cry of sorrow, snatched a step forward and held Lin Song who was about to fall, stretching out her trembling hand with a tearful face, painfully wiping away the blood at the corner of Lin Song's mouth. Not right. This isn't the robbing in palm of him. He's using the bucket turning star shift. He's a descendant of Elder Tianji. We've all been tricked by him. Ghost Hand Tui smashed a piece of debris and rushed out with a gray head, pointing at Lin Song with a horrified face and shouting. In terms of insight, he was obviously much stronger than those two senior brothers, and, when he had just faced off with Lin Song, the way the palm force bounced back resembled the reversing star-shifting divine power that the senior brothers had recounted. Just Tu Hui at this time suffered internal injuries, although the intention to capture Lin Song, but also some fear of his identity of the old man of Tianji and Battle of the Stars, a little thought, then a long whistle out of the voice, calling the distant Yin and the two old men. Before Lin Song could suppress the internal energy in his body, the big iron door was slammed open with a bang, and the two elders of the underworld flew directly to the door, which put Lin Song in danger again. When Tu Hui saw the two elders, he hurriedly covered his chest and came forward to report what had just happened. You're an heir of Elder Tianji? The black-bearded Yin elder heard this and stared at Lin Song closely, his heart shocked. How powerful old man Tianji was. The two Yin elders had personally experienced it, and at this time, when they learned that Lin Song was an heir of old man Tianji, they were instantly on guard. Tianji old man is not a big thief, so to empty this kind of everyone shouting thief. He was once the core master of Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion now although declined, but a variety of forces in Tianji Pavilion have some inextricable links. Today captured Lin Song. He must be a whole lot of trouble to come to the door. Moreover, Tianji old man represents the Tianji order. In an instant, the two old men of the Yin and the underworld had a different thought in their hearts. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Lin Song stalled for time, grasping to recover the tumbling internal energy in his body. It should be right. When the Yin Yang sect blew up that wooden house with the flaming thunderbolt, it was Elder Tianji who personally flew out with you. The white-bearded medieval old man spoke, carefully observing the change in Lin Song's expression. Since you've guessed my identity, then hurry up and beat me to release me, or else if my master, old man Tianji, arrives, you won't have any good fruit to eat. Lin Song used the name of Elder Tianji to intimidate the other party. After the two Yin and underworld elders looked at each other, Yin elder said, Kid, count yourself unlucky. If you weren't Elder Tianji's descendant, we might still let you off this time, but if you're Elder Tianji's heir, then you'll have to make a trip back to the Yin Wind Valley with our brothers. I have no grudges or hatred with you guys. Why are you doing this to me? Lin Song asked drily. Humph. When the order of heavenly chants comes out, all the four directions are submissive, and the thunder accompanies the left and right. Who will not obey all of you? The Tianji order is in your master's hands. Your death or life depends on whether the Tianji order is important or your little life is important. Yin Lao sneered, already treating Lin Song as a more important bargaining chip. Chapter 103, Red Domain Thrilling Thunder. Lin Song sneered at that. That means even if Situ Kong Kong brings the wind-fixing pearl, you guys won't let me go, right? Ha ha ha, your identity is special. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you didn't hide it and exposed your identity. The black-bearded old man stroked his beard and laughed long and hard, so proud of himself. This rank-and-file kid is actually the heir of the old man of Tianji. What an unexpected joy. Upon hearing this, Lin Song cursed in his heart. The three lecherous thieves under your command came in the middle of the night to do nasty things. I couldn't even do it if I wanted to not do it. The internal force in his body was finally stabilized. Lin Song observed the situation in front of him. The strength of the two elders of the opposite side of the Yin and the underworld was definitely much higher than the ghost hand Tu Hui. He had suffered from internal injuries after he had fought with Tu Hui. If he let the two elders of the Yin and the underworld attack him first, he would not be able to fight against it. Once he was captured, the body of the Xianling Dan and Tianji order will certainly not be able to keep. And Xiao Xue Man's situation, Lin Song do not dare to imagine. This has become a dead end, the only way to go out of danger. Desperate to gamble a bet. Why do you want the Tianji order to be so troublesome? How about I use the heavenly chance order to exchange my own life? As Lin Song spoke, He directly pulled out the heavenly chance token and smeared his own blood on the heavenly chance token without a trace. Could this be the Tianji order? The two elders of the underworld had only heard about the heavenly chance token, which had seen what it looked like, and as soon as they saw a black metal plate, they were filled with skepticism. This is really the Tianji order. Don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it to you, Lin Song said as he lifted the heavenly chance order up, and the grenade crazily urged his internal energy and injected it. Buzz! The heavenly chance order suddenly flashed up with a reddish aura, and there was even a slight thunderclap sound, which seemed extraordinarily magical. There is a tiny thundering sound. It should be the Tianji order correctly. The two elders of the underworld nodded their heads and looked at each other. Both of their eyes were in a state of surprise. Kid, hand over the heavenly chance order, and I will let you and this girl child leave together. The Een elder took 2 steps forward and said, not good. There is danger. The white-bearded medieval old man suddenly leapt forward and slapped his palm in the air towards Lin Song. Lin Song swept a glance at the Tianji order, which was already wrapped in a red thunderbolt light mass, smiled coldly and shouted, Red Domain Thunderbolt. Suddenly, a red aura erupted out. A thin red thunderbolt seemed like a power grid surging forward rapidly. Seeing this, the second elder of the Een underworld sensed an extremely strong danger, and with a vertical leap, he flew off into the distance, and when he passed by the 2 disciples, he directly backhanded them and threw them in the direction of Lin Song, in order to block the heart-chilling lightning of the thunderbolts. Rumble! With a loud bang as if it was thunder from the 9 heavens, a hemispherical red lightning net, using the Tianji order in Lin Song's palm as the starting point, bombarded the front indiscriminately. Those 2 flying Yingfeng Valley disciples, just contacted with the Crimson Thunderbolt, they were directly blown into black flying ash by the powerful and incomparable force. That Tu Hui is not good either. Frightened backward scurrying, but which has the speed of the lightning fast. Red lightning forest attacked. He will be a miserable scream, directly be annihilated. The power of red domain thunder is too terrifying. Huge red lightning ball-shaped grid, a few meters in diameter, all the way to nowhere is the house debris or iron windows, are turned into black ash, with the power to destroy everything, blasted forward and shot. The souls of the 2 old men of the underworld are almost scared to fly. The 2 disciples thrown out behind them, did not play a half a point of blocking effect. That crimson thunderbolt soon enveloped the whole body. However, the 2 elders of the Een underworld are also good, only to see the 2 people outside the body, instantly wrapped a layer, a black and a white 2 clusters of astral shield. That red lightning bombarded in the above, issued a burst of sound. Bang! The 2 old men of Een and underworld flew with both palms, blasted away the wall of the hut, and fled out of the hut with a long leap of the body. However, that red-colored thunder net followed closely. The walls of the stone were also instantly blasted to pieces. The red thunder was once again approaching, erupting with a blinding red aura. Under the tremendous lightning energy, the protective astral shield of the 2 elders of Een underworld did not last more than 2 breaths, and they were all bombarded into radiant fragments. With a wow sound, the 2 elders of Een sprayed blood furiously and was blasted out. His clothes and skin had been blasted like burnt under the red lightning. Unfortunately, the power of the Red Realm Thunder ended here, and did not extend forward again, but let the 2 elders of the underworld escape. Although the 2 old men were covered in charcoal and were almost dead, after the red thunder had passed, the 2 of them lifted up a mouthful of true chi and fled towards the mountains. Being injured to this extent, even if Lin Song was only a yellow-ranked expert, he could still lightly take the lives of the 2 of them. Although raising their true chi strongly at this time would add to their injuries, the 2 Een elders didn't dare to stay for half a minute longer. As the saying goes, the order of the heavenly plane. The 4 directions are all submissive, the thunder accompanied by the left and right. Who does not serve the people? Een and the 2 old man is regarded as decades. The only 2 by the Tianji order released red domain thunder attack, and survived the people. To this point, the 2 finally clearly understand. Describing the Tianji order of this poem. Have you ever seen red lightning? Have you ever seen the red-colored thunderbolt that can obliterate everything? I have seen it. Xiao Xue Man stood behind Lin Song the entire time, her eyes gazing at this appalling scene for a long time. Suddenly, the red thunder lightning violently withdrew, and peace was restored to the heavens and earth. Lin Song, on the other hand, had a mouthful of blood mist sprayed out and his body fell straight back. Chapter 104, Coma with Broken Meridians. In the intensive care room of Wada Hospital, Lin Song was lying on the big white bed with a calm face, breathing steadily as if he was sleeping. Xiao Xue Man, on the other hand, with red eyes and a haggard face, accompanied Lin Song by the bedside, pulling Lin Song's hand and tilting her head as she looked at Lin Song, not knowing what she was thinking. Is elder brother Lin awake? Suddenly, Xiao Yuan walked in, his face full of stubble, his image somewhat disheveled. Nope, Xiao Xueman didn't even look back, said softly, alas, it has been a day and a night. you also go to sleep. Always guarding here is not a thing, Xiao Yuan advised. I'm not tired. Xiao Xue Man's voice was a bit dry. After finishing her words, she seemed to remember something, suddenly turning her head and said, right, Situ Kyukong came to the phone in the morning, saying that he would arrive at Hatian Airport at 12 noon. You go and pick him up. I didn't dare to tell him on the phone that we are here. I'm on my way. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement, sighed, and turned to leave. The night before last, after Lin Song spurted blood and fell to the ground, it could have scared Xiao Xue Man silly. In the midst of her grief, she had already cried into tears. Looking at Lin Song with a face full of blood, her heart was even more cut like a knife. Luckily, she found her phone, turned it on, and called Xiao Yuan. After the disappearance of Lin Song, Xiao Yuan was anxious like ants on a hot pot. After receiving the call, rent a car and quickly rushed to rescue. When he saw the scene of the mountain corner compound as if swept by a meteorite, Xiao Yuan was shocked as a whole. And when he saw Lin Song, who was covered in blood, he was even more stunned. In the end, Xiao Xue Man and Xiao Yuan together sent Lin Song into the hospital. A check down, but did not check out Lin Song, which have injuries. Under no circumstances, can only let Lin Song into the hospital. Hanging nutrients, hanging water and so on, is a kind of recuperation waiting for awakening. In the face of Lin Song coma situation, the doctor also checked, but said what disease, only said the patient may be a sudden brain shock. As to when to wake up, it is not certain. Learning about Lin Song's situation, Xiao Xue Man's heart was broken, and she cried for a whole day and night. Lin Song, in order to save her, used her guess powerful cards, and finally fell into a coma, cannot wake up, which makes Xiao Xue Man's body and mind suffer a lot. In the afternoon, Xiao Yuan brought Situ Kong into the hospital room. What exactly happened to Master Lin? Situ Kong was full of anxiety, originally thinking that he would be able to save Lin Song by fetching the wind-fixing pearl, but he never thought that Lin Song actually had an accident. Along the way, he heard Xiao Yuan tell a rough story, but inwardly, he was even more shocked and angry. When Xiao Xue Man saw Situ Kong, he forced himself together and told him about the situation that night. What, Master? Lin actually inspired the red-colored thunderbolt of the Tianji order and injured the two elders of the underworld? Situ Kong was shocked for half a day before he finally came to Lin Song's bed. I'll help him first. Although Situ Kong wasn't a doctor, he was after all a top Xian-ranked expert, and when he learned that Lin Song couldn't find out the exact injuries at all in the hospital, he immediately had a guess in his heart. Hiss, the meridians in Master Lin's body are extremely severely damaged. It should be that he forcefully stimulated the heavenly chance order and was backfired by a powerful force. Situ Kong pinched Lin Song's wrist to make his internal force probe, and after only a moment, he came to a conclusion. Then, that Lin Song is still saved? Xiao Xue Man sniffed even more hard like a knife. Lin Song, in order to avenge himself, really used his own cannot withstand the stance, really call her self-blame want to die. Situ Kong's heavy face suddenly rose with a hint of a smile. If it was an ordinary person who suffered this serious injury, definitely waiting for death. But Lin sure is fine. That day Tianji old man gave 3 Xianlingdan to Lin sure. Xianlingdan has the extremely strong function of repairing the meridians. Swallowing a Xianlingdan should be able to repair his broken meridians. Xianlingdan? Is that white medicinal pill? Xiao Xue Man had seen Lin Song swallow Xianlingdan with her own eyes back then. It was just that she didn't know the name of that pill. That's the one. That jade bottle should still be stowed away on Master Lin. Hurry up and find it. Feed it to Master Lin and his injuries will heal. Situ Kong spoke and cast an inquiring look at Xiao Xue Man. Xiao Xue Man was overjoyed when she heard this, and hurriedly pulled back the covers on Lin Song's body and searched through them, only to find that there was no jade bottle at all. How come there's none? Xiao Xue Man asked with a puzzled expression. What? There's no. The Tianji order and Xianlingdan are both gone? Situ Kong instantly screamed strangely. Xiao Xue Man hurriedly took out the black metal plaque from a drawer aside. I only put away this iron plaque in his hand at that time, and didn't see any jade bottles. Bad. Where is the place where the accident happened? Let's rush over there. Situ Kong analyzed in an instant. That Xianlingdan, most likely left behind in the chaos. That was Lin Song's life-saving elixir. Must hurry to retrieve it. I know. I'll drive you there. Xiao Yuan volunteered. Big brother sure. You stay and watch Lin Song. I'll take him. Xiao Xue Man was instantly nervous when she learned that Lin Song's life-saving elixir had been left behind under her own carelessness. Only she knew the situation best that night, and she had to search for it herself in order to feel at ease. However, 2 days have passed since the incident. Is that jade bottle still there? Xiao Xue Man's heart drummed. Chapter 105. The disappearing jade bottle. Xiao Xue Man and Situ Kong rushed to the compound at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and searched for half a day in that dilapidated house, but they couldn't find the jade bottle. Shui girl, don't look for it, I'm afraid someone has already been here. Situ Kong Kong checked the surroundings and discovered a number of footprints on the black and gray ground. Ah, then what to do? This is Lin Song's life-saving medicine. Xiao Xue Man's eyes flushed red. Still undaunted, she flipped over the broken wood, a pair of small hands making a blackened mess. Situ Kong Kong squatted on the ground, staring at a pile of somewhat messy footprints and analyzed. Most of these footprints are on the small side, and the footprints are shallow. They should be left by a group of women who know Kung Fu. Women who know Kung Fu? Those two women in white? Xiao Xue Man exclaimed with a sniff. It's highly likely that they're from the Jadeless Palace. They should have been attracted by the big commotion that Master Lin made back then. Situ Kong Kong twisted his head to look at the stone house that seemed to have been blasted open by a bomb, his heart horrified. Earlier, he had long heard how powerful the Tianji order was, but he didn't expect that with Lin Song's ability to forcefully inspire it, it would have this kind of horrifying destructive power. So if it was inspired by Elder Tianji himself, what kind of horrifying power would it have? That jade bottle must have been picked up by that group of white women. Where do they live? Let's go get it back, Xiao Xue Man said anxiously. Situ Kong Kong shook his head when he heard this. Alas, although the Jadeless Palace is in the middle of the snowy region of Kunlun, they have always been very mysterious. Where exactly is no one clear. How are we going to find it? Then we have to look for them as well. Otherwise, what about Lin Song's injury? Xiao Xue Man was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Situ Kong Kong stared at Xiao Xue Man with red eyes and sighed helplessly. Even if we find it, I'm afraid it's not good to ask for it. The Xian spirit pill is too precious. Once they recognize this spirit pill, I'm afraid that even if I take out more treasures, I won't be able to exchange it back. Lin Song dropped the item. Why can't I get it back? If they are going to be unreasonable, let's beat them until they are reasonable, Xiao Xue Man said angrily. My auntie, how is the Jadeless Palace to be messed with? That cold-blooded palace master Lang Xiao alone is a top-tier Earth-ranked expert. Even if they let me have one hand, I can't beat them. Situ Kong Kong returned with an exasperated face. Aren't you known as a divine thief? Wouldn't it be over if you went and stole it back? Xiao Xue Man once again made a suggestion. Situ Kong Kong's face collapsed and shouted, even if I can steal it back, then I have to find someone first, right? Alright, just promise, leave this to me. Xiao Xue Man spoke, wiped her tears, and ran directly to the car. Hey, what are you doing to go off? Situ Kong Kong called out from behind. To the Three Snakes gang, Lin Song saved them in the beginning. It's time for them to contribute. They are the local snakes. It should not be difficult for them to find people's traces, Xiao Xue Man explained as she got into the driver's seat. The car soon drove to the lair of the original Wild Wolf gang, and the two of them met Hu Hanwei. When Hu Hanwei learned that he was looking for the whereabouts of a group of women in white, he agreed without hesitation. The Three Snakes gang had integrated the members of the original Wild Wolf gang, and already had a few hundred gang members. Knowing that this was Lin Song's request, Hu Hanwei decisively terminated all the work, dispersed all the personnel, and made every effort to look for the whereabouts of the women in white. After this side of the matter is dealt with, Xiao Xue Man can only take Situ Kong Kong back to the hospital to wait for news. Although Hu Hanwei almost sent out all the members of the Three Snakes gang, the women in white seemed to have evaporated. There was no trace of them at all. The next day, Xiao Xue Man still did not wait for the good news from Hu Hanwei's side, but waited for an old man. The old man was wearing a loose kung fu suit, and smiled before he saw Xiao Xue Man. Very kind. Snow Girl, what's the big deal? You didn't say it clearly on the phone. Grandpa Wu. Xiao Xue Man was shocked to see the old man appear, and rushed out with an excited face, pouncing into the old man's arms. After the grandparents and grandchildren chatted cordially for a few moments, Xiao Xue Man pulled the old man to Situ Kong Kong's face and introduced, Grandpa Wu. He is the Situ Kong Kong that I mentioned to you, and he is my friend's disciple. Your friend's disciple? You still know someone from the thief sect? The old man asked with a puzzled face. No, it's this friend of mine. I'm not sure how their master-disciple relationship came about. Xiao Xue Man pointed at Lin Song on the hospital bed and explained. When the old man saw this, although he was a bit stunned, he didn't ask any deeper questions. Instead he smiled and cupped his fist to Situ Kong Kong. I am Wu Hao. I have always heard of the great name of the chivalrous thief Midnight Flying Eagle, and I got to see it today. And it is really an extraordinary temperament which is extraordinary. Situ Kong Kong was complimented by the old face red, himself which is what a chivalrous thief. This old man is obviously in the lift him, but in an instant seems to think of something. A shocked face called out. You are the four sacred sects iron armor Wu Hao. Wu old senior. What old senior not old senior? Situ old brother if you don't mind. Call me Wu old brother is good. Wu Hao smiled and waved his hand, as if he had expected Situ Kong Kong's shock. Wu old brother. Kid Situ Kong Kong has met Wu old brother. Situ Kong Kong clasped his fists and resaluted with extreme seriousness. Seeing that this old man's status was extraordinary,